all. That's all I was asking.
So if there ain't no space planes, there ain't no space.
No, Egg is trying to act like it's a really dumb thing. No, you would just go. You would stall.
I don't know.
Like if you weren't accounting for the ground, like the globe underneath you, like then yeah, you would just go and you wouldn't go to space. You would just stall out because your angle, and that is how severe the angle change is. Like if you're traveling coast to coast, that's a 15 degrees in change in orientation. That's a lot.
Yeah,
That's a
15
lot.
degrees. How long do they fly for?
It's a change in orientation that you never detect. I mean, I just, it's not there.
Yeah.
Like it would be, it's so absurd because you know what 15-degree angulation, if you're really flying, you're not going to come back to tell the story. You know, that's why, God forbid, there's any globe-tarded fucking pilots out there. Like, how retarded do you think you're flying into a globe?
Exactly.
It's stupid as fuck.
So, okay, well, hold on. With that just being said, do you think the majority of pilots believe in flat Earth, or do they believe in?
I believe they trust their instrument panel, and there is no globe indicator on the instrument panel. The instrument cluster.
That's why I want to ask.
Sans globe indicator. End of story.
So they're just reading their instruments, but they don't take anything.
They're just reading a flat Earth on the horizon indicator. That's it. That's parallel to the plane of the horizon.
You talked
very simple.
For the first time.
It's not that simple. You know it's not that simple. Though,
oh my god.
Well, it is for some people.
20 minutes.
It is for some people, but for the majority of people, it's not that simple.
Well, I have all the data. Hey, Egg, I have all the data, but I like to bring up this one data point because this is the only one that really matters. Are you nose down to the horizon for this always escaping, dropping ball hump, or are you flying flat?
Exactly.
And
we focus on this
just
one
fly
point,
flat.
and you don't. And if you ask any questions, you lose. So
wait. That seems cheap, but at the same time,
what do you mean cheap?
The Earth is huge.
That's basically Egg's first name.
Yeah, it's like always too big to test, too difficult for us.
Cheap
to test.
Egg.
You guys are not getting anywhere with this conversation.
Yeah, you go ahead and be in the conversation. The Earth is big.
Yeah.
Big Earth.
You asked a specific question. We explained pitch.
Thank you.
We never complete a sentence because we get interrupted as soon as we start talking. Yeah.
Excuse me, I'm talking.
Why does this keep happening? It's so grown up, so very reasonable. I mean, we explained pitch data to you guys multiple times. You would have to actively ignore. Oh my God, I'm glad I was able to complete my sentence. This is very nice of you guys. I'm glad I was able to complete my sentence. Let me stop trying.
You've tried many times, but unfortunately the Earth got in the way. This fella fell flat.
It's very grown up of you, very reasonable.
I kind of want you to talk again. So
there's no globe indicator. End of the story. That's game over for the globe.
There's no alien indicator. End of discussion. There's no like marshmallow indicator either because it's not happening. All right.
Well, you don't think marshmallow has a marshmallow indicator?
Well, there's because you don't need it because it's not a measurement that you need. Like that's really immature of you.
I know it is. Thank you for noticing.
People who were the first people being very unreasonable. Yeah, that's called projection at this point.
All I say is I feel like we could just get over all of this. We spend 25 minutes. I'll take you up in a plane. I'll let you fly it how you think that it will work, and we'll see how that goes.
This is where you took the conversation. This was all from your imagination.
1,000.
And we're just laughing at you about it. And you're like, oh, how did we get here?
Usually when
let's follow the yellow brick road.
Usually when I meet someone that doesn't understand what I believe, I usually try to tell them my beliefs without making fun of them for not knowing.
No one was making fun of you. No, that didn't happen, hon.
So that's what you like to do. A lot of talking with no presentation of evidence. Just talking, just words, just what you believe. I see.
You have not presented a single line of evidence. You have presented things that you think are true, but there's nothing to back it. There's
the evidence was commercial flight. The evidence is that we fly direct and level.
Yeah, precisely. You're gonna
But you
ignore
don't
the evidence.
understand why you fly that way.
No, I
It's not your electric
understand why
level.
completely. What do you mean? Yeah, there's a lot of things involved of it. The
I
globe
don't
isn't one of the
know.
things involved. This is
Did
what
you
we're
take
talking about.
into the fact that like things are moving?
Yeah, like a lot of engineering gas.
Can we?
Okay, so like what about satellites? What are they
The
doing?
Yeah, I
globe
don't
Just
think
isn't
any
hanging
needed.
out?
claim is going to be
Okay, but
acknowledged.
so
I
you
think we're just going to
conceded.
shotgun different ideas out because now we're asking about satellites now.
No, well I'm trying to like take that like
Yeah,
that
nothing
same
gets
the same
acknowledged.
like
No
Every time you
consideration
ask
needed.
excuse me,
another
sir.
question, that's a
Oh my
concession to
god,
the
I'm
last
sorry.
point that
Your
you're trying
autism
to
is
divert
popping the
with.
fuck off right now, and it's really annoying. And you should
No,
just be
calm
quiet for
down.
2 seconds.
Sorry.
Wrong with
Okay, I
why your
apologize.
feelings
He's
and
I
your
apparently
apologize.
emotions on a
asking.
debate
Apparently
That
channel.
was a little bit
asking
The
mean.
debate
I'm
questions.
channel.
sorry, but
Yeah, you can put your feelings to the side in a debate
you're
channel.
not answering. You answered the first question, so move on to another question. We don't
Yeah,
have
and
to sit around
yeah,
the first question
yeah.
so long. Like, let's
We
carry
aren't getting
on.
anywhere. We aren't
Yeah, I think you're right.
acknowledging anything from
And
the
I've
people
asked
who
another
claim
question.
to want to understand. Yeah, everyone's getting interrupted. No one's absorbing or acknowledging anything. So from the people
So
who
she's not
claim
allowed
to
to
want
ask
to
questions.
understand, no, that's not what I'm saying. You're actively ignoring the bottom line, the point here. Cool
Okay.
beans.
The
So
bottom
what do we?
line.
What do we want to
Um,
have happen,
Hey,
Ranger?
Egg,
What
calm
do we
down
want
for a
to talk
second.
about next?
Egg, stop talking for a second. Calm down.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Let Rage take it the point.
so what about satellites? How like what? How do you explain that a
So
satellite
still
goes
no acknowledgement.
around?
Just a new point. No acknowledgement. Then let's see if
First,
we
let's
can
start.
actually explain the satellites without
Egg, stop.
interrupting.
Imagine I just walked in here and you had no previous questions for me. This would be
But
my
that's
question.
not what happened. You wanted to understand the flat Earth. You said it twice.
But you have to get rid of all of your preconceived notions in
Right.
order to
That's what you would
explain
have to
things.
do
So that's
because
what we're
you
doing.
want to
You
understand
never
the
met
flat
me.
Earth, right? Right? Because
I
you
just
want
walked
to
in here.
understand,
This is
like
my
you said
question.
out of your mouth, you want to understand the flat Earth, so you would have to be quiet and listen to the explanation, right?
You haven't explained
without asking
anything
any
though.
questions.
Yeah, you could say that while you actively ignore and interrupt every sentence. Yeah.
Oh, carry on, child.
And bring up new points. We're on satellites now. Someone else can take the reins now.
No, I asked another
Well,
question.
Hopefully it
yeah,
gets
We're
no, we don't
jumping.
need
acknowledged.
to go to
Hopefully it gets
satellites because
acknowledged before we bring up a new point. Let's see.
Well, I
yeah,
mean,
we
it's
had a
kind of
guy
interesting.
give us a satellite the other day, and it was actually a concave. It showed us a concave Earth.
Do you have a
And it,
picture? Can
because it put the yeah because it, you know, I could put
you
it in
show me?
chat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I've seen it.
it put the camera sideways, and then we have a concave Earth, and it's just like this joke. Like the cameraman was just like such a dunce that he put the camera wrong, so that when you're looking at like this picture, the globe is like sort of
Oh, the
towards your
globe?
left side peripheral, right? Your left side peripheral. When it
Yeah,
was like you would just be flying over top of a horizon, just like you would normally be flying. And so
if you believe in
and
this physical,
you would have a down, and so
yeah, yeah,
you would put the camera so that it was facing like in landscape.
You see how they let you complete your sentence? I'm glad that happened.
I
Are
know they
you
let
okay?
me
Are you
complete my
okay?
sentence on the most like goofy thing that I could possibly like come
Yeah,
up
I
with
Yeah,
want to see
they
the
for
asked
the
me how
picture.
globe
I should
to
take the
like sort of participate in
Well, you
conversation.
use the word
yeah.
globe
So
to describe the picture, so
yeah, it could be provided now. Rage Bacon. I could address the satellites for you, but you would have to assure me that you're gonna listen because I did this whole conversation yesterday. I explained my military experience, how I'm in South Florida. There's a satellite beach.
Mm.
I could go through it, but you would have to assure me that you're going to be reasonable and not interrupt and
I
actually
feel like
absorb
you
what I'm
just start
saying.
talking about what I asked instead of explaining why you're gonna start talking.
Yeah, you just said words for nothing. I could speak on the satellites that you brought up. I could do it because you brought it up, but you would have to assure me that you're going to be
Will
reasonable.
you please talk about the satellite, sir?
Well, so it was your
Well, this
claim.
is what you got to know. Not everything is meant for everybody. That's why we keep this group kind
Oh
of
yeah, I
tight.
know that
Like
100%.
you're
I'm
not
just trying to
allowed
keep it honest.
into this group.
This is
So it's
really a
like
Discord channel.
you got to work through the levels.
Right,
The
right,
levels, dude.
100%.
It's
So I'll
That's
literally
explain it like this
Scientology and
before he starts
exclusive.
talking. I'll
yeah.
explain it
This
like this.
Yeah, no, exactly. It is Scientology. You sort of pay into it. And
Pay into
if
it.
you don't make the cut, you don't make the cut, hun.
Right.
Yeah,
So now, would you like to
I'm just
hear
gonna bounce
explanation?
because you guys are fucking culty. Love
Okay,
you.
bye. I
Okay.
understand you have to announce that your feelings are hurt. Cool, cool beans. Now, would you like an explanation, Rage?
He left.
Carry on.
I just wanted to make it super easy.
Yeah.
I understand you completely into the break, but the thing is, I would like to start fresh, give her a chance. She brought up
Yeah,
satellite.
no,
I
I
can
agree.
explain my
I agree,
perspective
sir.
to her, and let's see if she can address it, absorb it before she brings up a new point or interrupt me. So yeah, Rage. Yeah, in the military, there's obviously a such thing as satellites. You know, right next to the room or the warehouse where we rig the parachutes. There are people working on satellite balloons, right? So you would have to understand that all communications or most communications they operate off of the undersea cables and the towers they put up worldwide. And there are times where we would use the satellite phones overseas, and they would say something like, "There's no satellite overhead. Let's just ping to the nearest tower," right? So there's obviously something in the sky. There's the technology, most likely hanging from balloons, right? Most people think they're satellites. They may see a picture of something floating in space, which might be a cartoon, but
We
there's
have a lot of
actually
airplanes just flying, a lot of air traffic
right. There's
all the time.
actually technology in the sky, right? But to say that it does what the narrative says it does, that's not accurate, especially when you have like hands-on experience with the things they call satellites hanging from balloons in actuality. So you would have to actively ignore the fact that there are undersea cables that connect everything, and towers on the ground, which um, people use for communication, and at the same time believe that there's a satellite orbiting at under your feet at some time because you live on a ball, right? So you'd have to pick one of those, whereas there's one you experience in real life. You can explain these things away. You can see satellite beach and people working on satellite balloons for satellites in the military, and you can just go with it. It proves nothing, right?
Yeah, and it's like you actually look at Robert Simmons, he's like, yeah, I took this strip data and I wrapped the flat map around a globe to fit people's expectations. Like, they're not lying to you, like NASA, like, we assume a flat and stationary, non rotating Earth. NOAA gives you like levels of a water of a ocean basin with a flat level line ocean level.
Mm.
They're like,
Flat
who's
level line
lying to you?
ocean.
Like they're telling you the truth. We're giving this data. It's just
Mm.
in your mind when then you sort of go into this escapism to this thing that doesn't matter, this hyperbolic shape that you must believe in because you found like feathers in a piece of amber. That's a dinosaur tail. And it's like this is one of the ancestors to the human, because are you a panspermia guy, or are you a Prometheus guy, or are you a rock was electrocuted and caused some amino acids to start a interlocking locator relationships?
Yeah.
Dude, why don't you come
What
back when
kind
you're
of guy are
sober?
you? What kind of guy are you, Egg?
So finally somebody said it, please. I was just
Yeah,
like,
come back
okay,
when you're sober,
laugh
dude.
along. Yeah, it doesn't make any
You
sense,
should
man.
you should
I
have an
haven't made
interlocker on your
friends with anyone.
phone, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
they
true.
they
I don't
probably
make myself
Apple
friends with
should
anyone.
probably invent that. Like you have to have the breathalyzer to
Mm.
You have to
discord.
pass a breathalyzer to use your phone. Yeah, good
Well,
idea.
fortunately for
Good
me, I
chocolate.
haven't drank, but I
Perfect.
did take some of these things. They had some red caps on them, and I'm feeling great. I'm feeling fine. I'm
That's
sorry that you're like affected.
no, you're affected. That's all.
Oh,
Maybe overly
is that
affected. It's,
all?
it's affecting your
That
faculties
can't be
too
all.
much.
What? I mean, why are you getting upset? Well, my apologies. I thought my rendition was fine. It was okay until
That's the problem,
the
though.
Australian
People are saying it
came
wasn't,
in.
and you're like, I still don't see anything wrong with it. That's the problem. That's what we're saying is the issue.
Well, thank
Multiple
you,
people can tell,
thank you
and
for
you're
your
not doing
intrigue.
anything.
I'm
It's
about
fine.
to cry.
Drink
I
too much.
appreciate
You
it.
need to
Thank you.
either drink less or Discord less.
Yes, no, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Like you win.
It's not about winning, mate. You will win.
No,
if
you won.
Either do one of the two less.
No, just take the
I'm
responsibility.
a big
You
drinker
win.
too, mate. I'm not judging. I'm a massive drinker.
No,
You are.
take the responsibility. You win.
Fine. If that'll make you do one of the two less, great. It will. That is my gift to you. I would.
Okay, I'm glad I am topic of discussion and debate. Thank you so
Go on
much.
mute
I didn't
anytime
want to
now.
be a social media influencer, but you
You
insist.
can go on mute anytime now, please. Please go on mute. You're very drunk.
Okay, please.
Thanks, mate. So, who's got proof of curvature? Who first measured it? What do you think about that? Guard, or is what's her name still here? No. Guard. Who would you say first measured it? How did this globe lie start?
Wouldn't it be like based on like how like monoliths were built that they were able to judge the curvature of the Earth because they built in Egypt the monoliths from one side and they can judge the curvature of the Earth, something like that.
That's an interesting one. I haven't ever heard that one before. Say again. The monoliths. What is that? Like a big slab, or do you mean the pyramids? Or
No, they actually built giant monoliths and slabs, and they could tell from there the curvature of the Earth because they saw them from the distance or whatever. I don't know. That might be a decent one.
That's fascinating. I've never heard that one. So the idea is we build these really big things, and if you go far enough back, we
You
can
could
only see the top
see.
of them.
They're really big. This is supposed to be more coherent than this guy into the breaks drunk banter.
Oh
Maybe
shit!
that makes sense.
Did someone else have a worse argument?
So these monoliths.
Yeah.
Tell us about them.
I think he's talking about Aristophanes when he saw the monolith and assumed Earth curve from the shadow. Is that right?
Yeah. I think so.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Cyrene in Alexandria down a well and at the top of a monolith.
I think it was a little bit different than that, but yeah.
Well, that's what the obelisk represents as the parallel rays of the sun.
Yeah.
It's a ray. Like the obelisk is a ray.
So
have you ever done the maths on that test though?
No, obviously not, right?
So here's an interesting point. If any angle goes from 0 to 90 or 100, no, what did it go? 90 to make a triangle.
I do have another question after this, though. So
yeah,
what's that? I'm sorry.
No,
I have another question after this. But so what was the problem with the obelisk?
Is it's going to have all of the angles from dead overhead to down at the horizontal, right? The horizon, the level horizontal horizon, and it's going to go through all of those angles either way round, right? So what I mean is, if the sun changes altitude, they assume this sun that's very, very, very far away back then. I forget how far, but if you make that sun closer, then those two distances will still line up. Those two angles will still line up if you bring the sun closer rather than infinitely far away, which is basically how they treat it, right? Because the angle must cross. If I wind the angle down from towards 0, there must be a point at which both are satisfied. I don't know if that makes sense.
I don't know if it does.
Can you elaborate a little bit more? You can model this out just with graph paper if you want, and go, can I get this angle to be 0 and this angle to be 15 or 12 or whatever it was. It'd be 1 degree or something, wouldn't it, if he goes something like that? And then go, oh, actually a close sun could do that. And that's what you find. If there is a local sun that is smaller than this massive ball they tell us about, then the angles still work.
Is that the same thing for the sundial then? Does it kind of follow the same?
Tell me about
Well, that's interesting you bring up the sundial.
Yeah, because, well, you know, it's another metric that people use to measure.
Mm.
But they weren't using it to measure if the Earth was flat or not.
Well,
right?
you can just hold your hand out.
Time, right? They use it to
You can just
time.
hold your hand out horizontal, hold your 3 fingers, and you have that many, you have 4 hours till sunset. Like, and those, but you holding your hand out, that would be you actually taking like a quick reading, a theodolite reading, right? Because you would be each finger distance, that would equal a change in your elevation angle, right? So it's just, we use these quick hand principles. Like, that is one of the wonderful things. You can use that. And,
Into the break, have you ever put your whole fist in, or
oh, you want to fist it.
You definitely want to.
You fist the horizon.
Okay,
fist
I
the
just want to be honest.
horizon. You know what time
I'm
it
not
is.
opposed to flat Earth.
If you fist the horizon, you know what time it is.
I'm not opposed to flat Earth model. I'm always opposed to like what comes after that, right?
Well, you better be showing a globe. You better be showing a globe, and I'm gonna explain it to you.
Hey, into the break. You know what's funny? Yesterday we had this conversation with AI, right? And it says
It's perfect.
Globetard, right? It said Globetard, but listen to this, right? Now suddenly it can't say Globetard or glurf. Both words don't work. Globy still works, but Globetard doesn't work anymore. And then I asked it if the chats are actually private, and it says the ChatGPT chats are private and nobody is listening to them. But I think this is a lot of bullocks, Like, definitely. Why after not even 24 hours, I can't use Globetard anymore?
Yeah, in the last 12 hours, I've talked to more artificial intelligence, if you know what I mean. Bazunga zunga. And yeah, it's this there's some sort of espionage happening.
Exactly.
Where it's like, oh yes, please tell us how to defeat these arguments. I think maybe that they will rectify unified field theory through flat Earth discussions, but it does take creative globetards like Peter and it's like opposition is friendship. That an opposition will make you stronger. So each opponent is getting stronger and stronger.
And with that, you get stronger because you get to hold down your own thing, right?
It's bouncing off. Like they make you stronger, then they're stronger. Then you're stronger, then they're stronger.
So how you guys are feeling about right now, where like there's like
it's good vibes.
Where the universe is expanding at different rates, and people are like they're trying to remap how the universe is actually expanding. Does anyone else know what I'm talking about?
God. Let me introduce to you the Globy. He will. Globy, can you introduce yourself and maybe talk about what you think of the expansion of the universe that is now? What was it again, God? What did you say exactly about the universe expansion?
It's not mapping up exactly how we originally like singularly planned it out, right? Like they're all it's fucked.
There.
It's fucked right now.
Globy, your guide to all
Fuck.
Yeah, wait a second. Wait a second.
I got you. Hold on. I'll listen.
It is. Right. It is Globy. The main issue is introduce yourself, but also point out what you think about the universe expanding in very weird ways these days. It doesn't expand continuously. So, what do you think about that stuff?
The expansion of the universe. It's fascinating, isn't it? Currently, it seems the universe isn't just expanding, but accelerating in its expansion. Quite odd, really, and not what we'd expect if it were merely coasting along. This acceleration suggests some mysterious force at work, which we've dubbed dark energy. Quite the cosmic conundrum.
Yeah. Can you maybe explain why you love space so much, and maybe tell the people about your cosmic kitchen?
Oh, space is just endlessly fascinating, isn't it? It's like an infinite playground for the mind.
Yeah, but I told you, you need to be more condescending. Like, you don't really sound like a triggered Globy. Be more condescending and talk down to the people, like Professor Dave does. He does it really well.
Well, if you must know, space is the ultimate intellectual pursuit.
Hey, your high pitch.
It's where...
Remember your high pitch?
This is impressive.
If you must know, space is the ultimate intellectual pursuit. It's where the truly enlightened minds congregate.
Oh yeah. Insert some wizard accent into that. Wizardry.
Well, if you must know, space is the ultimate intellectual pursuit. It's where the truly enlightened minds conjure wisdom, unraveling the cosmic mysteries with a flick of their scholarly wands.
Oh, you're a true wizard, Globy. I like it. A true Globy wizard.
Alright, so for the flat earthers here.
A true Globy wizard.
Are all other planets also flat, or no?
That's an interesting... All other planets. Notice how you're already assuming globe in that.
Yeah. Well, obviously,
so
because like, I already believe the preface, right? So like, that's why
Well, so define planet.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah.
So the original 9 that we agreed upon back when I was a kid, right?
Oh God, you're going into your childhood and the toys that you had, the mobile you had as an infant.
But that's where I learned a lot of my shit.
That's
right?
what it's about.
That's where I learned a lot of my stuff from. Are all of them flat, or are they not flat? Like, and that's a very
that is interesting question. That the orbits are flat.
Okay.
So even in their reference of bringing you the space fantasy bullshit, you're referencing back to being a toddler and having a mobile rotating above your head.
Yeah.
And that was still referencing the flat, like, because it's all referencing a horizontal, which that is one thing and one thing only. It's horizontal. It's parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yep, nailed it.
And no, that makes sense. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, so we can use this geometric. I mean, if you want to disprove it, how are you going to disprove
that's
it?
what I was.
How are you going to disprove a geometric principle?
Yeah, no, I don't think I can.
That's just horizontal. I mean, do you think that a slope is flat?
Right.
Egg might think a slope. Do you think surfaces are flat? Egg? Is your egg shape flat?
Do surfaces...
The surface of the egg, is it flat?
I wouldn't say anything is ever truly flat. I don't think I would say anything
exists
except something.
Yeah, because we would be
could be truly flat.
Thank goodness you didn't go down that. That's just that's a hill that Brenda would die on, about how a two-dimensional surface of a sphere is flat.
It depends whether you're talking about a physical object, right? Because a physical object to me has...
You're not going to do that, though.
Has limits, right? And so I can't go past those limits. I've got a top and a
like
front,
a circle. Like we wouldn't draw a circle on a sphere, right? Like a circle is a planar figure.
Well,
like it's two-dimensional. It's like you can't. It's impossible to draw a circle on the surface of a sphere. Like you know that, right, Egg?
No, that's completely wrong. Just that.
What do you mean? How is that's completely wrong when I just described a circle?
I can do one right now if I can.
How is me describing a circle completely wrong?
Okay.
Like, explain yourself, fool.
What is the equator? Like, you've got to know the globe model. We're
equator. Now you're talking about the equator. No, I just said it's impossible. Like, I just asked, do you agree that it's impossible to draw a circle on the surface of a sphere, and then you just want to talk about the equator?
It's also the whole system, the whole globe system that is debunked because it's wrong and
spurious. Or like my ex-wife.
Very, very dodgy.
I don't get no respect.
Model, this wrong globe model has an equator and lines of
latitude. Yeah, get mad. Yell at me. Yeah. Tell me about my wrong model.
You're just wrong about the globe model, right? That we're here debunking, remember?
Yeah, I'm wrong about the globe model.
Yeah. It's got circles all around it. It's easy to have a circle.
It's got circles on a sphere. Like, so you're breaking the rules of geometry again.
Okay. So get a sphere. Just get any ball.
You got monkeypox. No, haven't you seen the monkeypox?
You've never seen a ball with a line through it. You've never seen a ball with a line all the way around its belt.
Dude, you're freaking out. I want you to be a flat earther, but this is something that you're going to have to calm down. You're going to have to calm down. You're going to have to take this fucking pill, okay?
See, this
or else just lay your head down in the pillow. Lay your head down in the pillow. If you want to be a true globe earther,
I'm not a globe earther, man. I'm a flat earther.
I will show you the depths of the rabbit hole.
I'm absolutely being a flat earther right now.
Or if you don't want to, you can just lay your head back down in the pillow and go back to sleep.
You don't even know which side I'm talking about.
No, I'm the cool side of the pillow.
That's cool. Anyway, moving on. Guard, what was your next best evidence?
I didn't have it. Like, I had the two questions. Thought they were.
Yep.
Yeah. Moving past that though is so when it comes to planes, they still have to follow a curvature, right?
Huh?
That's what
are they? Is there a curvature indicator on the instrument panel on the?
They don't.
As
they
your
don't
right says,
right? Because like
there's no globe indicator.
Yeah,
there's no globe indicator.
Because like if you didn't follow the globe indicator, you just go straight up to the sky.
What do you mean you don't need that? If you didn't, and then you say you don't need that because if you didn't follow the globe indicator, I just said there is no globe indicator. We just confirmed, everybody in the room, there is no globe indicator, and you said it's like we just need that thing that doesn't exist.
Well, I mean, again, we're dealing with
a
huge Earth, right?
Yes, yeah, exactly.
So you might not be able to feel that turn.
Well, but you prescribe a geometry that's 3959 miles in radius. And so that's a rate that we can calculate pretty easily, and it'd be a rate that's like observable. When Aristophanes like prescribed his his little bullshit, it was like 25,000 mile radius. So they just keep making the ball bigger. It's just been a bigger ball
world.
throughout your history of this like cohesive glob model, where you use the radius value to prescribe a refraction value, and the way that you would just derive the radius value was through a prescribed lens of having a refraction.
Like, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Like, he goes out to get this globe measurement, and he comes
it's a refraction.
And it turns out the numbers.
So we're not talking about the globe anymore,
right?
If we're not talking about the globe anymore, we're having a different discussion, and we've already conceded that the globe is some impossibility that you prescribed some logic to, and you failed, and now we're asking other questions about how light.
I'm just, and again, what's the importance of it?
Kind of like
the importance is being precise with your length. If you have a measurement of globetard, then you would be able to present that, and you would have a cohesive worldview. And you would have some value to determine why that you would even be here, telling me that you have some globetard evidence.
No, I'm sorry.
Are you listening, or are you ready to respond?
On a flat Earth, how do moons work?
What?
Yeah, look up. There's clouds floating in the sky. We got stars, and we got celestial.
And the star changes.
There's clouds
why?
above your head.
Yeah, why
calm
the star
down.
changes
There's no wires. There's no pulleys holding up the clouds. Okay, calm down.
No, I completely agree with that. I'm asking, what's the implication?
Yeah, you brought up a new point, the implications, after you didn't acknowledge the pitch data, which proves we don't deviate around the curve, which was the thing you brought up in the first place. So are we going to bring up a new point without acknowledging?
Oh, I'm very sorry. Again, I'm not.
Yeah, we just use water. Water at rest is flat.
Wait, I'm sorry if I'm. Is that?
No, you're cool.
Which of you guys are arguing for flat Earth, and which of you guys are arguing?
These guys are arguing for flat Earth, which I think they're doing a great job. They're crushing it. They're very good. They know what the fuck they're talking about.
I think that anyone that is passionate about flat Earth, I think it's a misguided kind of scientific mind, in my opinion. I think people that are super into that.
Idiot savants. I would call them idiot savants, wouldn't you?
I mean, in a way, I think they're people that are
beautiful minds.
They're very fucking
beautiful minds.
They know what the fuck they're talking about.
Well, no, they're smart. They can be smart people, but they're so ignorant and unable to accept kind of contradictory kind of facts to what.
Well, we can really accept that you have some emotions that you want to express to us.
Can I ask you, Stafter? How did you come to that conclusion? I don't recognize your name. I don't feel like we've spoken before. How did you come to that conclusion about what our epistemology is and how we operate?
I feel that most flat Earth people that they're not coming, but that I've talked to in this server, specifically, and I've watched a lot of flat Earth documentaries and that, the shit with John Sargent or whatever the fuck his name is.
Zerka.
So you've seen hit pieces, great. Which people have you talked to?
In this server, I couldn't give you a name. I don't know.
Give us a single name of a person you've spoken to, but you've decided. Have you spoken to me before?
What we do? Look at the names in this server. You want me to remember your name? Your name is maybe at some point. I don't know, man.
And you've decided I'm ignorant because I don't base my opinions on fact. But you don't know me, and you've based an opinion on that. Your core complaint about me, you violated in the making of it. That's what I call a dern. You're doing it right now.
No,
destroyed your own point.
No,
came in and you go, these people don't make logical decisions, and I decided that having not met any of them.
I've met a bunch of people in this server, man.
That is one of the stupidest, most obviously self-defeating two sentences anybody could hope to utter within 20 seconds of one another. And it seems like you haven't noticed that yet. Have you noticed it?
You're obfuscating, you know that, right? Because he is saying that he has talked to people, and you're saying just because you haven't talked to me, you are fucking self-defeating. You understand that, right? You understand that what you just did was the same thing you're trying to do to him, right?
No. Fair call. But I said to him, I said to him, who have you spoken to? Can you name someone? No. The difference is I sought the data. I did exactly that for that reason. This is what it looks like to seek data. This is what it's like to test.
You're asking me to name people. Look at your name. Your name is eggshells are flat. You want me to name people that I've talked to? It's everyone's username is some wild shit.
Well, you didn't actually know the names of any of the documentaries either. You got that incorrect as well. So there's no evidence supporting that you've watched or spoken to anybody here.
I mean, the documentary
is a poor opening salvo. Is all I'm pointing out. We can pick ourselves up from here, but it was a poor opening salvo. You've got to agree. To make a self-defeating point.
And we're scientifically ignorant.
No, if you want to let me elaborate on what I was saying, the ignorance I see is the amount of experiments that people do that get proven wrong every time they do them. There's no acceptance of the fact. One of the bigger ones was that one of shining a laser across a flat plane to see if it lined up, and immediately it does not line up, and it's you're working from a conclusion, not working to a conclusion. And that's like what a lot of flat earthers do that I see.
So, are you talking about the one from the documentary? It's not a laser, but he's shining a light through two pieces of styrofoam, it sounds like? Or do you see colored lasers? What color
in Beyond the Curve, the experiment they do at the end of Beyond... Whatever, you know what I'm talking about, though. They shine
I just wanted to check. I'm not calling you out on it. I just wanted to check we're talking about the same thing.
Yeah, right. So that's one experiment right there that immediately
not a laser and not an experiment.
What?
Not a laser, not an experiment.
Why wasn't it an experiment? What?
It was an observation.
Bro, what the what? Dude, they call it an experiment when they're doing it.
And not a laser.
Okay, cool. It was a fucking like lumen max flashlight, whatever it was. They were shining something to prove that there was no curvature, and it didn't work.
So, is a null result proof of something?
What do you mean null? What do you mean null?
No way.
I mean, in an experiment, yeah. I mean, a result contrary to what you think is going to happen would be evidence of the opposite.
The opposite.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Right, and it's like, how do you explain? Like how?
That's not correct, and that's not very scientific at all.
What
to conclude that you must be right because you didn't get what you... Yeah, no. It doesn't automatically dictate that the surface of the Earth was curved. What other variables were eliminated?
Did they?
You wouldn't even know.
Did they not do
you wouldn't even know.
Did they not do two tests? Did they not do two tests?
But this is exactly what I'm talking about. Is that like when they were doing this test, they were saying like oh, this will be definitive proof, blah blah blah, and then it doesn't go their way, and then they immediately was like, oh well, we need to like think about this.
What was the aim? What did they do? What was the aim? What were the values?
They
distances?
had three targets going a couple kilometers, and they shined a light, and what they thought should happen would be that the light would hit the exact same place on every target. It didn't. And then they immediately said, well, we need to go back and like figure this out. It's like, it wasn't like, oh, well, our theory is wrong. It was, oh, we need to make a way for this to make sense. And that again, that's what I was saying. It's working back from a conclusion, not working to a conclusion.
And I'll even argue that like going back and trying to retest is a great like. Go and do that, but like he said, they were at a conclusion and they built backwards. Yeah.
Well, if you're talking about long distance observations and laser tests and things, these have been repeated.
Dude, are you on Mars right now?
It's a little distant.
It's always showing. It's showing the same thing, which is that there's no curvature.
So where are you at right now? Are you in Mars?
No, only the globe heads think that the light in a sky we call Mars is a place you can go to.
I was just talking about like the distance from the mic that you
were at. Yeah, that's nonsense. So
it's because your mic. Your mic.
It's not. No, it was just like you're not like
going 10, 20 miles, all showing no.
You sound like Buzz Aldrin right now, bro.
Oh, very good. Good rebuttal. So
no. We're saying are you?
There's no
all we're saying is your mic scuffed. Your mic scuffed, dude.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm in the car. You can.
Okay. Got you.
Your mic's a disaster, dude.
Yeah, you can handle it. I'm sure.
It sounds fine.
I mean, you're not. The tests have been repeated. So if you're confident that they have, show us some other ones that are showing curvature. Observations, laser tests. Who's measuring that? Or you just got this one from Netflix?
Proof of curvature, dude. Like you can so much more proof and like kind of like reasoning as to why curvature makes sense.
Curvature. You've got no evidence of curvature. You've got no measurement. You've got no observation. You've got no detection of it.
So what is the moon then, dude? What is the moon?
Well, what is the moon is not an observation or measurement of curvature of the surface of Earth, is it?
Well, you can see that the moon is round.
Yeah, you're not on the moon, dude. You're on the ground.
Hey, I just want to make a really quick joke. The curvature that we got proven was literally by that fucking video they shot.
Right. So no globers have ever proven the curve, have they? They've never measured it. Just this one Netflix documentary of a flat earther, apparently, according to you guys. How come you guys can't prove it? Isn't it your
because
claim?
We all have an agreed upon fucking reality.
Oh, so you just agree it. You don't actually prove it. You need someone else to prove it.
Hold on. I want to make it very clear that you're saying that we're living in a false reality then, because we can't prove it.
Yes, you're living in the child story you were given as a child. There's no curve.
And the one form of your reality was proven on Netflix that got debunked immediately.
No, it didn't actually. Yep. So let's ask some questions about that. What distance apart were those boards set?
I'm sorry, do you not trust the people that were doing it?
No, I'm asking the question because if this was done correctly, we would need to take some actual measurements. So what distance were these boards? What distance were the boards set apart? Can you tell us?
See, this is the
probably a handful of kilometers, man. But like this was like the way.
So you don't have that. You don't have that information. Now, secondly, they used a torch.
No, and neither do you, man.
Now, secondly, they used a torch. Yeah. Well, we've got nothing we can compare it to, then, can we? Now, if we knew the distances, we would know what the difference should be over that distance for that middle board.
Wait! Hold on. What should the distance be? What should the distance be?
I'm not saying it should be any distance.
No, because you don't fucking know. You don't.
What distance was this done over?
You don't fucking know.
No, because I'm not interested in it. This is your argument.
It's not my argument at all. You don't know.
You're not interested in it because it's contrary to your fucking worldview, man. You're unable to.
These are bricks. He just asked you the details of the claim you're making, and now you're saying I don't have them. It's not my claim. You're retarded.
What are you talking about? He brought it up.
Right.
He brought it up, but he doesn't know the actual distance.
Dude, you just brought it up. Yeah? You brought it up and said that it destroyed flat Earth. So now I'm asking you to clarify how it destroyed flat Earth. What distances were the boards set apart from each other so that we can make some calculations and see whether the Earth was actually curving?
It up. Before we look it up,
they don't know.
What distance do you think? What distance do you know? What distance do you know that it should be at? What distance should it be at? What distance should it be at?
You don't have an argument.
No. He's the one. He's the one.
You don't have an argument.
You're implying that it's not the right.
What happens? What's going to happen to a torchlight when we don't have a laser? When it goes through an aperture?
Yeah, I literally found.
That's the whole point. Is you don't know shit.
Interrupt.
I found the article talking about it. So it was 3 posts every 4 miles.
It was what? Sorry.
3 posts every 4 miles.
3 posts. So 3 boards every 4 miles. There was only 3 in total.
Okay, he doesn't know.
Dude, I'm literally I have it in.
My second question is: what happens to a torchlight? What happens to a torchlight when it goes through an aperture?
Bro, this was a test run by people from your community, and you're questioning.
He ignored a very direct question. It was a very direct question. He ignored it.
Yeah, he's just deflecting because he knows he can't answer because he doesn't know.
1000%.
These guys have just watched the Netflix documentary and they've decided to base their entire worldview on it.
You guys have based your fucking worldview on shit that you've read on the internet, bro.
Is that a baseless assertion, or do you have proof for that? Do you have any proof of anyone being raised a flat earther like me after you make your baseless assertion with your proof? Dumb.
We don't care about who's being raised as what. Listen, you've got no curvature, you've got no motion of the Earth, you've got no globe. So that's simple.
Yeah, I think flat earther people, man, they're obsessed with.
Oh yeah, you
can
keep flat earthers hurt my feelings, so I don't like them. Yeah, that's not curvature. That's not motion.
Yeah, you're gonna keep bringing up the people, or are you gonna address the subject, sir? You keep bringing.
I like
up
the people that are flat.
Yeah, you're gonna keep bringing it up.
I don't have a problem.
No, I think there are people that are obsessed with seeming like they're the smartest person in a room.
Oh my god!
Because you feel dumb, maybe you feel dumb.
They're obsessed with like pseudoscience bullshit.
Your insecurities. You're projecting your insecurities, bro. Stop that.
Yeah, you don't have to do that. You could focus on the subject and not bring it up continuously because you have feeling.
Did any glober measure curvature in order to
Well, dude, you can't explain moons to me, bro. Like how? Why?
He's actively ignoring your question.
Why would I need to explain moons to you? Did any glober ever measure curvature to know he's a glober?
Measure the curvature of the Earth?
Yes.
You can see it. You can see it, but you won't believe anything that NASA. You won't believe anything that NASA says. Anything. You won't believe any NASA things. NASA.
Where do you see it?
You can see it from what NASA and what every space organization on Earth. But that's it. But that's it. You're not going to believe that anyway, right?
You didn't see curvature. You saw an image. You realize that's a claim, not evidence. When they present you a ball Earth and say, "Look, it's a ball Earth," that's a claim. That's not evidence.
What evidence? It literally is evidence, man. There's images that are taken.
You a cartoon. How did you verify that image was a real photo?
What is the motivation to take?
A new question is ignoring him. Are you ignoring
Yeah, that's also a good question. But also, in the same sense, what evidence do you have?
So you've never seen curvature. You've seen a cartoon given to you by the government, and you've never questioned it. Is that right?
But in the same sense,
dude, you can understand curvature by why things in the distance look smaller the closer they get to a horizon.
So first we can see the curvature, now we can understand curvature.
So when a guy walks down the street,
why do boats disappear when they go into the distance?
So when a guy walks away down the street and appears to get smaller, that's because of curvature, is it?
Well, no. When a boat goes into the distance, why does it disappear eventually?
It gets smaller. Well, what distance does it disappear, and what's your elevation height?
But why does that happen though? On a flat Earth, why?
Let's understand it. Answer his question directly. He's asking you about it. Answer the question he's putting to you, maybe.
What's your elevation, and what distance does it start disappearing? You don't know?
On the
wait, can I answer it?
I'm asking you to explain why that even happens. Why a boat can disappear.
Can I answer him, bro?
We'll figure it out. So you're 6 feet standing on the beach. What distance does the boat start disappearing at?
Off the top of my head, I can't tell you, man.
Yeah,
well, then you wouldn't be able to say that it's curvature because you would have to know what specific distance the curvature is going to be taking effect at your elevation.
Yeah, but
what?
It's the same.
What?
I know you need to know the distance to understand like what you can see with your naked eye.
Can I break it down?
It's the same question about like when the curvature of like the fucking Netflix thing. You guys didn't know exactly how far that was either.
Okay, I'm glad you're listening.
That's fucking dumb.
Yeah, I'm glad you're downward spiraling with your high-pitched voice right now. Maybe listen to the explanation and apply it.
You think it's a high-pitched voice when I
talk about high-pitched voice? Dude, you have a speech impediment, bro.
Relax. Yes, it is important. The distance and height, observer height, is important because if you don't start seeing what you think you're seeing at which conform at a distance which conforms with the size and dimensions of the Earth that we're given, then you can rule that out as a reason. I
don't think really, but I mean that's fine.
Yeah, you obviously
yes, really. Yes, really. There's geometry. There's claimed geometry to the Earth: size, dimension, radius, diameter, circumference.
How do tides work on a flat Earth, dude?
I'm glad you.
Yeah. Okay. Don't deal with that part of it then. Okay. Let's move on to something else.
Don't bring that up. How do tides work on a flat Earth?
So a new point without acknowledging any of the points that have been put to you. Cool beans.
I have acknowledged every point.
Right. He was projecting. Protecting his failure, his lack of knowledge, everything that he fails at the globe onto the flat earthers.
And now God is interrupting you because it's painful for him.
I'm not interrupting anyone, bro. What are you even talking
I
about?
said guard. I said a specific name. Is your name guard, sir? Cool beans.
No, it's
Cool.
mine. I'm sorry. What did
Cool
you
beans.
say?
Yeah, you interrupted T-Dub before he completed his sentence.
Dude, you've
Oh,
interrupted.
that's my bad. I'm
You've
sorry. I did not mean
interrupted
to do
us
that.
like
I
multiple
definitely did
times,
not mean to
bro.
do that.
Yeah, cool. I'm glad you're bringing that up and not the subject. I'm glad you'd like to allude
Then
to
bring up the
different
subject
subjects.
again. I'll fucking answer it. It's
I'm
fine.
glad you're being very reasonable and listening to people complete their sentences before you
Dude,
start
you're
talking.
such
Bro,
a
I mean,
fucking
it's
asshole,
very
man. I love
important.
you. I
I
love
mean,
you
it's
as a
very
person, but
imperative
like
to identify
you're
whether,
dude.
yeah, it's very important to identify whether or not the people you're talking to are listening, absorbing, able to communicate reasonably. Yeah, you're proving that you can't do those things because you're actively interrupting, not acknowledging any of the points. Now,
bro,
cool.
you've been interrupting people
I'm just
more than
listening.
anyone in here,
Yeah,
dude.
yeah, you're gonna bring up that point, me identifying you
You're
not
gonna
being.
bring up that point that
Yeah,
contradicts what
so
I'm
there's
saying and
no
makes me
need
seem
for
like a
suggestions.
hypocrite.
We could just move on like grown-ups.
Sure,
You're not
dude.
a
Like,
grown up, but that's okay. But yeah, we got it.
so how the tide works? How do tides work on a flat Earth?
Oh, this is stupid.
Well, we've answered a lot of your questions now, and this is all based off your assumptions of a globe. So first, we need to establish that globe. So, who in history has ever measured a drop over distance from horizontal, and how did they do it? Please.
You're saying that there's a point in which a drop off happens. It's a gradual curve, man.
When you're standing on a ball, you are at the highest point. It's going to curve away from you in all directions. Or even simpler, if we were to put a ruler on top of a basketball, we would have a horizontal, and over the distance of the ball, it would drop away from horizontal. So, who has directly measured drop over distance? When did they do it? How did they do it? That we know we're living on a ball.
The evidence that suggests that we are living on a ball is how the universe works.
Not evidence.
Did he ignore your very direct question? It was a very direct question.
Not how the universe works. Who's measured directly drop over distance, showing that we're
who has
living on a ball, and
gone
how
to
did they
outer
do it?
space? Who's gone to outer space and measured the Earth?
Oh my God! I mean, you were just reiterating your
asking
question
for-
one more time. He interrupted the end of it.
Dude, shut the fuck up, man. You're annoying as hell, man.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out your unreasonableness.
We're not in space taking direct measurements.
Do you not
Who has measured
acknowledge
the
that
Earth to be
there's
curving?
been civilizations that have acknowledged the curvature of the Earth based on the sun and based on like obelisks and things like
Who
that?
has measured the Earth to actually be curving under our feet? Who's
Dude,
measured water to be curving?
The first people to kind of acknowledge the curvature of the Earth, it was like the ancient Greeks with the pillars of Alexandria, where they measured the shadow.
I'm glad that's what he asked.
What? I didn't even ask anything. What are you talking about?
Yeah, did you hear his question? Maybe repeat it.
Yeah, again, who has directly measured the Earth, showing that there is a drop over distance from horizontal?
Here's the problem: is you're not going to accept anything other than says they immediately say these.
I am going to accept a measurement of drop over distance.
So do you acknowledge the difference in time zones? Right?
Does that have anything to do with the drop of the distance?
Does that have anything to do with the curvature of the Earth?
Yes.
That should be measured. Yeah. It's curving. So who's measured it and how did they do it? How do we know it's curving away from us?
Is Earth the
In every
only
direction.
flat? Is Earth the only flat planet in the solar system?
Yeah, I guess you're not going to receive
Is
an
Earth a
answer.
planet?
I guess you won't get an answer
that's
for
an
your very
additional
direct
question.
Hang on. What is the definition of a planet? Because now you're claiming a planet.
What?
Do you think that Pluto's a planet?
Well, you're claiming a planet.
Oh my
No,
God.
I'm asking a question. Do you think Pluto is a planet?
I'm glad they answered your question.
Pluto has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. So non sequitur and Staffer
Wait,
if
it helps us identify. It helps us identify.
It
what
doesn't help us
planet
identify anything.
What
do
you
see
consider
on the
Earth a planet? Wait, hold on. Do you
What
consider
do you
Earth
see
a planet?
on
Do you
Earth
consider
that you
Earth
can
a
compare
planet?
to Jupiter?
Do you consider Earth a planet?
No. What is the definition of a planet?
A planet? I mean, it would be a certain size that would probably define it as a planet, because that's why Pluto got downgraded to
that rotates around the fucking sun that we all acknowledge in common parlance as a planet. Like
So
X13 isn't actually a planet because
right. There's no need to appeal to
fuck,
consensus guard. We just ask for a definition. A definition.
Yeah, I would say that a planet is something that we all acknowledge upon the reason of like something that we know is a globe that is fucking falling around our sun right now.
Okay, minus the
moving past that, if you go out deeper into the universe, where like X13 is technically considered a planet based on its size and mass, right?
You're right. You see how you
we can rule Earth out as being a planet.
He asked you a very direct question for the definition of a planet. You see how you're talking about other things in X13? Yeah, you're not answering.
The most basic definition of a planet is a celestial body that orbits a sun.
Yeah,
there you go. We can rule Earth out then.
We can rule Earth. How can you rule Earth out of that?
Not moving.
That we're not moving. Well, why does it? Why?
So you've got no one who's shown rotate. Hang on, you've got no one who's proven any type of curvature. So who's ever proven that it's the Earth that's rotating, and how was it done?
Just
we all see the same thing. Yeah, we see the sun, stars, and moon move across the sky
from east to west.
We don't have an orthographic view.
But the stars change, right?
Who has ever shown or measured the Earth to be rotating, and how was it done?
Let's see if they answer
the rotation of the Earth, what I was saying earlier, was initially shown by the pillars of Alexandria in ancient Greece, where they measured the shadows that were created from the pillars. And that was how they discovered and kind of came to the conclusion that the Earth was curved.
Those shadows and the movement of the celestial bodies produce those shadows prove the movement of the Earth? What?
Wait, what did you just say? What?
So the precession of the things like the sun.
So confirming the consequence.
I said the pillars of Alexandria, which were pillars in ancient Greece.
Yeah.
Dude, we're looking for direct measurement of curvature or rotation or Earth motion. You've said you've measured some shadows. Okay, that's not curvature and that's not motion.
Thank you. He actively
ignored measured the curvature or the rotation. Who did that?
That's what those shadows prove is the curvature.
No, that's shadows. Wow. That's shadows, not curvature, not motion.
Yeah, that's.
We get to the part where they
when has anyone proven the flat Earth? Because every single flat Earth experiment.
We can get into that. Yeah, we've already answered all your questions, so we can get into that. But let's unpack this a little bit. What did Eratosthenes do? What was the point of measuring these shadows? What was Eratosthenes' aim in measuring these shadows in the first instance?
I could not tell you. I'm assuming to prove that the Earth was curved.
So then why are you arguing Eratosthenes and the ancient Greeks who measured shadow angles if you know nothing about it?
Thank you.
Because this is
5 second Google, yeah?
That's called brainwash.
Because this is
5 second Google, dude. You can Google it if you like. What was Eratosthenes trying to achieve when he measured the shadow angles? What was his aim?
You can tell me, brother. Because I'm talking about what the result of what those things, what that was.
Before you came in, I was asking them what the result of actually living in a flat Earth society would be. Like, what's the importance of it? And I still haven't gotten an answer.
Well, that's just non sequitur to the discussion right now.
I know it's not. I'm sorry. That's not.
There's no importance to it, man. It's pseudoscientific, fucking like
pseudoscientific. You haven't been able to give us any science. You haven't been able to present any curvature, any rotation, and so far all you've said is some ancient Greeks did it. You didn't know the name of the people who did it. You don't know what they're aiming to achieve, and you know nothing about it. So far, you've shown yourself to be very ignorant, and you just have a belief without any evidence to support it.
Oh, so what's the evidence to support your claim?
Yeah, you're actively ignoring it.
Dude, honestly, God, man, you literally you say nothing. All you do is pipe up and say bullshit.
Yeah, he likes to insult people and talk about the people and not the subject at hand. Like when we give him the evidence that he actively ignores, like
what evidence?
I'm asking for the evidence. What is the evidence of you?
Eratosthenes is off the. All right, Eratosthenes is off the table because you don't know what he did, and you don't know why he was what he was trying to achieve in the first instance. So, who else has measured any rotation?
When rockets are being re-landed on Earth, or when shuttles are coming back to Earth, the way they have to land, that shows curvature. So I can bring up NASA stuff, but you're not going to believe that anyway.
That's not a direct measurement of drop over distance, and that's still not showing any type of rotation.
Okay, hold on. One question. Why is that not? Why is that not? Why is that not?
Because
I want to know why you think that's not.
Yeah, we don't have to appeal anything. There are things that can be validated by myself and you. You could do these things also. We could validate those things, which prove things. You know, like
you're saying nothing right now, dude. What are you talking about?
The other dude. I was asking
it depends on the person I know. Yeah,
saying everything. You just don't understand.
I understand that I don't understand.
So, what a proof for flat Earth? That's what we're asking.
We gave several proof, pitch data. We gave you measurements. You're actively ignoring those things.
So you went and physically measured the entire. You measured the entire flat Earth.
Why is Enter the Break muted?
I just want to answer that question with clarity, right? The reason why that those other things that you mentioned can't be relied upon as measurement of the curvature is because the act of being able to achieve that perspective or that vantage point and that position to be able to claim to be able to do that in the first instance already requires knowledge of the claimed size and dimensions of the Earth. Right? So why would you even want to use that as proof of that, right? When you haven't validated that their knowledge, which is required in order to achieve that, hasn't been verified in the first instance.
So have you anyone you know measured the flat Earth from end to end?
He asked you a question and he interrupted.
Every day in lots of different professions. Measured flat every day.
You've made it to the ice wall. You've made it to the end.
Yeah. So
I'm not talking about an overall in its entirety. I'm talking about just the surface quality, right?
But this is it. You're asking me to prove curvature when you yourself can't. You're saying like what the measurements? How do you know the measure? You haven't done that yourself.
I'm not making a claim of overall size and dimension. I'm just talking about the surface quality. It doesn't measure to have any curvature. Has zero slope, right? It's planar, particularly over water, surface of liquid at rest, etc., etc. Any changes in elevation that professionals do. Any changes in elevation that professionals measure, right, is in reference to horizontal, and they use the surface of liquid like sea level or a water level, etc., to be able to determine those changes in elevation.
Why don't you let him finish talking?
So every day it's being basically measured flat, right?
So why do ships disappear over the horizon, though?
First of all, you're going to ask for evidence of the flat Earth, which he's giving. And
he's not giving. He's giving a word salad of like nothing, man. So I'm saying, why?
God, you just don't understand. Look, you're the one trying to make the positive claim. You're the one trying to make the positive claim that the Earth curves. So give us one example, one measurement of drop over distance.
Chill.
Right? You have the obligation to give that measurement if you make the positive claim that there is curvature.
If you can't explain to us why that happens, that's not our policy.
Yeah, I can explain to that. I can explain to you why that happens, but you're just going to hand wave dismiss it.
Okay. Then explain it better. Or do it. Just you know what? Do it one time. Just do it one time.
For a start, it's not even required. If he was to explain it to you, it would be out of grace, his good graces, giving you some sort of alternative reason. It is not necessary to provide
It's like a Scientology kind of thing where you need like the knowledge levels.
Listen, dude, it is not necessary to provide an alternative to something which has been falsified. If we can rule out one thing, we don't need to replace it with another thing. We can definitively say, well, it's not this other thing that we were told it was, right?
If you're asking us to prove things, you should be able to kind of reciprocate. So it's like when I say
no, we should not. We should just be able to debunk what you say.
What? Dude,
it's not curvature.
You're putting the positive, but that's fine. Just
Stafter, I'm happy to explain it to you. Okay, how that would occur over a flat surface. But first, I need you to concede that you only have a belief, yeah? You don't have anyone who's directly measured any drop over distance. You don't know who's ever measured curvature, rotation of the Earth, yeah? So what you believe is all just a belief, yeah? So if you want to concede to that, then I'm happy to further the conversation and explain to you how this can occur over a flat surface.
So what I'm conceding to is, again, I want to bring that, like, why is the moon spherical? Why are other planets that we can view
The Earth
spherical?
is not the moon. We're talking about the Earth, not the moon. The Earth is not the moon.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
You're kidding.
The Earth is not the moon.
What I'm saying is, why is every other planet that we can view spherical?
Tell me, how come the floor is not the same shape as the lamps on your ceiling?
What the fuck are you talking about? What?
Talking about?
What?
Oh, wait, actually explain that.
You're the one telling me, look up there, look up to the ceiling, you see the shape, you see the shape of those lamps. Oh, the floor has to be the same shape, because we look up at the lamps.
Okay.
But what are you talking about?
I just had guys, I just had my apartment renovated, right? Hold on, I just had my apartment renovated. A bunch of work was done. I came into the apartment and I wanted to see if the floor was flat or not. So I just looked up at the light bulb, and the light bulb is curved. So now I know my floor is curved. So now I'm calling the builders today to make sure they level out the floor because the light bulbs are curved.
That makes sense. That right there. That makes proper fucking sense. That.
So.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, no,
First of all, you haven't. First of all, there's no evidence that the Earth is a planet. So we can't be a planet like other planets because there's no evidence on the Earth to show that we are actually on planet, that we're a celestial body taking an elliptical orbit around a star. Yeah.
What?
Also, you don't know much about the planets. You don't know what they are. You don't know what.
I agree with that.
Exactly. They appear to you as round, as a disc, right? You don't know if they're spherical. You don't know what they're made of. You don't know their sizes. You don't know their distance. You don't know what medium they exist within. You know nothing.
We do know a lot of what we do know what they're made of.
To be able to compare them with the Earth. Also, when you look up there, you do not see anything familiar that you're familiar with in your direct reality of Earth. Up there. You don't see anything up there that is familiar with your experience on Earth. Nothing.
We do know what they're made of, though. We know that Saturn is a gas giant. We know we know this stuff about these planets, man.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You're told stories like that. Done nothing to validate those claims. You just saw it on TV and you accept it as being a given that those details are true. You don't know those things to be true.
So what is the motivation to fabricate and lie about those things?
Ah, damn it.
They're just the same. It's like a script, bro.
Just concede. Fucking concede. You don't have measurement of drop over distance. Just fucking concede it.
You're not
concede that you're undiagnosed schizophrenic, bro.
Dude, why are you being mean and rude and personally insulting? Why are you doing that? Is that because you don't have an argument?
He's fucking yelling at me, bro.
No, I think you're being really personally insulting because there's nothing more to
Oh man,
say.
he's yelling at
There's nothing
me.
more to say about the
He
point,
doesn't believe
sir.
the
Look,
science.
you're
He's yelling
empty-handed,
at me.
sir. Look, you're empty-handed, and now you're having a go at this guy, being personally insulting. Look,
Claudio.
Yeah.
Once all the scattergun questions are done, we eventually get to why would they lie. Here we go.
Exactly. They just want to jump to step 17 straight away and can't even get past step 1.
But what is the motivation, though? I'm actually curious. Like, what is the
but do you have drop over distance? No, you do not. So concede that. Accept that you don't have that.
Concede that the distance experiment that flat earthers did failed.
Dude, dude, why are you being dumb? Why?
And I was the one being mean, and you're calling me dumb, bro.
You're being purposely dumb.
Calling me mean, bro?
Yeah,
Wait,
nobody
bro,
answered
you
any
don't
of my
trust
questions.
science, bro? Come on,
Nobody
man.
answered any of my questions to clarify anything in regards to what happened on that fake documentary. But
stop quoting
regardless
bullshit
of
all the
that,
time.
Wait, why was it a fake documentary?
regardless of that,
That was a fake,
mockumentary.
man.
It's
Oh, come
just
on,
a
what was it
documentary,
fake?
yeah.
Why was it though?
Anyone?
Okay, I mean, it interviewed
First
like
of
some
all-
of the biggest figures
first of
in
all-
flat Earth, dude.
I don't care who they
The
interviewed.
biggest figures.
Right. So first of all, I'm going to say that they were really stupid when their laser broke. They should not have been using a torchlight because a torchlight is not going to work in the same way as a laser.
Okay.
So the beam is going to spread out. There's problems when it passes through an aperture, and he's standing there holding the light above his head. It's not level. It's not doing anything. Yeah. And all they said was interesting. And what they didn't match the globe or flat Earth because of the instruments they were using. They just shouldn't have used what they used in the end. Very simple.
So they're terrible. They didn't know what they were doing. I agree.
Well, they shouldn't have continued on with a torchlight.
Yeah, and then when it fucked up,
when their
then they had to lift
broke,
when they had to lift
the laser broke,
when they had to lift the board up and go, oh yeah, I can see it now. You're right. Yeah, they fucked up.
But that still didn't measure.
They did fuck up.
That did not measure a globe, and it didn't measure flat. It was inconclusive, and it was due to the instruments that they were using.
Yeah.
Now, again, who's ever measured this drop over distance apart from these claimed flat earthers? Or are you just relying on them?
I mean, like some of the most popular
flat earthers who you rely on?
Yeah, that's what he was asking.
You have no measurement distances. There's no
it's
way
on you guys to prove this, though.
No, it's on you who's making the claim that this somehow debunked flat Earth and proved a spherical Earth.
My argument earlier was it wouldn't matter what distance they used, wherever they used. You're always going to say the negative on top of them if they prove the negative of what you believe in. So, but yeah.
What happens to light as it passes through an aperture?
I don't know. You tell me.
You don't know, but this is your evidence, yeah? This is your proof.
It's not my evidence. It's not my
You're
evidence.
presenting this video.
I am not.
This mockumentary as some type of evidence. So what happens when light passes through an aperture?
Hold on a second. Hold on. I am not the person saying that the world works this way, right?
You're appealing to it. Are you appealing to that particular test that was tried to, attempted?
Is the moon upside down in Australia?
Oh my God! Shut up about the sky already. Who cares? Are you appealing to that section of that documentary as a point to make a point of some sort?
But why can you see the North Star in the southern hemisphere?
I'm holding God to account here.
Yeah, I'm appealing to that. Yeah.
You're appealing to it, right? Okay, so you're appealing to it in some form. I'm not. AJ's not. You are. So you defend it.
Yeah, I'm fine defending it.
In other words, stop talking nonsense. Come on.
What's the problem with the test that they did?
I've just explained it to you like 3 times, and you've completely ignored it and spoken over me.
Well, I
don't even know the details of it. So how do you think you're going to juxtapose our critique of it when you don't know the details of it to begin with? Do we have to explain everything to you?
Well, no, I asked
or
a
the
really
one
good
appealing to
question,
this,
and
you should know these things. If you don't know enough to defend the appeal, then don't make the appeal.
We talked earlier.
But I asked,
make the appeal.
I asked a really good question before I got muted. Why can you see the North Star in the southern hemisphere?
Are we moving on then? Are we?
No,
we're not. We'll go back to it.
That was a really good question, based on a standard of nothing.
I'm happy to answer all these questions, just like I'm happy to answer why ships disappear bottom up. But first, you need to concede, as we've shown very clearly, that you only have a belief. You don't have any knowledge of a globe. It's just a belief that you hold. In fact, it's a religious belief, yeah? So if you want to concede to that, which has been very clear to the audience tonight, then we can move on, and I'm happy to answer anything.
Also, where?
The YouTube audience.
And hello, there's more than one people in this room here. You know that, right? There's a lot of people.
But no, I do understand that. But am I supposed to?
You're asking me to concede to something I don't believe in?
No, you can concede that you only have a belief. You have no knowledge. You don't know who's measured curvature. You don't know who's.
Would you concede the same thing though? That you.
Bro, can I ask a question? How was it measured? How was it measured? No, I want to know now. I want to know now. Bro, it's 24/7 the same question.
Let AJ do his work, his job, please. Shut up.
Oh my gosh, what a man. All right, you guys don't know who's measured rotation or how it was done. You don't know who measured curvature or drop over distance or how it was done. And you can't have gas pressure without containment. So what you hold in your globe is just a belief and nothing more. If you want to concede to that, then we're happy to move on and answer any other question.
Then prove
unless
the other
you have
side,
the
brother.
evidence.
That's fine.
Unless you have the evidence that we've been asking, yeah, because we've answered many of your questions. So you either concede or we don't move on and we stay right here.
Come on, sir. Give us the evidence. Come on.
Come on, bro.
I was muted, so I couldn't, man.
But you're talking now.
Okay, so are you going to concede that you only have a belief and that you don't have any knowledge of these?
You're asking me to concede, but bro, that's all. What you have is a belief.
No. We're not the same. We're not the same, bro. We're asking for the
proof. Changing the burden of proof on us, bro. It's up on you now. You're the one claiming it's a globe. Come on. Give us the evidence.
It's only on the globe, ever.
All right, I'll make a deal with you. I'll give you 2 very basic proofs that the Earth is flat. Yeah, stationary. But first, again, I need a concession that what you hold is just a belief.
And it's not the same. We don't have a belief like you. You have the belief. So.
Now, where's your evidence? Where's
your evidence?
No, we're asking you for the evidence, my friend. We're not going to weasel away from your lack of evidence, sir.
I'm living
You're
on
the one
fucking
claiming it's a globe.
You gotta show me why I'm on a plane.
No, bro. The evidence is you fill a bathtub with the water. It's not sloshing around. There's no tide pool.
Hold on, guys.
Bathtub.
Can I run through
the reason your bathtub's not moving is because we live on a fucking globe, bro.
What?
Right. Now everyone's mute. I asked for measurements of curvature, who did it, how they did it. You guys had nothing. No answer whatsoever. You don't know how we have measured.
AJ, can I ask you a question?
Secondly, we asked for rotation. You didn't have rotation. You don't know that the Earth is curving. You don't know that the Earth is rotating. It's only a belief that you hold. You don't have any knowledge or any facts to present here. No evidence. So if you'd like to concede that it's just a belief, it's very important that you come to this understanding so that we can move on. And then, like I said, I'm happy to offer up evidence of a flat Earth, as well as your other questions on how something could disappear bottom up. But first, we need a concession to see that we're dealing with honest interlocutors. Yeah, that you're going to be intellectually honest here.
All right. Can I rattle off quickly my reasons for disagreeing with you? Like
no. There's no reason. We don't need reasons for disagreeing. We either need a concession or the evidence.
No, let him rattle off.
You're saying that I just have to blindly agree with you? What? Like,
No. You can just give us the evidence that the Earth is a globe, or concede that you don't have the evidence.
So I want to give you guys my basic bullet points as to why.
No, we don't need the basic bullet points. We don't need the basic. We already know those. We either need the evidence that it is a globe, or a concession that you just believe it.
This is what I view as the evidence.
No, we don't need your view. We don't need your view.
Shut up.
We need the evidence that the Earth is a globe. Facts, or just concede, bro. It's fine.
I mean, that's what I'm trying to say, dude. I'm trying to give you the evidence.
What is it? Oh, you're just trying to give the evidence. What
is
wrong with you, bro?
Measurements of curvature and rotation. So please present them.
So my evidence that I would give you, you can see the moon during the day.
No, that's not. That's not what we're asking, bro.
Curvature, what?
That's not what we're asking you. So either evidence that the Earth itself is spinning, curving, and in
I'm giving you things that I'm giving you things that would not be possible on a flat Earth.
No. That's not what we're asking. Do you understand English, right? When we ask you things, you just respond to what we're asking, not things you decide we're asking for. And also, just to be clear, AJ, this guy, he doesn't know what flat Earth is to say, well, I'm giving you reasons why it can't be flat. You don't know what flat is to go against anyway. So don't worry about that. If the Earth is a globe, just give us the proof for that.
You might be like one of the worst debaters I've ever.
You don't know who I am, bro. Just relax. It's not. That's in a debate. We're asking you for the evidence. It's a globe. What debate?
Let me get this straight. So, if we see the moon during the day, Earth a ball. We see the moon during the day, or Earth a ball.
No, because he's going to say, well, on a flat Earth that I've created in my head, it shouldn't work. That's
so he's
horrible,
just presented two philosophies an argument for affirming the consequent.
There's different star constellations in the southern and northern hemispheres. That would be one reason I would give.
Hold on. Before you get into hemisphere, you have to prove that the Earth is a globe first. Before you have a hemisphere on the top and the bottom. So we need the evidence that the Earth is a globe first. You can't stack a bunch of claims on top of each other and hope that they underweight.
Can you guys unmute the guys that are disagreeing
with you?
What about
you? We're talking to you.
You're talking to me, but you're muting people that are
I don't even have mute powers.
No,
Well, then why are you trying to white knight for someone else? Worry about yourself.
Can I white knight for a second?
You're muting like God.
I'm not muting anyone.
He's in pain.
An admin here. I need an admin or is this?
Bro, he's just a troll with his buddies. That's all it is. He's a dumbass. He can't say anything.
Dude, get this dumbass out of here.
Which one? Me?
Facts.
Yeah.
Not me, right?
You're trying to have like a discussion about this shit, but then you're muting people that disagree with you.
You're not saying anything, bro. We already know there's no evidence of the globe. You just need to concede at this point. That's the only option. Just concede and we'll move on.
People get muted when everybody's talking over everybody and no one can understand what's going on. So the others are going to get muted out of the conversation. So the main person who was in the conversation can have that conversation uninterrupted.
Right, so why is Guard 42 muted then?
Fuck him, bro. Don't worry about him.
Right, because I muted him because he was talking over someone else. If you want a white knight, I go to the next level and boot him out. And you might follow. Continue with your conversation. We get to him when you're done.
Facts. So concede or what?
This comes like the way you guys are saying this shit that like you're refusing to even like acknowledge my
for me more.
So you should mute these guys because they're talking over me while I'm talking.
You're stuttering.
Bro, it should be so easy for you to present the evidence of a globe. Why don't you just do that?
Right, where's all the facts, bro?
I've done that like multiple times, and you guys like
No,
yell.
you haven't. You brought up the moon. That's not the Earth.
You're just lying at this point. You didn't do that.
You didn't do that. I've been here. You haven't done
Why are
that.
you lying? Why took a
I've brought up multiple things, and you guys all you do is like yell over me and like
stop,
say,
man. You didn't prove anything. You just took nonsense.
Why is the
So
North
the
Star?
moon,
Why can you see the North Star in the southern hemisphere?
That's a hemisphere. You have to determine that the Earth
For the
is a globe.
globe you claim exists, dude. It's not a proof.
There's your refutation. One sec. Stuffter. There is your refutation. CB gave you a refutation to that. Why are you assuming that you're on a sphere to begin with? To be able to claim hemispheres, you need to show that the Earth is a sphere before that.
Dude, exactly. For you to say like northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere would be like me as a man saying, well, my left tit and my right tit. I don't have tits. Right? Or a woman to be like, well, my left testicle and my right testicle.
What are you
don't
fucking
have testicles.
talking about,
Okay.
bro?
Listen to what I'm saying then, bird brain, if you don't understand what I'm saying, right? You have to have a globe in the first place to have a northern hemisphere and a southern hemisphere. If I'm going to have a left boob and a right boob, I have to be a female. I don't have boobs. You have to prove that you have this thing in the first place.
So you're literally saying nothing, bro. What the hell are you fucking talking about?
Bro. I'll say it again. Listen very clearly. Just be quiet. Hold on a second. Just listen very clearly, right? So if you're going to invoke a northern and a southern hemisphere, the Earth has to be a globe, right? I'm a man. I don't have tits. I can't invoke my left. Dude. Just relax, because it's an analogy to help you understand. Because you're the one claiming you don't get it, right? So we got to help you understand in layman's terms for you. He's still talking. Why is he talking? Why is he talking?
You're not.
Why is he talking?
You're talking to someone else. You're not even talking to me, bro.
Why are you talking? So if you're going to invoke a northern hemisphere, it needs to be a globe first before you invoke it, right? Just like I need to be a woman to invoke my tits that I don't even fucking have.
You're an
so
idiot,
the Earth,
shut the fuck up.
No, that'll be you. The Earth doesn't have any hemispheres for you to invoke unless you determine that first. In the same way.
But you just saying that, you're not giving any evidence. You're just saying that.
I'm not making any argument. It's your claim. It's your claim that there's a hemisphere. So I don't need to make an argument.
It's your claim that there is an hemisphere.
No. I never said that. I'm just saying you have to determine that there is a globe with hemispheres first before you just say, well, there's a hemisphere. That's like me saying, well, my tits that I don't even fucking have.
You sound like a schizo case. What are you talking about?
You're determining things that don't exist without
So what he's doing, critiquing your argument and pointing out the logical fallaciousness of it, because you're assuming the thing that you're trying to prove in the first instance. If you've already decided that the Earth is a globe, then why are you trying to use that as evidence that it is?
Dude, that's not even what I'm saying. I'm giving genuine points, and this dude is going on about he's going on about like having tits or something.
Yeah. Because you're going on about the Earth having a hemisphere, then you haven't determined that. It's an analogy, dummy.
Without the analogy, Stafter, you invoked hemispheres. You're begging the question. It's fallacious reasoning. There's nothing to answer here unless you want to phrase this a different way.
Dude, I don't understand how they don't understand basic analogies. Maybe he does have tits. He's a fucking badass.
Okay. I appreciate that fact that you're trying to have
You're up next.
Hello. Right, and my voice is going, so it won't be.
It's cooked right now.
I appreciate the fact that you're trying to have an intellectual conversation, which is not possible, obviously.
Yeah, it is.
So have a sense of humor, get your shit together, and realize that you couldn't be bothered figuring out if God existed, so you chose to talk about the Earth being flat or a frisbee. Now, I want to hang on. I have not finished. I'm not finished.
I'm not just going to let you ramble, because I'm going to address the first two claims that you made about us, and probably me, because I've been doing most of the talking here, that I haven't been able to find it. I haven't spent the time to find out about God. Well, I actually do believe in God, and I
Yeah,
am a
what is he
Christian.
talking about?
And the Bible tells us that the Earth is flat as well.
Here we go.
Jojo.
So where in the Bible does it say that?
Here we go.
Is that not a legitimate question?
You took the bait, bro.
Okay, I want to know.
Here we go.
There's many places. You can start in Genesis, yeah.
So what?
So all the ancient Israelites all believed that the Earth was flat based off the description given
Okay,
in
listen.
Genesis for the creation.
It's easy to find the Bible passage, right? Can you take 1 minute time and copy me the passage in the chat? I want to read it.
You don't have to ask us for you to go and read the Bible, bro.
Bro, he argues with it, no? So I want to find this argument for myself.
Then just go do it. Why are you asking us?
Yes, he argued with it. He
Why are you
said in the
asking us
Bible
if you
it
could go and
says
do something in your own life? Go do it.
because it would increase the knowledge gain of this debate. Why you're
You
not
don't need our
capable of.
permission to do that. Just go do it.
No. When someone says the Bible says the Earth is flat,
Yeah, then
I
go
am
check.
allowed to ask where it says that. Do you want me to read 5,000
That's not what you
pages of the
asked.
Bible? Yes.
You said, "Well, can I go look?" Yeah, go do it.
Yeah, if you know it in your brain without looking, then don't go look. Then just post it into the side chat, dude.
All right,
It's
whoever
not an
posted,
issue.
bro.
I can tell you where the
Entire
Bible points to a
Bible.
geocentric model, but not specifically a flat Earth, but a geocentric model. Yes.
Okay, do you want to post it in the side chat then?
Joshua 10:13.
Okay, I'm going to read it.
I recommend you read the
Okay,
entire
let's
Bible.
go through this.
AJ, real quick.
Let's go
AJ,
through
this
this
question
quickly.
for AJ. Oh, all right. You trying to cook? Go ahead. I just had a question though, real quick. But if you want to cook,
Yeah, go ahead. Go, man.
I mean, just you can move on to the next point. I'm just curious. The tits analogy. What do you think? Is that good or no? Do you understand? Do you understand what I'm trying to say, or is that guy just bricked?
I understand what you're trying to say.
Right? Because it's like, they're always talking about, whoa, this thing, this hemisphere. Well, what hemisphere? You have to determine that to exist first. So this is called claim stacking, when you start stacking a bunch of claims on each other and hope that the weight of the
Now
claims
he's just
turns
repeating
them
back
into
what you told
evidence.
him. He's just a complete troll, man. He's a
All right,
complete
Yes,
cool.
but
troll.
I'll take it a step further. He gave an analogy earlier, right? And we responded to it. And every time an analogy was put to him, he acted like he didn't know what an analogy was. He would
Oh,
say,
okay.
"What the f are you
Gotcha.
talking about?" Because he
Bro, he's a
doesn't know what
complete
an
troll.
analogy
He's
is.
just
Oh, okay.
repeating
Well,
back
we
what
got
he
a
even
we got a
told him.
W
Analogy.
panel in here. Shout out to the
All right.
panel.
He's a
Well,
total
These
idiot,
guys
man.
get it. Yeah,
For
facts.
God's
Go ahead.
sake.
we normally wouldn't use the Bible as any type of evidence, but I was just addressing what that last person stated, that flat earthers haven't spent any time looking into God. I said, well, I have. I am a Christian. As a further point, I just added that the Bible does support a flat earth, yeah? So I wasn't really trying to present that as evidence of flat earth. But if you want to go briefly into it, I'm happy to briefly cover it.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't think they genuinely care about our answers. When we give it to
Obviously,
them, they're like, "Oh, I don't like
obviously.
your answer." It's
Well,
like,
we can do a
okay.
little side-by-side comparison, yeah? So we're told that the earth has no physical containment, but the Bible says that God created a firmament in Genesis 1:7 that divides water from water. And in 2 Samuel 22:8, the firmament is on foundations, yeah? So appearing to be something solid that requires foundations. The firmament also reaches the ground due to the fact that it is on foundations in 2 Samuel 22:8. Right? The firmament held back the waters from Noah's flood in Genesis 7:11, and God calls the firmament heaven with his throne above in Ezekiel 1:26, right? So there's a big difference between what we're told and what the Bible states in regards to some sort of physical containment to contain gases.
I find it important though that the person willing to ask that question needs to address the answer. So who's
Yes,
the
I
one
was
that
gonna.
asked it?
Yeah, I was gonna see if there would be some acknowledgement to the point he brought up.
Yeah, because there has to be, because we're
Alexander?
not going to just because then like what's the point of AJ giving the effort to give this answer if he's just like spamming questions that he doesn't
Yeah,
even
gonna
care
ask a
about?
new
So
question. 100%.
yeah, exactly, bro. Whoever this is, I'm I like this panel. So where's the person who asked? You're up.
Alexander.
Yeah, you're up, bro. Address what AJ said. Go.
No, listen. We have a debate in side chat all the time.
Here we go.
Oh my God! Can we just talk about what he just asked you specifically? Just that.
Okay, I didn't get the question. Can you repeat the question then, please?
Wait a minute. What?
Okay,
It was
you're
your
asking for
question. He
I
verses.
have listened to your
Oh my
verses.
God!
Oh my god.
Listen, I have listened to your verses and I have responded to them in side chat as well. You have read once ChatGPT to find an answer and I appreciated that.
ChatGPT, bro.
Wait, I doesn't care.
ChatGPT,
Maybe
bro.
whatever, it doesn't care. Even
Here we go, guys. See, this is why we don't answer bullshit questions like that, because they don't even care about the answer. He'll spam a question, then you give your whole heart and soul answering it. And he's like, but I don't even care. Why'd you ask?
Well, for everybody else, we've covered containment, yeah? We can see that there was a firmament. The firmament touched the grounds, and the firmament was on foundations and held back water, something we need for gas containment. We are told that the sun came before the earth, but the Bible says the earth was created first, so another contradiction. Sun and moon were not created till the fourth day in Genesis 1:14. We're told the distance to the sun is 93 million miles, 150 million kilometers, etc. The Bible says the sun, moon, and stars are within the firmament. We're told that the moon is a reflection of the sun. The Bible tells us that there are two great lights in Genesis 1:16 and 18, not a reflector. Yeah, I can keep going
But bro,
further.
AJ, you're pouring your heart and soul out, and he's gonna shit all over
I got
it.
these off the top of my head, man.
I
Sun
know
moves
that's even
backwards in
worse
2
though. It's
Kings.
like they're not even gonna address what you're saying, dude. That's like the worst part of it.
Yeah.
They'll ask a
Well, I'll
silly
give him
question, and they don't even care about the answer.
And
give
also
him one.
Joshua 10:13.
38:14.
And also about Joshua 10:13, where the sun and the moon they stop in the sky for some time.
We can go
during a
all day
war.
with this. We can go all day with this presentation.
So the
So
Bible is definitely
if you
geocentric.
genuinely believe in God, you're delusional.
Transformer alert.
Here we go.
You're believing in a God that was written about before we knew that the earth went around the sun.
Here we go. Earth doesn't move, dude. Where are you getting that from?
We literally go around the sun, like what?
No.
Due to the gravitational
There's no
influence of the sun, we go
Listen,
around.
sir,
Like what?
sir, we don't need you to repeat bedtime stories. Everyone knows better than you anyway. I'm assuming you're in a building right now. You're not moving.
If you genuinely think
there's
that
no
the
if
earth
you
doesn't go
nothing.
around the
Just
sun, you're
relax.
delusional.
Relax. You're in a building right now. You're saying that building is traveling and moving. That is insane, sir.
If you genuinely think that, you're delusional.
No. If you genuinely believe that you're in a building traveling, you're retarded. Period.
Cool. Obviously.
You base your beliefs on people at a time that didn't know that the earth went around the sun.
Relax. Earth
That's what
doesn't
you're
move,
basing
sir.
your entire belief on.
I'm not. This is not a belief. No one's offered
You
you
know
any beliefs.
what? Back
Guys, just
then,
shut 'em up for a
we
second.
assumed it
No.
rained
Yes,
because
shut them
If
up,
you
please.
think,
Can I say something
why are
really
you
fast?
talking like the ChatGPT we spoke to last night?
Okay, can I say something really fast on topic?
Faggot.
Yeah, they
Go.
alluded to the things that. Why do they keep doing this? Yeah, you would say there's in a building. Yeah, obviously in a box. So I would say I'm sitting outside. I'm witnessing a sunrise, and the moon is damn near zenith. So how do you explain that, Crystal?
Oh shit.
All right, so before I get muted again, right?
Yeah, stay on topic. We're trying to stay on topic.
Before
That's why
I get muted again,
You were muted
I
because
want you to
said
answer
all
my
topics.
question. Why are you basing?
Okay, just mute him again. Yeah, keep.
Just mute him, guys.
No
We don't need the ChatGPT. We did this ChatGPT thing last night.
AJ wasn't presenting. AJ was not presenting it as a basis for his belief in his cosmology or worldview. He was just discussing the differences between the what's presented to us in, as far as heliocentrism concerned by astrophysicists and such, what the Bible says. That's all he was doing.
WTW. Hey, funny, you know what's funny, bro? Literally last night we were listening to a chat GPT argue for the globe, and this guy sounds exactly the same. It's crazy. You don't believe that it's a globe? Okay. No, dude. Why would we believe anything? Just belief? You need more than that.
So I'll unmute Crystal now because I did answer the question.
No, the earth doesn't move. No, you're not in a building moving right now.
Yeah, Crystal's gonna talk for an hour and not listening to any of the answers put to Crystal. So I mean, maybe it's pointless.
Yeah, just leave him on mute, probably. For real. Who's this talking right now? I'm not looking at the phone. Who is this?
Flat Earth Ranger.
Wait, Ranger. What up, man? Yeah, this guy gets it.
Well, we've got Samurai Jack in here. Shorthan. Who else we got?
You don't believe the Earth goes around the sun? I've never seen anything go around the sun ever. Nothing.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
No, you can't.
No. You said you support.
Have you seen anything go around the sun?
You
anything?
Support what's in the Bible, right?
No.
So you don't?
Nope.
So everything about the firmament that was mentioned earlier, you don't believe in?
That was someone else.
No, I'm asking you.
Me?
Are you trying to put flat earthers in a bubble?
I'm asking you based on what was mentioned earlier.
Other guy
right now.
All right, Crystal. That was me, and I'm going to repeat it one more time. There was another person who claimed that I wasn't a Christian. I said that I was, and I stated that the Bible also supports a flat earth. I wasn't presenting the Bible as evidence of the flat earth. I don't do that in here. It was for that person in particular, and I gave a brief comparison that somebody asked for between what we're taught and what it says. Do I believe the Bible? Yes, I do. Is that why I came to flat earth? No, it wasn't.
Is that why all flat earthers came? Yeah, you can't assume, right?
I was a flat earther before the Bible.
Were you into the Bible before flat earth?
No, I was flat earth before Bible.
So, since you support what's in the Bible, do you mix and match fabrics?
What?
In the Bible, it explicitly says you should not mix
Bro, just relax, bro.
Crystal, I'm trying to answer your question. You don't have to keep stating it. No, I do mix fabrics because I'm not under Levitical law.
See, this is a severe case of everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. They'll find
I made no mention of flat earth.
And already cut you off. First of all,
I made no mention of flat
hang on. I just started talking.
All right, let him
I'm
finish
talking about religion.
Let him finish his sentence
Jesus.
first. Take your mic off. Yeah, just listen to the sentence and then respond.
That's crazy, bro. But like everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome, right? So, I mean, this has gotten as bad as flat earthers say 2 + 2 is 4, and they'll be like, yeah, but. So if you bring up the Bible, they'll be like, yeah, but it says you can't mix materials or cloth or whatever. That doesn't mean the Earth's not flat, bro. Come on,
How is it even relevant?
Buddy, I don't know if you know this, but I never once made any claim about the Earth.
Here we go. That's your problem.
If you're asking what I believe the Earth
Goofy.
is, I believe the Earth is a cube.
Mute him. Troll. Done.
Yeah, that's cool.
Next.
Thank you.
We're done here. He said, guys, I haven't even talked about the Earth. Yeah, that's a problem, dude. That's what we're here for. What the fuck?
The user T, he wanted to explain everyone why the Earth is flat. Is he allowed to?
Yeah, that's part of the thing. We identify whether or not the person we're talking to is honest with themselves, intellectually reasonable, you know.
I think he's a flat earther, so.
What?
No, they explicitly stated cube earther, so are you wrong?
Who?
Never mind. Typical.
I'm not. No one. Who mentioned cube earther? I don't.
Yeah, the person you just said was a flat earther, they explicitly said that they believe the Earth is a cube.
He is arguing since 2 hours in the side chat with me that the Earth is flat, so I'm not 100%
All right,
sure
did
what
you
he thinks.
actively ignore what they just said?
No, I didn't see.
Cool beans.
That's
They have
crazy.
posted a cube GIF. Is that the Ferma cubist? That's not the T guy. That's Prince of Adam, not the T guy.
Real quick. Guard 42. I'm not a moderator. Thank you. I'm not a moderator.
Me neither. And shout out to Price of Adam as well.
So now you got even a shout out. That's funny.
The guy you're talking about is not Price of Adam. The guy who said it.
I'm talking
not
about
Price of Adam.
at TEE. This guy with 3 letters in his name.
All right, well, don't worry about him, bro. He's a troll.
I don't think so. Okay,
Well,
anyway, then.
All right. Do you think the Earth is a cube? Do you think the Earth is a cube?
Bro,
And now
the cube has been mentioned in the side chat now once in 2 hours. I have not even seen it because I have started talking in the VC. But now I have seen it, obviously. What do you mean? But that was not part of the discussion for 2 hours, I can tell you that.
You gotta put your hearing ears on. No, hold on.
Sorry, I lagged out. Maybe you lagged out, I'm not sure. Can you repeat? I'm lagging again.
Mentioned 30 seconds ago. Maybe a minute ago. 2 minutes ago. Less. Yeah.
You're roboting pretty hard, boy.
Yeah.
Oh, you are lagging, dude. No one is understanding anything what you're saying. So AJ, before you ask this guy, how was the Earth measured, right? So can you explain how the Earth was measured then?
I'm asking for any evidence of curvature. Who's actually directly measured the Earth, showing drop over distance, curvature?
I am asking for evidence that disproves curvature. Is that possible to get here in this film?
No, you can't prove curvature. No.
No, you can disprove it, right? You can disprove it, right?
Disprove what? You said you can
prove it or disprove it.
How do you disprove something that doesn't exist?
Alexander, the questions, they came in, asked questions, we answered. Then I asked my questions. The first question was, who's ever shown the Earth to be curving, showing a drop over distance from horizontal? Because this would be a requirement.
I understand.
Okay, so this would be a requirement if the Earth was indeed a sphere or a ball or an oblate spheroid. It needs to be curving, yeah? So you're not going to reverse the burden of proof. I'm going to hold you to the same standard as I held the other guys.
Would you be kind enough?
Do you know who has done this? Okay. And if not, please just concede that it's just a belief on your behalf.
Okay. Hey, listen, I cannot answer any of them questions. That's my premise for this. Would you be so kind and open the site chat first? Would you be so kind? Let me answer, please. Would you be so kind and open the site chat?
No, we don't answer questions, bro.
And check what I have posted tonight at 12 o'clock. All them questions you're asking them, I have posted the exact same questions what's happening in here 15 hours ago or whatever, 12 hours ago.
We don't answer questions.
So I cannot answer any of them questions, okay? I promise you I'm not intelligent or knowledgeable enough to answer the question. Can you disprove me the questions you are...
Hold on. First of all, then, you're admitting that what you have is just a belief. No knowledge, no evidence. You just believe you're on a ball because you've been told that.
I have no proof for curvature. I have no proof for a round ball, okay? I don't believe anything NASA says. I'm just saying I don't...
You just believe that you're on a ball. You have no knowledge of it.
Can you prove me that you are not believing?
Can you answer his question?
Yes, I have only a belief.
Everyone that starts talking, you're interrupting everyone as soon as they start talking. Yeah, you're doing that.
Can we just make it
right now?
Okay.
I'm
doing that. I do that. I did that. I don't know. I believe. I have only a belief, and I don't even have a belief. But anyway, I have no knowledge which proves that the Earth has a curvature.
Facts.
Okay, so do you have knowledge and prove to me how you tested there is no curvature?
Well, that would be because the Earth is measured to be flat. Do
So
you
how is
understand
the
what
Earth?
plane? Do you understand what plane surveying is?
Can we please make an? Can we please?
He's not
Yes.
tracking the conversation. He's ready to respond as soon as you start talking.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, do you know or understand what plane surveying is?
No, please explain to me.
So, plane surveying is theodolite surveying and employs a theodolite, which is an advanced surveying instrument, to measure horizontal and vertical angles, assuming the Earth is flat, out to 250 miles squared.
So how have you tested this? Or
This
who
is
has
plane
tested this?
surveying. This is from civilengineering.com. Plane surveying. This is how plane surveying is done, out to 250 square miles. The Earth is measured as flat, measuring horizontal and vertical angles accurately. Earth is not curving.
I have to open this website. Okay, I want to check what you're saying.
There we
Just
go.
search over what distance is plane surveying done, and what is plane surveying.
So planesurveilling.com, right? Yes, that's correct. Okay, I might be misspelling, but I can.
PLANE.
I have downloaded in the side chat. The website doesn't exist. Can someone correct me, maybe?
Here we freaking go, bro.
Wait, why? I'm interested, brother. Okay, so that website doesn't exist, I think, but it doesn't care. So people have
It's
measured.
not just nothing, because I just clicked on it and
He
it
said it's
opened and I
nothing.
read the website.
Okay, no, I've misspelled. I have texted in the side chat. Please copy the real link then. Bro, I've asked for that.
That might be a country thing, because I can open that link.
Jetty.
But it says it right there. Assumes Earth's surface to be flat.
Damn.
Measuring horizontal and vertical angles.
Okay, it's not planesurveying.com. It's civilengineerdk.com. All right. So, okay, so what you're saying, a group of people has actually measured the non-curvature, right?
Non-curvature.
If that makes sense. So, do we believe that group of people
No, planar surveying out to 250 miles squared. Now, if you were to just make that a square, that'd be 16 mile sides. Over that 16 miles would be about 116 feet of missing curvature, which is all measured with horizontal and vertical angles over a flat surface to that distance, showing that the Earth is measuring as flat and not curving as claimed. So there's number one. Number two, geodetic surveying, again, using linear and angular observations. Yeah. Measuring well-defined triangles that are formed on the surface of the Earth. So using triangulation, where there are then initial calculations to calculate these plane triangles back onto a presupposed sphere that wasn't measured, where you then end up with spherical excess. So again, measured plane triangles, linear and angular observations, measured to be flat. Next example.
So, no, wait. I'm sorry. But how? I mean, how
You've
do we
asked for
measure?
examples of how the Earth is flat. I've given them to you. I've given you
Okay,
two.
then let's go
I
to
told
the
you
next
I'd give
one.
you three. You asked for them.
Okay.
You
I'm
don't understand
listening.
what's going on. You
Yeah,
don't
that's
understand
true.
what plane surveying is. You don't understand what geodetic surveying is. You don't know how plane triangles measure the surface of the Earth as flat. You don't understand how a linear or horizontal angle is measured. Yeah, so where do we go from here? Apart from moving on to something more simple, which would be that just water finds and seeks level or flat when at rest.
So if you are measuring 200 miles, right, it could also say the Earth maybe is just in radius 100,000 times bigger than they are telling us.
No.
I'm just saying that would be a possibility, right?
That's not a possibility, no.
Also, nearly no one who has ever used a tool like this shown in the picture. Wait, I want to. Why am
Sorry,
I?
we're not going to move
you're
on. That's
incorrect,
not a
and you're not just going to
possibility.
keep rambling on, yeah, because everything that they claim, such as orbits and rockets and all the other bullshit, is all based off that radius value. If that radius value is debunked, then the whole globe model as proposed is debunked.
It's not bigger. Facts.
Look, I'm not saying that these experiments are not nice and interesting and that they're
It's not an
might be true.
experiment. It's a measurement.
Okay,
Yeah?
I'm not
It's
saying
a
these
measurement.
measurements will be wrong or are wrong. I'm just saying at the moment there is an unknown website talking about something.
No,
It's not
this is
unknown website.
plane
Think we
survey.
give a fuck about that?
No, I don't. But the reality is obviously that doesn't prove anything by definition. That's just like crazy to believe.
Saying that maybe it's 100,000 times bigger proves literally nothing because that's
I'm
just
saying
the
it was good.
What it proves is that the surface of the Earth measures to be flat. They are not measuring curvature when they're doing plane surveying.
Even I don't know where you people living, but I live in Switzerland, and even by our flat Earth standards, we have not have a straight line more than 500 meters. We have hills and whatever everywhere. So there is no
water.
Yeah, maybe try the water. Maybe go to the water, bro.
I have already said the videos of Effie Batman are interesting, so I'm not arguing against them.
Hey, what's going on, Jedi? I see you trying to get in. What's going on?
Yeah, what's up, man? Yeah, what's up, guys? What's up? No, he's just saying silly stuff because he lives in Switzerland because there are mountains. The Earth isn't flat.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you will never be able to measure 200 kilometer straight line because there is no straight line for 200 kilometer. Even if the Earth is flat,
go to the water.
Yes, I understand that, brother. Okay, I understand the words.
Cool.
I have seen the YouTube videos. I have seen the YouTube videos where they have done that.
Okay.
Okay, it's interesting. It's not proof 100% because who am I to say that they are not controlled opposition who post that?
Here we
but
go.
Maybe, yeah, obviously, who are you to understand that fully? We'll never know.
I tested my own shit, bro. I didn't just watch YouTube videos. Go test your own life.
Have you? Okay, let's have you tested.
Yeah, the distance so you can see over the water. Any rando can just Google how far can the human being see. It'll say like, well, if you're 6 foot, you can see 3 miles.
You have to understand that you are bringing headlines all the time, and
That's
all
not
this
headlines. It's math.
For
it's
all these headlines, for all them headlines,
bro. It's not headlines. It's called math.
Okay, for all them claims, all arguments you're bringing, there is an official anti-claim and anti-argument.
No, it's not a claim. It's just the math that's tied to this claim. Right? Okay, look, if I say to you, I am a 6 foot tall person, and you're like, okay, great. Well, then there's going to be some math tied to that claim. Well, if you meet up with me and you go to measure me, well, there have to be 72 inches there. It's required. It's not just some claim, 6 foot equals a certain distance. So the same thing applies with the, holy shit, dude. The same thing applies with the globe. If they're claiming it's a certain size, well, there's going to be math attached to that size. It's not just random claims made by random people.
Look, every Batman video, right, from one post to the another post anywhere in Australia, you will find it if you want to look it up. He has in the description, it says what the city or whatever it is where he starts his scope. So I have done on Google Maps or Google Earth, whatever, the distance between his actual spot. Obviously, it was not directly announced in any coordinates, whatever, but I have done my best to calculate the distance of his Zoom, okay, of his Zoom experiment. And I think if my calculations have been right, the distance of the 2 points should be 60 kilometers, and the Earth curvature should be something around 129 meters. Okay. So the point is now that would actually prove, obviously, that the curvature is definitely not what they're telling us. But now the issue is, right, I have used Google Maps for it to understand the distance between these 2 points, you see. So they already, by definition, by every implementation they are doing, they are already presenting me false facts. I have never been in real life maybe a distance of 60 kilometers away. Maybe it was just 10 or 20 or 30. We just have a different perception, or Google Maps is just faking it to us. So you see, as soon as you change one variable of your experiment or one variable of your measurement, which is not fully controlled by yourself, and that's so difficult in that kind of, you can never be 100% sure, because there is no 100% in that case.
Dude, you talk a lot of shit.
Oh, shit.
Bro, okay, doesn't care, dude.
Oh, shit.
You ain't said nothing, man. Is a calculation a measurement?
Oh, shit.
I don't know if a calculation
you
is a
don't
measurement.
know. You don't know.
No.
All of a sudden, you're knowledgeable about math, but you don't know if a calculation is the same as a
No,
measurement. That's weird.
I'm not knowledgeable about math. I'm knowledgeable about that I maybe have used a tool called Google Maps, which is already deceiving me.
So you don't know if a measurement is the same as a calculation.
For me, a calculation is something like a subtraction. No, I don't need to. Oh, okay. We add centimeters. It might be a calculation then.
All right. When you go to the shoe store, and you want to know what size your foot is, are they going to use calculations, or are they going to measure your foot? Which
They're
one are they
gonna
going to
measure it?
All right. So is a measurement the same as a calculation? I ask again. Yes.
I don't know. In any case, bro, I'm not a
Oh, now you don't know.
How should I know
You
that
knew like
question?
5 seconds ago. You knew 5 seconds ago when you went to the shoe store, but now you just forgot.
You open a debate with me, asking me
It's not a
questions.
debate.
You always
No, this isn't a debate.
okay, whatever
This
it
is
is,
not a debate.
whatever it is, it doesn't care.
What this is
are opening.
We're exposing people like you.
You are not
because
exposing
you think,
anyone.
Yeah, you are. We're exposing you. So you don't know what a measurement and a calculation are. You don't know the difference between those two. But when I told you about going to a shoe store, you damn sure knew the difference. Now you don't know again.
Do you want to tell me that even if a measurement is a calculation, that Google Maps could not be faked or what? Are you trolling me now?
I don't give a shit about Google.
Are you trolling me now?
I don't give a shit about Google. I want you to tell the audience.
Obviously, you don't give a shit about the obvious flaw in that kind of experiment.
I'm talking. So what you're not telling the audience is that you don't know what measurement and calculation are. You don't know the difference between those two. But when I told you about the shoe store, you understood. Do you know the difference between a calculation and a measurement? Yes or no?
Yes, I know the theoretical, practical difference of a calculation and a measurement.
Okay. So if we're going to say that you know the difference between a measurement and a calculation, has the Earth been measured, or are you just using calculations that you're referring to when it comes to Google?
Okay, bro, but listen, our scientists,
okay,
right?
Bro,
I believe they are fake. Listen, I believe
I
they're
don't
fake.
give a shit about you saying that they're fake. I'm asking you a question. When you looked at Google,
I don't know how the Earth is measured. Are you crazy asking me a question? I posted 700 times today in the chat, exactly predicting that that's going to be the question.
So now you don't know shit.
Well, how can I know? How can I know as a not mathematician know what the theoretical definition, the difference between a calculation? Whatever, dude. Everyone knows how to use a lineal, and everyone knows how to do 2 times 2. Okay, you are not asking clever questions.
Clever questions.
What? That's just ridiculous. That's just deceiving. You're just trying to force me to answer something you already know. No one has an answer.
Okay, hold on. The guy just asked you if he was a certain size. Obviously, he's not just going to tell you he's a certain size. He's actually that size. So if you were to meet him and you measure him,
God damn.
Right.
So I understand now because if
right, you're gonna let me finish.
You're
gonna let me finish. So basically, if you meet him, you could actually measure to see how tall he is, and voila, you're gonna find out that he's that tall as he said he was. So there's math Hold on, Alexander. So there's math to how tall he is. So when you measure him, you're going to find out that he's as tall as he said he was. Now, using that same analogy, when you talk about the Earth, you're going to hear the Earth is a certain size. The problem is calculations are not the same thing as measurement. So when you go outside to see if you could measure the surface, then you're going to find out it's not what they're telling you. You understand? Measurement
But
and calculation are not the
I don't
same.
even know how to measure the surface, brother. Do you know?
All right, then.
Oh my
That's the
God.
problem. That's the problem that he was telling you. When he used the like how tall he was, there's a certain math to how tall he is and how you can figure that out. But it has nothing to do with your calculations of how tall he is. It has everything to do with you verifying the measurement of how tall he is. That's what he's telling you. Now think about the Earth that way.
Can I answer it, please? Can I answer it, please?
Well, what do you want to say?
In the size of a man, okay, on the size of a man, you have 100% of all needed physical evidence in front of you to measure it 100% correctly. In a size,
What is this guy even saying, man? Like, holy
That's not what
if you don't,
Eratosthenes did,
yes,
sir.
in a size of measuring the flat Earth, you will forcibly
Flat Earth.
need to.
Flat Earth.
Sorry.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Now
whoa.
you ain't getting away that easy. You're not getting away that easy. We're not talking about flat Earth. Your globe Earth. You better go back to your globe that you didn't measure.
So this
What do you
is
mean
the
your
flat
flat
Earth
Earth?
channel, right?
No, this is the people.
So the flat Earth channel should have an interest. Can I ask something?
Relax, buddy.
No. We're not going to go off to your wonderland of trying to ask flat Earth questions. You don't even know your claim that
Okay.
the Earth is a globe if it's been measured.
And we
So
are
we're going
back
to start there.
to the seventh or eighth time at the exact same point. You have been with everyone before today in this conversation. You have reached no knowledge and no gain for any
Relax, bud.
debate, brother. This is the same outcome.
It's
We are
not
not
about
answering
us
any globe
bridging
talk question.
knowledge.
You
It's
prove to us
about you
first that
bridging
it's
it.
not a globe. It's not a
You don't
globe.
even
You prove
realize you
to
just
us.
fucking snatched your own wig off.
Yeah,
You're saying, well,
yeah.
you
You
can't
crazy
see
people.
let me just say
Even
this real
God.
quick, guys. He's like, well, you flat earthers aren't measuring the whole Earth. Yeah, what globe earther did that? Eratosthenes didn't do that. He measured 2 sticks, like 500 stadia apart. That's not measuring the whole Earth. Relax with your double standards, bud.
He
Did he
ran like
leave?
little.
He
Yeah,
left. What
he
a
ran like a beta.
fucking loser.
He ran like a beta. Beta.
How's he gonna say, well, you didn't flat earthers didn't see the whole Earth? Yeah, well, they didn't do that with the globe either. The fuck?
He's all like, well, it's not your flat Earth measurement. Like, bitch, you didn't even measure your fucking globe. Well, flat Earth measurement. The fuck out of here.
Get the fuck out of here, man. Oh man. That's
You know the
crazy.
23 skidoo doesn't work on me, man. So I don't know what you better get on get. Fucking trying to play that old switcheroo.
Ronald McDonald in here.
Fuck out of here.
Jeez, man.
Who's next on the chopping block? What do we got?
While we figure that out, that's got to be one of my biggest pet peeves of the double standards. Well, we as globe earthers, we put 2 sticks in the ground, just a little distance apart, and that's how we know about the whole Earth. But you flat earthers, you need to explore every single stretch of the Earth. Like what?
Yeah, the double standard.
Hell no.
All right, do we got any 10 toes down globers in here? Because the last one was a beta.
Yeah, that last one was awful. Yeah.
Oh, it's pretty
that?
bad.
That last one was very bad quality in terms of even trying.
Who, Alexander? Yeah, he was here earlier or yesterday. Some shit. Yeah, absolutely shred these idiots. I need more. More.
More. More.
Line them up like fucking bowling pins, man. Let's knock them down.
Who's next? Should we go through the panel? Who's Booger Smoker? What kind of name is that?
Let's get some of these. What the hell kind of name is that? Some of these lurkers, man, are just like, waiting for their champion to come in here. And then
There's
they'll
no
cheer.
champion. Oh, the cheerleaders. That's cute.
Little cave troll hiding out. What's up, Jedi? We got some people.
Booger Smoker. Go ahead. Booger Smoker is hot micing. Go ahead, friend. How are you, sir?
Oh, my bad.
No, I mean not. You don't. No, I'm saying like you have a live mic. So go ahead, brother. What's going on with you?
Nothing. I just came in here to see what you guys are talking about.
Well, we came to see what you're talking
about Globe Earth, man. We're all about the Globers.
Nah, I figured.
100%, man.
It says on the top 24/7 Globe Earth.
Thanks, Brendan.
Oh shit! Put him on mute, man. Quick.
Put him on mute. Yeah, get me Alpha.
It says flat Earth, but all we do is talk trash about globe Earth.
What?
Facts.
We're really about the globe Earthers. Talking trash.
I'm saying that.
Globe is trash, though.
Let
So
me-
why wouldn't you? I mean,
Yeah,
why
can I
would
do
the
flat Earth proof? Can I do?
Can I do
Do
the
it?
flat Earth?
The direct level flight. Can I do it? Is there a glob indicator, or yes or no?
Wait, a flight?
The fuck?
He's talking about pitch angle data.
What's going on there?
Is that like season 6?
He's trying to talk about pitch angle data.
Yeah, that's great. We're looking for a fucking baller in here. Where is he at?
I know.
We need to run him through the grinder a little bit.
Oh, ballers, come out and play.
Is that,
Look, man,
how do you guys explain, like, I don't know, let's say people like me tend to believe the Earth is flat, space is fake, but I like following, like, Starship and SpaceX and all that bullshit. Like, I don't know what to do about it.
I'd say just go full globetard. That's all I'd say. Just turn yourself over to them.
I can't unsee what I've seen.
Turn yourself over to them so that we can properly give you the good shellacking that you need right now. Like, give yourself to them.
Unsee what I've already seen. I can't. That's it.
Well, then you're
Once
not
I've
a
seen
fucking.
it, can't go back.
Well, then you can't be a glober, then, can you?
I'm not. I didn't say I was. I'm not. But
what?
I don't know. I kind of like following like Starship and shit.
But you like?
Why is that? Why is that a problem? Like, why do you think we'd be pissed off about that? I don't get it.
No, I'm just saying, man. If you like all that shit, do you think that's real? Do you think they're actually going somewhere, or are they taking your mind somewhere? What do you think is going on there?
They're taking my mind somewhere. No, I think they're taking my mind somewhere. But sometimes I love like letting them do it, like letting them take my mind.
The fuck? Yeah, you're pretty strange. I gotta say.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of dreaming? I mean, like, I think you're mistaking like some kind of abduction for like, you know, what your brain just does when you go to sleep.
What? That shit didn't make no sense, man. It's a word salad you just said.
Nothing's made sense for the last 2 minutes.
No shit. If this guy wants to fool around with like the idea of space and whatnot, like fucking playing footsies under the table with his mistress when his wife's sitting next to him, some shit like that. What he sounds like he's talking
about. That's the thing. I don't know how to explain it. I'm like watching Starship. I'm like, I don't think it's really going somewhere. Probably not going anywhere. But I still like watching it, following it, like seeing the developments. I don't know.
And the grand scheme of things, who gives a fuck? Because like the whole thing is built on a faulty premise, right? The Earth is a globe, fucking yada 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 yada. You know.
The point is, remember, if it wasn't there anymore, you wouldn't miss it, and that's the real key thing. So you don't really like it, because if you really liked it, you'd miss it if it was gone.
Yeah. Even if it was real, hell no, I'm not getting into that spaceship. I'm not going to Mars.
Even if it was real.
They all can go to Mars. I'm staying here.
Even if Narnia was real and we could go through a wardrobe, I mean, right?
I'd go to Narnia because I like fantasy. I like witches and orcs and elves. I like it, so I'll go to Narnia.
Well,
but I'm
I
not
know you
going to
like-
Mars. Fuck Mars.
He doesn't get the analogy.
Yeah, he doesn't. That's all right. Maybe that's why he's.
I do get it. I do.
What's the analogy then? What is it?
That space is just a fantasy imaginary place, just like Narnia.
Yes, it's my good guy. Fair play to you. You did get that correct. Well done.
What?
I said fair play to you. You did get that correct. Well done.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying that if either of them was real, right? If either of them was real, I'd rather go to Narnia because I prefer like a fantasy world with magic and elves rather than sci-fi with
rather
spaceships.
go to reality? Why do you have to go to this imaginary fairy tale land that you created for yourself?
Because it's more fun than reality.
What's not fun about reality? So reality isn't fun?
Most of the time, no.
Really? Wow, what a sad, pathetic life you must lead.
Think about it this way, right? Most people play video games. Why do people play video games? Like, why do you, so I don't know, play Baldur's Gate 3 or Space Marine or like, why do you play these games? It's to escape and have a bit of fun, right? So I get what you're saying. It's not that you're trying to say that I don't want to live in reality ever, but sometimes a nice escape can be good to take your mind off things. I think that's what you're saying.
Exactly.
Yeah, but with SpaceX?
I mean,
I wouldn't go that far, obviously. I think video games
yeah, you're talking about
good.
going and sitting by the lake and like having a daydream.
He took it to SpaceX and fucking all that other shit. I mean,
that's bullshit, obviously.
He's looking at rockets go up and like, damn, that shit's going to Mars.
No, maybe he.
No, I'm not. I know it's not going.
Maybe
I know it's not going. That's the thing.
Good.
Well, then I don't know what you're doing then, because you like the fairy tale. I get that, because that in one instance it's a fantasy. That thing's actually going to a place that you imagine it going. But there's a whole other thing where you see that thing going up and you're following all the developments of it, and then they're saying they're going to a place. So it's not. You know what I'm saying? Like
just like the coronavirus, that stuff was put down our throat, but the coronavirus, I don't think that was real. It sounded pretty fake. Like a pancake Earth, flat as a pancake, coronavirus.
Let's just meet him.
Yeah, and he's like he's conflating his glob cosmology of this fear-based thing, and it's like, yeah, for you to be afraid, you'd have to have something to be afraid of, and for you think the Earth is curving out from underneath an airplane when it's flying level. Like, you should be afraid.
But it's like, okay, again, I'll try to phrase it. I know space is fake. Starship ain't going anywhere. But occasionally, I'd like go on YouTube and watch these videos and go, oh shit, they managed to catch the booster. Like, I myself ponder, how does that work out in my mind? Why does it work out? Why do I have fun watching them catch a fucking booster while I know it's all fake?
Have you ever flown an airplane, like a drone yourself? You ever had a remote control RC car? I think it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Awesome.
But Gina, a lot of the time it's just a question of suspense, so something's about to happen and it could go wrong. There's some probability, so there's suspense, and that's what you're more interested in.
Yeah.
Because you like suspense in other areas, like politics or whatever, right? So in this area, it's like there's suspense, even though you don't care about rockets.
All right. Okay. So do you think right, SpaceX, right? Did they really catch a booster, or was it like CGI? All right, and I'm not saying, the booster went to space and back. No, it didn't go to space, but did they still catch it, whatever it is?
Yeah, the giant chopsticks caught the spaceship in the in midair. Yep.
Yeah,
no CGI, right? Yeah. They just managed to do a ballet with the rocket engine.
What's wrong with that? Like, what's wrong with that? Like,
that's
I have
possibly
no
what happened.
problem
Because
with
that was on the
any of
ground.
this. Like, you're using a
People
flat
witnessed
Earth
that.
reference frame. You're shooting a rocket up. You're leveling it out. Like, it's all flat Earth proof. Like, I have no problem with it. Like, you seem to think it's like some miracle thing, and you're like crying about it.
I was crying, man.
No, I mean, people on Twitter were literally crying because it's like you're progressing humanity forward. Like we caught a little Elon's rocket on the
No one
chopstick.
said that.
There was people crying on Twitter. I wasn't associating you. I'm just saying people that believe the same as you were crying on Twitter. It's like a whole hour.
Just stop. God's sakes.
What are we gonna do with the recaptured rockets? Who cares?
That's fine. I don't even know why we're talking about that shit.
Exactly. It's quite possible they caught it, but even if they didn't catch it, who cares? Just a rocket. They could catch it, quite possibly. Yeah, why not? So what?
Yeah, they can catch a rocket. They can't catch a rocket. Nobody really cares about the whole. It's just distractions.
Exactly. It's a complete distraction. Like, in other words,
Anyways,
look at this stuff popping off, and the real thing gets missed.
Globe.
Yeah, globe. Who said that? Go and chime in.
That's me. What's up?
Truth. Where the new globers at?
It's looking like a globe in here. Up
How
here,
about-
around here, wherever the fuck I am.
How about Jonathan? What's up,
That
Jonathan?
globe Earth.
It's the fucking funny hour, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. We got Jonathan in here. Can ask him. Jonathan, you there? Or how about Vadoxity? Vadoxity. Are you there?
I'm just a lurker. I'm just
Seriously?
getting dressed. I'm about to go racing, so I can't make an
All right.
argument right now.
All right, but you are for Globe, right? Maybe next time we can put.
You're damn right. I'm for the globe.
Let's.
Why do you guys do that though? Why do you guys?
Dude, give me like
you just
5
say I'm
minutes,
about
man.
to be racist?
Because why can I take an airplane from New York to Europe, drive across Europe into the west or the east side, and then take a China flight to California?
How can I go around in a circle?
You're doing a circle in a puddle, sir. At that
How does
point.
a circle happen? Exactly. Yeah.
How do you go around in a circle? Is that literally a question? How do you go around in a circle?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah. You did a big circle in a big puddle, sir. That's all you did.
That was easy. What else you got?
Next.
Oh, he's getting ready for whatever racing or some shit.
Hey, you got the double.
He was racing some go karts. Oh, you're gonna race some go kart this afternoon, yeah?
I thought you said he was getting ready to go be racist.
He's going to be circling around in his car.
No,
Yeah, he better watch out where he's going to be racist at.
It's autocross. It's parking lot.
My bad. I thought he was gonna go race thing. Oh, my bad.
No, he did. I was just taking the piss. He's getting his big white pointy hoodie ready, and he's off to meet his mates.
They're gonna have a smashing time, eh?
Yeah, something like that. So no,
What
no global
do you guys
evidence
think
today,
of
then?
Aboriginals? Abos, those Australian guys. Those
What?
guys aren't even human, right?
What?
They, those guys, yeah, just like us, they live on a flat Earth.
Somebody whacked him overhead with the mute button, huh? That was nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, shame about that.
Yeah, Vadoxity. I mean, come on. Is that the best you got?
Vadoxity.
Give us another argument at least before you leave.
Even all of the non-humans on Earth live on a flat Earth. It's weird. It's like cats and donkeys and giraffe. They all live on a flat Earth.
Do sharks live on a flat Earth though? They're in the water.
They do.
Was.
Sharknado also lives on a flat Earth.
Yes, sir. The ocean floor is flat, sir. Hence, they call it the ocean floor.
Vadoxity, what's up, man? Another argument. One more for the road. Let's go. You can unmute your mic while you're tying your shoes, man. Come on.
You got a lot more faith in these globers than some of the rest of us.
Yeah, I just want to hear some. That argument wasn't even. Everybody kiboshed it in like 5 seconds. That was easy.
I can fly to China, therefore the floor is a ball.
Yeah, exactly. Took a flight to New York City. Earth's pretty much a globe, eh?
Yeah, I went in one direction and I came back to the same place, so I must be on the ball.
Yeah, exactly.
Must be a ball. Can't be anything else.
You could unmute Nick for loads of fun. That guy's an endless, like, dumpster fire. There's like no end to it. Go ahead, Nick.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm welcome back, huh? Nice. I apologize from from earlier.
People just want to hear a brain actually falling downstairs, so that's why I unmuted you.
What about if it fell in a circle?
Good point.
No.
Like flying like the last one. Good one.
So it's like a slinky brain.
Yeah.
Perpetually falling downstairs. All right, what's your argument for the
book?
Well, I mean, me, right? My argument. Do I only get to pick one? I guess my best argument would be the lack of evidence that supports anything other than a circular Earth. Yeah, the absence of a flat Earth proof.
You fucking weasel.
Yeah, but you can measure.
Gotcha, nigga.
You can measure the Earth flat though. So why is there a lack of evidence?
Yeah, there's no need to continue talking to people throwing out racial slurs. So yeah,
That's just how he speaks. I'm just kidding.
They say lack of flat Earth evidence as if we haven't got many laser tests, mirror flash tests, etc. They just say these things.
Told you his brain was falling downstairs.
True. Through.
Matrix, you're really slamming on your keyboard, brother.
I was muted, man.
No, before you muted, I heard you slamming on that son of a bitch. Like pop, 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 pop.
Okay. I thought I was muted the whole time. Anyways.
No. You muted yourself after a couple of punching of the keys.
Those keys deserved it, though.
Yeah. They got it good. Naughty keys. Is AJ here? What's up, AJ? Freaking Globers. Dost thou leave me so unsatisfied? Fuck, I guess I'll go Netflix and chill then. Were you still driving around London? Crypto?
Sorry?
You still driving around London right now?
I didn't hear you again, so sorry.
Are you still driving around London right now?
No, I'm not in London at the moment. Oh, it might be late though. We shall see what the day brings.
It's lunchtime for you over there right now.
It's actually clear blue skies today. I'm amazed. Feels like I'm in Arizona or something.
You mark this down on your calendar. Tomorrow's gonna be gray skies again.
I was amazed. There's not a cloud. Well, there's a couple of clouds in the sky, but they're very, very sparse.
the weatherman comes out in the morning. Well, shit, I'll be. What the fuck? Dude, you jump out from your chair like, no shit. Fuck's sake, man.
Everyone's like texting each other.
Honey, we're not going to work. Fuck this. We're going to get ourselves some of that sun. Okay.
3 days of sun a year, and this is one of them.
Jesus.
No, that's good, man. To be honest, I know British people like to complain about the weather. It's actually not all that bad generally.
Mm-hmm.
But we just like to moan about it.
Yeah. Well, that's good though, man. At least you got a nice sunny day over there.
Oh yeah, have a bit of sun. Plus, also, if it's that bad, just move. Do you know what I mean? Like, but Spain is like an hour away, 2 hours away. So
that's Spain, dude. I wish I could go visit Spain. Have you been to Spain?
Oh yeah, loads of times. Spain's lovely.
Nice.
All different parts as well. But like any country, I guess all of the different parts are very different from each other. So it depends what you want, really.
You want that full Spanish experience?
Yeah. Because you speak Spanish, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you would be able to go to the more authentic areas and actually communicate with people, whereas I couldn't really. It's only in the kind of tourist areas where a lot of them speak English.
They got a nice cuisine over there too, huh? You probably go eat a nice restaurant.
Yeah. Most of Europe has great food. I mean, even England has great food. It's funny because people like to talk shit about English food, but anywhere in Europe, really, as long as you go to the right places, you'll get great food.
Yep. Speaking of which, man, I just got off of work 6 a.m. I'm hungry as hell.
Woo! You went later than me, man.
Have you eaten already?
Sorry?
Have you eaten already?
I only eat once a day at the moment. I ate last night, so I won't be eating again until tonight.
Oh, nice. You're doing fasting?
Yeah. Still doing that.
That's really good for your body, man. Like, seriously.
Yeah, it's funny. A lot of people, when you tell them you're doing it, they talk shit about it, and it's like, dude, you. Yeah, really. And then you sort of say, well, have you got any evidence at all that it's bad? Nope, none. So,
yeah. No, that's 100% good, man. Seriously, like.
Yeah, your body needs periods like that. Your body needs periods where it's not eating anything, where it's not digesting.
What is the whole American food pyramid thing? That thing is it's a joke, dude. You're not supposed to eat that much.
Especially not that much in terms of grains. Just processed grains. It's not good for you at all.
We eat so much fucking grains over here, it's not even funny.
We do too in England, to be fair. A lot of people, they'll have like grains for breakfast. So they'll either have toast or a bagel or, breakfast cereal. I mean, it's all grains, isn't it? It's all just nonsense, nothing food.
Well, it's good too when it's time to eat. I mean, you can really have a nice meal. You can sit down and have a really good meal.
Yeah,
and feel satiated by it, and wait till the next meal.
Also, I've noticed that when you're really hungry, when you eat, the food just tastes better. I know that sounds kind of silly, but if you don't really want to eat and you eat, then you don't appreciate the food as much.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. When you have that hunger working for you and you're eating it, you're just like slamming it down like, damn, this is the best freaking tacos you've ever had. Like, and it's just like normal tacos. It's like nothing really special about them.
Yeah, exactly. I've also noticed that when I only eat once a day, I'm prepared to put greater care and attention into my cooking as well. Because you're not just doing it all the time. You go, okay, it feels more like a special event. You're like, okay, I'm only doing once, so I'm going to make sure this meal is absolutely on point. You know?
Yeah, and that's why you get upset when you burn the tortillas. You're like, fuck's sake, dude. Like, I'm only eating one. Yeah, you can't mess up. I'm, well, you can, but it's frustrating because then you become hangry, and you're just like, now I got to go out to eat.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Which in London, I know is probably not a hard thing to do.
Yeah, it depends where you go. I mean, you can go to places that cost you 20 quid. Go to places that cost you 200 quid. So it's
fucking 200 quids.
Yeah. But I mean, you get a banging meal for that, so it's really not.
Yeah, it better be a fucking tomahawk steak or some shit. Like,
yeah.
No, you'd have to have a pint and a mad curry. That's what you'd be in for over there.
Hey, what do you Aussies like sit for $200, man? What do you sit down and eat for that much?
For $200? Holy shit!
I like a restaurant.
I've never been to a restaurant for those kind of prices.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just some people that appeals to. Other people have got more common sense and practicality.
What's your what's your favorite dish over there in Australia?
Oh, for me, I'm happy with a nice T-bone and some veggies. I'm pretty old school. Really easy going.
T-bone and veggies. You can't go wrong. Oh, Alexander's back.
Hey, well. Yeah, no, there are some places in London you can easily spend sort of £100-200 per person for, but you'll get the best for that kind of money. You know, it'll be ridiculous. You wouldn't. It's food that you won't be able to make yourself. So
I like it. No, I like it. Must be nice. Take you.
Anyway,
you take you a couple of hotties over there or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't dream of doing anything else.
Be uncivilized.
Exactly.
Oh, that'd be like CB.
Seaweed?
No, CB.
CB?
Creation Bear. Yeah, Creation Bear.
I wouldn't eat him at a restaurant, if that's what you mean.
No, he was saying that taking a couple of hotties. He was kind of flexing the other day. He been at one girl's house and he left her house and went to another one. I was like, damn.
Fair enough.
But he said that she gave him a yappuccino, so he was pretty much full with that. His famous yappuccino.
Yeah. Yeah, some girls just talk, and you're just like, I don't know at what point I'm supposed to interject, or do I just like... is this even a conversation? What's going on?
How do you deal with that anyways, Crypto? You being the guy that you are?
I don't.
Wonder.
No, I don't like yappuccinos.
You're like, this yappuccino's kind of cold, man. I'm gonna return it. I didn't order one. Thank you. But I'd say you probably can only say that if you know the date's going really bad and you know it's just gonna go down the toilet. So you just say something snarky like that.
No, man. I'm a DJ. I have no trouble at all meeting women. It's really not a problem for me. Yeah, I just don't know what else to say about that, really.
It just is what it is, right?
Yeah.
Well, some people are blessed, Crypto.
It's part of the territory. It's not why I got into the DJing, but it's certainly a nice perk.
For sure.
So.
Kind of slide you a couple of numbers at the end of the night or something, or during the night.
Yeah, something like that. It does make you realize how let's just say superficial women are, because I mean, I've been a DJ for nearly 20 years now, or maybe it's over 20 years now, and when I was bigger, I got zero attention from anyone, and then when I lost all the weight, I was getting attention all the time, and women pretend like it's only men who act like that. It's funny, isn't it?
They do that too. They be like that sometimes.
Yep.
Just before I take off for the night, I saw a clip today which made me laugh. There was a really tall guy, and he was asking these young ladies, does height actually matter when these girls are picking a suitable boyfriend? Hells yes, the whole lot of them. And he had a set of scales in his hand, and he puts them on the ground, then jump on the scales. Oh man, you should have seen the look on their faces.
Yeah.
Anyways, guys, I'm going to bail out. You all have yourselves a great day.
Yeah, see ya, Matrix. I'm about to head out myself. Gonna get something to eat. Oh shit! All right. Well, I guess I'll check you later, Crypto. Have fun with the Globers, bud.
Cheers, man.
Later.
I'll try. Any Globies in the house? Guten Tag. I must surely be both types. Surely.
Well, fuck the semi. Fuck all these other people. Damn it, dude. What the fuck? And honestly, I don't know what he fucked with.
if they even research the word that they consistently use. Science. Science says this. Science says that. It's I wasn't
Okay. So
trying to essentially
were
offend
you
them. Wait,
asking
wait, wait.
me, or
2 minutes.
were you
2 minutes.
asking
I
me?
wasn't. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I wasn't trying to offend them in any way. So I don't know if you took that from them.
Okay. So were you asking me that question? Because I didn't know who you were asking.
Yeah, I was generally asking you. Yeah.
Oh, you was asking me. Because this conversation had nothing to do with science. It was just an aside that in a scientific experiment, falsification is the highest form of verification there is. But that had nothing to do with geometry, because geometry and science are two different things. Science, or natural science, is the study of the physical and natural world, in which you would have some phenomena going on, and then you would have a hypothesis formed from what you're observing to try to affect change. So let me say this more simply. Your hypothesis is your supposition as to what is causing the phenomena you're observing naturally in nature. And so then you test that supposition. The supposition is this causes this phenomena. So the this in the part of that statement is your independent variable. So it's what you assume is causing the phenomena. And then you test. And it's either that your hypothesis is correct or your hypothesis is incorrect about that one particular claim. And that's what makes it an empirical method. Probably something humans have used since the dawn of time. So yeah, that's what it is. You have a follow-up question?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Now, like I was telling the young gentleman, there actually is a claim on the table. Okay. I mean, it's in all the literature, it's in the diagrams, it's in the arguments that these guys used to make. Thousands of hours of that on YouTube. Spoiler alert. So we're just pointing out that the claim is false. And everything derivative from this claim also must be false, because it's directly derivative from the mere claim and nothing else. Just mathematically, this is what it is. Okay, so when he says that it can't be evidenced by people, that's just not a true statement. I mean, I can get a citation. I can get like a 1 minute and a half YouTube video to go with these citations from EDUs. I mean, I don't know where you want me to go with it. It's usually nowhere, because nobody actually wants to have the conversation about the real evidence and the real things that we talk about, like my man was just talking about, right?
What
Exactly.
source points are you using for your data to believe the Earth is round?
That's it. That's exactly what Roots is talking about.
Or Roots, do you want to reply back to him?
No, I'm just saying what I was talking about is what Roots was talking about. Now you asked me a question. You don't even like, where you from, dog? In this
I'm
conversation.
international, man. Well,
That's the
it's not
context.
important anyways. It won't discuss
No,
on.
but in the context of the conversation, because I've been on a live stream where like the heaviest conversations and proofs come up on FED debate. Like I've been a part of that for years, so For you to ask me why I believe,
Well, like
that's ridiculous.
I'm starting to believe the Earth is. Well, okay, I'm starting to believe, I guess, the Earth is flat, but I haven't done my research. I'm just, I just got to the crutch that, I just don't buy it. I'll let you know when I'm done with my investigation how it's going, man.
All right. Well, I've been here for years, and have been on the leading end of some of the most powerful arguments. So, yeah, you let me know if you need any material to help you with.
Well, like, can I ask you, why do you believe the Earth is round?
I don't. That's what's funny. I don't know what you're listening to. It's not this
Johnny, I want to get your perspective because why do you believe it?
You're not listening to the conversation. That's what's funny.
Yeah, he's in some other conversation.
Well, I'm working at the same time. I'm typing while I'm listening to you. So, like, okay, sorry
Yeah.
about that.
So yeah, you're confused. So I don't know what else to say.
Let's for real. What do you believe the Earth is round or flat?
I just told you. No, I don't know where you got that. It's not from this conversation we've been having, because that would be absurd.
Do you believe the Earth is round?
No, for a third
So
time.
just for the record, this is a flat Earth room. You're speaking to the majority of flat Earthers here. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I do have.
I
So
think
you're
I
gonna
think he
dismiss. I
he
want to
doesn't
understand your
understand.
epistemology when it comes to mass testimonials.
I think that he didn't understand when I said that you can verify that it's a globe. Like, if it were, you would be able to verify it. How's that sound? Because
Okay,
when
so
you go to
basically you're
verify it,
just
is
a
it isn't.
okay.
I wasn't talking to you, obviously. You just entered the conversation, so please don't respond to things that aren't for you.
I want to ask whether you believe mass testimonials are sufficient.
Who? Who?
Fuck you.
Okay. The trolling is really weak
God
today, man.
damn.
The trolling is really
The
weak.
question I always like, seeing as there's so many in the room, can I ask, what do you believe behind the firmament? What do you believe, on the other side of, the edge of, I guess lands?
A unicorn too with Bigfoot and giant salmon.
Let me. Do you have problems imagining things you've never seen?
Not really, man.
Well, come up. Imagine something brand new right now that has nothing to do with anything you've ever experienced.
Black leprechauns, man. Black leprechauns.
No, a leprechaun is something we've experienced because we've seen them in movies. Imagine
Okay,
something you've never experienced in your
You called it a
life right now.
leprechaun.
Geez, okay, that's a difficult one. That's a difficult one.
It's fucking possible.
I'm gonna have to take some DMT and come back to you on that one.
Well, there you go. Stop asking questions that are impossible to answer.
Oh yeah,
because then people will just make shit up and not actually answer your question. They'll just answer something else,
like,
but it won't be the
my
answer.
dream is to essentially eventually get to Antarctica and actually travel to the other side. That's my potential dream. That's if because I was reading 4chan. Apparently it's creatures in Alaska. When you go further onto the center. So if I survive,
You just said
and I come
Alaska
back, I'll live.
and Antarctica. So which is it?
Look,
Antarctica.
you know what's
Sorry,
crazy?
Antarctica.
You know
Man.
what's crazy?
Antarctica.
You know what's crazy? A lot of people think people are crazy for believing in the Bible. Do you know that in the Bible, the statement you made, God specifically said, is a statement of a foolish man?
What statement?
Looking to the ends of the earth. You'll never get anywhere, bro. Keep on
Oh,
looking.
come on, man. You don't believe in me, bro? You don't believe in us?
Do what you want. I'll be over here, you know, living my life. But you live your life, and you go ahead and do that, buddy.
Yeah, man. I'll take pictures, man. If I make it.
Good luck.
Well, it was actually a bunch of people that were trying to get onto the continent of Antarctica, like a group of people that actually wanted to, I guess, check out the center of Antarctica. They actually got arrested. I'll try and find that article for you, man. Hey, I just found that I put in the chat the article.
So is the Earth still flat?
Unless you can prove it as a globe.
Don't know what it is, but it's definitely not a spinning
Wait.
ball. You got any proof for that? Go ahead.
I mean, there's a lot of proof for the ball one, yeah.
Give it your best one. Go for it. You can win some nitro right now too. So go for it.
Give it a shot, man. Come on.
What you got?
Oh yeah, I don't care for Nitro, but I'll still talk about it. In the 60s with the moon landing, they took a bunch of pictures of planet Earth, and like even before that, like Columbus the explorer went around the globe.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let's stay on one point. You want to go with the moon landing first? Is that your proof?
Yeah, let's use that because it's got like visual evidence, and like after that, they still have pictures of Earth, like more modern pictures.
Are you telling us that 50 some years ago we went to the moon and rode the moon buggy, played moon golf, and we never went back, and there's a good reason for that?
No, but they did go back. Yeah, like India, but like like a few months ago, India was the second country.
No humans have claimed to land on the moon like Neil Armstrong and the boys did. As far as I know, they've claimed to
Yeah,
see.
but like India was the second one.
They haven't sent any humans back to the moon in 50 some years. That check out for you in your mind.
Yeah, but it's like I don't know, like, but that what does that mean? It just means they didn't have money or something, or they
That
didn't
means they
care
did the
anymore.
greatest accomplishment in all of mankind, but they never bothered to go back and do any more research or try to progress anything. Space travel is the only thing that has actually regressed if you actually investigate it.
No, but like the whole point was like the space race between the communists and the capitalists, right? And so like it's
That
like
was
a
the story,
historical
yeah.
fact that it's like a historical fact that when America went to the moon, like the Soviet Union, the Eastern Bloc, they just gave up on like the space race. They didn't want to combat it or compete rather anymore. So there's no point. So if they're not doing it, why should the West spend billions and millions of dollars to do
Sir,
it if the containment
are you associating government propaganda as historical fact? Is that what you just said? You think it's a historical fact that Russia was pissed?
well, if you can dispute it with like other evidence, go for it.
Man, how much time do you have? There's whole movies. The moon landing is such a joke. I don't know where to start. Does anybody else want to?
I don't know, dude. Looks real to me.
Well, for starters,
if you want to dispute it, let's do it point by point. I just told you that it's like in the context of the space race and everything. So, yeah, rebuke or refute my point with your own.
Somebody else want to jump in? Go ahead.
I was just saying the moon landing looks real to me.
Of course it does, you Cubanite.
I can't see anywhere where it looks fake.
So you haven't seen the videos of angles of shadows going different directions, supposedly from one light source on the moon? That's just the beginning.
No,
I haven't
I've
really
not seen the
that.
shadow one. Yeah, can you like
Oh.
get us
Oh,
like, a video and post it in the site?
I'm not posting shit. I'm driving, but if you want to do your own independent research, go for it.
I've done my own independent research on that. All those shadows are actually parallel.
Yeah, right. Can you provide evidence
Wait, what does
of
that mean?
Yeah.
Like parallel? What does that mean?
You actually trace the lines, they're pretty damn parallel.
Yeah, but what does that mean?
But you're going off a single picture from the ground to determine if things are parallel from light ways coming in sideways.
But what does that mean?
Enough for you.
Weight of it? What's the weight of that statement? It's parallel. What does that mean?
if either one of y'all did honest research, there's multiple things that can disprove the moon landing. It's a joke.
Well, besides like
Yeah, but like what?
shadows,
Name
which
it.
can't be like
Yes.
confirmed to be parallel or like perpendicular to each other or convergent.
Give us a few
Anything
multiple
else?
things. You say there's multiple things, and like
Okay,
obviously you've looked.
we traveled through the vacuum of space 235,000 miles 50 years ago. Now we can't get higher than a couple hundred miles, whatever it is. They
We've
can't
gone
leave low
higher
Earth orbit.
multiple times. The fuck you mean?
No, but
They
they
cannot,
went to Mars, just like further away. Like
they will
much
tell you they
further.
cannot put humans further up than low Earth orbit, whatever they claim that to be, and it's nowhere close to 235,000 miles, which the moon is allegedly supposed to be. So
But
that's
then they
just
have people on Mars. They had people on Mars.
there ain't no people on Mars. You watched a Matt Damon movie and thought it was real.
I know there's no people on Mars yet.
Have there never been people on Mars?
No people on Mars.
Oh.
Wow, they really got these guys fooled.
These guys are defending the
well,
moon. Look at this.
No, we're
What's
not
inherently wrong with the
defending
moon landing?
anything. We're coming here
It's
for
fake.
like,
Can you prove that?
we're coming here
Can you
for
prove it's
honest
real?
debate.
Yeah, we have
I gave you
broadcasts from
my
that direction.
evidence that I
You got a broadcast. You got a phone call right from the moon, right, bud?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gave you guys evidence. I'm waiting
With a
for it to
delay
be
that seems to
refuted.
match up with what we would expect.
Yeah.
And we have like
This is waiting
ham
for
radio
someone to
operators that
refute it.
confirmed a signal coming from that direction, which was the moon.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you say so, buddy.
Yeah, but explain like the evidence. There wasn't like Adobe Photoshop or anything like that in the 60s. They got video evidence, like static picture evidence. Like they even have like moon rocks they brought back. Like refute those statements I just made because facts.
Yeah, the moon rocks they gave to the Dutch government turned out to be petrified wood, so they got wood trees on the moon too.
That's a negative, Ghost Rider.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it sucks that you're driving because I would love it if you
Plus,
could
it's
send
kind
us
of well
links
documented
about all
that
this
people were
stuff.
doing
That's a
bait and
negative,
switches.
Ghost Rider.
Plus, it's like well documented.
Okay,
that, like,
but
people were
wait,
doing
there's
bait and
other like
switches,
people
returning
that
rocks that
probably
weren't the moon
agree
rocks
with
that they
this
were
guy,
given
right?
back to NASA.
But someone
Like, all
else
the time. That's
agrees
why they
with
don't
this.
do it anymore.
Yeah. Can someone give us links to what this guy's saying, like petrified wood of like the moon rocks? Like, just
If
show
you
us some
do 10
evidence.
minutes of honest research, you'll find some of this stuff. I don't know if anybody wants to go there, ever give him some links. I don't care.
So, what about like all the other rocks that like aren't
Yeah,
petrified?
but you guys know
that
where
came
to
from the
look and
moon?
stuff. I'd rather have you link us. Like you know where to
Because
go.
we know
Fuck,
that
you know
like,
these rocks came from the moon, dude.
you can take a look
Because
at
there's
their
video evidence
composite
of
and
it.
realize
There's
that it
video
doesn't match up with
evidence.
anything we have here on Earth.
So you watched a movie and fucking that's why you know they're real.
No,
It's not a
I'm able to
movie.
like
It was a
read
news
papers, and I'm
program.
able to like look at pictures, and I'm able to
The
just, like,
movies nowadays are
you
even better, I agree, man.
No, but you're just
But
talking
Did you
smack.
see the movie
one guy,
Gravity?
yeah, one
Did
guy,
you see the
like,
movie Gravity? Does that
yeah,
look
like,
real to you, dude?
yeah, like one guy checks out like a moon rock for
I'm
whatever.
no,
like,
but you're
And the
you're
other
being
guy says it is,
disingenuous.
right?
and then
I
he
get it,
swaps it
man.
out with a piece of petrified wood.
No, but
And
like
then,
you're
like,
being
all of a
disingenuous.
sudden,
I'm
the
giving
moon
you
landing
like
never occurred because
I'm
some
telling
guy
you
Hey,
this
swapped
is
shit
what
around.
time. You guys are doing audio chaos one at a time. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm telling you this is what the
Dude, you believe
textbook
whatever
says,
they
and
tell
this
you,
is
man.
from
Fuck.
a news source, right? Of the
A
time,
news
right?
source.
In the 60s. But then you just talk smack. You can't give an equivalent weight of evidence. I ask you for links. You can't give it. You just talk smack. But I
Dude,
tell you that it was in a news program. And
we
like
haven't
there's
been into outer
literally
space,
videos.
man.
No, but
How do you
the
know we haven't?
conversation's pointless if
This
you
shit
Show me
can't
doesn't
gas
give me
exist.
an
pressure without a container,
equivalent
you
weight of
Cubanite.
evidence.
Why would I have to show you that?
Because that's what we have here on Earth, right? We breathe fucking oxygen. It keeps us
Oh, there's a
alive, right?
container on Earth.
What?
Yeah, there's a container on Earth.
Which container are you talking about, buddy?
Oh, dude, there's the edge of the universe that contains all things.
So Earth's a closed
That's
system, man?
obviously Photoshop.
The universe is a closed system.
I thought it's ever expanding.
Yeah.
And where did your universe come from, dude? Where's all your fucking lore start off with?
Maybe Quetzalcoatl.
We start off with the Big Bang?
Maybe, dude. Maybe God lit a fart and created the universe.
Is it a maybe or a yes?
I don't know.
Is it your opinion?
That one's my opinion. We still can't confirm that existence yet, dude. Maybe God did
Can't
create the universe.
confirm what existence, man?
Because in the Quran it says like the
What
heavens
existence are you referring to here, dude?
This existence.
What existence, man?
What are you on about?
I'm on about what you're on about, dude. Fuck.
I don't think we're on the same page. Are we speaking the same language, sub dude?
I don't know if you're speaking my language or not, dude.
Here's a Vegemite sandwich.
So everything came from nothing, right?
Yeah.
And then we base all fucking Einstein's theories on this fucking everything came from nothing, right?
I guess so.
Oh.
Can we stick to the moon landings? Can someone refute the evidence given?
Can stories and reify the math and say.
Is it just me that's breaking up, or is he like breaking up like the Beatles for anybody else?
For me.
Sub dude, you are cutting in and out a little bit. Maybe try to reset.
I'm gonna try this. Hello?
Yeah. So there's no one can refute the evidence.
What evidence do you want us to refute? The moon landing?
Yeah, just asking for links because obviously you guys have read the counter evidence, like the thing that says no, this is fake, and I just want to see it. Because I give you like historical evidence, I tell you this happened, but then your the thing that you use to refute it is just to shit talk. You can't give me an equivalent weight of evidence. That's not how it. How are you gonna educate me about how flat it is if you can't give me something of weight or value? You're just giving me
And you
critique.
keep fucking adding stories to it, and then you reify fucking math to fucking make it all true. Like, fuck, man. You got a fucking religion.
No, I didn't add stories. I told you there's video evidence.
Dude, it starts off with a story, man. That's what I'm getting at. Y'all came from nothing.
Dude, it's in every textbook in the Western and hemisphere. Like,
and everything just kind of blew out of fucking this big explosion, and we got another story that tells us that this happened and that
I
happened.
don't care about
Like,
the
fuck off.
explosion. I want to stick to the moon.
I know you don't care about the explosion. You don't want to talk about that. I get it.
I mean, I could talk about it, but like, where do you think we came from?
I don't know, dude. I'm comfortable with saying I don't know, man.
Okay, cool. I'm comfortable with saying I don't know for sure. But at least I'll have a crack at taking a guess.
Yeah, go ahead, guess and speculate all you like, dude.
Yeah, dude. I think that some uncaring god, like eons ago, created this planet. And then, like, along with the rest of the universe, and then fucked off somewhere else to go do other projects. You have a random guess as to how this universe came about?
Like I told you, dude, I don't know, and I don't care to speculate with you, man.
I mean, that's fine. So
That's fine, but we
Any
generally
proof against the
prefer
moon
to stay on. We do prefer to stay on stuff we can empirically prove and verify.
yeah, can
Yep.
we like disprove the moon landing? Because there seems to be evidence for it.
What's the
Seems to
evidence?
be,
for
eh?
it?
Yeah, there seems to be evidence.
The
Well, the evidence is that we
video
have video
evidence
we
and
have
the
like rocks that
static
appear to be
picture.
from the moon. We have broadcasts
Yeah.
that were detected from the moon. We have
Man.
videos of the rockets launching and going to the moon. So, I mean, unless we can like disprove all those things, or like at least make them.
Can you
like,
show me that
undeniable.
video of the rocket going to the moon?
Yeah, we can show you the takeoff video.
You can show me the takeoff
Yeah,
video.
and then we can show you the broadcast of the astronauts inside
Oh,
the
the
pod.
news stations. Oh, you got fucking.
Yeah.
No, but what do
Yeah,
you have? You
on
just
the way
have
to the
laughter
moon, we
and
have like the video
videos.
like being broadcasted from the moon. That's all evidence.
You just,
Granted, it's not hard
just
proof,
have-
but it's evidence.
yeah, and all you have is a giggling voice
Can you
and
disprove
like
any of those evidence, or
disingenuous.
like at least like make them like questionable?
I mean, when they stated just a second ago that they deal with like empirical, independent evidence, and then you went to the moon right away, did that seem like it was on the same, on the same line there?
Empirical evidence. Yeah, I would like them to like disprove the narrative.
Empirically disprove something.
I got a
Do
picture
what?
of the Chinese space station there in space, man.
But like you're doing nothing. You're
Oh,
just
very
like it's nothing. There's no evidence. You got
It's
no
not
counter
evidence now.
evidence.
Pictures aren't evidence now.
Pictures
Never
aren't
mind.
evidence. Well, I
Like
think that we could take a look at that and
it's
break
fine.
it down and
You
actually
can
see if it's
you?
photoshipped or
How the
not.
fuck can you take a look at that and break it down, dude?
Yeah, we could actually like throw it through some.
It looks a lot better than the pictures you show me.
I don't think so, dude.
Well, let's see some, man.
Yeah, give me a second.
I don't think there's like a genuine flat earther here. I think all of you just like trolling. Because like I've really asked for some evidence, counter
Yeah, your
evidence
evidence is pictures from space, dude. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, this clearly isn't a picture.
Dude, you've given nothing. I'm not going to talk to you. You can't
This
give
is
me
clearly just
something
something
of weight.
somebody threw up in like Photoshop.
The only thing you give me is disingenuousness,
Which we
and
can
a
actually break
geeky
it down
voice.
and tell that it is in Photoshop by
you
even
did.
like running it through Photoshop.
It was
Or
no
whatever fucking
Photoshop
image
in the
creators
60s.
use. Hard to do that with any of the NASA stuff now, isn't it?
Who measured the Earth?
Who measured the Earth? I did.
Oh, okay. I'm going to mute myself.
Can you measure the Earth?
Do what?
Can you measure the Earth?
Yeah?
How?
I just get like a little ruler out and I just take little measurements.
I could say it to you, like I said to the guy yesterday, right? When you're saying I measure the Earth as like an object, you're saying you measured it in its entirety. That means that there would be like a length, width, height to it. So there'll be one end to one end. You must
I don't
have
have to measure
measured
the
it.
entirety.
So you measured end to end of what?
I don't have to measure it end to end.
What did you have to measure then?
Well, all I gotta do is measure a part.
Okay, and then you find out that there's an end somewhere by measuring a part.
Yeah.
How did you find out there's an end by measuring a part?
Well, if we can see its entirety, all we have to do is measure a part and scale from there.
Dude, you said you don't have to do that.
Yeah, you're right. I don't have to measure the entire thing.
Right, so you measure a part, and then you infer that there's an entire thing. And go ahead.
No, we could see that there's an entire thing.
All right, so you have to see it first. You have to see it first in its entirety.
I've seen the images of the Earth. I can see that it's in its entirety.
Yeah, so like we've only known the Earth to be an object since what?
Forever?
1970 then, because that was when we saw it. I mean, that was
No,
right.
we've seen pictures of the Earth before that.
Okay, so before that. So what year?
I believe the 50s.
All right, so we've only known the Earth to be a sphere since the 50s because that's the only time when we observed it.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's like a new age thing that you're into.
Well, no, my thing is like we've kind of understood that the Earth was round for the better part of 2,000 years, and it built all of our functional maps off the idea that it was round. And then we confirm it by getting a picture in the 50s.
All right, so then you don't need to see it. You just measure a part of it. Then you're going to go back on that, and you measure a part of something. Yeah.
No. I can just
No,
go
you
off
have to
the
see it all
50s
first.
argument. Yeah, we've
Pick
seen it
one.
all in the 50s. And we
Right,
just
then you
take
time
part.
travel. What are you saying, dude?
Do what?
Do you have to see it all first, or can you just measure a part? And then once you measure a part of something, then you know it must have an end to it, and then you infer the end of it. How? By the little
No, we
measurement of
see
something.
that it has an end.
All right,
And
first
we
you
measure
see
a
it.
part,
Okay.
and then we scale up that part measurement.
Yeah. So I mean, again, you're going back to the 50s, I guess. With this new age thing that you had
Yeah,
to
that's all
first
I
see
need.
it and then measure it. Okay.
I could just stop at the 50s. It's okay.
Yeah. What did you see in the 50s? Old
I
timer.
didn't see. I just take a look of the pictures from the 50s.
All right, and then what did you measure in the picture?
What did I measure in the picture? I can take a look at just like the size of certain objects or certain parts of the object. compared to the entirety of the object, and I just measure that part, and then I scale it up to match the proportion.
Okay. That's what you did?
Yeah.
Nice. I mean, that sounds like an answer. Sounds like you got an answer for something.
Mm-hmm. Like I could take a look at Florida. I know how far it takes to get across from one coast to the other in Florida. If I see an image of the Earth involving Florida, I can just scale it up and down from there.
Is that what you did? You drew a line. You laid a ruler on a picture.
No, I just take a look at my my mile gauge on my car.
Okay. So and what are you assuming from that?
What am I assuming? I'm assuming that the only assumption I have to make there is that like there's no government chip that makes my not odometer. What is it called?
I'm just saying. What? That's a measurement of what? What did you measure?
The distance.
Okay. So like, I mean, I think I said this to somebody yesterday too, right? So if I'm at the bottom of a mountain, right, and I start to walk, right, and I'm just going to say like, steps. So we'll just call it feet. So it takes me 10,000 steps. So it's 10,000 feet to the top, and then 10,000 feet to the bottom. Right. That's 20,000 feet. Right. How wide is the mountain?
It's 20,000 feet one way.
20,000 feet wide. Okay.
Yeah, 20,000 feet. No. We'd have to take a look if it's even on both sides. We just had to figure out the angle that you're going up, and it'd be easy.
All right. So is that what you measured with your odometer, an angle?
No, I just measured a distance over land.
Okay, with the land like mountainous? Did you go up mountains?
There's not very much topography to Florida down there.
How do you know?
How do I know?
Yeah, does the odometer tell you what you're going up? And is there an inclination? Like, does it measure angles? This odometer?
It's Florida. It's not really known for its mountainsides, Chief.
Yeah. So are you saying that it's perfectly horizontal in Florida?
Not perfectly. It's kind of flat. Not very much.
Just tell me what your magic odometer measured.
I don't know if it's called the odometer. What is it called? I thought odometer was like the speed. Oh, the speedometer. Never mind. Yeah, the odometer. Yeah. So all you got to do is just track distance, dude. It's not that hard. If you want to go up and down the coastline, that works too. Unless coastlines are like
I just looked it up. Florida is the flattest state in the country with the lowest high point of any U.S. state at just 345 feet. So it's literally a sandbar because it's just sticking out.
Yeah, it's pretty flat. Yeah, it's pretty flat.
It's flat as fuck.
Yeah.
So flat meaning?
So no hills, no, it's smooth.
Yeah.
Like
pretty constant elevation above sea level.
It's just a beach.
So almost no elevation change.
Yeah.
Zero. Yeah, like nothing.
Okay. Very slight elevation change from one coast to the other.
Okay. All right. So now you got a picture of Florida, and you got a datum of zero elevation change.
Well, I didn't say zero elevation change, but we can just round
345 feet.
We're just going to pretend we're going to
over a couple hundred miles.
All right. So we're going to pretend that the Earth is flat, and then what do?
Why would I
drive a car?
The Earth is flat?
All right, well, fine. It measures to have no elevation change. We drive from A to B. Then what happens?
Hold on. You realize that a sphere has no elevation change, right? Like a perfect sphere?
No elevation change.
Nice and smooth.
Yeah, nice and smooth. Unless, like, you're defining, like, elevation, like, differently from what everybody that deals with, like, shapes defines elevation.
I think that's what you're doing, dude.
No.
Yeah.
Elevation in regards to an object is distance away from the surface of that object, typically. But if a sphere has a constant elevation across its entirety of its surface, or
from where,
from
dude?
The center.
Distance from the center. Oh, here we go.
Either distance from the surface or distance from the center. There's one of two ways you can define elevation of an object.
Well, you went on this road. You went on this road trip. You know, you didn't go down, did you? I don't know. Did you? I don't know. You went from A to B.
South.
And you measured something with your car.
Yeah, measured the distance with the odometer.
And there was no elevation change. There's no elevation change in that line.
Did I
I'm
say
asking
that?
you.
I said there's a little bit of elevation change, just a few hundred feet over the course of like several hundred miles.
Okay.
So, like, easily able to be disregarded in the sheer magnitude of things.
Why wouldn't you, right?
Yeah.
Can't see
Not
it,
really
can't
gonna-
measure it. Fuck, it's not there, right?
Just treat it as flat. I think you said
The
it's just a
globe isn't
flat Earth.
there.
Why would I treat it as flat?
Having no parts higher than the other.
That's not flat.
No, it's not. What is it?
It's called level.
Okay, so you're going to treat it as level.
Mhm.
Okay. No parts
Like
higher than the other.
if I have a
Well, flat
billiard
just
ball,
describe.
if
flat
I have
is
a
just a
billiard
descriptor.
ball, well, hold on. If I have a billiard ball and it's nice and smooth and equal elevation across the entirety of the billiard ball, we wouldn't say the billiard ball is flat now, are we? Are we not? Are we playing like air hockey?
Balls are not flat. What are
I
you
agree.
talking
Balls are not flat, but are they level?
about? No.
No, that's news to me, dude. You're playing with like wonky ovals now?
But what do you mean? Are you asking me if a curve, like it's a rainbow level? No, like
What is level to you?
the same as it is to everybody.
No. Obviously not. If I said, "Hey, like I need a covering that is level with my object here." Are you going to give me a flat fucking covering for my curved object?
You're not being specific enough. What object did you
If
have?
I have like an engine in my car and I want
Who gives a
covering
fuck, dude?
that is level with the engine, are you going to give me a flat covering for my engine that's obviously not flat?
Who asked for level and engine covers? Do you know? I don't know if anybody says that. Why are you speaking in these weird terms that nobody speaks in? Everybody speaks the way I speak. Nobody's like, let me get a level tarp for my engine circle. Nobody says these things.
Oh, okay. Maybe not with you. Maybe not like with like people that aren't engineers.
Bro,
Why are you an engineer, dude?
What are you talking about?
No, I speak with a lot of engineers.
Oh,
And
so
I've
you're not
taken
one,
my fair
but
share of engineering classes.
I get it.
Yeah, I've dealt with my fair share of engineering courses. It's no big deal, and I know plenty of engineers who would describe it as such. But
I don't think they
guess
would
like
describe it.
What, dude? What are you describing here?
a level surface as
What about
anything
it?
that is flush with another.
That it's flush with another?
Yeah, equidistant.
Is that other
From
surface
another one?
level, or are they're not?
Well, again, it's level to that surface.
And what is that other surface level to?
It might not be anything.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can then, you're saying you don't really need anything to reference. You're saying you can, which I agree, right? You can establish like a level line, like right up in the air, like up in the air. You can establish that, right?
A level line up in the air. Level to what?
Like regardless of what's beneath me or above me, I can just establish
Yeah, you
a
can have it
level
level
line.
to like another line.
Yeah, so like I could then take like let's say a water level or a spirit level or whatever, right? And a plumb bob, and I could hold those two things in the air above the ground, and I could establish a horizontal or a level line in the air.
Yeah, you could establish a level line in the air in regards to something else. Or if you want to like stick
No,
up
not in regard to anything
Oh
else.
yeah, you could stick up like a rod at the ground and like that can be your level point for other things.
so do you got a claim here, dude? Like
No,
make
I-
a
we're
claim,
just- I'm-
make
I've
a,
just been-
make a
I've
claim,
asked
and then
for,
back
like-
it up with some evidence,
No,
right?
I'm actually still
or you can
waiting on,
back it
like-
up with pictures and stories. I don't care, man. Like
Well,
do
dude,
something here.
I'm just waiting on like
Trying to wax
evidence
yourself
against the
all
moon landing.
intelligent and everything else. I get it,
Yeah,
man.
it's pretty easy to do.
Your persona, I understand.
It's pretty easy to do, Chief.
Yeah, my
Anyway,
bad. I got
waiting,
them all.
I'm still
that,
waiting for
topic.
evidence against like the moon.
What's your claim? What evidence against the moon, man? Fuck me.
Yeah, I'm waiting for evidence against the moon landing because people said it's fake.
So what's your claim? You went to the moon?
No.
Oh.
Fuck up, asshole.
Oh, somebody's angry.
Well, he just comes in here to troll, man. Like, fuck.
No.
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
here to like have a debate, but like.
What
then
debate?
we
What's
get
the claim, dude?
There's not an invisible unicorn in my garage, dude.
I have a question because I understand what Emperor is saying, but the thing I want to hear about is like how Florida is flat but also curved at the same time. Like, what is, because you say that it's level, flat, and curved. Like all those things are happening at the same time.
I
Like
never
I'm
said
just
it was
not
flat.
exactly like I don't have like an understanding of like what it means to be flat and level, and like the curved surface of Florida is flat and level.
That's easy. I never claimed Florida was flat.
Well, no, but I'm saying, see, because like I'm so sick of having to like argue over whether or not we can properly use the word flat, just because these guys want to say that the Florida is or because flat is level, right? Isn't that what they're trying to say, Jenkins?
Yeah,
Isn't that
they
what
always-
flat earthers are all trying to say? Is flat is level?
Yeah, they always try and equate flat and level, but they don't
Okay,
always
because
do
like
the same thing.
because Florida can be curved and flat at the same time. Are you guys? Does anybody have an issue with that?
I do.
What's the issue with curved and flat at the same time?
Curved and flat are contradictory, but level and curved don't contradict each other.
So like even though Florida's a part of the globe, but it's level, and that's what makes the curve, but it's not curved,
Florida
even
could
though it's
curve-
part of the globe.
Well, no, Florida can curve at the same rate as the water curves, making it level to the sea level.
Right, that's why it's so
However-
flat, and that's why we call it the flattest state.
Yeah, we call it the flattest state because of the elevation change. It's a colloquial term that people also misuse. They should be saying level.
Right, it's the most level state because there's no elevation. Oh, I see. L level is extra level, because so something like, is that kind of where elevation and level come from?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they should be saying that it is the most level state in the union.
Right, so we're right, because casual use of the word flat is kind of what like spurs this whole debate.
Yeah.
Because English is fucked up, and we have words that mean completely different fucking things all the different times.
So how about we say not a globe?
It clearly is.
That's a negative claim.
Only in this,
You know,
only in
gotta be
this
something.
arena does this happen, right? It doesn't happen when you go out in the world. When you say to someone, or they understand the language, you say, "Listen, I want to, level this house or basketball court or whatever," right? They understand what that means. That means no part's higher than the other.
Sure.
They want all those little dots that they could put into there to all be within the same plane. They understand what it is.
And when I say that I want like a covering for my curved surface to be level to the curved surface,
It doesn't make any sense at all, dude, but go ahead.
No? It doesn't make any sense to you?
No, not in common language. It doesn't, man. You want a fucking curved level. I get it.
Yeah, curved. Yeah, things can be curved and level at the same time. But
Yeah.
like
No, I
again,
get it
let's
now.
take a look at what level means in engineering terms, because I understand you're not an engineer.
Please tell us. What does that mean? What does that leveling? What does level mean in engineering? Because that's kind of where horizontal comes in, right?
Let's see if I can find it here.
What's the difference between level and horizontal, Jenkins? Is it the same
Level?
thing? Level
It's
is
Jenkum. Horizontal
what
is straight left and right, or in regards to an x or y axis.
left to right.
depending on-
Okay.
Yeah.
So
X or
level
Y
is
axis.
level
Whereas-
relative to something
Can you go
else.
to Home Depot and buy me a curved level, please?
Curved level? No.
Wait, so
'Cause
what's the
usually-
difference between level and horizontal?
Horizontal is a flat plane going left to right, typically referred to as the x-axis, whereas
Okay.
level is just equidistant from a surface.
Equidistant from a surface is
Mhm.
level. Okay. Oh, I see. So like, oh, I see. Because if it was flat, then it's going to be like perfectly flush with the level plane, because that's what level is.
Mhm.
And if it's a curve, it's just perfectly equidistant, so it's like balancing perfectly
Yeah,
level.
if you have a curved
on
surface
the-
and you want...
if you were like holding
Yeah,
a
if
sword on your finger, that's like
Yeah.
a curve,
If you have
like
a curved
level
surface-
sword.
So what
I
happens?
see.
If you have a curved surface and you want to create a covering that is level to that curved surface, you would just make sure that it is equidistant from that curved surface at all points.
If
So
I
when you
here's
tip a
like little
level, it's
scenario.
not level anymore.
Yeah, if your
Yeah,
level
here-
is trying to like it be in regards to a flat surface, sure.
Well, here's
But
here's a
if
little
I'm trying to
scenario
make
about the
if I'm trying to make a curved
surface of an
surface,
object.
if I have a curved
Yeah, here's a
surface,
little
then I want to-
demonstration, right? So we're in the kitchen. We know that I put a level on the kitchen floor, and I know that it has like a pitch to it, right? But I hire a contractor. I say, listen, I want to install these cabinets, and I just want my countertops to be completely level right? Is he going to then just measure from my sloped floor a specific distance
If you have a slope floor and you
and
want
be like, and say, here you go, your countertops are now level
if you want to level your
because they're
countertops,
equidistant from the floor that is sloped?
yeah, if you say I want it level to the floor, then yeah.
No, I just want it
would be sloped.
level. Is he going to understand that I just want it equidistant from the floor,
Well,
which
this
is
is
sloped?
again is why like language is important. When I say I want it level to the surface, and he makes it not level to the surface by making it level to the ground, then he did not do his job. But I
Right, so
understand
we
the word
can
games
then
that you want
we
to
can
play.
disregard
If
the ground.
No.
We
If
can
we want to
disregard the
say
ground then and just project a level line in the air. He can just walk up to the wall that is in the vertical plane and put the level on the wall and establish a level line on the wall. And then bolt the cabinets to that level line on the wall.
Yeah,
And it will not be equidistant
Is that
from
why
the floor.
is that why a level foundation is so important? Because everything
Yeah.
is relative to the level foundation. Because the Earth is a fucking nightmare in terms of trying to level shit.
Yeah. That's why you make everything level to your foundation. However, if I have a slope foundation, I tell the guy, "Hey, I want this this thing to be level to the foundation," and the foundation is sloped. Guess what? They're going to make it level to the foundation that is also sloped.
They're going to tell you to call somebody else. They're not going to get sued. They don't want to be sued and lose their license.
Mm-hmm. Or if I have like
I don't know. When I use a level, I just kind of follow that bubble on top, dude. Fucking, I just raise that level up a little bit on the side there. The bubble goes to the middle, you know. Then I can establish a nice straight line. Or I use floor leveler, like water, you know, like when you pour water out on a.
Or when I use AutoCAD and I have a surface that is like has.
I know when you do it in your brain, in your imagination, it works for you, dude.
Did you just claim that you pour foundations on a slope and then they get inspected by an inspector and the inspector says, yes, that's okay, go ahead and now start building the house on your sloped foundation?
No. But you can like hush while we speak, right? Anyways.
Don't try to get
while we speak about his imagination and
about like how we deal with things in engineering terms. Yeah, definitely imagination, dude.
Equidistant from the surface. What a weird, like from a sloped floor. I mean, that's nobody talks like this.
No, he's just talking about level to the slope. So like, there's only one way you could like. That means so even though the foundation is sloped, if you're just making something level to the slope, it doesn't matter if it's like horizontal.
That's not a thing that people do.
It's got to be level with the foundation. So if the
it's not a
foundation
term that's used in the way that you're saying anything.
Well, the level would be equidistant. So even though it wouldn't be horizontal left to right perfectly like we would do to the surface.
I mean, listen, dude, guys, you're going crazy. You're going crazy here. If the floor is sloped, meaning it's lower on one end than it is on the other end, and I were to get a level or and project a level line on a vertical wall, it would be, closer on, on side A, and then it would be a wider and wider gap from the level line on side B. Yeah.
So it's not level to the surface. If there's
right.
a wider
There's no need for the surface.
I think it's just he's just saying
that. You don't build a sloped floor and then make everything even off your sloped floor. You use a level.
You're on a ramp. If a ramp is sloped, and so you're trying to make something level to the ramp.
So now you make ramped walls. You make all your ramped walls and ramped ceilings. Then. So you make ramp ceilings then.
Yeah, if I have like a ramp and I make like a rail that I want level to the ramp, am I gonna have like the ramp flat like horizontally while the ramp is sloped?
It's not called level to the ramp. It's called parallel to it.
Yeah, it can also be referred to as level to it.
Yeah. Well, listen. What you're going to do is we're
just using it in a weird way to explain. Because now I can see. Oh, I'm sorry. Thanks.
If you want the slope of a ramp, you're going to get rise over run. You measure how high. I guess you're coming from a door or something, right? So it's 3 feet off the ground. So you have to rise, and then you get your distance for where you want the ramp to end. But you're going to need like a horizontal level line to measure that rise over run.
I think it's just an interesting thought exercise to just use the word in a different way to explain it. How like level is perceived.
Yeah, just use it however you need to
I was also thinking parallel too. When you said parallel, I was thinking that yes, you want to run something that's parallel would be level.
Mm-hmm.
Parallel with
a straight line.
Well, it doesn't matter. Like anything that's parallel is also level.
No, that's not true at all.
With a thing
If
that's
I have two pieces of spaghetti right here, and in my hand, I hold them parallel to one another in any inclination, they're not level. What do you mean?
No, they're level with each other. I think that's
Like we
they're
have
just
tools
parallel with each
that we
other.
call levels, man. You guys understand that, right? There's tools that are called levels, and we use these tools to find level.
Yeah,
right. And so level is not a tool. Level is a concept, and that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
No, a level is a tool, dude. A bubble level, a fucking
Yes,
whatever,
I
man.
agree
There's
with
all
you.
kinds of them.
We're talking about the concept of a level and what it means.
No, we're
or the
talking
concept
about
of
what
level.
the fuck level is, not the
Of level.
not parallel to a ramp. That's not level. That's called parallel to a ramp.
That's called level to a ramp.
You're an idiot, dude. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything about building stuff or engineering. You talk like you do. You don't know anything.
I know a lot about engineering, but go off, King. I mean,
Oh,
if you want to
what's up,
go back to
man?
like the
What's up?
basic, if you want to go back to like the basic, like little handyman fucking terms for like leveling, sure. But like in the big boy world where we use AutoCAD and C++, not C++, not C++. I'm so sorry. I use
So
AutoCAD.
fucking stupid.
Right?
You can't even throw out the correct terms.
Yeah,
You
you're right.
idiot.
So AutoCAD, right? So when we use AutoCAD, I used AutoCAD in high school and college, and I still remember the leveling tool that will take two different surfaces that are not flat, making them equidistant to each other, right? But I understand that you've never touched an engineering software in your entire life, and you've only dealt with like bubble levels to make fucking concrete flat, right? But us big boys that actually understand.
so we got to go into your imaginary world.
Big boy pants. What you're describing in AutoCAD is called an offset. So since you don't know the terms,
tool.
I thought I would tell you what it's called in AutoCAD. Called an offset.
Yeah, it again is referred to as a leveling tool, which makes them both level to each other, two curved surfaces that are equidistant to each other. Again, if I want to make a covering to a curved surface.
So do you got a fucking claim yet, or what, dude? Or are you just gonna?
No, I asked earlier for like evidence that the moon landing was fake. And this is where y'all drove us.
That's not a claim, brother.
You're right. I'm not making a claim. I'm like somebody said that the moon landing was fake. I'm asking for evidence. That
Yeah, I'm right. I know. You never make a fucking claim. You just want to fucking troll around.
I'm pretending to be a flat earther right now. I'm making no claims. Only asking for evidence, right? So somebody made the claim that the Earth was, or that the moon landing was fake. I'm asking for evidence that it was fake. And all I got was like shadows looked like they were converging or some shit.
Is the moon level?
The moon level? I don't know. Never been to the moon.
You said a cue ball was level earlier.
Yeah, cue ball is level to its surface, dude.
Is the moon level?
The moon level? I don't know. Probably not.
I know, what a ridiculous question, right? Like just how ridiculous,
the moon,
right?
Yeah, the moon isn't level. It's got like craters and shit all in it.
No, yeah.
And like little hills and craters. Viewably so.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine coming onto the internet and some guy, I don't know, Jenkins or something, saying to you that the moon is level. Like,
No, I
what
just
is
said
that?
that the moon isn't level. It's got like
You
craters.
said cue balls are level, buddy.
Yeah, cue
You
balls.
said engines are level. I don't know. Imagine these conversations.
No, I didn't say an
happening
engine
in the
was
real
level.
world.
I said that a cover for an engine would be level. But you keep twisting my words because you're either not listening or you're trying to straw man me. Either way, it's very cute.
And then you put a ruler on a picture of Florida and said, "Well, I know that Florida is flat.
I
Therefore,
didn't say it
my
was flat.
ruler."
I said quite the opposite, that it was flat.
You said there was no elevation change, and that was your
Does
proof.
not mean flat. And no, that wasn't my proof. I said I got the distance from one coast to the other, and I used that to scale up like my measurements for the entirety of the Earth.
So then you know
Keep
the ends of
strawmanning
the
me,
earth.
dude. But again, can you please disprove the moon landing?
So now you know the ends of the earth, right? So you've now turned into an object that you say this is one segment of the entirety of the object.
So no evidence against
How do you
the moon
know that?
landing. Got it.
I don't care about the moon as much as you do. I don't know.
Yes, Fusili, and I showed you with images how I can get a 90-degree reference point for a nail that was at a 45-degree angle. I know you're still butthurt about that one.
He holds a nail up beside a fucking.
Yeah, really quick, easy setup, and easy to demonstrate. Simple concept of perspective in angles.
I know,
So
dude.
weird to understand that, or so weird to like grasp that. Like a guy who builds houses can't grasp that concept. I would never live in your house.
I don't.
But I also have like a scope on my rifle, and I also have like a staircase that has a railing to it, and I can like.
You've never shot a gun in your life. Stop lying to people.
I haven't. I've shot plenty of guns, dude.
You sound like you break a nail.
I got plenty of guns. Actually, I need more. I got a 30-30 I can circumcise a coyote like with from like 300 yards out.
Video games don't count, dumbass.
Oh, very cute.
Demons.
Here, stand by, Chief. Where's it at? Let's take a look. My collection's only got bigger since I took this picture, but I can run down there to the safe and get another one. I have plenty of them.
Yeah, looks like you have a lot of guns. You can never be too careful walking around the red light district.
I do. That's what my got my whatchamacallit, my 586. I fucking love it to death. Starting to get a little worn out though. Blowing a bit out the sides now.
Like seriously.
Come
Alright,
on, man.
mic
We're
check.
flat earthers. We make sure we're plugged in and grounded.
Mic check.
Well, I
Mic
work
check. 1 2 1
tech
2.
support for Comcast, and you'd be surprised how many people call in
Mic check. 1
without
2 1
first
2.
unplugging and plugging back in their modems.
Oh, it's straight. Dude, I didn't even realize I got Alien Sound Center, Alienware Sound Center, and NVIDIA. Man, motherfuckers had to tell me how to work that shit.
Are you telling me it's straight to me, or you talking to the other guy? Like,
I'm talking to you, but yeah, yours sounds great, dude.
that is retarded.
Right
I'm
now.
playing Call of Duty and it still sounds. I'm so upset.
It was a little louder a minute ago, though.
It might be, and it might be Call of Duty.
Yeah, because
I had to double your volume just to hear you the other day.
well, let me look. I might
Here.
still have him on 182.
Here, check out
Oh,
the.
I do. Fuck, I got you at 200%. Shit.
Check out my stream if you want to see what your levels look like.
I built pyramids, parallel portals to other worlds. When Gabriel's horn sings and the Father returns, I'll roast some marshmallow on a stick while your soul burns. I like that verse. I think it's hard. Like, yeah, I'm going to get a bag of marshmallows when the second coming comes. There's going to be a lot of heat here from all them burning souls, you know. I at least like to put it to use. I'll feel sorry for you guys, but I'm going to roast marshmallows.
Making s'mores?
Making s'mores the day all them souls burn. Well, at least I hope, but I got faith, you know. I don't care what other people believe. When it comes to God, there's way too many stories out there. I don't believe all those stories, but I do believe there's something greater than us. And that kills me in this world today. If you say I believe in a spiritual authority or God, they automatically try to put you into one of their cubby holes so they can understand what you believe. It might be you don't believe any of their stories, you just believe they're the creator. Man, Michigan got some funny ass weather right now. It keeps going from 36 and 40 degrees to like 70. Half the state gonna have respiratory infections by the end of the week. Just because of the severe changing in the, in the weather and the barometric pressure.
I'm from Texas, so there really is no getting used to that. The weather constantly fluctuating greatly like that. You think, oh, I'll get used to it eventually. No.
Yeah, it's been that way my whole life, dude. In Michigan, you can go through all 4 seasons in one day. Any time of year.
Yeah, you gotta be ready. Gotta be ready with the short sleeve shirt, and a jacket with jeans. Like you gotta be prepared.
I still do denim. You was gonna say denim. I got a jean jacket. Got an Iron Maiden patch on it from the 80s, but
that's hard. That's hardcore right there.
Hey, it's the Trooper too, Crit.
No, I'm saying like when you walk around with like old school, like not old school, but 1980s, rock bands and stuff, and people don't know the context.
Yeah.
Like Megadeth, Iron Maiden. You're like, holy shit! What?
They're like, look at this devil worshiper. Yeah, I know. I
That
get it.
dude is on, man. That dude is lit. You know, he is like talking about, you know.
Well,
the church.
I mean, there are
so many
heavy
churches.
metal bands that are Freemasons. You know, Metallica being one of them.
Or like Anthrax. You got like a denim jacket that says Anthrax, Megadeth. You know, like Iron Maiden.
Yeah, you know, their new album Lux Eterna means eternal light. Your eternal light, Lux Eterna. That's the divine light. It's a Masonic principle.
I saw Iron Maiden in frickin' the Number of the Beast tour, Baltimore Civic Center. Judas Priest, Screaming for Vengeance.
Yeah.
You guys like notice
the
that.
Civic Center, huh? Sorry, bro.
Yeah, I saw him on Peace of Mind and Power Slave too. Yeah.
Get in there, Elijah.
Yeah, you know all that old shit, man. I saw MOD.
Wait, hold on. Be quiet for a second. Elijah, I think try talking. I'm not sure, but it sounds a little distorted.
Yes.
Okay, you're good. Okay. Sounds like for a second like you're gurgling your throat or something that was coming through really weird.
Like The Grudge, yes, that's how I felt when I got walked.
Yeah, I hear you. I reckon I don't like that there. But
I didn't think y'all would hear it, but on a bad mic day, y'all don't hear the little sounds that I make. So
that's hard. The grudge sound is hardcore. That's really rough. That's raw.
Yeah. It's vocal fry. It's like it's one of the things that you do when you vocal train. Like it's like a warm down kind of. Anyway. So it's like
I'm with you, Elijah.
Yep. So it's like
vocal training.
What's crazy is when you really look to your left and you look to your right and you look at your neighbors, like they actually have no problem with a spiritual authority. They just hate the God of the Bible. And not specifically because of what the Bible says, but specifically because of their upbringing surrounding the book. Because when you talk to them, there's a whole bunch of people ready to read your palm and tell you, oh yeah, you know, my God's in the universe. Like they make sure shit is aligned right. You're like, no one has a problem with spirituality. They just have a problem with religion.
Yeah, they got a problem with you're a sinner and you're going to hell, or you'll be judged someday. Yep. Hey, you know, Elijah, when you started talking about vocal training, my first thought was, damn, I still got that Moonshine song. A lot of you guys don't know it, but Elijah can sing his ass off. He could probably sing gospel that I would sit there and listen to and enjoy, even though I'm not a hyper religious guy. But yeah, that Moonshine, you know what I'm talking about.
Yep, yeah. That's a good song.
I thought when I heard it, I'm like, man, he holds that note so high. I wonder if Elijah trains his vocal cords. And now I know you do.
Mm-hmm. You have to, because if you don't, it's like a piano. You could really be like just out of tune. Like when I say out of tune, like your brain knows what note you want to hit, but the keys aren't physically capable. You got to warm them up. You got to stretch them, and what you got to do.
And there's like three tones in vocal training. And if you can hit them, you can sing any song in those chords, and you'll sound all right as long as you're holding your tune.
Yep.
I was raised in the church. The choir lady used to nag me all the time. Always going high pitch like Michael Jackson, you know? She's like, no, Michael, you gotta control that. She was a mean old woman. She really was. Messed up her choir. That lady would condemn you to hell.
Did you know Eddie Van Halen did the guitar solo of Beat It?
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen.
I just found that out just the other day. I was like, how did I not know that? What the hell?
I was watching a documentary about how the reason they got with David Lee Roth is because he had nice equipment, and I'm not talking about like his body. I'm talking about like electronic, like like he had like a nice like a PA and like
We
all
know
this
what
stuff.
you meant.
Yeah, he didn't even they didn't want to really even play with him because he was a freaking like a fancy boy.
Nancy boy, you say?
I said fancy, but yeah, basically.
Well, Fancy was a chick too. They called her Patsy Cline. No, yeah, I heard all that stuff when, man, I seen the birth of MTV. I used to watch MTV a lot.
Was that?
Yeah, dude, it was 99.6 Luft Balloons and Big Country and all that shit over and over.
Yep.
Dude, it got a bit until
Material Girl.
Headbangers Ball was cool though. Then you got to see
don't
the
leave out
Trooper and freaking
Donna and gay
Under the
ass
Hill.
George Michaels. They played George Michaels constantly.
Oh my lord!
The Man Show came out.
Boy George, all that nonsense.
Yeah.
Culture Club. What a mess.
Billy Idol.
Well, MTV started featuring NASA clips here and there. Like they had that whole astronaut TV thing that they showed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Christ, they put the
moon is
MTV
real.
sign on the moon. Yeah, they put the MTV sign
That's right.
on the moon. On the moon, man. That was doing propaganda back then.
Yeah, they had us believing that frickin' MTV was on the moon. It's more likely that MTV went to the moon than we did.
That's what, when people say they're from my era, I like to ask them, MTV Crowd or VH1? Or BET? What'd you watch?
MTV. VH1 was lame.
I'd watch BET and MTV.
VH1 had some cool shit eventually, but I was like
a chick
I was
there.
young.
You got a chick
Dude,
with you.
who was it? Who was the two people? Gosh damn, was it Martha? Martha. What the hell was her name? Wasn't Martha? No, not Martha Stewart. I'm an idiot. I don't know. There's two.
Martha and the Muffins.
Who remembers Up All Night with Elvira?
Holy crap. Dude, you know it's funny if you're seeing that dude from Counting Cars, that dude is like a count,
Yeah, the Count. He was
the late night thing, dude. It was him. Like kind of like Elvira, but it was him.
Yeah, he had the Count.
Yeah, that dude freaking built some pretty nice shit, man.
Used to play all like Count Dracula and Fright Night, all them vampire movies, just like Olivia. Elvira, Olivia.
Yeah, he was like more like national.
Points participant.
Oh, so he's already been around the block?
Yeah.
Yep, I've been around the block.
Okay. I'm trying to scare the people in here. Everybody's like, what's going on, man?
So what is the best proof you guys got for a moon landing being fake?
The hell?
Well, it's not our claim that the moon landing was fake. It's their claim that they went to the moon. So what's the best evidence for the moon landing?
Oh.
So, what's the best evidence for the moon landing?
I would say the best evidence is we built a molecular monogram.
A monogram? A monogram? Did he just dip?
A molecular monogram. What a guy.
Isn't that the thing that squeezes the titty?
What the hell did you just say?
The hell did you just say?
Wait, isn't that what you like get your backpack stitched? You know, your initials.
Yeah,
probably
a molecular monogram. Wow.
Glover say the darndest things.
I'm fairly certain he was just trying to take the piss a little bit.
Dude, it just reminded me of this video I watched today. There's like this YouTuber who goes around to people on the corner. He'll go up to them and say something kind of vulgar. Like to this one today, he was like, "Hey, you want to bang on my block, boy?" And he's like, "What you mean? You trying to bang on my block?" Right?
Bang on my block?
Over and over, bang on my block, right? He's on the
Bang
corner
on my block. Oh.
And so at the end of the video, he pulls a Bang energy drink out of his pocket. He's like, "I told you want to bang on my block, boy." It's like it's these like kind of troll type videos where I don't know if you guys are familiar with that energy drink, Bang energy.
Yes, Bang. Yes. I was married. It's a woman drink.
Are you sure you don't want to bang on my block? It was the exact same vibes this guy had. What you trying to say?
What you trying to say, fool?
That was weird.
Come on, Professor Phil, where are you?
Yeah, what the hell, man? He did wait till make you laugh.
Bro. He doesn't want to come in here. He needs another guy like Dude to come in here to get the energy up.
Yeah.
Get a hype man.
Yeah. All these other guys, man, they're so much of a letdown when they come in here.
Yeah.
They don't got no bite.
On Bart.
Yeah, you're talking about earlier them bringing the energy. It's like they're all about it in the chat. And then when they come in here like squeaky little mice. Well, I just want to say that if I could ask the question, shut up. Like, sit down. Like, you don't want to. You want somebody to speak from their chest, bro. I mean, they're going to talk about it, being a globe.
I know, right? In the chat, like, anywhere, anytime. And then they get here. Like, oh, man.
They got that old 1980s Ric Flair passion, going on. I will take him down in the cage match this Sunday, and I will do it in front of everybody. And you're like, all right, dude, come on in here. Let's talk about it. You guys, I just really want to talk about, like, if it's okay to say, I don't know, is it okay to say this word? Like, he's like, shit. You were nothing like that in chat, bro.
Hey, Glau Bueller in the YouTube says, pro tip. Claims and incredulity is not flat earth proof. What a nonsensical statement. Claims and incredulity is not a globe earth proof either, Bueller.
Exactly. That's all they have is claims and bullshit.
We just said we weren't making claims.
Right. So let's talk about a globe earth claim. First we'll do claim, then we'll do incredulity. So a claim is the earth is a globe despite what we see. Okay, that's your claim. And incredulity is, but you're a flat earther. Nobody can believe that. So that, you've just more projection. All it is.
I know, right? Y'all can't even help it. Like, you're trying so hard in the chat and it ends up being projection. Come on. Just stop it. Stop running with the Twitter fingers. Click the link. Join the panel. Stop trying to get a reaction out of people from the YouTube chat.
Come get on Voice and show us how stupid we are.
Yeah.
Just show us.
Some weirdos, man, for real. I hang around things that I like, things that I enjoy. I watch podcasts that I like listening to.
Dude said making a claim is supposed to make the earth flat. No. It's not a claim.
Jenna, if you want to ban him, go ahead. Unless he comes in here.
Yeah.
So yeah, exactly. A claim would be it just looks flat, but it's actually a globe.
Yeah.
Right. That's a claim.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't pretend like we don't all see the same thing. So we all observe the same Earth, which isn't curved. So when there's no claims, even we don't even need to make any claims. You guys have the claim,
and that's why we don't have the incredulity. You have the incredulity because you think.
Look at this genius. Look what he posted. You have a positive claim that it's not. That is not a positive claim.
Oh my God.
Bueller, you are a retard. You're a retard, Bueller.
If my neighbor claims they won the lottery and I say, no, dude, you didn't, he has the positive claim.
Prove I didn't.
The burden doesn't lie on me to prove that he doesn't. It's on him to prove that he does.
It's not is a negation. That's a negative.
It's not a positive claim. These guys are so dumb, dude. These are just basic things.
You're not here is now a positive claim to this guy. That's crazy, dude. Like, there's no hope. If you have to teach them like basic positive, negative, like what those dichotomy things mean.
He has it muted. He's just in there for the chat.
I doubt that.
Yeah. I have the VC muted. He doesn't have the VC muted.
What do I look like, a glober? I'm just going to believe random stuff off the internet? Hell no.
Well, Jenna, then he can't hear me say ban him if he doesn't come here in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Because nobody's going to sit there in the chat not watching the video.
I have been muted. That's a lie. That's a damn lie.
Yeah.
That's cap, bro.
What was that? That was a lie.
Why the fuck you lying?
Why you fucking
While you always lying.
It's like the same 5 top of the leaderboard trolls that have the time most spent in Flat Earth chats. So not me, it's not Nemus, not anybody in this panel. It's the same 5 chat skanks on YouTube in the chat that don't want to speak here for some weird reason. But they got to maintain their top of the leaderboard for time most spent in a Flat Earth chat. Y'all hear more than I am. Go be with your people. Or maybe they don't even want you.
What's that, the monkey cage at the zoo? That's where he thinks his people came from. That's the one thing I've never understood about evolutionists is that they brag about coming from primates. Like, that's not bragging. Like, have you seen primates? Like, what are you talking? How is that a brag?
I feel like when you call them out on that, they're like, "Oh, but it's not actually primates; it's something else." It's like,
no, it's a common descent ancestor.
Yeah,
so
they're all over the place, dude.
Then you get them to admit there's a missing link, so they don't actually have the common ancestor. So
we don't come from monkeys. Us and monkeys share a common ancestor.
So what? A strawberry, or what are we talking about here?
And now John Smith says, muting and banning is so cowardly. You know what's cowardly, John? When you have us muted, but you want to shit talk in the chat and you don't want to back anything up by coming in here and getting on voice.
Oh,
that's cowardly.
Hell yeah, from the chat. You can't say the word coward. You shouldn't even be typing that.
How are you going to say coward in the chat when there's an open invitation to come in here and get on voice? Fight me, bro.
Come on.
You coward.
Scared, as you say from the chat. Stop it.
The guy was saying to that guy, ha ha ha, was like, I'll take you anytime, anywhere, except for that place. Because that's not anywhere, bro.
Here and now.
That's literally not anywhere.
Name the time and place, except for this time and place right now. Now, if you don't mind, I've got to go wax my bussy.
Freaking me with you out of control, bro.
I wonder how many of these
Well
guys,
said, brother.
Wonder how many of these guys' dads went to go get cigarettes and just never came back.
Or milk.
Yeah. Got to go get some milk. All right, Dad.
Goodbye, son.
They're sitting on the porch 20 years later. He'll come back soon.
Yeah, he will.
Why would he lie?
No, you don't get it. He would never lie. That's the thing.
Why you always lying? They can't do it. They just can't put their money where their mouth is at all.
Hell no. Well, first, they don't have any money and doubt they have a mouth anyway.
I have an alert on my desk on my PC. I have an alert on Discord in my direct messages, and I just can't find it. But it doesn't show up as an alert on my phone. But that little one, circled red one, is driving me crazy.
So where's our beloved Phil at? Too scared to enter.
We didn't start the seance correctly. We have to have. I was trying to say, it needs to be a group of at least 5 or more people to summon such a creature.
Oh, you know what? Maybe all the big boys need to delete. Just leave the call.
Oh yeah.
Then he'll join. Then we just pop back in and
let's just get Pete Shea in here.
Yeah.
Have Pete Shea just sit on here talking, and we all leave. And when they all come in, we jump in and mute Pete.
Just,
aha!
Or
you fell for the rat trap. Ha ha ha!
Just set a little bait. So that's what they do. I
thought I was going to be talking to Phil.
I've seen Matthew do this and Jesse. Like, they'll try to pick on people that they perceive as not being as smart as them or whatever.
As weak.
It's some bullshit.
Oh yeah, they're bullies.
They don't come in here when, like, if you're in here. But if I don't know.
See,
I'm in here alone.
I can be a real bully. I really can. But I have a philosophy that I'm gonna bully bullies.
Oh, me too. I don't even think it's the bully aspect though. They're just looking to try to. They just know they can't get one over on you.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe speaking to some other new people that they're not too familiar with, they'll try their BS.
It's like cheating on a cheater.
Yeah, you can't troll a troll or bully a bully. Yeah.
Oh, there's Pete Shea coming in the door. He's right up there. He's the leprechaun. Where's me gold at? Where's me gold?
Hearts, stars, clovers, red balloons.
And dodos. Don't forget the dodos.
The dodo.
Dodo.
Funny.
I remember
Bill,
this
what a
freaking out
letdown,
seeing
dude.
that gif. It's like, what the hell is that?
Somebody make that gif, but make it where he's opening the door, and as it opens, it says, "Have you heard of the dodo?"
Yeah. I love that.
I DM'd Phil. I told him he's got all of his roles and everything. He can come in here anytime. Stranglers in the night.
Dude, I swear, dude, these guys would make the worst investigators ever.
I know.
I can't believe these are the people that we live with. These are like the people who vote for your judges and stuff. These guys are horrible. Join the chat. At one point in like the world's hierarchy, I guess he meant at what point in the world's hierarchy do you get revealed the truth? Like, what jobs would you have to get to be revealed the earth is flat? Dude, you yourself don't need a job to reveal this information. These guys are horrible at investigating the truth.
Wait, who said that?
No, it's just somebody in the lobby right now.
Oh, let's get some lobby fodder in here.
Yeah.
Let's see.
What job do I need? What jobs? They don't even care about the truth. They're just like, well, what? Who knows the truth out there? Someone has to know the truth. Why haven't they spoken up? Dude, who cares? Why don't you go figure out the truth yourself? It's just a shame that these are the people, like, these are your neighbors. These are the people who would be your jury. But when it comes to investigating the truth, they are dog shit at trying to just like figure this stuff out. Oh, but what job do I need to get to learn the truth? What? Not Walmart, okay? Doesn't matter what job. You can go and figure it out yourself. Job or jobless. It's not like you get a job and in the pamphlet they go, well, today we'll be teaching you about the earth being flat. No, dude. It's unfortunate. Let me message him. I'm trying to think of someone who has a job correlating to the shape of the earth. Bro. No one sees the whole earth, okay? If anything, especially the people you're talking about, he said, somebody who studies earthquakes, they're looking at stuff on a screen. Where do you study earthquakes from?
You study them after they happen.
Well, they know they're being lied to? Like, bro, you should figure out whether you're being lied to.
If you studied earthquakes before they happened, then you would be able to predict earthquakes.
Question for you. Has anybody spoken to Scooty down at the bottom of the server? He hasn't got any roles.
Wow. Scooty, you came in. Congratulations. You are immediately better than everybody else.
Have you been expecting him?
Well, we were calling him in from the lobby, so I'm going to go ahead and give him VC verified just because he came in.
Fair play to him.
There we go. Scooty, you're in control of your mic.
We're going to have to do another site.
I want to be VC validated. What I mean by that is I want to be validated for using any kind of, let's say, unrespectful language. Can I get that? Verified for that? Probably not, huh?
Well, I'll just try to address you. He says he doesn't want to talk, but don't be shy. You're welcome to chime in anytime. But we were just saying, like, you're setting up roadblocks for yourself. Oh, but what job gets the information? Bro, you can get the information yourself. Don't need some special job out there to tell you what the truth is.
I would also add that there are jobs predicated specifically on the existence of Bigfoot.
Right. That's a good point as well.
So having a job in a field doesn't make the field real.
Good point. Yeah. Ghost hunters and stuff like that.
There's a company out there that makes ghost meters.
Oh, jeez.
Right.
And I couldn't use the existence of employment to prove that ghosts are real because there's a derivative industry that exists predicated on the existence of ghosts.
But Mimas, why isn't someone from the industry speaking out? Because clearly, clearly someone has to know the truth.
Someone would say ghosts aren't real. Someone would.
Someone has
to know. It's too big of a conspiracy, man.
But how come they're not blocking that on Google like they do flat Earth?
Right.
Because they say globe isn't real, so they block us. But if you say ghosts aren't real, you're allowed to say that.
Interesting.
Stay within the metaphor.
Yeah.
All right, Matthew. We'll talk to you soon.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Cut the Shit.
Yep.
He made it for us. Look. Have you heard of the dodo?
The who? The dodo bird?
Yeah. See, we got the leprechaun. That's Pete Shea opening the door saying, have you heard of the dodo?
Pete Shea. Oh, what a guy. He goes back a long ways, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's on the server.
I know. I've spoken to him the other day. I was just kind of surprised to see him here. Just out of nowhere, out of the blue, just shows up. But well, I guess that's what everybody does. But yeah, Pete Shea, he's been around a long time, and
oh yeah,
always involved in some sort of controversy with somebody and whatever. But when I first met the guy, I thought I'm just never going to be able to be friends or even have a conversation with the guy that's going to be productive. Just because he doesn't, he doesn't allow for it to happen. He does whatever he can to avoid it or whatever. I don't know. But,
batshit crazy when he speaks sometimes. Well, sometimes, all the times.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to say to Scooty, if you're still with us, let me just double check. They are gone.
Oh, well.
Scooty.
Scooty scooted out of the server.
That's funny because my son got one of those little scooters you stand on, electric, chargeable, whatever things. And you see on the street that you rent, whatever, that it's there for you to jump on and take off on if you got a credit card or whatever. Somehow my son ends up with one of these things. Don't know where he got it. Really don't care. But it's funny because my sister named this device, this scooter of my son, Scooty. Oh, so now, yeah. Scooty.
I took a lot to come up with that one.
My sister's always giving my son shit. You leave Scooty outside in the cold. You don't take care of him. You glue all this weird stuff on him when it's not supposed to be there. You just, Scooty deserves to be treated better than that. That's what she tells my son. I just have to laugh. What is wrong with you, Kelly? Oh, seriously. Scooty. So, I was going to ask something here. Did we ever get a Glober to come in on the server to engage or start some sort of a controversial conversation? Yeah. Where is he? Where is she?
I don't think we've had one. Have we had one today?
One what? Lower?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Well, not that I can think of. But I really can't. I can honestly say that I haven't paid enough attention
When I woke up, there was not a single soul in the panel. It was just the live stream bot all on its
The
lonesome.
live stream bot, yeah, that was it.
That was crazy. And then I saw like Indio pop in and Ether holding it down. So somebody's got to get the fire started, get the coffees brewed up for the shift in the morning. So appreciate you guys getting it going.
Yeah.
That's all it takes. I mean, we got to get it cooked up for more flat earthers to join. Maybe there's more things we can do to get ballers to join as well. You know, they like friends. You know, they like holding hands. So, you know, maybe you see how they jump in groups of like 5, 10. They all hold each other's hands and come in at once. Maybe we need I don't know, just more incentives.
They share a community brain, CB.
Yeah, they do. They do.
They hand the brain to one guy who's a speaker, and then everybody's like, "Yeah, what he said."
Yeah.
All of you agree with him? Yeah, what he said. I'm like, bro, nobody thinks for themselves anymore in that aspect.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what other incentives would be good for them, but
I can't think of one.
well, it's like, what was the incentive when they would come and do the arena? Obviously, there was a reason why they would wanted to come and do that then, and then they stopped doing it. So I'm sure they lost some of their incentive to come here. What was that driving force? I heard that it was like they thought they could prove the globe back then or something. I don't know.
Yeah, they were talking about looking at the horizon before we started to really bring them to that point with the Black Swan and like, you know, how they don't have any evidence, and so they started to shift the argument to other things. You know, then they went to sextants, and then they found the sextant argument wasn't working. Then they went to star trails. They found the star trail argument wasn't working. And there was a couple of things like from year to year where they really were harping on one specific point. But at some point in the arena's like lifespan, they thought that they had an argument to still be had. So a lot of the points that we already demolished, and they know that they've been demolished, they don't say them anymore. Like light comes in direct parallel rays, you know, directly parallel. They don't say that anymore. The rhetoric now is it's mostly parallel.
Yeah.
So there's a bit of like lawyerese, you know, speak. What is it?
Oh, yeah.
Legalese.
Legalese.
So they start to say that, and that's kind of like, you're kind of using these words, but you're not really saying for certain that these rays are what you're claiming they are. So it's like, and then what are light rays too? Because it's like, you know, there's a whole bunch of things that you're trying to work out of, and we don't let them get away from a point. So they kind of just at this point now not incentivized, not the grand sophists. What we get sophists from time to time, but they haven't been in our server. So once they come in here, it's like a death trap.
I know.
They don't know how to escape except for rage quit or, oh, it's 1 a.m. in the morning, so you know how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
Mine's not working that well.
Someone said that last night. Oh, it's 12 a.m. I gotta go. Bro, you've been in here tweeting it up a storm for 3 hours straight. Let me invite you to voice. Now you gotta go. Okay. Got you, bro.
It's funny though, CB, because every time you start to talk to them, they want to leave. I find that usually that's their out. They're like, it's 1 a.m. It's like, fine, whatever.
I did scare a guy off the other day. I feel bad about it still, but he
you do not.
He said bad. I go out and see the globe. I'm like, dude, you cannot say that. I don't care what position you stand, you know, what position you have. You have to be honest about what you observe. We all observe the same Earth. You can't say you go out and see something different than I do. That's just foul. That's wrong. That's out of pocket. So I called him out, and he you know what's so funny? He made my point for me because I told him that it all started because I said you see flat Earth outside, and he goes, well, no, I see the globe outside. I'm like, no, you only see the globe on your screen. You don't see it outside. Then he goes to proceeds to make a point about, oh, but look, flight paths. Like, you idiot. You're making my point for me by telling me you looked at a screen and saw curved flight paths on a screen. So it just proves my point even further that you don't go outside and see a globe. So when I stopped him to make that point, he's like, "Oh, well, I'm just gonna leave." It's like, "Geez, all right, dude, whatever." Next time, just be honest. If there was any resemblance of any curvature, we would have found it. So I don't appreciate like randos coming in here and lying bold face and just expecting people to believe that. No, I'm gonna call you out. You have to be honest. Even the globers now, some of them that we debate won't be honest about. Oh, well, we do observe locally flat, blah blah blah. So we're not just gonna accept going in reverse and have people go, "Oh, no, we do see curve." No, you don't. I don't care if you believe it or not. So you're not going to let me tell you how I see curve, then I'm leaving.
How do we not see curve? How do we not see curve?
Well, you don't see hills of water when you go to the lake or the beach or a pond. They're not formed up into a hump. So you don't see curved water.
Hey, CB, can you hear me?
Yep.
Real quick, I don't want to bring everybody down. I just wanted to shout out condolences to Bob Nodell's family. We lost another true soldier Thursday. Bob Nodell passed away. So,
I heard that also. Good morning, everybody.
Hey, by the way, I was gonna ask, how does anybody know how he passed? Was it like an accident or something just an illness?
Heard it was a heart attack.
The heart attack?
63, man. That's young.
Yeah, that's pretty. Enlarged heart, maybe is what they say.
Ooh.
It was a what?
Enlarged heart.
Enlarged heart? Okay.
Rippin' pepperoni, Bob. You will be missed.
Yeah, he's looking over all of us. So, how old was he?
Not sure.
I think I'm older than he is. So, thank God.
Uh-oh, you're next.
There, but, here by the grace of the Lord go I. Like, I have to become much more humble and grateful for where I am. Like, and don't take things for granted. Don't try to go over my bounds. A lot of valuable lessons, like in this path, I've had to learn myself. So, rest in peace, Bob Nodell, and you'll be missed, but you'll always be remembered. Thanks.
Yeah, shout out to Bob.
And everybody else, God Rockin', are you there?
Yes, sir.
You old fart.
Gee, thank you.
Only we can say that to each other, right?
You can say anything you want to me. You're right. I'm not going to be offended because I know.
Hey, man,
you're just messing. I'm not going to get upset over some stupid, ridiculous thing like that. Besides that, I am an old fart.
Of course, but that's coming from one to another, though. So that's my point.
Right.
Because look how long we lasted.
That's right, and look how much longer we're going to last. The end is nowhere in sight.
I'm an old fart too.
Yeah, Dave, there you are, another one.
Yep.
Another one.
Good to hear you on here. Day after day, night after night, month after month, year after year. All our people on here, all of us together, we get to know each other. It's a fantastic thing. gives me hope for my future. And more for the generation that is
Yeah, don't go quietly. Don't go quietly and do that gentle good night.
Babies are doing great. They're doing great.
Everybody's on that bad mic drug today, man.
Still on the baby high.
Wait a minute, he's hot micing, right? Timbo, is that Timbo?
Who knows? Maybe Karen.
No.
She's super.
Kyle, you're on a bad mic, brother.
Kyle.
I'm in
Bad mic gang.
Hold on.
Kyle, that's a really bad mic, bro.
Oh, stop. Okay.
At least somebody has the worst mic than I do. I like to.
All right. Should I add Kyle as a friend? I don't. We'll see. Anyway.
Yeah, just a little bit of the words of all of us that have wisdom is, I mean, you're gonna keep doing the thing that you're doing in life and just die well, keep going and rock it till the wheels fall off. Keep telling people the truth, keep being the light, and when it's your time to go, just know that you did everything you possibly could to get whatever it is, the truth, be spoken. And that's it, man.
And the funny thing about that is I think more and more that it's not really those that are closest to us. It's the ones that we reach that just happen to hear us on that particular day, at that moment. And come to realize the truth about where and who they are, at least a little bit closer. Of course, there's obviously things that we may never know about ourselves and about ourselves and how we got here, what we actually consist of. Like anybody's guess, it's supernatural to me.
I gotta get to work, gents, but I'll catch up with you guys later. Probably at lunchtime, break time, or whatever.
All right. Look forward to hearing you again.
Adios.
Always a pleasure.
Later, guys.
There's mayhem, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, but I'm gonna jump off and run some errands too, fellas. So I'll be back maybe later tonight after the UFC fights. So,
all right, CB.
Yeah.
Tonight. So tomorrow night.
I'll send out a ping in a few hours. The event starts in 2.5 hours or so. So I'll send out a little message for anyone that wants to.
Are you going to the fight or watching the fight?
They're in Miami, so.
Oh, okay.
I would, but no, I'm stuck in Ohio right now. But no, I'll be tuned in watching. But yeah, send me a message if anyone else wants to watch along. I got you on a little sneaky linky. But all right, yeah, I'll chat with you guys later.
All right,
take care.
Creation Bear, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, Florida sounds like a good bet to me. I kind of like some of the thing, something I heard recently. I'm like, I want to move there right away. Like, if I can find the right piece of land. But it's going to take me a while logistically, for one thing. Then, as timing always is the most important thing in anything, in planning. Right, Mimas?
Yep.
What's that?
I'm watching a Twitter video. I'm scrolling through my Twitter right now.
How's that looking? I never go on those other media.
Oh, it's as brain dead as ever.
Yeah, I bet. I've seen little flips of it. Has anybody spoken to a schizophrenia? CC verified.
Sonny, your mic is picking you up really like muffled and indistinct.
Okay, I'm gonna try to fix that.
Okay. Schizophrenia. Sorry. Hello. What brings you here? Are you in the bad mic gang? I didn't hear you.
I said just hanging out, just chilling.
Oh yeah, bad mic gang. You're just hanging out chilling, right?
Yeah.
I only got like 1.5 syllables of that.
Yeah, I have connection issues at times.
I got you. Well, I hate to say it, guys, but I got to run for a little while too. So I'll see y'all later.
See you later, man.
Oh, how's this side? Is this better? Hello. I think mine's just poor connection. How's this sound right now? Anybody? Anybody else there?
You sound all right, Sonny.
Not that great, eh?
It's doable.
Okay, I have some background noise and probably a bad, not good connection. I guess the satellites just they're not quite cutting it. They're having a 3-day weekend too. Probably if I talk louder, is that better?
Yeah.
And not move so far away from the device. Yeah.
Yeah, sounds better than before, yeah.
Okay. All right. So how's everybody's day going here on the flat plane of existence? Great. I heard great. All right.
Wonderful.
I got wonderful. Care to explain?
Yeah, bro.
Clarify? Okay. We're waiting. Baby.
Oh, dude, this is great.
Okay, what's great about it? Could you describe it with adjectives?
It's not cold anymore.
Okay. Hey, yeah, I heard you got a blast through there. There's something to talk about. How do those storms move again? I mean, all those storms and tornadoes and shit that, like, I was warning about a few weeks ago.
I don't know.
About the weather rolling in, starting from the Sea of Japan, across in they get in the California current, comes from Bering Strait.
It's not real, bro.
Can you explain to me how the Earth is flat?
Who's speaking?
The thinker.
The thinker. Oh.
Thinker no longer.
Explain to you how the Earth is flat. Okay, explain to you how the Earth is flat is what I heard. So, what particularly would you like to know about it?
Well, I want to know, like, why people think they're just general knowledge.
You cut off. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Cut off a little bit there. I have to go to my PC probably. So why people think it's flat? Just basically that's it. Okay, so I won't answer your question with another question. So I'll try to answer your question. Why people think it's flat? A lot of different reasons, but they're all based in the natural world that we look at when we are experiencing life while awake or conscious in the daytime. It's a flat, stationary plane. It's used that way. Water always finds its level. Level does not mean curve. There is such thing as horizontal lines in nature. The sea line, the horizon line, your line of sight are straight lines. Would you agree with this?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So if we look across a body of water and I see at nighttime from 5 miles across the harbor, the seashore, right where it's, hitting the rocks, that's a line. If you're looking from a distance, that appears as a line of the sea, especially on things like jetties and breakwater. So if I can see all the water and it's extending out, and in my view, extending out and rising up as it goes out, so you're looking over the water now, and I can see the far shore with light shining down from the right there. There's walkways that are right along the breakwater. So a walkway goes, and then there's lights. Those lights I can see from 5 miles away. That would be impossible. They would be 16 feet. So, like on some of these masts, these light posts or whatever, they may be 30 feet tall. So half of them would be missing. But here's the point. You would never see their light reflecting off the water, would you? Here's why. Because if the Earth was curved in the amount they said it was supposed to be, there would be a sagitta between you and the light shining on the water. If that light is shining on something that's below your line of sight or level, it would be bouncing on a surface that is pointed in the opposite direction from you, would bounce away, and you would never see the reflection on the water, let alone the light on the water making a line on calm water directly from the light source to your feet. And not only one light that you're looking at, but every single light across the harbor, all of those light sources that I can see, the light post itself and the light shining on the water right below them at the shoreline, then a line coming from that point directly to my feet from every light source across the harbor. Can you explain to me how that could ever work on a spherical surface where in 5 miles there should be 16.67 feet of vertical drop below your level? Could you explain that?
I don't know how that would work.
It wouldn't work anything like it does. So that's one point about water's nature. Plus, you can navigate across water using right triangles with all the sides being straight, because that's the only way triangles work.
So
what to find a position?
What about this Black Swan?
Okay, what about the Black Swan? Anything about it that stands out?
Yeah, like how does that prove like the Earth is flat as well?
Can someone post the Black Swan image? Let me look at the two text chats. I can put it in. I remember how. Let's see. I'm an old fart, so. So thank you, Sasha. So here's what the whole thing is about. You see the bye bye ball and the voice live stream voice text.
I can't see it. But I know it's oil rig, right?
Okay, so the image, the whole point is where is the horizon, which would be the point where the sky and the land or sea appear to meet. It's not, it's the word appear because it is only an optical phenomenon. It's strictly an optical thing where you see that horizon because it changes every second, millisecond. It's changing constantly. The atmo, all the gases are swirling all the time. They never are stop or static, which would be required for any static model of, let's say, refraction. That which they don't have one. So the point is where the horizon is beyond a known point in the sand on the bottom of underneath the water at the bottom, a sand down there. They drilled right into it that those oil rigs are stationary. So you got that part?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So the stationary platforms, the furthest one being 9.41 miles, closest one being platform Hill House, 6.2 miles. The observer this is not a contention. The observer height is 1 foot. You can find that yourself from the source video. We have that available. So because they say the Earth is 3,959 miles, that means that surface, that's going to require some geometry right there. So there are consequences on the surface of a ball of that size. Do you understand that?
Hold up. Can you say that again? You said something on the surface of what?
There are consequences, the geometry that the size of the ball that they told us Earth is 3,959 miles to the radius, that the radius has consequences on the surface, and I'm going to tell you what those consequences are. What it means is the geometry on the surface is there's a formula, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet equals the distance to the geometric horizon. So the whole point of the Black Swan is the observer's at 1 foot, so that means one times 1.225, that means the geometric horizon of a ball of that size can be no further than 1.225 miles. That means 1.2 miles, which you can walk in about, depending how fast, pretty quick. 30 minutes. So we have here, the horizon is beyond the furthest platform habitat at 9.4 miles. So it's easily at 10 miles. So we just go with 10 miles. It's probably much further, but you don't have any reference further. But the only reference we have is that it's further out, and that line of the horizon is higher up than platform habitat. So we're going to go with 10 miles conservatively. We have that geometric horizon is orders of magnitude further. That would make you seeing that right there. You could go down there and do this yourself on certain days, probably quite a few days. I know, I live in Southern California, right on the coast. I've seen things way, way further. I've seen 30 miles off just recently. So we're seeing things that would make the Earth's radius 500,000 miles in diameter instead of 8,000 miles. Do you understand the consequences of that? or how much of a difference or error that is from 8,000 to 500,000 miles diameter difference. That would make everything off. That means there could be no 24-hour day. You can figure out how fast that would be spinning at the outside surface. It was 500,000 miles in radius, or 500,000 miles radius, or even 250,000 miles, 250,000. I think 263,000 radius. So that's 500,000 miles. That just you seeing that oil rig out there, and the water behind it, where the horizon is, would make your ball 500,000 miles in diameter. Come on now. So that's the point, where the horizon is, nothing else. The rigs themselves are only used for distance indicators. That's it. They're stationary platforms. And that's my statement, and I'll stand by it. I'll yield the floor. Any questions, comments, disagreements?
So what's another reason why the Earth could be flat as well?
As if that was not enough.
Yeah.
What's wrong with your own experience? Do you experience any curvature in your daily life?
Like when you're
on Earth, when you go outside, and you're standing on the street, you're looking south down. I can look south down the street. It goes perfectly out of perspective. So where in your daily life do you experience curvature on the Earth you walk on?
Like there's
over water.
There's hills and stuff.
Oh, okay. So good. So how about over water? Waves and stuff. Right?
There's like waterfalls, like rivers.
We're talking about ocean water. We're not talking about running water. We're talking about still water, ocean water that's undisturbed, which the oceans are not undisturbed. They're always moving around too. But
I see a lot of
water. Say again. Sorry.
I see a lot of flat ocean.
Yeah, because you can see over it. So the waves will, however high you are going to be interfered with by obstacles along the path of your sight, your line of sight. Go straight. Well, waves don't go straight. So the mean level, like waves have peaks and troughs. So these people do not understand ship navigation, sailing, how boats work, like buoyancy. Like ships are bouncing up and down depending on how big the waves are. If a wave is 10 feet, then that boat is going up a total of 20 feet, up and down, 20 feet. Going up the peak and all the way down. 10 feet up, 10 feet down. From the mean level. So what the mean level is what we're talking about. So mean level would mean on a very calm day, like let's say in the ocean, it's glassy out there. Yeah, it warbles around. It's very interesting to see still water on the ocean where it's just glassy. And I've seen it many, many thousands of times. So it's the mean level we're talking about. So if you can see those little ripples that I'm talking about, even on very still water, if you had a long distance of still water like that, it would be a mirror finish of the sky. So that's another indication that all still water creates a perfect mirror. This cannot be done over distances like the Salar de Uyuni in the highlands of Bolivia. It's the largest salt plain in the world, and it's like something like 100 miles, 80, 90 miles across, and 70 miles the other way. This shows a perfect mirror, and there's images of that as well, of the Bolivian salt flat. So look into that. You cannot have a mirror finish on water that exactly replicates the sky above it without being distorted if it was curved water. So no curved water. Water is level. So there's the Black Swan. Water is level, and we can see way too far beyond any kind of scope of their Earth. We have hundreds and hundreds of data points, as Indio was saying previously in one of the bot recordings I heard yesterday. So we have 100 data points at least. I think, excuse me, that might have been me.
Can I ask something, Sonny?
Yeah, yes, please do.
What more evidence do you need other than actually measuring something to be flat? Like, even in building things, you measure twice, cut once, right? So if you measure and you measure again, and you find that it's measuring flat, it's not measuring curved, what more evidence do you need to have for zero curvature?
Yep, exactly. What say you?
I don't know who you were talking to. Who were you talking to? Tony?
The dude dipped. Was it Tony V? No, I thought it was somebody else.
I don't know. I'm just looking in.
They told me his name. He's not here anymore.
It's not me. I'm working right now. Just listening to you guys.
He just dipped. Like that person dipped after the Black Swan.
Well, he was obviously he was in here looking for stuff for some show or something. I'm sure he works for some other YouTube show because the questions he asked were kind of weird. So I'm sure you get a lot of that.
Yeah, like a list. I know. So when do you like the other thing is if if someone's being honest about it and you're answering honestly, then the other point is how do you ever practically use Earth as curved? How is it ever? How do you use it practically as curved? If you're measuring your floor, even sweeping your floor, you think you're sweeping your floor across a curve, even no matter how minute it would be, which would be measurable with these instruments we have for measuring differences in angle are incredible. So I don't know where these people are living. Like they're just avoiding the whole thing as far as like this curvature. It would be easily measurable with high-tech instruments. So have we not advanced at all? We're still at like they want to stay in the Stone Age, folks, or they want to stay like wherever they think those square sailing ships were. Back in those days, like in the 1400s, they want our minds to stay in the 1400s, in that imaginary fantasy 1400s, which we all know wasn't real either. It was a made-up story. All of our stories, all of our history, all made up, just like the globe. It's not my fault. Like I'm just a town crier saying, look, this is messed up that they have no backing for any of their fallacious claims of just about anything that they have control over. Any kind of information, anything, any kind of train of thought, or like most of the schools of thought, or if you would even call them that, because it has nothing to do with knowledge these days. It has to do with rote memorization and just parroting off what you learn, and that's supposed to be knowledge. This is not what knowledge is.
So, based off like water level, and then the Black Swan, and then thing with measurement, you say that the Earth is flat.
Yes.
Is there anything else?
How you will call that local? If you measure 10 miles flat, how you will call that? Tinker?
Yeah.
Hello?
Who is that?
Tinker?
Is it Tinker?
Yeah, I'm asking him.
If you measure 10 miles flat, how you will call that distance?
What?
If you measure 10 miles flat, how you will call it?
Yeah, if it's measured flat over 10 miles, what would you say that measurement is? Is it flat or is it curved?
Flat.
All right.
That's it. That's all. What you need.
Here's another question. If
his name is Local Idiot, I don't know why he wouldn't just speak up. So anyway, so there you go, Local Idiot. So that's who we've been speaking to. You didn't get it. My bad.
Yeah. So let's say everywhere over water measures flat, right? Local Idiot?
Yeah.
So if the Earth is 70% water, wouldn't it be reasonable to say that the Earth measures flat?
But then what's the other percentage? Is that just like land and that's it?
Terrain, dude. It's just terrain.
And do you know how we call that land?
Topography.
Elevation.
Not curve, elevation.
Elevation above the sea level. All that land, it's elevation above the sea level. Nothing else. That's why it's flat, because all that water, it's flat. Not because of land. But you have also flat lands, if you want to know.
Yeah, like salt flats. They call them flat for a reason.
Like Kansas, like Holland.
Like North Dakota. Most of the world is flat on a general principle. There's very little elevation throughout the whole world.
All right. Is there anything else?
What else?
That's all.
So,
is it anything that can tell you that there is a sphere somehow?
Yeah, how do you know it's a sphere?
Because this sea level doesn't telling me that it's a sphere. I don't know. Maybe it's telling you.
Oh, sea curve, man. Sea curve. So what makes you think it's curved?
I don't think it's curved.
What do you think?
I think the Earth is flat.
What makes you think that?
Because basically the water level is flat, and when you measure a surface that if you measure a surface, it's gonna be flat.
You are totally on point, man.
And most of the world is flat because if the water is flat and the world is mainly made up of 70% of water, then it's flat.
They are saying that. We even don't know that, but okay.
I mean, that's just what they claim. The Earth is 70% water. So for me, if the Earth is 70% water, it's reasonable for me to say that if all water is flat, then the Earth is flat because it's, the majority of it's flat. They tell you that the Earth is a certain size, right? Have you ever Googled how big the Earth is in circumference?
Was it circumference? Oh yeah, 24,000 something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember the circumference.
So, I mean, they tell you that it's a certain size. They tell you that it's spinning at a certain miles per hour because of the times of the day. You can do the math on that just by knowing the circumference. You can do the math on to find out what the radius is, so that way you can find the arc ratio or the rate of arc around the Earth, so that way you know what it's curving at, so you can see how far it is to the physical horizon. These are all things that you just based off of the dimensions that they give you. So if you can do all those things and you can go out and make your own observations, you don't need somebody else to tell you, oh, the Earth is curved, don't worry about it. We figured it out. People smarter than you know.
What if a globe earther comes in here and then they say that the Earth is a globe because the sun is moving, and then that proves that the Earth is a globe because the Earth is moving.
Because the sun is moving, or because the Earth is moving?
No, because the Earth is moving and the sun is stationary, and then
how do you know it's moving?
Because when we look up, the only thing we see moving is the sun and like the moon.
Right. Just like you see the sun moving, so how do you know the Earth is moving?
Yeah, do you feel yourself moving?
That's the whole point, dude.
Only time when I feel myself moving, I talk.
Do you feel yourself moving when you see things moving across the sky?
No.
So why would you think the Earth is moving?
Wait.
Go
Do
ahead,
you feel every other motion? Do you feel every other motion?
I mean, you could feel air moving.
Wait a minute. When you're tilted your head, do you feel that motion?
Yeah. Like if I tilt my head, I feel that.
Yeah. When you're standing still, do you know that you're standing still?
Yes, because I'm standing still.
Yes, and how do you know you're standing still when you're standing still?
Because you're still.
Wait a minute. Let him answer.
But if you can't see everything, how do you know? Like,
Wait a minute. We're still on. If you're standing still, how do you know you're standing still? How do you think you know you're standing still?
Because you're not moving.
Because your vestibular system has something in it that detects momentum and any motion at all, even stillness. There's part of your ear, in your inner ear, the vestibular system, that is an inertial sensor. It senses that you're still. So you feel every, I'm almost done. You feel every other motion to a minute degree, even probably thousands of millimeters from vertical or horizontal, and any angle in between. If your head tilts or moves in any direction, in angularity at all, or any kind of motion from inertia, from the inertial plane, which is still, right? Then you're going to feel it. So you're looking at the sky. It's supposed to be moving at millions of miles an hour. Because it's so far away, it's moving slowly across the sky, just like the clock, and resets over Earth at the exact locations to the second every single year. How does this work on your globe? How would that ever work? Look, you're not in motion, and the sky could not possibly set like a clock and circle around us like a racetrack in a perfect circular pattern, a kind of tilted pattern, but nonetheless, it represents a clock, calendar, the day, the week, the month. It's got all of it up there. It's our clock. Tells us the seasons.
So with that being said, the sun is moving, you are not moving. You don't feel yourself moving. You have no proof that you are moving, other than if you are moving, you would feel it and know it.
And the most poignant point about it is there has never been any direct detection of any kind of motion of Earth's axial rotation, any kind of motion of its surface, any real, true 3D image, video of it actually moving or being curved at all. Only photo hoaxing, right?
Yeah.
All are just images, that they're composites, every single one of them.
So that's
the one they lie about.
That's what we hold.
That they claim is real.
Hold on, we hold Globers to what they're saying, because you can't sit there and say that the Earth is moving because the sun's moving across the sky. That's absurd. The sun's moving across the sky. That's all you see.
Plus, if we're talking about the Earth, that's stupid to start talking about something else. Right? Why would you do that? When does anybody ever logically do that in life? You would never do that.
I'm asking you about like something I hear right on here in the surface, and you start looking up at the sky. That would be like, wait a minute, there's a spot on your floor.
It'd be like me
And
saying,
you start looking up at the ceiling to find it. It's exactly what that's like. We want the detection of motion of Earth's surface or axial rotation, any kind of motion, not something else. Not a secondary claim. That's something totally different. Looking at the sky, we already went through that. You're not in motion. Otherwise, you detect it first.
That would be like
they would easily detect it. So go ahead.
I just want to say that'd be like me saying, like when you say the Earth is moving because the sun is moving, that would be like saying your girlfriend's cheating on you because I saw the dog having sex with another dog. It's a complete non sequitur of the argument. If you're going to say the Earth is moving, you need to show proof that the Earth is actually moving, not the sun or anything else that's in the sky.
Yeah.
Show you a video.
I saw the dog humping the sofa, so therefore your girlfriend cheated.
Yeah.
So what if they show you like a picture? I mean, like a video of the Earth moving from like the space station.
There's never been a video of any Earth moving anywhere because
the alleged space station, the alleged saying that it's allegedly where it is, allegedly doesn't work when you're trying to make a claim. The ball Earth has the positive claim. As I explained earlier, all of our experiences do not show what they're saying. So they have the claim, burden of proof. They got the whole ball of wax. They just need to provide a one single proof. We have not seen one. So what we need to ask is, where's the proof of the ball at one single proof? You named dozens of different aspects of the actual natural world that we look at, your own experiences and every other human that's ever been born or ever will be born or is living now, all experience the same thing, flat stationary plane, and use it that way, even flying over it. All of your aviation industry people that work in those industries, if you want to call them, yeah, they're industries, all right, like whether they're contracted to NASA or not. But they all fly over a flat stationary plane. Why would you ever do that if you're flying fast supersonic jets close to the ground, which they can? If you know how far off the deck these things can fly.
So then, what makes people think that
they're classified?
So then, what makes people think that the Earth is a globe?
Because
they've been taught it. Yep, just been taught it. We all were, even us here. So, like, this line of questioning is like a question that would be asked of somebody. Well,
we all grew.
I'll step back to it.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing. We all grew up believing the same exact story. Our teacher told us, so why should we question our teacher?
So the bottom line is we have no other reason to believe the Earth is a globe other than somebody else told us that. That's all we have to back that statement. Okay, you say Earth is a globe. Oh, how do you know that? I know that because I don't have anything other than imagery which can be manipulated. So that's unfalsifiable evidence. That's ruled out. Okay. And the rest you just have hearsay. If somebody told you and somebody else said they told them and everybody else agrees that they told them, they told us that stuff, yeah, we can all agree. That doesn't make it true.
If you look into the computer programs that NASA uses for their imaging processing, you'd find out that there's no real image of Earth in any of their. The only thing they claim is a real image of Earth is a picture from one of the Apollo missions, and that technology was destroyed. Even the blue marble that you see today, the one that you see on like your iPhone or on like pictures of Earth from outer space, they're just satellite composite images. They're not. It's data reconfigured in Photoshop on what they think the Earth should look like based off of data.
All right, that's a good point, man. But what are like the globe earthers arguing right now? Like, what are they arguing?
They have nothing arguing. And the Black Swan, they just squawk refraction, which they have nothing that says the refraction works that way, that light works that way. They're all cockamamie. It's just like, it's comedy at this point.
Circular reasoning is there. Like, as soon as you something, them explain something, they immediately jump to another topic because they know that they're about to start lying and giving you some fucking bullshit that they don't fucking know what they're talking about. So they have to topic. That's their argument.
They're starting out with a false premise, and they all they do is backpedal back around. They when they get caught something that's not logical or is just outright lie or fallacious reasoning in their faulty reasoning in their logic, we pointed out they skip to another topic. They have to. They have no way out of this. It's their religion. They don't want to admit it, and they're being backed into a corner because we don't have just hundreds of data points. We have thousands and thousands and thousands, millions of data points of Earth not being what they say and being exactly what I say and the rest of us in here are saying. Everybody uses it that way. So it's like, what's the point? We're arguing with like school children parading around as adults. But I digress.
I mean, that's just all it is. They'll try all these different approaches, but at the end of the day, like when you really look into the information that's out there, there's no definitive information. It's all just hearsay. This person said this. This person said this. This person said this. And then when you go to the direct source, it's so vague, and nobody has ever tried to repeat it ever because they know it don't work. Okay. So are you doing this for a school project?
No, I'm just investigating. No, because I like to go around and ask questions, man.
Well, do you have any questions yourself about like what it is that you thought you've known and you're not sure of? Like, do you question anything, or you just go around questioning what other people have to say or think, and you don't really have like an answer yourself?
It's mainly I ask questions to gain more knowledge.
Well, what do you think about the whole thing?
What you're saying is justified, but I can see why you're saying it, but it's just the NASA thing and all that like goofy stuff.
Like, here's my thing about NASA, right? Is NASA a government space agency?
No.
They're not?
Actually, no. Yeah, they are, I think. I'm not sure.
Governments lie to their people?
Say that again, I didn't hear you.
Do governments lie to their people?
Of course they do.
I mean, it's always worth the investigation. Is if you dig into the document on NASA, you'll find out that what's being told and what's been documented are two completely different stories. I can already see it. My little 9-year-old is going to grow up and be an employee of NASA. Watch.
So NASA are looking for photoshoppers, so if you want to go ahead and join.
Yeah.
Because I'm mainly like focused in exposing like government agencies. But I haven't gotten into NASA.
Like, if I was NASA, wouldn't I be looking for engineers?
Yeah.
I actually got to step out of here. Hopefully somebody can take over. What, Quelso? I saw you unmute. God Rockin's an engineer, man. He's got a lot of knowledge. Anyway, I gotta head on out. Timbo, if you want to take over, eat the grass. I'm gonna mute up, probably step out. Got my daughter, she's not feeling well, so I'm gonna go take care of her.
Makes me so special.
He was waiting for you. He said, I can't go in there until you undeafen. And then he's now in here.
Oh, God. Here we go.
Yeah, we can hear you, Jesse.
You're coming through loud and clear.
Go on, Indio's undeafen now.
Loud and clear.
I laced up my boots.
Warm out.
And by the way, that was a hell of a feast.
Do I dare ask?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Jesse Gordon. Woohoo!
Oh, I feel better. Thank you.
So why did you cherry pick your data?
Well, I don't believe I did. Would you like to point something out that you think I cherry picked?
You think that how many data points do you have? Like 20?
In which one?
Your dip spreadsheet.
The one that shows the curve, or the one that shows the same location?
Your spreadsheet with dip angle.
Okay, let me look. I don't remember the exact.
Because you didn't do all those, right?
No, I did most of them, but I had contributors from some other countries and some other states, including 2 flat earthers.
Yeah. So why did you choose those? Is that it? Is that all the dip angle measurements that exist?
No, but it's the ones I got my hands on.
Well, I mean, you could have used George Hottenuke's ones, right?
Crickets.
Makes me so special.
He was waiting for you. He said, I can't go in there until you undeafen. And then he's now in here.
Oh, God.
I was trying to fast forward. It ain't working.
Yeah, we can hear you, Jesse.
You're coming through loud and clear.
Go on, Indio's undeafen now.
I laced up my boots.
And by the way, that was a hell of a feast.
Yes, sir. I'm here. Oh, I feel better. Thank you.
So why did you cherry pick your data?
Well, I don't believe I did. Would you like to point something out that you think I cherry picked?
You think that how many data points do you have? Like 20?
In which one?
Your dip spreadsheet.
The one that shows the curve, or the one that shows the same location?
Your spreadsheet with dip angle.
Okay, let me look. I don't remember the exact.
Because you didn't do all those, right?
No, I did most of them, but I had contributors from some other countries and some other states, including 2 flat earthers.
Yeah. So why did you choose those? Is that it? Is that all the dip angle measurements that exist?
No, but it's the ones I got my hands on.
Well, I mean, you could have used George Hottenuke's ones, right? The frozen lake he did.
I don't remember seeing angles for those. I can put them in there if you like.
Well, his shit's all over the place. That's what I'm saying. I know for a fact that there's measurements all over. I know how surveying works, and I know that they take. I actually watch them outside my building all the time because they're constructing a building right next to mine, and they measure the corners to make sure that the building isn't sinking. They sit out there all day taking measurements. And why would they do that? Why do they prescribe doing measurements at certain times versus other times, or in certain weather conditions?
They're trying to reduce inaccuracies because they're shooting for a very high level of accuracy.
Okay. You're not?
Well, I'm doing the best I can. But I'm well aware of the fact that I'm not going to get 1 millimeter accuracy at 75 miles, right?
You're not going to get any accuracy.
So, do you know that there's a difference between a device that says it can measure some angle and what it can actually measure? So there's like the internal angle, there's the precision of the device itself within itself. So say I have a physical protractor, right, with gradations on it. And I know that I can turn my theodolite. Now let's imagine it's an old theodolite with a physical angle measurement, and I turn it. Now there's the precision of the instrument itself, right?
Right.
And then there's the precision of the optic of doing the measurements through the optic and how those are correlated. When the theodolite says we can measure an angle of 0.05 arc seconds, they're talking about the instrument. They're not talking about the actual measurement.
Right. They're talking about the measurement of the angle of the light.
No. They're talking about the instrument itself.
But don't they list the accuracy for the entire instrument?
How would they measure that? How would they verify that?
You can't verify it.
So say I want to, what is my accuracy at 100 meters? How would I know? How am I going to test that? Am I going to set up an optical path with a bunch of mirrors, try and test it? What about 1,000 meters? What about 10,000 meters? What about 100,000 meters? How am I going to actually test that? How am I going to calibrate my device? Yeah, so when they're talking about precision, they're talking about the physical instrument.
Yeah.
Like a ruler has a precision, right? A micrometer, a calipers, they have a precision. But this is, at some level, it's optical, where you're outside of the instrument, right? So something's happening outside of the instrument.
Okay.
Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. So you have things, and I brought this up to you. Deflection of the vertical. And you sent me a page, right? That page had like 9 different models for deflection of the vertical, and they didn't match each other. Deflection of the vertical is something they came up with because the so-called celestial sphere doesn't align, the astrogeodetic surveying, let's put it that way, doesn't align with the geodetic surveying. So they have to have something, they've known this since the 1400s, they have to have something to fix this discrepancy.
So are you saying that whatever you call it, deviation from the vertical is a likely cause for my measurement that plots out as a curve?
Well, the truth is you didn't have a measurement. Not really.
Well, I mean, all measurements of non-integer type have some margin of error, so it's not that I didn't have a measurement, but that you may argue that I had a margin of error that was too large, was larger than the value I was trying to measure.
Well, when we're trying to get...
There's two things, though. There's also the uncertainty. The uncertainty of the accuracy of your measurement in the first place.
And
there's precision, and then there's uncertainty.
Correct.
They're two different things.
Correct. Do you have some evidence that my uncertainty was larger than the what I'm calling the missing height?
Do you have evidence that you allocated for your uncertainty?
Well,
we can't know what your uncertainty was because we have one data point.
Well, but I have a bunch of data points, and they sort of plot a curve. And if my uncertainty had been of a random,
what about all the data points that don't plot a curve?
Literally circular logic.
Right. Well, what about all the data points that don't plot a curve?
Yeah. So
why'd you leave all those out?
I didn't.
Did you?
Well, you only selected the stuff that matched your conclusion.
Look, I doubt you took one measurement per observation and then wrote it down and then stuck it on your spreadsheet. You didn't do that. We know you didn't do that. You didn't take an average. You didn't take a weighted mean. You didn't take a mean. You didn't do anything. You cherry pick your shit. Okay? It's obvious.
No, and actually, in some at one of the shots, I took several and I put several in there, and they're slightly different.
Well, I mean, that should tell you right there.
It's slightly different.
What should it tell me?
It should tell you that there's variables you don't even know about.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So let me go this. Is refraction the same when you're looking up versus when you're looking down?
Just keep talking, Jeff.
If you're looking at to a point at a higher elevation versus to a lower elevation.
I would say if your line of sight goes through a stronger density gradient, which does tend to be closer to the surface, then you'd have more refraction if your line of sight is close to the ground or the water than if you're looking up.
Density gradient.
So, okay, there is something. It's called unequal refraction error. So when you're going up a slope versus when you're down a slope, the so-called refraction error is different.
Okay.
Okay, so if you're looking up versus whether you're looking down, right? So some of your measurements are looking up and some of them are looking down. Right? So all these are all sources of error, which is why I say you're cherry picking, because your numbers are too clean.
How do you, I mean, by what standard do you judge that?
By the fact that there's a large, I just told you why. I just gave you one example, is that you're looking up versus when you're looking down. You're going to get a difference, right? So if you do a whole bunch of observations looking down, you're going to get one sort of refraction error, and then you're going to get a different value than when you're looking up. But the thing is, yours all match one.
But they're not all looking up or all looking down.
I know. That's the point. Maybe you don't get it. Your so-called error matches 7/6 star, right?
Pretty close, yeah.
Yeah, pretty close. But it's not a universal error. It depends on which way you're looking. The 7/6 R is for horizontal measurements.
Hey, hold on just a second. A customer is calling me.
Literally saved by the bell. Wow.
Oh, I'm about to dig deeper.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't want to give much of a commentary whilst he's still here.
I mean,
Is what he's done measuring the dip by leveling the theodolite?
Yeah.
I mean, the operational range of level.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't even get into that, right?
That's what I've been saying. He was like, and I'll just wait because Indio's got a good point, but yeah, he's way out of.
I'm gonna let Indio do
And the
his
thing
point.
is, small errors, small angle errors, like they're great, like the calculation, right? So if I have a small angle error at 10 feet versus 100 miles, it's a huge difference, right? Because that error gets larger.
All right, Jesse's back, Indio.
Yep.
Where were we? Oh yeah. So what if you were in Europe or Finland or Massachusetts? You know that they don't use 7.6R in Europe. They use 0.13, and in Massachusetts they use 0.17. And then you could just go like the Department of Transportation, right? Every state has a Department of Transportation, and every state has a surveying manual, and every state uses a different so-called refraction correction. Did you know any of this?
No, I'm not even sure I know what that means.
7.6R is a refraction correction of 0.16.
Standard terrestrial refraction, right, Indigo?
Yeah, it was the so-called standard. So
that's
in Europe they use 0.13, and they've been using that. But if you go to like Finland, they use something like what the hell was it? Let me think for a second. It's some huge number or something. It's like 0.19 or something. And then if you go to like here's the funny thing is, it's like kind of correlated to so-called latitude. So the closer to the so-called equator you get, the less of a refraction error that they use in their calculations for surveying. And you're in Canada, right?
No, I'm across the Straits of Juan de Fuca from Canada, but I'm in Washington.
Well, I mean, so what's the refraction error they use in that state?
I don't know. I just looked it up on Wikipedia, and it said it was basically 1 degree for every 932 miles.
1 degree for every 932 miles?
Yeah, approximately.
I don't even know what that means.
Well, that means that if for every 932 miles, something will appear 1 degree higher than it otherwise would allegedly due to standard atmospheric refraction.
Yeah, due to magic.
Sorry, this is standard atmospheric refraction. India's just pointed out that there's not really a standard. Yeah, there's no standard, depending on the politics of the country that you're in, or the manuals, at least, of different countries and at least states within the USA. You will have a different standard refraction calculation. It seems to. It is. I mean, is that new knowledge to you? Have you just come across that knowledge? Right? Is this the first time you've heard about that?
No, I mean, I've seen different representations of the same thing. Some people write it as 7/6R. Others write it as like this K factor of some fractional decimal number or something.
Yeah.
There's different ways to mathematically express the same curve of light.
I need to ask you, is that an optical or mathematical function?
Well, I mean, the mathematical part is mathematical, but it's alleged to describe an optical phenomena, right?
Oh, alleged. Okay. Is it optical or is it mathematical? It can't be optical.
I think it's an attempt to mathematically model
explain why you see too far.
An optical phenomena.
So math is a language. It's explaining why you see too far.
It's not bending light, is it? No matter what the terrestrial refraction is, it's making the geometric shape mathematically bigger.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, but
yes, that is what it's doing.
Hey, Jesse, look in live stream voice text. I want to show you something. This is what you think you're doing. This is what you think is happening. That you're on a ball and you're looking and making measurements on a curved path of light.
Basically, except you're showing refraction a rate that far exceeds what is said to be standard refraction.
Oh, no. 7.6R means the radius, that if the ray of light was a circle it would have a radius greater than the radius of the Earth.
Which means you could zoom in on your own ass. Theoretically.
So 7.6R, 7.6 the radius. R means radius. That means that path of light. So what they do is this circular light path. But it's a cheap and dirty way of just saying, we're going to assume the globe is 7.6 the official radius. And then we're going to model it as straight rays of light.
What is it when you don't have evidence and so you create a story to fill in the gap? Oh.
That's what globers do, okay?
Yes.
It's called an alibi.
Do you know what the operational range of like a transit or a theodolite is? Like if you're trying to be accurate? Like let's say I'm going to put down a foundation. I need 1/32. I'll make a big flaw here. 1/32 of an inch.
If you're trying to pull 1/32 of an inch accuracy, you probably want to keep it under 50 meters.
It's about, 550 feet. 550 feet. You know why that is?
Why is that?
Well, what's the frame of reference for level on a theodolite?
Bubble levels and or the built-in electro-optical compensator level.
Well, the problem with those is it's the same problem, is they're only a 4 or 5 inches wide, right? What are they leveling? They're leveling the machine itself.
What's 4 or 5 inches wide?
The theodolite.
Oh,
where the level is rigidly attached is what you're going to be measuring as being level.
So why do they make levels of different sizes? Why do they have like a torpedo level and like a 4-foot level and like a 10-foot level? And that if you use those to level something, you get different results.
Yes.
So in a theodolite's little bubble level, it has a diameter of like, I don't even know what, a thumbnail.
So,
what I'm saying is the level, right? So you did an observation that was 120 miles, right? Or somebody did. It's in your spreadsheet.
No, 105.
Okay, so someone did 120. It's the last one.
What?
The Mount Shasta to, I can't remember what the other one was.
Mount Scott. And no, it's 105 and I did it.
Oh, 105. Okay. So you think your theodolite, set it up, put the bubble level, that if you drew a line, a straight line, a level line, not a curved globe line, a level line, that you could extend that out 105 miles and it would be level all the way there.
Well, level within plus or minus 4 arc seconds.
That's what you think.
That's what the machine's rated at.
That's what the machine...
How far was that? Like, you go ahead, Meme.
All right. Look, if you use a torpedo level, what you're still saying is it's a torpedo level, essentially, okay? Let's say you have a nice, like 1,000-foot long wall. You take a torpedo level, you draw a line where it's perfectly level. Take a 10-foot level and put it on that mark perfectly. Do you think you're going to still be in level?
Well, I've never tried, but if they were both calibrated highly accurately and you had them both on the same plane of levelness, then they should be.
No, it's not. And then we have things to prevent that from happening. Torpedo levels are for specific things because they do not have the range of accuracy as a 10-foot level. Doesn't matter how good it is. It's because ultimately the machine itself can only read itself. There's no invisible thing that says its fidelity has been maintained past that point. You may only need a spot where you need a 4-inch level, and that's the only spot you need it at. But the actual equipment itself doesn't have the capabilities of testing whether that line has maintained its fidelity 100 feet away. Whereas a 10-foot level, you've created a much larger margin of error, or a much smaller margin of error, and so you're going to have more fidelity of your line at either end. I mean, this is basic construction, and all of us who build and survey and who do all this kind of work understand this principle pretty easily. because you cannot build things practically. Like, I could not put down, if you gave me a 4-inch level, no foundation would go down.
But let's say we had a perfectly smooth, flat, level plane, and...
What are we measuring it with? How do we know it's level?
Let's just say that it's floating on water, and so it's level. And we put a bullet level, or a torpedo level on there, and a 8-foot level on there. They should both read level if they're both calibrated correctly, right?
So you're talking about putting them both on something that is already known to be perfectly level.
Yes.
Yeah, so almost like them back at the factory being put on the calibration machines that test them both the same exact way. Because you know the 4-inch level is still tested the same way as the 10-foot level.
Yeah, I've seen the videos.
Right. So, but ultimately you still can't use it when you're free floating, when you're elevating, when you're holding it, when you're putting it up against things, when you're putting it into use for practical purpose. It just doesn't work. Because there is no, ultimately you're relying on the ability of the piece of equipment to internally operate with the assumption that everything is perfect going out from it. I mean, this is how we put down houses, how we put down roads. I mean, we put up 1 million square foot warehouses for the military, and they had stations everywhere and GTR units or GRT units everywhere. The reflectors set up everywhere, all over the place. Because they're just not as accurate as you think. And these are, $130,000 stands that we have, that we use.
Yeah. So the question I got to ask is, when you use a physical level, the mechanism in the level that you use to level is liquid and an air pocket. But the secondary mechanism, which is the effectiveness of the decision of whether it's level or not, is what? Your interpretation of what you're seeing. So you decide when the bubble is between the black lines. Right? And everybody knows who's been on a construction site that no two men and no two positions relative to the level give you the same reading. So even with the precisely engineered machine, let's say Stabila from Germany, right? One of the most expensive levels you can buy, the man and the situation is going to have error. So even though the device itself is precise, and the forces acting on it allegedly are precise, the interpretation of whether it's level or not is never going to be consistent. So when you go out into the field and you want to level something, anytime it requires a man to make the decision when it's level or not, or when you're targeting the target at level or not, there's going to be error. And everybody knows who's ever shot a gun that a small error at the sight picture results in a large error downrange. So anybody who tells me that they did this or that with an optical device, the only standard that first must be known is how did you maintain level and maintain your sight picture to validate the claims that you're making. And if you don't have a methodological practice that can result in perfection and negate the error, and you can't explain it, then anything you say after that is a waste of my time.
Well, the instrument is designed that if you follow the procedures, the instructions for operating it, that you will be within the stated accuracy. And besides, the Nikon unit actually has a built-in liquid level, where actually they take and bounce a little laser beam off the inside surface of a clear liquid in a quartz vial, and then that beam hits a little CCD imager, and then based on where in the CCD area that laser beam hits, then the computer is the one that actually objectively, reliably, consistently reads the level. So there's actually no human input in even reading the level on that one.
Right, and that's fine, because like we all have those, and the self-leveling levels. The self-leveling transits. How far out have they been tested?
I don't know.
I do not know of a test facility, like a controlled test facility.
I've actually tried to find this out, but there's nothing.
You can't. I already know there is nothing. You can't. The only test they did ever was with mirrors, and then they said there was because of the inaccuracy of the mirrors, they can never remove a margin of error of even testing. So the issue is there's no way to test how accurate that is. That may indeed be really super accurate, but you're still, like, even with the top of the line equipment, your diameter is now what, 900 feet?
I don't understand.
The radius of accuracy. The radius of accuracy is about 900 feet on the most expensive, best transit systems there are.
What do you mean the radius? The distance you can shoot is 900 feet?
No, not shoot. Accurately measure as level.
Oh, meaning that what I think is a straight level projection through the telescope could vary vertically by plus or minus 900 feet?
No. That means that if I send the guy out with the stick, the maximum he can go out is about 900 feet from the transit while I measure. Because after that, error creeps in.
But enough error that, error creeps in at any distance. I mean, even at 10 feet from the front of the device, it's still got an error of plus or minus, say, 4 arc seconds. That's still an error, right?
Okay, if you get that small bit of an error at 9 or 10 feet, 75 miles, 105 miles. And that's if you even know the amount of error you might have. Like I said, they've been trying this with the theodolite, and when they do it, they still can't decide if the horizon is optical or physical. It's optical when it works for them. It's physical when it works for them. You know, they only cherry pick the data, as you have, that supports the initial claim.
So let's say I did get up on Mount Scott, 8,934 feet, and I shoot I shoot an angle to Mount Shasta, 105 miles away at 14,179 feet, and I measure an angle. What's my problem there? Where did I go wrong?
Okay.
Hold on, I'll answer that question real fast.
You go ahead. Sorry. I'm just laughing because I'm thinking about the GIF I posted with the curved lines. Like, you don't even have straight lines to measure an angle. You have two freaking curved lines.
Exactly.
Right.
Check this out. When you orient your device to the image of the mountain, you are not shooting an angle to the mountain. You're shooting an angle, quote unquote, or orienting the device, quote unquote, to the angle of the incoming light.
Agreed.
So to first say I'm shooting an angle to the mountain, you're already self-defeating. And without the accuracy known, right, and the geometry known and all the factors known, you can't make any conclusive statements.
Well, you're assuming that the angle to the mountain and the angle of the light arriving are different from each other.
If you're on a globe, there is no angle to the mountain.
Yes. Listen, on a globe, it would necessarily not be the correct angle. That's their excuse for why. Listen, hold on, friend. That's their excuse why at 900 miles there's a 1 degree off. Now, the reason why they needed this excuse is because of the Selenelian eclipse defeated their model. And they needed to come up with a reasonable excuse of why these objects where they claim are in a specific point in the sky aren't where they're supposed to be.
So here's what I don't understand is like we have like over 100 data points with all the measurements taken of seeing things that are way too far down on ground level.
But you don't have any where the line of sight doesn't pass close to the surface.
So Are you assuming that there? Are you assuming? Yeah. Are you assuming that there is some kind of unknown effect that is turning the Earth into a hologram?
I don't know about any hologram, but I do know that when light passes near the surface, it tends to bend downward.
Oh, does it? Do we have Gosh, is there some science for that?
Yeah, I want to know why you think that.
Yeah.
Well, because I went out to the beach on a hot, calm day, and I set up my telescope below the top edge of a county park sign, and I waited for a ship to go by out there. And then a ship went by, and I could see the water line on the side of that ship, where the water, meets the side of the ship, over the top of the sign, even though the sign was higher than me and higher than the target. So the sign was objectively, physically between me and the target, and yet I could see the target over the top of the sign.
So what was the elevation of your telescope?
I don't know what the absolute elevation was, but I know it was
8 feet,
like a couple inches below the top of the sign.
Was it 8 feet above sea level, or?
No, it was about 2.5, 3 feet, maybe.
2.5 feet. Do you think there's any waves on the ocean?
Not on this day. This was not the ocean.
Day.
This was the Straits of Juan de Fuca, and there was no waves.
No waves.
Salish Sea.
The Salish Sea. Oh, okay. So there's no waves on it. Okay.
But the water does come in and out, right? The water level changes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
you have a surge.
Yeah. And I know where you did the observation, and there's a tidal, and if you can look at the currents there, there's a swirl there.
So you think?
And plus, you also said a tendency to bend down. Okay. Your single data point does not show a tendency.
Well, I've got other film from other days showing similar things at the same location.
And we have film of lasers bending into the air, upward.
So about that, it turns out that when the observer is down in a stronger density gradient area looking up to a laser beam that's in a lesser density gradient, the beam appears to be curving up to the observer, even if the beam is actually slightly curving down.
How is any of that falsifiable?
Listen, first of all, that's not the observation. That was done. Like the upward bending lasers, they were done. You can see it going straight and then doing basically a right hook, a J hook straight up into the air. There's a bunch of them. It's not like there's one. There's a few of them. And here's the other thing: is your claim that you can, because light bends down to the density gradient, the lower you are, the more refraction there is.
Well, if being lower makes you closer to a colder water surface that's colder than the air, then that usually does increase the density gradient rate.
So if you've got it...
So hold on, Meme. So the lower I go, the farther I can see. Is that what you're saying? If there's more refraction, the lower I go, that means I should be able to see farther the lower I go.
Not necessarily, because being higher also allows you to see farther.
So where's that transition? Between I can see farther because of refraction and now I can't see farther because of refraction because my closest to the ground overwhelms the refraction. Yeah, it's quite the conundrum, isn't it?
No, but it's simple, and I can't explain it. But
understand what? Listen, I constantly have heard this claim that there's more refraction closer to the ground, that you shouldn't do observations over water. That means that I can see farther the closer I get to the ground. Yeah, it sounds that stupid. That's why you're having a hard time, because it sounds that stupid. And my oven's going off again, so someone please take over.
Where's the paper? Who has the paper on the refraction? Because all of it's done with straight line measurements anyway.
I'm not sure what paper you're referring to.
Okay.
And I'm not even sure why we're talking about refraction, since I made no compensation for refraction in my measurements.
Okay, well, that would mean that you're assuming that the Earth is, like, the horizon of the Earth is geometric and physical, right?
My measurements made no assumption about the horizon. They don't involve the horizon. So I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, if you haven't accounted for okay, then explain the Black Swan image where you have a horizon that is 10 miles away.
Well, I saw the horizon I just told you about over the top of that sign.
Okay.
So
do you know what the Black Swan is that comes from the ludic fallacy?
Yeah, it means
so the Black Swan means that it doesn't matter how many white swans you have. That's why it's called a Black Swan.
But if I were to discover that the Black Swan were actually a white swan painted black, I found the paint can, I found the brush, I found the guy who says, yeah, I painted it, then I've kind of invalidated the Black Swan, right?
Well, no, you haven't, because the guy goes down there every day, all the time, and gets these images.
Actually, the BMLS 69 guy said in his video that he went to the same spot as many times as he could, like in a 3-month period, and that most of the time the 3 oil platforms appeared sunk down as if the Earth was a globe, but a few times they were all risen up and all visible as if the Earth was flat.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Let's say you're looking along the deck of the water, right? And water is reflective and you're at a very low angle, aren't you? Right?
What's the deck of the water? Just like if I'm down by the water?
Yeah, I'm calling it the deck because that's the flat portion that we're talking about, right?
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the water is a deck, right? So what happens when you lay down? Does the water look like water or does it turn into a mirror? Comes a homogeneous reflector.
It depends if it's hotter than the air. If it's hotter than the air...
It doesn't have to do with heat, it's the angle. The tighter the angle at one end, the more reflective and homogeneous it gets, because the eye can no longer resolve it. It's angular resolution.
That's not been my experience.
Hold on, friend. It's not just angular resolution. It's the internal reflection angles. Once you have total internal reflection, then the angles of light that are not the water, like not the source color of the water, will overtake them from the angles of propagation to the angles of reception, and you'll only see light that is not originating from the water surface. It's just reflected light, if that makes sense to you.
Right. Now, see, someone posted the image of the sunken oil rig. You see it?
Oh, hold on. Yes.
Right. Is that the horizon?
That's the horizon.
By which definition?
Yeah. Yours.
I mean, technically, the definition of the horizon is where the sky and the water appear to meet, right?
Appear. So it is. It's optical. It's not physical.
Right.
Okay. So none of your pictures or observations are of the horizon. Then they're just optical. Right. None of them are actual measurements.
Well, I'm not sure none of them of the geometric horizon. The curvature of the Earth that should be physically getting in the way of stuff. All horizons are indeed optical, aren't they?
Jesse, the point of that is that the apparent location in your field of view, and I want to make that clear, it's in your field of view. It doesn't actually exist down in 3-dimensional space. It only exists in the image presently.
You mean like
where the color field of the sky meets the color field of the ground or the water, and they distinguish and change. That demarcation point is known as the horizon. That of a necessity cannot be a physical location. So in other words, when you point something at the horizon, you're pointing it at an image. You're not pointing it at a physical location.
Absolutely. But I don't see what that's got to do with my measurements of Mount Shasta at 105 miles because I didn't utilize the horizon.
Because you don't have a measurement and you don't have the fidelity of a level line at 105 miles, and you couldn't be shooting along a straight line. If you're on a globe, you're shooting at a curved light coming in.
Well, let's just say for the sake of discussion that I'm not on a globe and I'm on a flat Earth, and I'm still on the same mountain, shooting a line to the same mountain, the same Mount Shasta.
Is this your picture down here?
Let me look. That's my picture, but that's not Mount Shasta.
Okay.
I have a picture of the Mount Shasta one if you like, though.
Well, what's this one right here?
The one that Jace AI posted?
Yeah.
That is one of the ones from the data, the chart that shows the curve.
Yeah, that shows the curve? Where at? Is it behind the hill?
Is what behind the hill? The mountain
is the curve behind the hill? Because I see a hill and I see a mountain obstructed by a hill.
I just measured the zenith angle to the top of that mountain. I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
You don't have an angle, it's curved. It's curved observation.
Well, I measured the angle of the light entering the telescope, right?
Right, it doesn't matter. You're saying, okay, let's just say you're saying you're level to that mountain. You're shooting level to it?
No,
okay, you're shooting the angle from down to up. Okay.
Holy
okay.
crap, dude.
So what? So you think that hill is Earth curve?
The tree-lined hill?
Like if a truck drove in front of you, would that be Earth curve? Because that's a hill obstructing your view.
No, never mind. The hill has nothing to do with anything.
Okay, so where's the Earth curve at?
Well, this is just a single data
Hold on, Jesse. Hold on. We got to correct the error on the table. So he asked you something about the angle, and you said, I'm measuring the angle of the light entering the telescope. Now, if you concede that you don't know the path of light from the target object all the way to the telescope, then the angle that the light enters the telescope is irrelevant. And making any assertion based on that is also irrelevant. Can't be applied to anything.
I wonder, is this supposed to show obstruction of the bottom of a mountain?
No. This was just he asked for my source data, and when I go out shooting angles, I line up the telescope to the target, and I take a picture through the telescope. Then I take a picture of the LCD readout. Then I flip the telescope around. You know how you do 2 readings with a theodolite, at least 2. And take another picture through the telescope, and then another picture of the LCD. It's just my way of recording what I was shooting and what the angles were, because that way I don't have to ask myself later if I maybe transpose some numbers.
Hold on. Let's reiterate this, because this is what the crux of the issue is about. The angles of what?
The light as it enters the telescope.
Right. And unless you know the path to the target object, those angles are pointless to know. You cannot discern anything about the target object's angles of propagation from the angles of reception. Because according to the globe model, all the light is taking curvilinear omnidirectional paths.
Yeah.
And so you have no idea which light you've received. So you can't make any definitive claims about the physical location of an object compared to you angularly based on angles of intercepted light. It doesn't work. Can't be done.
Which makes the model unfalsifiable, which means we can dismiss it out of hand.
Correct, which, by the way, the U.S. military validated when they attempted to shoot a tri-band laser to determine the refractive conditions over 120 kilometers for the purpose of perfecting their laser targeting systems. And they found that the results were not congruent with the globe model of refraction. In other words, it was a
in straight
chaos.
lines.
It was chaos. The general consensus, right? Not that they use this word, this is my word, but they use turbulent and unknowable. The general consensus is that the path of light is chaos. And the final point that you're getting, right, based on what they said in relation to the globe model, is not precise, and it's not congruent with any standard model of refraction.
I'd like to point out also, Jesse, that Drace very
Somebody pause that.
I have paused the bot so we can go ahead with the conversation here if you guys like.
Fun. What's going on, bro?
Yo.
I'm kind of busy. I can't stick around and have the whole conversation, but looked like in the chat some of you wanted to do that. So,
Hello, heretic.
Yo,
I can jump in soon.
I got call and put options, dude.
Sweet.
Ready to make money.
Talk to Soviet Dom.
Oh my jeebus. Hello.
Soviet.
Oh my god. Yes.
Dom.
Yes.
Hello, man. Hello, buddy. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, really well, thank you, man. Really well. So what brings you into our server tonight, then?
I don't know. Just for fun. Like always.
You don't know, just for fun. It's a
For
fun place
fun.
to be, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Listening to radio? Oh my god. Very fun. So
Have you
much.
been in the server before?
Oh, no, never. It's my first time here. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know it's you know it's an Earth server, right? So the next question is, what interest have you got in the cat Earth? Have you got
Have a look at his roles, Jedi. Have a look at his roles.
I think it's probably a mix-up. Like, I never been here. It's a mix-up, okay? I should not have these roles. So it's okay. Wait, I have an accent? Oh.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Well said, my brother.
My brother. Well said, my brother. That was a nice accent.
Alright.
Wow,
Helio's here.
You say thank you to our compliments. Ay. Bro has Slava Russia,
Slava Rossi, bratoj. Slava Wagnera, Bakhmut.
Ty Gandon. Slava Ukraini.
To Gandon. Ukraini. Bro, I'm not. Don't try to swear too much or anything crazy in here. I love to swear in Russian right now, but I think the live stream's on.
Yeah, you can't. Your Russian is horrible.
What do you mean? Oh, because I speak Polish, bro, not Russian.
Ay. Even worse,
are you
you're
from
Polish
Russia?
too. You're Polish too. That's bad.
That's great.
You support Russia and you're from Poland. Actually,
I don't support Russia.
No, but you have Slava Russia. That's kind of
It's a joke.
big sign. It's a bad joke.
It's better than Slava Ukrainia.
Are you like on the spectrum? Are you on the spectrum?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. It's okay though.
I was diagnosed as a child.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. We all learn. Okay. I'm a very supportive guy. You know, I have a lot of friends that are different kind of, maybe extraordinary. So you can be my friend, my extraordinary friend. Okay. Thank you for your response.
Do you think the Earth's flat or a ball?
Ball.
So you believe you're on a spinning ball that's rotating at 1,000 miles per hour?
Oh God.
What makes you believe that?
I don't know. I feel like balls are like an important part of our lives, and the Earth is a ball, so it's really important.
But how do you know the Earth is a ball?
You just kind of go up and see it, you know.
And how did you go up? And when did you go up?
I didn't go up myself, but there are multiple people that have done that. Okay.
Who? And where? When?
Bro, you need specifics? You can just...
I do need proof to accept something as fact. I'm not just going to believe you. Are you God?
Let me ask Google who's the first guy that has seen Earth from space, okay? Let me ask Google real quick.
So Google is your God?
How is it?
You don't know how to learn life by living in the real world?
Can I ask you a question? How else, from where else do you get your information?
I walk outside and I look out.
Oh, so... how do you know what happened yesterday?
I walked outside, sun's out, sun went down, I lived my life,
welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel.
So, like,
if your mother... Go to ECG check-in 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
Can you say?
Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
I mean, if I saw a bullet hole or a gunshot wound, it'd be pretty obvious that somebody got shot.
Yeah,
what kind of question is that?
How do you know your mother is telling the truth?
Because when you see somebody with gunshot wounds in their body, you know they're shot.
The scientist's job is to explain that, not me. I'm not a scientist.
Well, then why are you making a
But
claim?
you know what's interesting?
Then why are you making a claim?
Saying,
answer the question. Why are you making the claim then? I'm going to go to Duncan Darth.
Because I can justify it by...
Okay, then justify it right now. In this scenario, I need you to justify that a sun probe is how we know that nuclear fusion is happening on the star. Go.
Yeah, I can justify it by...
Yeah, go ahead and justify it. When I unmute you, justify it. You don't have to tell me that you're going to justify it. I want you to justify it. Go.
Yeah, I'm appealing to scientists, you fucking retard.
Okay, so you're appealing to scientists, which you have no knowledge about nuclear fusion happening on a star. So that's it for you, right?
You're retarded. You have...
Okay, so let's go to Duncan Darth. Maybe he's got the answer. Go ahead, Duncan. Are there some probes that go to the sun and figure out that nuclear fusion is happening on its surface?
I'm sure. No, the nuclear fusion isn't happening on the surface.
Okay, nuclear fusion isn't happening on the surface. When at first you said that was your claim, that nuclear fusion was happening on the surface. See what we got here, folks, is people that are very confused when they think that they know what they're talking about. And I've exposed both of them. I will continue to do so. If you act like you know what you're talking about, I will put you on display like I did these two people, and you will be put on display. Would you like that? Or easily answer, all you got to do is say, I don't know. And you could easily avert this. But you don't want to avert it. You want to go headlong into this like you know what you're saying. And it's up to you. You can go ahead and do that, and I'm going to expose you thoroughly. Now, you have a choice, ladies and gentlemen. You could easily say, hey, I don't know. And we can move on. We could say, yeah, we don't know either. That's great, right? Nobody knows about the things in the sky. But it's when you make the claim, that's where you get yourself into trouble, right? So let's stay away from claims that you can't back up. Fair? I'd say that's fair.
It is fair. I mean, I'm in the text chat and people are telling me to take a chill pill, right? But we are actually trying to have genuine, intellectually honest conversation with any of you twittards that are willing to put it forward for observation so we can talk about it versus these personal attacks about you don't understand, so on and so forth. Bring forth the evidence let's have an honest conversation about what we're seeing to prop up your globe. Otherwise, we're just left with attacking one another. We're like chasing after you guys after like you're pooping yourselves or something in public. It's ridiculous. Active.
Just to be clear, Alpha said it was fallacious to appeal to authority to justify our claims, because he said like appealing to other people outside of you to justify your claims means you don't know whether or not.
Yeah, dude. Okay, Odyssey. Let's have a
I know you're spurging out. Just let me finish.
No.
But that means that he's a solipsist, right?
Okay.
He can't justify that.
Get off.
Okay, so no, I'd actually like to have a conversation with Jeezy for a quick second, just to ask him one specific question.
Yeah,
do you know the
difference? And then I'll unmute him.
Thank you, sir. Do you know the difference between direct evidence and circumstantial evidence? Go ahead. Thank you for the moderation.
Yeah, that's irrelevant to the claim I just.
Go ahead. Tell him if it's relevant or not before I.
Absolutely not. The reason being is this is like, and I'm going to be dramatic for a moment to drive home my point. It's like you're in court, right? We are testing to see if something is true. Therefore, there's one side and the other side. Each side puts forward evidence. Now we're looking for evidence that is testable, repeatable. That means it's true. That means I can carry it out. You can carry it out. We can talk about it. If you have to appeal to somebody else, that is considered to be circumstantial evidence, because the circumstances have to exist in order for you to collect the evidence. Like you have to be with the astronauts as they travel to this fictitious place called space to stand on something like land in the sky called the moon. Thanks for the space. I withdraw.
Yeah, so empirical evidence is not going to be the only criteria for epistemological claims. What I'm critiquing is the epistemological claim that Alpha made, and I'm saying that his claim is that in order to justify any proposition, you cannot appeal to anyone outside of yourself. That's going to be a very skeptical approach to epistemology, and that leads to solipsism. So you just have to concede that he's a solipsist. In your example, the empirical evidence doesn't matter, because we're talking about epistemological claims. So empirical evidence isn't going to be the criteria for that. What's your response? Go ahead.
Again, if I'm asking you for direct evidence, where is your evidence of your globe that I can test for myself in order to prove your claim?
Yeah,
of a
so
globe?
Again, when we're talking about epistemological claims, we're not going to be referring to empirical evidence.
Okay, dude, you're not listening, okay? He's asking for evidence. He's not asking for excuses.
He's asking for evidence. Yeah, no, I'm not talking about empirical.
Don't be ridiculous, Jeezy.
I'm not talking about
Don't be ridiculous, Jeezy, and show how shallow you are. I'm going to talk over you by again attacking somebody like that.
I'm referring to rational evidence. You fucking.
Yeah, spiraled. This is what I expected. I'm like, just get back to the computer. I'm like, I wonder how the globalists are doing today.
The hair's on fire, bro.
Yeah, it's
They're
like
burning up.
Shit. At first, I didn't realize I took myself off deaf and mute, but I had my computer volume turned off. I'm like, it's quiet. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me turn the volume up. Oh, yeah. Screeching and screaming and squealing.
You called it, man, earlier. You called it.
Yeah, it's
nobody knows that you called it earlier. We need to rewind the tape, man, to where like 3 hours earlier.
I'll be right back, bro.
All right.
Yo, Miggy.
What's up? What's up?
What's up, Chris? What's up, Miggy?
Hey, what's up there? It's been a while. How you doing?
Dude, I didn't know y'all over here hiding in this politics place, man.
Dude, you need to come over here, man. This is the spot right here.
Yeah, it's like yesterday I saw it was all packed. I was like,
you know what this is? This reminds me of like the server back in 2018, bro. It's like it's jumping. We got enough ballers in here to last us for days, bro. Like constant.
We get to pick and choose. There's so many coming in here. We could say, yeah, you are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Yeah, dude, there's so much. It's just so much in here. Like you can come in. Honestly, I get tired, dude. I'm like, dude, I just fucking want to hear Crit speaking or someone else. I mean, obviously I get my reps in, but sometimes I just want to kick back and listen.
Yeah, I've seen them. They haven't changed a bit, man. Nobody has evidence. Everything else, somebody told me. Everything like that, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, I see some.
The last guy was saying that the sun looks like a star, but then I went on my iPhone and I typed in the word star and then typed in the word sun. They don't look anything the same.
Dude, you couldn't say that to those guys, man. It'd make their head explode. The guy's trying to. I was like, dude, you know what? That has been, I'd say, the argument for the past 3 days. That the sun looks like the star and the star looks like the sun. And I'm like, let's just have this conversation, for God's sakes, man. Who thinks that?
A lot of kindergartners would fail our class with that like demonstration. You know, the teacher say, "Listen, draw a star." And they just draw the sun. They go, "No, draw a star. What are you doing?"
Yeah. And these guys are like, "No, it's the same thing." Really? What are the similarities? Well, they don't have to be the same. Well, then they're not the same, aren't they? How are you calling them the same then? The sun is a star and the star is the sun? No kidding. Anyway, I had to get going. But yeah, it's been fun. It's good to see you back, Book.
Take care.
Yeah, same.
For the rest of the gang, catch you guys later. I'm saluting you guys, by the way. You can't see it though.
I'm always saluting you. Later, dude.
Oh yeah, you got your avatar saluting.
Yeah, dude. Perm salute. Always pay respects.
Yeah, just leave it to the room master, Crit. It's his playground, man. We're just kids in it right now. So, Crit, you're the man. All I gotta say.
Suns are stars, but they've got different names.
Yeah, later, old dude.
See you later, mate.
See you.
Yeah, that was the law of identity guy bitching that different things are the same thing. Therefore, you're violating the law of identity by not conflating the two things. Like, how dare you not conflate A and B at the same time? Like a star's got the 5 points. A star is a circle. 5 points are a circle. Like who's violating the law of identity? I'm not sure it's the flat Earth guy.
So after you figure out the shape, then what's the next bit? So you know what the shape of the Earth is. Do you know anything about life?
What do you mean?
Well, do you know about life?
In what context?
Well, everybody's focused on the shape of the Earth, right? Why? It's not important.
I think that was just the context.
Life's important, right?
Yes, brother.
What's the most important thing?
Why are you here then?
What's the most important thing?
People.
People? That was a good answer. That was a good answer.
Speculation
That's
is
what you
on
wanted to be unmuted
Sundays. What's the evidence you have for your globe claim? Please put it forward for us to unpack. Thanks.
Wouldn't the most important part about life is to know where you live first, so you have a foundation and a beginning point, so you can know what you are and who you are and have an understanding of that, instead of being offered what you are and where you come from and why you're here.
So who tells you what to believe? Who gives you your proof?
I think it's all a process.
Your foundation. Where do you get your foundation for truth from?
I think it
right,
has to be
so you're a sophist. Okay, who else has something for us to examine? Where do you get your foundation from? Science, so that would be sophistry. What else do you have?
Well, what does knowing the shape of the Earth give you? What does it give you?
Them lying to us about the shape of the Earth do for them? How about that?
I don't need to.
Why are you putting it on myself, for example?
I don't have to come up
kind
with.
of get to that point of wondering why they would lie about the shape of the Earth? Because if they weren't lying about the shape of the Earth, then we wouldn't be in this room together.
Why?
We would the Earth is one thing, like I did before 2015.
Why? What do they get out of lying? That's my
Always
question.
need to interview a killer and ask him why he killed the person. Do you always have to know motive, or can you just skip to your foundation and see what you stand upon to understand what in fact you live on and how you live where you live? And the construction industry. How does how do all these cities? You guys all talking on computers, sitting on a desk? Workstation, or sitting to a desk at a workstation. You all have some kind of level surface in front of you.
Yeah.
Right. So my question to be is,
about that, dude.
I know that but I know you're not confused, and this is why I'm asking you. If every single one of us here all has the same thing in common, which is a level surface that is within our arm's reach, I can almost guarantee that everybody's within arm reach of a level surface. My question to you is, if we all say that we see level locally where we are, which is in fact direct evidence because we're testing it right now, it's repeatable. I know this because I'm a human being just like you are, so I'm appealing to your intellectual faculties to test your how genuine you are within the confines of conversation. Question being, where does your curve show up? Where does your curve show up?
I'll cut to the chase.
For long distances is where they show up.
How much?
You're not comprehending scale.
Hey Matt, how much of it? The problem, Matt, question. I'm located in Ontario, Canada. Where are you located?
Hey, Killian, can you give a little space for Merle, if you may? Thank you.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Merle.
Oh, I was just gonna say, just to Killian, like, I'll cut to the chase with you, man. Like, I think we've all been lied to, like, not just about the shape, right? And I've been involved in this a long time. What I'm trying to help with is help us get to the next bit, because we have been lied to. We know this, but not just about the shape.
Right.
That's
so,
all.
as Crit has said in the past, the topic of the server is 24/7 flat Earth. So, are we going to discuss the things that are not related to flat Earth? Or are we going to discuss the motivations for lying? Or are we just going to cut to the chase so we can try to start to show people how they can actually think for themselves? This is why understanding how you see things is so important, so that you can start to step through life, right? So I think we can agree on that point. Again, back to my original question being, if all of us have a flat level surface within our arm's reach, right? Matt's going to step forward with this idea of there being some kind of, sorry, I got a train going by. Trains, there's another interesting thing
Blues
for you.
Brothers.
However, from a standpoint of this long distance observation, Matt, what is the distance you want to claim? Because again, I'm in Ontario, Canada, and I think there's a lot of people located here, many different places. They all see level. Go ahead.
I mean, we could talk about the latitude, couldn't we, and measured from Polaris on a flat baseline elevation angles.
We don't have to appeal to space to figure out what we're standing upon. Again, Matt, I believe, was asking about long distance, which again is great because that's observing the surface, right?
There's your latitude, isn't it? There's your latitude.
See what I want to say?
Yeah.
The surface is under contention, not space. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're talking about latitude. So that's measured using Polaris. Yeah, elevation angles to Polaris, moving away to 0 degrees, or flat Earth elevation angle measurements. Welcome to Flat Earth. It's measured like that.
Congratulations on saying nothing. Where's your measurement for Earth being flat? Do you have like a long distance measurement of the Earth being flat or something?
Latitude, my friend. Latitude.
Go ahead and post it in the chat then for us. Go ahead and cite that for us.
Hold on, Deck. Before we go to latitude for a quick second, Matt, you're going to make the statement of asking for the numbers. So, do you know about trigonometry?
Yeah. What about trigonometry?
What is trigonometry?
Does that prove the Earth is flat?
My friend, are you going to walk with me through the questioning, or are you just going to jump to the conclusion and poison?
What do you mean? We're gonna question ourselves about geometry now, about basic geometry.
You're the one that's asking for the math. Let's understand how we get to the math. You're asking for the numbers. Let's understand how you're going to funny mute me, or are you going to let me talk through my point?
If he has a distance measurement, then I'd like to see that.
Deck's not on trial right now, my friend. You're the one asking for these long distance observation. Deck was kind enough to talk
No,
about.
I didn't say observation, so I don't know why you're misrepresenting what I said. But
are you
I have
gonna
a
be
question for you, Matt. How
Go
do we
ahead,
know
go
that the Earth is anything except to be what it represents itself to be? And as last time I checked, it represents itself to be a flat and stationary. So I don't know if you're
because
confused.
you're on the surface of the
One
Earth.
second, you need to let me finish. When you like if you're confused about your senses or what you observe, that it sounds like a you problem. I don't know why anybody needs to be telling you what the Earth is. It's very self-evident, and if you can't figure it out, it's probably a you problem. You know, you got the wrong address.
So can I respond to what you just said? Okay, so how much of the Earth are you actually seeing when you look out? You're on the surface of the Earth, right? You're 6 feet tall, whatever you are. How much of the Earth are you seeing?
You don't get it, right? It's a your problem. I see flat water,
you gotta do the math
I see
on that
flat
one.
horizon, I see horizontal horizon, I see how when I use the supposed spherical model and apply it to reality that it doesn't match. Therefore, there is no other conclusion but to accept reality for what it represents itself to be. That's it, man. So it seems like it's a your problem. Again, it's literally your problem.
No, it's really a
dude.
you problem.
No, it's
That's
your
really a you
problem.
problem.
I don't have a
It
problem.
sounds like
I
a you
accept
problem,
reality.
Seal. You don't have an issue with Seal.
I accept reality for what it represents itself to be. If you can't do so, it's a your problem. It's so simple. Very
Right,
simple.
Clay. So can we get back to observing these mathematics and the tools even that are used to reinforce the mathematics? I'm still not done talking to Matt. Sorry, go ahead.
On the you can use Polaris to determine your longitude. The star is by no means the brightest star in the sky and cannot help you determine longitude as it is always on the meridian. What it can help you determine, however, is your latitude. The angle between the horizon and Polaris is your latitude. Angle, horizon, Polaris, latitude. Yeah, you might as well snore, mate, because it's measured flat.
And that's the issue. So when we used Matt, are you still here?
You don't even need any math to know
so
the
Matt,
difference in globe.
Matt, are you familiar with the use of a sextant?
No, I've never used a sextant.
He doesn't even know what an elevation angle is.
Guys, you're throwing your purse before the line.
This elevation angle bullshit that you keep saying needs to be measured from a flat surface or whatever the fuck you're claiming is just because the Earth can appear flat when you're on the surface because it's really fucking big. So I don't know why you keep doing the elevation angle bullshit over and over again, thinking you're getting.
So how do you measure the curve?
You already failed with that plenty of times.
So we're going back to if it's too big to see it, how do you measure it?
What do you mean it's too big? You don't physically measure the Earth. You do calculations. That's how you figure.
Well, there's a
stuff
claim
out.
on the table, mate. The horizon can be no more than 1.22 feet times the observer's height in feet. You know that, don't you?
Yeah, and then you like throw out refraction like it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So you see things that are really far. You're like, hold on.
Yeah, you can't
Earth
measure
is flat.
refracted. Is it physical or refracted?
What do you mean? Is it physical or refracted? What are you talking about?
Well, if it's refracted, it's not physical, is it?
You know what refraction is? Do you know what refraction is? Go ahead and explain to everyone what refraction is. Go ahead, explain what refraction is. Explain it.
Well, it's
light
not Earth.
passing through different densities, right? Yeah. And it bends, right? You know what refraction is, right?
So how does density impact your surface, Bright Eyes?
How do you measure?
What do you mean? How does density impact the surface? It's not physically like
what I said.
It's not moving.
If you're going to step forward with this idea of refraction, which is literally just atmospheric lensing, put a pair of glasses on your face and you're going to change what you see, but the object doesn't actually change. So your idea of atmospheric lensing, which is completely tied to the humidity present in the atmos when these observations are made, i.e. bending light. Yeah, okay. The idea again is we want to know about the surface. So again, Matt, I'm going to come back and ask you, do you know what a sextant is and what it does? You cannot fundy mute and wait till I'm finished because I'm going to ask you, what is the use of a sextant? Did you refer to your Googles yet? Because the images show it.
Okay, you're throwing
what images are you talking about? What images are you talking about?
Elevation angles, pal.
Why do you keep doing this elevation bullshit? Do you have a long distance measurement for the flat Earth? Do you have one? Do you have one?
The latitude is measured from Polaris on the ocean.
Dude, like measured from Polaris, the Earth is flat because it appears flat on the surface. Like you're just dude. You're flat on the surface because it's really fucking big.
Yeah,
you're just
correct,
big.
man.
You're just on the surface.
Good lad.
You're
learning,
man.
You're only on the surface of a very big ball, dude.
How do you measure the sphere, mate? How do you measure the sphere?
What do you mean? How you measure the sphere?
I've told you how it's measured flat.
We do.
How do you measure it? How do you measure sphere?
You've measured the entire Earth flat. You've measured the entire Earth. You know how big it is. You don't know the shape of the Earth, dude. You don't even know the shape of the Earth.
How do you measure it? There's a claim on the
table. Are you going to answer my questions? Are you going to answer any of my questions?
It's got a radius of 3959 apparently.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. According to you, it doesn't.
Why are you gonna? How are you gonna say apparently at the end of that?
So what's the size of your flat disk then? Go ahead.
I'm not claiming the
distance. You're wasting your time.
So you don't know the shape of your. See, you don't know the shape of your planet in the 21st century, and you're not embarrassed
to say
that as a grown man.
It's flat. It's measured flat.
Oh, you just say it's flat.
Yeah.
Well, it's clearly not flat. There's lumps and bumps everywhere, so it's clearly not flat.
Yeah. Well, the lumps and bumps are measured from sea level.
Yeah. So it's horizontally flat then.
It's not curved, mate. You know, there's no curve
boats going over the horizon. Can you explain boats going over the horizon then?
I've told you how it's measured flat. There's no curvature involved.
Is level okay? Is water level as well in your world?
Sea level is level, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's contained, right? It's contained.
Is sea level or is it curved?
It's level. So you say sea level, right? Answer the questions. Is it level?
Yes, it's level. Yes.
Okay, so it's level and contained in your world, right? Because there's no gravity, it's contained.
It's not curved, mate. Right? It's not curved.
Okay, so what's going on with the tides? What's going on with the tides then?
What's that got to do with measuring? What's that got to do with measuring a globe?
Explain it. What's it got to do with the tides?
Hello. Sea level.
Answer my question. Hello.
Man, can you stop spiraling, dude? You're
Answer my question. You got level water moving around.
You're triggered since we've mentioned elevation angles and latitude coming from Polaris. All measured on a flat
was level, dude.
How many times do you want to be defeated in this debate, Matt, and come back to?
He's already been defeated. He's not trying to answer my questions about water.
No, you have been defeated many times, and you just keep coming back.
You have contained water moving around for no reason.
Why do you come back?
Flatties, the lowest common denominator of society. This is funny as fuck.
Matt, why you keep coming back, man? You have literally nothing to bring to the table.
Matt is right. He's bringing evidence.
Listen. You can keep your delusional, vain idea of a spinning, wobbling tilted space ball flying from an ever-expanding world of darkness. I really don't mind because people are throwing their pearls before swine right now. You're not here to learn. You're not here to change your mind. You want to live on the spinning, wobbling tilted space ball flying from an ever-expanding world of darkness. It's your vain fantasy, man. You love probably Superman movies and Star Wars.
Slow down.
Listen.
All right, is any flat earther willing to answer me my question about tides?
No, man, you're a waste of time.
Absolutely not, because they'll get schooled by you. It's pretty simple.
Listen, you're triggered because I've told you how Earth is measured flat using elevation angles to Polaris, yeah?
That's not how you measure the Earth.
Yeah?
It's not how you measure the Earth.
It's measured flat, mate.
So, about the tides.
The stupidest thing I heard ever. The Earth measured flat.
This guy is measuring the entire Earth with an elevation angle.
Can I just pop something up real quick? Just for a second.
Yeah, enlighten us.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so he's talking about sea level, right? And he's thinking of it in a way where it's like, when you have like a cup of water, there's that level of sea, right? That's the surface, right? But because obviously, at least to the people who are in here who are globe believers, right, like me, when you see it's a spherical object, right? And there's no water going into the core, so it's going to get pulled in. It's going to be a surface kind of like level. There isn't an exact thing. It's a measurement of like how much, because obviously sea levels are rising because if no matter what you were to rise, like icebergs dropping in, the water gets risen. It's not because it's because big icebergs are dropping in. It rises just a little bit, right? And it's not like it's easy to do that. It's a very gradual thing.
You're stuttering a lot. Level. I'll give you the definition of level. A horizontal plane or line.
It's not really I'm not really talking about.
Hey, let him speak, bro.
It's a whole different thing than what I'm talking about. It's a really different subject.
Just listen to the response.
No, but if it's a different thing, then there's no What I'm saying.
Yeah, just listen to the response, maybe.
It won't have any. It's a different thing, bro.
Crack on with it then. Still waiting for Earth curve measurement evidence, but we've got none.
Have you ever looked?
Golly, man.
Outside?
Like you already confessed with your mouth what the issue is, right? You said, I believe that the Earth is a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from an ever-expanding void of darkness, which is the short, which is the long description of your heliocentric model, right? That's what you confessed with your mouth. That's your belief. And I say, I do not believe this since there's a lack of evidence. I use the Earth for what it represents itself to be, and that's what I accept it to be. If you want to insert upon this a vain belief, a fantasy of a spinning ball, that is your problem. It is your burden to give us any proof that this is the case.
Listen, we've already explained to them about latitude and how it's measured. It's not measured on a globe, mate. It's elevation angles to Polaris, disappearing as you move further away to the equator. It appears to be at 0 degrees, the star, on a flat Earth. Yeah.
How do they measure latitudes in the southern hemisphere?
Well, the specific thing is that they have not even understood yet is that the heliocentric model is completely derived from sky observations or celestial observations. It's a sky religion, right? And it's literally the best arguments that they have for their sky religion and reaffirming constantly is about the sky to prove their sky religion. And we say, look at the ground. Look at what the ground is doing. Look at what the surface is and so forth. And then that's where the disconnect happens.
Yeah, but we don't say just look at it. We're actually showing him and telling him how it's measured that way. It's measured in physical reality as flat, mate. It's not measured as a globe.
Obviously.
Well, where do you think latitude comes from? Elevation angles to Polaris. What's up with you globers?
Straight lines, by the way.
So
the horizontal reference point.
The globe comes from flat Earth measurements.
Alpha mentioned something before that I want to touch on. He said, the reason UK is in dark when America is in light is because the light attenuation from the sun has its limits. What is the limit?
Well, forget that. We know the Earth is measured flat, mate. It's not a globe. Otherwise,
don't just be like.
He's fulfilling what I just said 1 minute ago. What they have from their sky religion, referred from the sky completely, in order to reaffirm it and have a proof for it, is using the sky. That's all they can do, is use the sky.
Yeah.
They will never, they can't use what the surface actually, what the topic actually is at hand. They can't talk about it. They need to use sky phenomena.
It's measured flat.
Who measures it flat?
Channel.
Name me one person that measures it flat.
LiDAR scans, long distance observations over water. Water itself classifies and gives testimony in all scales, or at least of the scales that you can still perceive that it's flat and horizontal. Dude, sea level, horizontal, horizon. I mean, how hard is a little child, no offense at all, will probably easier understand this than people who are involved in this vain belief of a sky religion, which is the heliocentric model.
Anyway, Alpha, I asked you a question. What's the limit of the sun? What's the range?
Don't you get it, man?
Alpha, what's the range of the sun?
Duncan,
what's the limiting? This light attenuation. What's limiting it? Like, what's the range?
Yeah, how many times has the range changed in your model, man? How many times have they changed it in your model to fit it some kind of other thingy that they needed to cope with, right? So again, this channel is about the surface of Earth. It's not about the sky phenomena, you see. It's about the surface of the Earth. How hard is this to understand, right? And you will not change the surface of Earth by diverting into saying, or tell me how far the sun is away, while simultaneously not acknowledging how many times it was changed in your own model. Probably it's going to be changed again, who knows? Because there's some other missing link that will show up, and they need to cope for it, and then they need to do adjustments again, which they have done all the time, especially by looking at dark matter and so forth. Bro, your model is so stinkingly inconsistent. It's insane that you guys have such a huge faith to believe in this.
So what's the range of the sun? Due to this light attenuation? What's the range?
The range is 10 to the power of 22 light years. The inverse of the Planck length, the shortest measurable distance of light, you invert it, you get the longest. That is the range of the sun and light.
Yeah, you can put all kinds of numbers.
Goes over your head because you're retarded.
You can put
No, it sounds like you just made up a bunch of numbers and, you just want to make up some things.
Exactly.
On Earth, on Earth, he said that the reason UK is in darkness when America is lit up is because of the light attenuation from the sun doesn't reach the UK anymore. I want to know what this light attenuation. What's the maximum range of this sun?
Probably best you ask him when he returns, because no one here is going to give you an answer. That's his claim. It's probably best that he backs it up. So when he's back, you can ask him.
His mic is still unmuted. What do you mean? He's not here? Alpha, you there?
Hey Duncan, are you after your question has been answered? Are you going to talk about the surface of Earth again, or is this just going to be about the sky one more time?
This is about the surface of the Earth. This is about how much of the surface of the Earth can see the sun at the same time. It's about the surface.
So it's not about the sun and the sky.
It is about the surface. Yes, it's about both.
Okay, well, he's not in here, so when he is, you can ask him.
So if it's about
can
both,
any of you guys answer the question?
Well, we don't appear to be, do we?
How is the sun
telling us? Can any of you guys answer the question?
We don't appear to be, do we, Clay? Thank you. We don't appear to be answering the question, dude. I'm redirecting you to the person who's made the claim, so the person who made the claim can back it up. He's not in the room. When he is, you can ask him. Sound fair?
So you guys, do you disagree with him that it's not the light attenuation from the sun that's... I know, I'm asking if you agree with his claim or disagree with his claim. That's what I'm asking.
Light does obviously attenuate through the medium of the atmosphere. I don't know the range. Maybe he does.
So do you agree with his claim or disagree with his claim?
Light attenuates through the atmosphere, of course. That's scientific.
And that's the reason why that UK is in
not the entire reason why, but this isn't my conversation. If you want a distance, maybe he's got it. I definitely don't. So when he's back, you can ask him. If you carry on with this, dude.
I'm just asking if you agree with him or disagree with him. You can't answer that?
Can you put the question?
Can anyone else here? Anyone else that's here? Do you agree with Alpha or disagree with Alpha that the reason UK is at nighttime when America isn't is because?
So that means we have an exact amount of 12 hours of sunlight every day, because we're on a globe that's spinning, right? So if we have any extent beyond that 12 hours, what are we doing?
Well, there is the tilt, the tilt, the wobble, the slight wobble. Therefore, more sunlight.
Whoever goes through a day and goes, oh, the globe. Gee, I better think about the globe before I get my keys and go to work.
No one. There's no one waking up in the morning that has a globe model in his hand and is like, oh, I need this model in order to get done with the day.
I mean, sorry guys, I have to jump out there, but if they can't understand how it's actually measured flat level, I mean, so we're giving them evidence and demonstrating and telling them how it's measured flat. So you think it's measured as a globe? Tell us how it's measured as a globe, who measured it, and what equipment is used. Please do that.
Relative, because a distance from.
If you live on a globe, right? How was it measured? How do you get the distances? How do you get the radius?
Are you talking about like straight lines, like measurement like that?
No, your globe measurement. How do you measure it?
Wait, what are you talking? When you're talking about like?
I'm asking for evidence of evidence of globe measurement.
But what do you mean by it's measured flat? What is that kind of going for?
Well, when you measure to the equator from Polaris, you're using elevation angles. You know what an elevation angle is?
Kind of, bro.
Yeah. So in order to get the elevation angle, you need a horizontal plane for that. Yeah. I'm using sea level.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're using flat Earth measurements. Yeah, to get our latitude to the equator. Yeah. So when you stood under Polaris and it's on top of your head, that's 90 degrees. Do you know what 90-degree angle requires?
Man,
2 straight
I think
lines.
That's a misinterpretation. I'm not going to lie to you.
No, it's not a misinterpretation.
I just want to. I don't want to sound like a dick, like calling you an idiot. But when
you know what an angle is, don't you?
Okay, bro. Okay.
You know what an angle is, don't you?
Hey, just please let me just speak for a second.
Hey. Yeah, angles, 2 straight lines.
Bro.
Let him finish one deck, then we can hang out.
Bro, just relax.
I know what angles are. I'm not 4 years old, right? I understand that. Please just allow me to speak. All right,
Go on.
So it's when you're thinking of, equators and like how you actually do angles, right? You're speaking of the Earth as if it has to be around the whole thing. You're speaking of it as if, they can't just like cut through the middle. You can go from the equator to the equator and just have that be how you measure. You know what I mean?
What are you talking about, Fred?
Sorry, say that again. Sorry.
Yeah, make it more clearer. I mean, I didn't even fucking follow that. What are you on about, dude?
I didn't follow what you meant.
End to end, right, with the equator.
End to end with the equator. Okay.
Listen. Okay. At one end to the other end, right?
Of the equator.
You can just do that. You can, like, from a perspective, you can just go one side to the other side, bro, and then you got like a line, and you can just use that as
guys,
the line.
Hold on, my friend. What do you mean by one side to the other side of an equator, which is a circular line? What do you mean?
You can have different sides of a sphere, not actual sides. I understand what that means. Yeah, there's only one side with a perspective.
On a sphere, mate, the equator is the line at which a Polaris seems to drop below 0 degrees of the elevation angle as you're moving further away from it. Yeah, which is an elevation angle which requires a horizontal baseline, mate.
If you got like a line across that, you can just use that. I think that's what they're doing.
So I'm giving you plenty of examples of how the Earth is measured horizontally, level, and flat. I'm just waiting for somebody in here to tell me how I'm wrong and how it's measured globally.
Not wrong. You're not wrong. It's just people, they don't have anything to say after that. It's checkmate.
So you go one line, go to the other side. You got, massive circular object, spherical. You could put a big rubber band. You put a rubber band around one side, the other
side. Not making much sense, dude. We're giving you the mic, but honestly, you're not necessarily making too much sense.
If you're intellectually honest, you'll just concede that he's right. I know it's annoying, but what he's saying is true. It's just the
Don't let it upset you, mate. Don't let it upset you, mate.
You go from one side. You go from one side. Get like a ball. Get like a ball, right?
Yeah,
get a ball. Big fuck off rubber band. You just pop it against the side. And you put it in right dab in the middle, kind of like where the top of the bottom is.
Right.
That would be a line around it. You could just measure a flat. You know what I mean?
No, because you put a rubber band around the ball. And that ball is circular, and that rubber band is now circular because it's around the outside of the ball. What do you mean you can now measure it flat? What do you want about?
You can take that perspective, flatten that shit.
No, it's not adequate. It's really not.
Listen, listen, mate. You're talking broken biscuits, mate. Right? You've had a chance to talk and come up with some globe evidence, which you haven't got, right? And I've just explained how the Earth's measured flat and horizontal and level. That's how we came up with latitude lines. That's how we navigate. That's how it's observed. That's how it's measured in physical reality. Flat, horizontal, level. End of story. Bye-bye globe.
Deal with it.
I forget a big fuck off rubber band, right?
You put it around your mouth, baby.
You put it around a ball.
Yeah.
And then you like super globe it, right?
Right.
And then you pop the fucking ball.
Okay.
You push it down.
Just
It'll
hold it,
fucking
dude.
super compress.
There you go. I'm not going to put up with you trolling. I'm just going to repeat the same fucking bullshit again.
Oh, God help us.
So I was thinking about something. So if I had like a basketball, right, and
Oh
it
my
had
God.
like shallow thumbtacks, like really shallow to the point where the head of the thumbtack would be the usual size, but the actual pin wouldn't be deep enough that it would actually penetrate the basketball, because I want the basketball to retain air, because I'm attempting to demonstrate the globe model. So I'm going to take these thumbtacks. Give me a quick second, please. If I may, Deck, you had some space right on the mic, so I'd like my turn if I can for a quick second just to say, I take this basketball with these shallow thumbtacks. Go ahead, Deck.
No, I was saying apologies. Go. Sorry.
Okay, thank you so much. So I take this basketball with these shallow thumbtacks and I start putting them in all over the place, and I'm like, hey, cool. So I have a basketball with a series of thumbtacks, which all of these thumbtacks are all observing a level field because they have a local to their level, right? Because the heads of the thumbtacks are in fact flat, right? So then I think to myself, okay, well, we take somewhere in the northern, quote, hemisphere that you globe guys call it, like Canada, where I am, and I'm like, flat, local level, cool. And then I'm talking to somebody over in Australia, and they're like, yep, I see flat level, just like the thumbtack itself. Again, I'm going to keep asking the question to the globe. Do you guys have any explanation as to how these two instances of level can simultaneously exist on your globe model? Or was no one listening?
We're listening.
I'm listening. Thanks, Jedi. I appreciate that, guys. Thank you so very much for listening. But thanks, Clay. I hear three people who know reality because I know they're talking on desks or they have side tables that show local to their level, even a kitchen countertop. But what about the globe friends? How do you possibly explain how those two thumbtacks can be observing their local level on their heads, but still exist on a spheroid? Anybody?
Which two?
Mania? Go ahead.
Which two? Which two things can?
So I'm in Ontario, Canada. Where are you located, Mania?
I'm in the Netherlands.
Awesome. Perfect. Actually, Netherlands, you'd still be in the northern hemisphere, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
According to the globe model, right? Do you have any friends?
Yeah.
Do you have any friends in the
zero.
southern hemisphere? You don't have any friends in the southern hemisphere? Okay.
No,
do you
zero.
do you think that they're in fact experiencing a different level to you in the southern quote hemisphere?
Yeah, man, reality is totally different in the southern hemisphere.
Sorry, did you say you're muffled? Reality is different in the southern hemisphere, did you say?
It's totally different. Yeah.
Interesting.
In the southern hemisphere, yes.
Okay, could you expound on that a little bit?
Well,
further,
because you cross the equator, right? When you cross the equator, it's an alternative reality.
Hold on a minute. Could you explain this reality to me a little bit further, please?
Dude, it's like a drug. Now, we're from the Netherlands. We know a ton of drugs now. But when you cross the equator, it's a different experience, dude. It hits you differently. Have you ever tried that shit?
Okay, so just to
another one.
Just to again, so this is the idea, right? Is that we take the reality, we suss it out as to how you arrived at it. Because here's the thing, we're one race, right? Human race. That means
I have the same mental faculties that you do. I have the same senses that you do. And I know for a fact, unfortunately, that if you're in the same reality that I'm in, which I hope to be because we're talking on the same flat platform, I know for a fact that you're not experiencing life any different than I am. And people in Australia, especially in the construction industry, are actually experiencing life the same as us. So again, what is it? What is the claim you're going to bring forward for us to be able to observe these simultaneous existences of level?
But it's not well, I don't know what you mean.
It is simultaneous. That means everything's happening. Let me walk on you and say, hand in the cookie jar. Everybody's hand in the cookie jar in this chat right now because everybody's observing local level. So where does your spheroid show up?
Okay, but the sun doesn't travel over the same period, over the same land at the same time.
Hey,
and that's
I
something
like
that
this.
the flat Earth. It's hard to have a flat Earth plan.
See, it's
just for the sun and the moon.
You're being intellectually honest because you just said the sun's actually moving. So now we're actually starting to gain a little bit of traction. Cool. So the sun moves above the ground, right? So the sun, in fact, orbits the Earth. Is this correct?
I'm not sure if that would work. I need to see an accurate model.
Isn't that what you just said?
A 2D model, then. A 2D model.
You did say it. He did. I heard him.
Deck, go ahead.
I'm just saying he did say that. I'm confirming he did.
Okay, cool. I appreciate that, Deck, because again, intellectually honest, right? This is the only way that we can actually walk conversations through. Otherwise, it just ends up
I'm neutral. I
audio
don't care,
chaos.
But,
But Mania, this is exactly why I appreciate you, because there's many people here who are neutral as well, right? Who have the same senses that you do, right? And there's nobody here, if you're being neutral, observing the appeals to any kind of authorities in order to understand what they stand on. So you say that the sun orbits the Earth, which is a great start. Next question being,
I just want to see a plan. How do you say not a plan, but a model? That works.
Yeah, well,
with the sun, with the stars, with the moon.
No. I mean, you can look at a map, mate, and the latitude lines. Any map.
Yeah.
And they was measured using elevation angles from Polaris. Yeah, moving away from Polaris at 90 degrees till Polaris gets to 0 degrees. That's your equator. Elevation angles, 2 straight lines, no curve involved. It's measured flat.
You're saying they're measured from the same star? That's the point, right?
Yeah, that's how you get your equator, mate. Okay. It's elevation angles from Polaris.
Okay.
How do you get those elevation angles to work out with the distance changes? One deck?
Well, as you move away, the star appears to drop in the distance. And when it gets to 0 degrees, that's when you're at the equator.
Can you demonstrate anywhere where there's a linear relationship between angles and distance, other than looking at the star?
Yeah, your latitude lines, mate.
I just said without looking at the stars. So, like, literally anywhere else that we can look at something. Can you show me a linear relationship between angles and moving angles?
It's not linear.
That's how latitude is measured, mate.
No, it's not.
1 degree per 60 nautical miles. That's a linear relationship.
That doesn't work from 0 to 15. That doesn't work from 0 to 15 degrees. So you're wrong.
0 to 15? It quite literally does. You just make
no, it doesn't. Actually, because refraction. Don't even know your own model, dogs.
So yeah, so I'm turning you down while I speak to this other guy who seems more interesting. So yeah,
I don't know who I'm talking to, but I put something in the chat.
Even if you want,
it's about this angle to Polaris, and they say it works on a spherical, but not a flat Earth.
So even if you want to bring up 0, like what was it, 90 to like 15, you still have to explain how there's a linear relationship there.
I don't hear from you. We get the picture we want to hear from.
I know you want to pick on the new guy who doesn't know your arguments. I understand. It's the only people you can argue with.
Oh, because it's the angle. Okay, yeah, I see.
Yeah, so there's no curves on an angle, mate. Is there? Unless you can prove that there's an elevation angle does have a curved baseline when you get in them elevation angles from Polaris.
Does anybody claim?
Well, yeah, if you're standing in Africa, you would see it on the.
Well, you claim that you live on an Earth, don't you? Curved Earth.
Yeah, but does anybody claim that elevation angles have curved baselines?
Well, it'll tell you if you just if you do a little bit of research, it'll tell you how latitude is measured. It's measured from Polaris using angle measurements. Are angles curved?
Yes, angle.
Yeah, angles are not curved. Nobody on globe Earth is claiming that elevation angles have curved baselines.
Yeah, so we're using the surface of the Earth. When we're getting the elevation angles from the surface of Earth, that's what we're using.
No,
There's no curve in it.
No, we don't use the surface of the Earth.
Oh, so what we're using to measure? So what we're using to measure the surface of Earth? Then, excuse me. What we're using when we're measuring the surface of Earth, not the surface of Earth.
When you're measuring elevation angles, you're not using the surface of the Earth.
Yes, you are.
So when we measure,
sorry, Mondek, I'll post something for you which demonstrates that yes, you do. You carry on the conversation.
That's just false.
Oh, it isn't. You haven't seen it yet, and you don't know the authority to which I will be citing. Do you? Which
the reason
authority?
I know. The reason I know.
Brenda, which authority will I be citing?
The reason that I know is because I understand the math, and not the authority doesn't matter.
Okay,
it's not math, it's measurement.
What is the name of the authority, not the reason, Brenda? Answer his question, Brenda.
Brenda.
I missed part of that. Could you repeat the question, please?
I'm just going to cite a source that will pictographically and verbally demonstrate to you that we do use the surface of the Earth when measuring elevation angles up from that surface. You've said, fill in the gap.
Well, are you done? I was waiting for you to finish.
I had.
Depends on the tool.
Oh, okay. So we simply don't use the surface of the Earth to form an angle of elevation.
Yes,
that's
we
just
do.
not how it's done.
Provide that citation
yes, we do.
What about when you're using a spirit level, or not a spirit level?
Your audio is so low, I can't hear you.
Yeah. Keep on. We're talking about elevation angles, measuring the surface of Earth. But Brenda says we're not measuring the surface of Earth when we're measuring the surface of Earth.
No, we're measuring. We're measuring an angle.
Okay, so how do we measure curvature then?
Well, that would be a different question. But the way you measure
it is. Yeah. Okay, then it is a different question. How do you measure Earth curve?
A roller.
The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as the solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between the imaginary line from the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on.
Absolutely correct. You're correct.
Standing on.
Yep, that's absolutely correct.
Excellent.
Horizontal plane too, huh?
Referencing, my friend, we are referencing the surface of the Earth.
That's
when
false.
you make that measurement from the surface of the Earth, because we're standing on the surface of the Earth, that is the horizontal line that you'll be measuring your elevation angle up from.
What you're doing is called begging the question, right?
No, I'm reading a citation.
So we're measuring the Earth, mate.
No, it's not. It literally says not. It says. What does it say? What does it say? It says the horizontal plane.
Yes.
It doesn't say the Earth.
The horizontal plane is.
You know what a plane is?
That's begging the question that you're trying to
stand on it and measure the angle.
Does it describe the ground as the horizontal plane or no?
Yeah, the thing that the observer's standing on.
Yeah, that's the horizontal plane, not the Earth.
The observer is standing on.
Let's just go through this then, Jedi. Just one quick one. So we'll go through the two words: horizontal, parallel to the plane of the horizon.
No, that's not what horizontal means.
Listen. At right angles to the vertical. Then we'll go to plane, a flat surface on which a straight line joining any 2 points on it would wholly lie.
Yeah. The surface of the Earth isn't a flat horizontal plane.
We've not got any evidence of curvature yet, mate, have we?
So we're talking about how you take an elevation angle. You do it from a horizontal plane, and then the angle from that to the celestial object.
That's correct. So the horizontal.
It doesn't say anything about the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, he's standing on it. So, for example, yes. So,
you can stand on the horizontal plane at the same time, dude.
We can use an elevation angle to a lighthouse and know the distance between us and that lighthouse using very basic trigonometry, as long as we know the height of the lighthouse. Now, the distance between you...
Let Jedi finish.
I haven't finished. So the distance between you and that lighthouse is a horizontal line.
That's begging the question.
No, it isn't.
Right. Also, can I just add? I mean, we can all agree, and I hope we can, because we're all adults, that horizon and horizontal are connected.
No, they're not.
So why not? How are they not?
Because they are two different words that mean two different things.
So what does horizon mean?
Wrong, Brenda.
It means the circle. A horizon is a circle around an observer. That's the
No, I'll tell you, Brenda.
Let me finish my sentence. You asked me.
You was wrong.
You asked me. No, I'm not wrong. I'm not.
Well, okay. You 2 seconds, and I'll tell you what it really means. Go. Horizon.
You asked me questions, and then you don't allow me to answer.
What's the horizon?
The horizon is a circle around an observer. That is the limit. That's the limit.
No.
Just a minute. It's limits of their vision.
Nope.
Circle's a two-dimensional plane, though.
A circle is just is a circle. It's not. What are you talking about?
Circle is a two-dimensional object. It is a planar object.
Yeah. No, it's not planar.
It is. It's two-dimensional.
Yeah.
So I'll just add then, Brenda, the horizon, Oxford Languages Dictionary, the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. The Earth's surface, horizon.
Yeah.
Horizontal.
Yeah. In astronomy, a horizon is defined, right, as a circle around an observer, right? That
we're talking about the Earth. We're talking about Earth measurements.
Any planet.
No, we're talking about Earth measurements.
Any
being
planet.
measured flat. Yeah. So the line, it's a line. Do you know what a line is?
No, it's a circle because you can turn around 360 degrees.
This is the definition. The line at which the Earth's surface, that's the top of the Earth, and the sky appear to meet.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine for that definition, right? Yeah. But do lines curve?
We're talking about straight lines?
Yeah. Are you saying the horizon is a straight line that doesn't curve?
It says the line at which the Earth's, and it's related to horizontal.
Well, it could be curved though, couldn't it?
The word horizontal. Yeah, can you define horizontal?
Is the horizon curved?
I've just told you what the horizon is. It's the line.
You can't answer. You won't answer. Why won't you answer that question?
I'm telling you what the definition is.
Because why would they call it a horizon if it was a curve?
To show that it's curved, all you have to do is turn around in a circle, and the horizon is there. Straight lines don't curve.
Counterintuitive, Brenda.
That's totally
referencing horizontal. You can have, and I will agree, 360 degrees circular vision around you. Definitely agree to that. But that circle is planar. It is a horizontal plane between the interior of that circle.
Yeah, but I'm not standing at the center of the circle.
You are. If you hold on. Yeah, you are standing at the center of the circle.
No, I'm not.
If it's your horizon and you're the one that's fucking turning around.
In order to stand at the center of the horizon, which is a circle, I'd have to dig down.
No, you just have to go out to sea, get on a boat,
don't do that.
turn around.
It will threaten the lava.
Then go underwater.
Around.
Yeah.
Yeah, have your eyeballs at the water, right?
But in the meantime, Brenda, the Earth is measured flat.
Show me the measurements.
Center of a circle.
What is the source of gravity if it's flat? Because the ocean has the same pressure.
Well, just ask.
That's a different question. You're just detouring it. Right. So the problem is that they can't comprehend what a horizon is. A horizon
I am comprehending it, and I agreed with you until you said you weren't in the center of the horizon and you made by turning around. Then
I'm above it. I'm above it. You understand? I'd have to dig down into the ground to get to the center.
Brenda, how can you be... Hold on a minute. I just got to ask the question. Brenda, how can you be above something that you literally determine it yourself? The horizon is local to the person perceiving it. If I go up, the horizon rises with me. If I go down, it drops with me.
If you go up, the horizon drops.
Buddy.
How would you draw the horizon, Brenda?
It would be a circle.
Oh my god.
It represents the limit that an observer can see on
Yes.
a
Why are you
curved
being
surface
dishonest?
like the Earth.
No,
Why are you
not
being
any
dishonest?
surface. A horizontal surface, for example.
What?
A horizontal surface. It doesn't have to be curved for you to have a limitation of view.
So horizontal simply means perpendicular to a vertical.
If this was an exam and you drew a circle for the horizon question, you'd get it wrong.
Perpendicular.
So let me just go. Let me
You get it wrong.
Brenda,
Wrong.
you was wrong with horizontal. Listen, horizontal. I'll go through it. Horizontal, parallel to the plane of the horizon.
The horizon isn't a plane; it's a circle.
This is
Joseph Biden runs my life.
I've already
Horizontal.
explained it is a plane. That circle is two-dimensional, so the interior of that circle is planar. Horizontal in
Parallel.
Now, I will accept that the interior of a circle is planar.
Thank
the
you.
thing is
Horizontal.
that plane is underground.
I'll tell you what. So what's a flat?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Down to the next pylon, one that's 1 mile down, and then calculate the center of that of the radius of the laser, right? And see if the center of that laser is actually still at 15 feet.
Well,
right? So then go down.
It depends on how high the pylon is above the water, man. But assuming that all those are accurate, right? Like,
Well, you would measure, but so what I'm saying is you would measure from the water up to the top of that pylon, and you have somebody else that's back, somebody else that's at the laser, and you say, okay, point the laser down a little bit. Okay, now it's at 15 feet. You know, you're pretty straight. Then go to the next pylon and see if the center of that of the beam is also at 15 feet, right? And then go back to the beginning of that bridge, and then use like a P1000 or whatever, and zoom in, and you should see compression, right? So then you would see the beam moving off into the distance, and it should move by the end of that 10 miles. It should look like it rises up above the rail and then above the tree line off in the distance, right? Because if the Earth's curving down, once you have that laser straight and it lines up perfect, in 3 markers show a perfect 15 feet, then you should be able to move away, zoom in, and you should see the laser continue on a straight path as the Earth curves. So it looked like it would go above the rails off into the trees, if you know what bridge I'm talking about.
Well, I don't know what bridge you're talking about. I just set it up, but like, I mean, assuming the laser's level, we would just expect it to be higher up than before. I'm not sure what specifically the I guess the elevation would be, the elevation gain or whatever. But,
well, the 15 foot is pretty close to being as high as the bridge rails itself that you see the cars drive down. So you should see
you would just expect it to be higher, right?
Right. So about mile 8 from the mile 16 mark where you start at that pylon, 8 more miles away, you should see that laser going above the bridge, and by the end, 10 miles away, when the bridge ends and it hits inland, you should have that beam going up into the sky above the trees as you're down. Because it's like, I think we got about 16 miles. You know what I mean? So in 16 miles, what's the drop? Do you know?
No, I don't know.
8 inches per mile square?
Well, I can just
right?
look
Isn't that
it
what
up,
it
I
is?
guess. Well, yeah, so like, I think I would probably start with just on elevation is gain, right? But I can look it up, like, let me see.
You got about 66 feet at 10 miles, so.
Yeah, then it should be.
Okay, it says here. Okay, let me see the coverage.
Matter of fact, there's a water tower that's even further inland, so it would be higher than that water tower, which is only.
This is Earth radius. Let me see here. Earth radius. Okay, Earth. Blah blah blah. I think I might have to do a lot more searching to find this. Let me see here. Okay, I see elevation per kilometer.
I actually think I know even an easier way, but so yeah, see what you calculate.
Well, yeah, but essentially, yeah, you would just like look and see is elevation gained, right? We can just start with that, I guess, and then we, I guess, find out how much, and then you could calculate what the curvature would be.
Hey, what's going on? We got some curvature proof finally.
Not sure exactly what it is, but it would be significant enough curvature that it's either there or it's not, you know?
Wait,
Oh,
what?
nice. Okay, great.
Yeah, that's
Significant
what I
enough
think.
that what?
I mean, it might take it. Yeah, you'd have to travel there. You get a boat. You'd have to have somehow to get up on that pylon. You'd need, I don't know what kind of ladder you'd even get. It would take a bit of doing, but I think it's doable.
Sure, that would just be an example of how you could see if elevation is gained over distance, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. That's the reason I would like to use water, but I guess you could just measure the top of the pylon to the top of the water.
Well, what about this? Couldn't you take let's just say like a gyroscope, like a brass gyroscope that spins at 30,000 RPMs, right? So you take a gyroscope, an electric one. If you have somebody with a plane or you're traveling, don't start spinning it until you get up in the air. You're moving at 600, 800 miles an hour, right? So make sure that the axis of the gyroscope is perpendicular to the Earth's surface. Start the rotation, right? And it becomes rigid in space and doesn't recognize, according to what Wikipedia says, it becomes rigid in space, does not recognize the Earth's curvature or whatever. So you start the spin, it should lock in place, and as you travel over the curvature, you should see the axis, right, start to turn and come towards you. I guess if you're traveling south.
Well, wait, hold up. Aren't gyroscopes affected by gravity?
Well, no. Well, yeah, they are affected by. Yeah, I mean, if you drop them, they're going to fall to the ground. But if you
that's not what I mean.
In the axis point, it becomes locked in its axis in space. Like if you look up flight.com, you'll notice the axis point will become locked in space itself, and it won't even recognize Earth because it creates its own force when it starts to spin. So it will lock.
I guess I just don't know much about like how the practical use of a gyroscope.
Well, they say
they have rigidity in space, and they have a flywheel attached to a gimbal, which allows the gimbal to rotate around as the flywheel retains rigidity.
Yeah, so like I guess like, if you want to bring an experiment to prove like Earth is flat or something, or like Earth is not globe, then I would probably not go with that one.
Well, this would prove that you're going over curvature, right? So as the plane's flying at I don't know how many 70 miles up or how many thousand feet. So if it's flying, right, and it's going 800 miles an hour, and they say, let's just say that it's flying to the east, right? If you're traveling, if the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, right, and you're traveling on that equator, heading east, as you fly, the axis or the little finger pointing straight up, right, it's in the middle, would be starting to rotate towards you a lot quicker than 15 degrees per hour because you're also traveling almost 1,000 miles an hour. So you should see a huge change in the axis because it becomes locked in space, period.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So it should be rolling back at you and pointing at you almost in a pretty short period of time.
If you begin with a horizontally oriented flywheel inside the gimbal and you like move forward over Earth, you should at some point be staring at the top of the flywheel in front of you.
Exactly. Yeah.
And eventually you're staring at the bottom of it. and then eventually you're staring at so if you could fly around the Earth, you would watch the flywheel rotate in front of you.
Right. And if you weren't moving, right, if you were not moving, you should see that. Man, if you weren't moving, I would say, because they say, well, it'll move 15 degrees per hour. They call it a drift or whatever they call it. But if you were flying, you know what I mean? You wouldn't have to worry about that. It would move so fast because it stays locked in that original position. And then if you could turn around immediately and fly back to that same position, you'd see that when you got back to that same position, it would be pretty much right where you're, in the same little spot that it was pointing in the first place.
Oh, you're lagging. Can't hear you. Yeah, like I think if I was to go into like the details, I would probably want to learn a little bit more about gyroscopes first. But the laser thing seems like something that would be a more viable experiment.
Well, this is
to do at home, right?
Well, when I looked into it, I think this is years ago. The regular gyroscope was used throughout wars. They'd fly right above the water at night. This is before pendulous gyros. So this is like the pendulous gyro invented.
Yeah, I understand they used them. Yeah,
1914, and wasn't even adopted into manufacturing like 1948. You know what I mean? So they had all those years from 1919. I think it was when they started flying using regular gyroscopes. You know what I mean? To survive. It's pretty crazy.
I'll just challenge anybody that can fly an aircraft. Right? Get to about 40,000 feet, right? And then angle the nose down about 2 degrees, and then dead reckon in a perfectly straight line, and show me that you don't crash into the ground. Yeah. Never going to happen. Or just show me that to fly an aircraft in a perfectly straight line, you have to pull up on the joystick. Pull back to go up.
Pull back to go.
Not going to happen either.
Well, so wait, hold on. Wouldn't it be adjusted by gravity automatically? Like if your gravity is going to weigh more, and you have a higher angle, then it's probably
right. I'm saying, show me an aircraft flying in a perfectly straight line, right, where this pilot has to pull back on the joystick in order to do that.
Wait, it depends. Okay, what do you mean by perfectly straight, I guess? Do you mean like in space perfectly straight?
Yes, a perfectly straight line. Yes.
Sure, yeah, so independent of the Earth. Well, I don't even know what that means. Then you would probably pull up like crazy.
Usually when you want
100 kilometers an hour through the space, right?
But usually moving the joystick, the control, like that makes you change direction, not stay in a straight line. That's what that thing is. That's what its purpose is. I want to go that way, so I'm going to turn this control that way to go that way. I turn it. I pull it back to go up. I push it forward to go down. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree.
In respect to not curve, not gravity, not in respect to gravity. In respect to a zero elevation, right? So a zero straight line, which is called zero, perfectly straight, flat, horizontal line.
Yeah, so
that's what you're.
So
right.
I mean,
so not gravity, not a curve.
If it's like 2 degrees that you mentioned, it's just 2 degrees. I don't know if there would be much effect. I think you just put the autopilot on, but I'm not sure how airplanes. But yeah, I mean,
you'd have to show that. You'd have to show that you're actually going in a perfectly straight line. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know how you do it, maybe a gyroscope, as you said, or a GPS or something like that, I don't know. An altimeter that could measure that, I guess.
They use the artificial horizon, which is tied to the gyroscope. They align the plane to the horizon, then they know they're going straight.
It just seems bizarre to me.
Pitch, though.
Right, exactly. They do, yeah. But it just seems bizarre to me that, like, you're basically making the controls of an aircraft redundant, like by saying that if you just, like, set it to a certain altitude, right, you can lock those controls into place or put it on autopilot. It's not going to move. It's just going to naturally follow the curvature of the Earth. No.
Well, I mean, I think it's probably wait, hold on. I think the reason is because the autopilot is probably going to be aligned with like magnetic north, right? So that's why it's gonna follow the curvature probably, right? And it also has like some variables attached to it, like something that measures the altitude to go up and down, right? So like for example, the autopilot on my yacht, for example, when I sail around, that's going to be locked to the compass.
And that sounds ridiculous to me because now that's saying that in order to go in a perfectly actual straight line, you have to adjust the controls, right? Which would be changing direction. So to not change direction, I have to change direction. That doesn't make any sense.
Wait, that's not ridiculous at all.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, so let me explain. If I have, well, it's not technically, okay, mine is really old on my boat, right? But when I take mine apart, I've taken it apart before, right? The variable that it adjusts for is literally just the compass, right? So like if I want to go in a technically perfectly straight line, right, I would remove the variable that the boat steers towards, right, in order to just like, well, technically not steer at all and only adjust for like gravity, I guess, if it's in a plane, right? So like that's not ridiculous at all. It's just a computer that calculates a variable, and then you have to take that out to make it not calculate the variable anymore, right? It has a waypoint on, well, not a waypoint because it's not a GPS compass, but you just steer towards magnetic north, right? And then it doesn't
altitude doesn't make any sense.
Hold up. How do
it
you
still does not make any sense to say that to not change direction, because it doesn't make any sense to say, right, that to not change direction, to maintain my heading and not change direction, I have to change direction. It's the same as like thinking that.
Do you not understand?
Yeah, it's the same as like thinking that the Earth's surface is a tangent point, right? That where you're standing could be a tangent point for a horizontal line, and then you establish your horizontal, and then think that it's a cone, or it's a valley. It's two ramps ramping down into the middle to meet, but it's actually just a straight line.
So what part of the explanation I gave of how the autopilot probably works did you not understand?
Yeah, I'm not talking about autopilot or anything like that. I'm talking about the necessity to actually change direction so that you don't change direction.
Bro, you're not even like okay,
yes, to establish.
Here's a question. Let's say you're swimming through a like super duper strong tide, and it comes like 90 degrees from your side, right? And you want to go straight, and the tide is pushing you in one direction. Would you probably expect that you would probably want to angle yourself in a 45-degree angle between the tide and the destination you want to go, aka change direction in order to swim in the direction you want to go? That's a pretty simple explanation there. I don't understand how you don't get these things.
No, I'm talking about solving for that. And actually going in a perfectly straight line.
Okay, so
showing that you are, like, and demonstrating it and showing it and proving, look, this is what happens when we go in a perfectly straight line over the surface of the Earth. We gain altitude.
Yeah.
You have to count for rotation too. So, like, if Earth is turning west to east and you're headed south, wouldn't you expect to have to turn towards the east in order to stay headed south?
Well, it depends on what you mean by going straight, right? If you truly want to go perfectly straight, right, there's probably got to be the explanation that the Earth is spinning and like flying hundreds of kilometers through the fucking universe, right? So maybe you want to like go like maybe you want to go like backwards or some crazy shit, or into the surface of the Earth, right? If you just like locked yourself on the universal average of how all things in the universe travel or whatever, some shit like that, like anchor yourself. But like,
or you could just do the gimbal test. You know the fun part about the gimbal test with the gyro, you don't have to go anywhere.
Yeah, so like I don't know, I would just
because Earth is turning, right? So you should just sit the gyro down and just let it spin and see what happens.
I don't think that's how gyroscopes work.
Okay, well, why don't you go research that? Because that's exactly how they work. They're designed to maintain rigidity in space.
Yeah. Wait, hold up. But the difference is the rigidity is going to be determined by something. It's not like it has the perfect like universal average of how all things like I don't even know what it means to be rigid in space relative to something else, right? Like not relative to something else. I don't even know if that's a real thing. Right?
It holds its XYZ coordinates. That's it.
Yeah, based on.
Did anyone ever get it into
constructed?
How did anyone ever get it into an independent reference frame to know that that's what it does?
Yeah, but
right.
Okay, but
and if you didn't,
I don't even know what you mean.
Evidence
that, right?
as shown by a loss of momentum in that reference frame. Like, shouldn't you be able to measure the loss of momentum in that reference frame? Because now you're revealing where the other reference frame is by the momentum loss. You know, and you can measure the amount of energy that is in the system in the gyro.
Yeah, I would have to look into gyros to like I guess understand whatever you're referring to, like the experiment.
Okay, well, go research gyros and you'll see that we're right.
Yeah, maybe I'll realize if I research more gyros again.
It's interesting because when you look it up, it says that, they become rigid in space and have, with no respect to Earth's curvature or rotation on its axis, I guess you'd say.
Or
maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, any rotation. Yep, and gravity would not be a mitigating factor in its performance, right? I should say the equipotential of gravity. So the problem is if Earth is curving and it's spinning, that gyro should show it. But the official answer is no, you're not going to experience it because of relativity.
Exactly. It's like this, right? What do we know with 100% certainty is actually not moving in order to be able to use it as a reference to the ground moving?
Hello.
Wait, hold on.
We can measure it.
Well, I mean, I'm literally looking this up. It says here, what is it? It says here, as the Earth turns, the gyro will appear to rotate about the vertical axis of the Earth, rotates underneath it. But I don't know, like, this is just the first thing I looked up. I'm super confident of gyros, but this is a web.
So why doesn't it rotate?
Why?
I mean, this literally says here that it does, man.
No.
Oh, so why?
Why it rotates?
Könnt ihr aufhören so zu nuscheln, bitte?
I don't think it does. I think that's a false claim.
Just one here. I got that one there.
Otherwise, gyroscopes become redundant and useless.
Maybe, I mean, if it's a false claim, I guess, I don't know, you can show evidence of why you think it's false.
If gyroscopes actually work that way, they wouldn't need the mechanical ones with the pendulous vanes on them. Right? Because they invented that in order to account for supposed Earth rotation that they never picked up.
They wouldn't need what?
Pendulous vanes.
That's
this might be beyond what your understanding is. Yeah.
Well, I
so
guess
for the audience.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess it would just be easier to just like find some like I don't know, like independently verified evidence or something like that, like the laser test or even you could do that
supposedly at 15 degrees per hour. If you can get a gyro to maintain just 15 minutes of rigidity in space, you could measure Earth rotation.
Yeah, so like I mean, you could just bring some evidence that it like I guess shows that or something like that. It shows the Earth is not spinning in space because of that or whatever.
Yeah, we have all that evidence, and the excuse is that Einstein came up with the theory of relativity It precludes.
You could send evidence of that. I would be accepting of that evidence if it's like what I would consider reliable enough, I guess.
Well, the problem is relativity has no experimental evidence backing it.
Well, I'm just asking of your evidence that the other's not.
Oh yeah, our evidence is quite simple. Just start up any gyro and leave it alone, and it's not going to rotate.
Well, yeah. So what I would probably want for this type of evidence, I probably want some like independently verified, repeatable, published in some sort of respected journal. Right? If you can get that, like saying that,
would you only respect like a NASA professional who discovered flat Earth and quits his job and decides to join Discord?
Well, no.
Like, is that the level you're looking for, or what?
No. So generally, what I do is I look at something called the hierarchy of evidence, right? And it generally determines like the level of reliability of something. So like, so a type of journal I would say is probably one that generally posts things that are peer reviewed and tend to be true, right? So we would expect it to be true what they're saying, right?
Hey, I would love to hear about this guy.
You don't need to subject a simple measurement of something like this up to interpretation and evaluation by a community of peers. It stands alone.
Well, not really. So the reason is because I'm not well versed in this enough that I can just trust my own.
I'm telling you, you just need a gyro on a desk and you can watch it. You don't need to submit that to peer-reviewed journals.
Wait, hold on. But I'm not even sure that that's true, right? Because I don't know too much about gyros. So I probably want some like pieces or some like commentary by someone who does know about it, right? And then well, hold on. Just to be clear, you said you had the evidence and you wanted to bring it, right? So I'm not going to research it right now.
Oh yeah, I do. I've got all the evidence, and I don't have it available to share with you because I'm not here to present any today.
Oh, okay.
But listen, if you go to our home server, discord.gg/flat earth, there are terabytes of information available, including evidence that we've gathered over the years.
Okay, so wait, hold on. I'm not gonna shift to a terabyte of
no, but there's plenty there.
Evidence. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that unless like maybe there's unless maybe we can like.
How
search
interested
up,
are you? If it's flat, do you really want to know? Like that's what it comes down to.
Yeah. I'm looking for the evidence.
All right,
but
go to the server. Start digging, man.
Well, yeah. So here's what I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna shift to a terabyte of information. That sounds like a waste of time.
So, real quick, so there was a guy who worked for NASA, and he's on this Discord now?
No, I mean, maybe, I don't know. Well, actually, hold on a second. I do know a guy like that.
Does the guy from NASA have evidence that is posted in a reliable journal that would expect to be true?
I know what he did.
Does that guy have?
Show me a single reliable journal today, right now. Like, seriously, what the fuck?
Well, so the reason I'm asking is just like there's a lot of people who are way smarter than me on this topic, and I would just like some independently verified, like repeatable evidence. That's general stats.
You go do it yourself, my guy. Go get a mirror and a friend and a big lake, and go flash that sun in your eyes from 2 inches off the water surface, and you can prove it's flat today.
You said you had the evidence. I'm just looking for it. Do you want to present it? You said you had
I said I am not here. I'm driving a car right now, dude, and I'm talking to you on Discord. I'm not here for like some formal presentation of anything.
Well, that's fine. Does anybody else here like have evidence for it, I guess?
The evidence is ostensive. Just go outside. You see too far already for it to be a globe.
Does anybody else here have evidence? I'm not asking you. I'm just saying you should like you driving a car, you shouldn't crash or whatever. I don't want that to happen. Does anybody else like have something?
Yeah, the evidence is everywhere, dude. The evidence is the Earth itself. Like, what are you after?
Okay, wait. So specifically right now, we're talking about gyros.
Any of us here can link you to any kind of evidence you want. We've
sure.
From all across Earth. We can link you to evidence from any part of Earth.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so what I'm asking specifically for, if it's any kind of evidence I want, what I'm asking specifically for, old dude, is some people that we would expect to be experts in the fields, posted in a journal that generally posts reliable stuff, that's peer-reviewed, independently verified, and can be repeated. Right. So this is the type of evidence I would probably want. Maybe in a meta-analysis.
The most exciting discoveries aren't in peer-reviewed journals yet, dude.
Yeah, but wait a minute. That's not evidence. That's appeal to that's appeal to a authority. That's not evidence.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with appeal to authority?
Because it's fallacious. Because you can dismiss it right out of hand because it's not evident.
So you want fallacious? So you want a fallacious argument? So you want a fallacious argument to be evident?
I'm not saying why it's a bit fallacious. What do you mean by fallacious?
Because it's an appeal to an authority.
Yeah.
What's
In
wrong with
court,
that?
it would be called hearsay, and you don't admit that shit.
Wait. Correct, Joe. Why do you? Wait. No. I can't even call it the appeal to an
appeal to an authority fallacy.
Witness specifically.
Hold on, Reg.
Okay.
So, fanboy, this is something a lot of Glovers just fucking completely fail on. You have to understand the context of this entire conversation. If you're questioning the globe to begin with, you're bringing authorities into contention. You can't therefore go and run for them to tell you the truth because the context of the contention is that they've led you astray somehow.
Yeah, so
through all their peer-reviewed journals and everything, all their institutions, that's what's led you astray. That's in contention.
Sure.
You can't then ask, okay, I want evidence that's verified by the people we are telling you are potential liars.
Yeah, so what I would then...
And that's
you understand?
What I would then ask for instead is I would ask for, if you want to first debunk that the type of people that I would appeal to would be the type of people that can't that aren't reliable because they are lying to me. Then I would ask for, I would probably consider even more extraordinary evidence, but then I would ask for also reliable evidence that these people are wrong. That's also independently verified and also repeatable.
Exactly. So you're saying that you want us to go to the people that we're saying is wrong, and you want them to admit that they're wrong?
That's not what I said.
That is what you're saying. You're saying you want us to gather evidence from a community, right? That we're basically saying is wrong.
No, that's not what I said.
Appeal to an authority fallacy anyway on his head. When somebody sit up here and say, "Here's the," when someone sit up here and say, "Here's the evidence, the measurements of the Earth itself." Something that we are doing in reality, and then you're saying, "Oh no, I don't want that evidence. I don't want reality." Wait a minute, sir. You said, "No, I don't want that evidence." That is what you said. You said, "I don't want that evidence. I want evidence from a peer review study from somebody. I want somebody to tell me that is true. I don't want you to lay it out and basically. I don't want you to give me a presentation showing that this is true. I want somebody that I trust to tell me that is true." That is appeal to an authority.
Okay, so there are so many things that, first of all, I didn't say I wanted the people who are misleading me to tell me that they are misleading me.
That's the argument.
The thing I specifically said to you
was that
I believe that if you're going to try to debunk all the people
that's not the argument. I'm not going to let you do that. That's a straw man.
Then you would have to bring probably even more
that is not the argument. Why you keep talking? Why are you keep talking? Why are you keep talking?
I would need to probably have more reliable evidence to demonstrate that those people.
Why are you keep talking? That's not the argument. That's not what I'm saying. Listen again to what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. That's only one point. I gave you that.
Defend himself, Reg.
That's not what I'm saying. That's only one point. I gave you that. Okay, you don't believe these people is lying to you. I gave you that point. But I'm saying that the argument that they gave you, they said, here's the evidence, here's the presentation, here's the evidence that we're going to present to you, something that we can do as practical use, something that is
regular Joe.
In reality. You're saying, no, I don't want that.
He deafened, dude. He's not listening to anything you're saying.
Ridiculous.
It's because he knows he's wrong.
You don't throw, as the Bible says, don't throw pearls to swine, my friend.
Is he not in VC anymore?
It's another way so he can hand wave and dismiss everything that you guys said to him and say, "Oh well, who told you that?" Or well, who said that is true? No, that's not evidence. That's just an appeal to an authority fallacy.
Red Joe, you and Obvious at B brought up two really good points earlier. Well done.
And you didn't hear any of them, probably.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, when you're questioning the very authorities, you're not going to ask them for approval.
I thought it was telling when you said all the evidence is on the home server. They've got 1 terabyte, and his excuse for not looking at it was there's too much evidence.
Yeah.
It's either not enough evidence, there's too much evidence, I can't look at all that, you know.
Well, I wanted to ask him, if he doesn't understand the function of these instruments, how the fuck's he going to know what any peer review is presenting to him anyway? How's he going to be able to scrutinize it?
Like, here's my, like, you guys laid out a demonstration basically saying, oh, well, this is what's happening in reality. This is how we actually measure in the earth, and these measurements is what we're using as in practical use. It goes against the current authority. He said, no, I don't accept that. I want to use the current authority that you're going against, and I want them to admit that they are wrong. That's what I want you to show me right now. No, I'm going against them. I'm saying they're wrong. With reality, something that they're not doing. I'm debunking
that point goes so overlooked with so many Globers.
It's so stupid, as if they're going to be willing to entertain being wronged.
Yeah. That's why I laugh when they bring up the Netflix documentary. It's like, all right, yeah. Yeah, they were just going to reveal the flat earth truth on fucking Netflix, you idiot.
Obviously.
Well, that's the thing.
What do you even think that?
If they would take the time to look through the home server, they would actually discover that their scientists and their priests are coming forward and saying, hang on, guys, we've actually got it all wrong. This whole heliocentrism and gravity thing, it's not actually what we thought it was. We're kind of wrong about stuff, sorry. But these people won't even take the time to go and look at the home server, so it's up to them.
That's true. These people need the true evidence of the flat earth.
That's like NASA saying, oh, I'm sorry, we lied to you guys. We didn't really go to the moon. Yeah, everybody's going to take the pay cut now. We're going to give the billions and billions of dollars back to the United States government. We sorry, taxpayers. Like, what?
Oh no, they can't even do that. You'll just get harassed by the public.
Our conscience is weighing on us, sorry.
I think we asked Matthew Learns if NASA came out tomorrow and said they did fake the moon landings, would you believe them? And he said no.
They will tell us.
They just get fucking thrown under the bus as well. NASA didn't go to the moon, but fucking somebody still did, apparently, you know?
Dude, I was there for that. That was epic.
It was. It's like, yeah. These guys just make up what they want to believe at the end of the day.
No, he takes Brit to the next level, that guy.
I can't believe there are still people who believe the globe Earth.
I mean, we get tourists in here all the time who think we're trolling, and they're trolling with us, and it's not working out.
It's literally been disproved. Like, I don't know how they still even think there could be a globe, and they're not even listening to the public.
See, we've got a little troll duo in the group right now. Infamous and RT Tudor.
They always come in pairs, don't they? It's like they're buddies.
Sorry?
Hey, buddy, do you want to go talk to Flat Earthers, buddy?
I'm
yeah,
not
buddy,
a troll.
that's a great idea, buddy. Let's go talk to those Flat Earthers, buddy. Okay, buddy, let's go, buddy.
How am I a troll?
You've both written the same bios as each other.
Yeah, because we're close friends.
The Earth is flat. Get over it. It's the same thing in both of your.
It is.
I love that voice
You can't be around Earth. There's no proof.
Great voice
It's been
changer.
proven.
Do you guys like to rub each other's feet?
I can prove it's to flat to you right now.
Okay.
Go ahead.
That is a terrible voice changer, isn't it?
Great.
Yeah, that sounds horrible.
I've got a picture, the oil rig picture. Proves it all. If I send you the oil rig picture, it shows that the horizon isn't where it's meant to be. It shows
Right.
it's too far away.
Yeah. So not a globe, not a curving ocean.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yo, you guys must be like best friends, bro. This is funny how you come in.
Oh,
like,
we're
it's
close
like
friends.
the
We're not
same
best
time.
friends.
It's like the same time every day, coming together. It's very strange, man. And then you tell me he's got Faustino's proof because the atmosphere feels a certain way.
Huh?
Do you guys like to sniff each other's armpits?
That's kind of weird, man.
Yo, do you guys have Velcro shoes on?
We have propeller hats.
You wear special helmets.
Yeah, we wear a helmet to school so we don't hit our head.
That's smart. Especially with the speeds the Earth's moving and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's spinning so fast. We should be falling off. It's fine though. It's spinning like hundreds of miles an hour, but it's fine.
I think you need to loosen the chin strap. It's cutting off your oxygen supply.
Sorry?
Case in point.
Yo, I can't wait till the day you come in here and you're like, dude, the Earth's flat. I figured it out all on my own. That's gonna be a good day, man. Yeah, the Earth's flat, bro.
Yeah, I know it's flat. I was just saying that a minute ago. Someone told me it was flat and proved it to me yesterday, so now I'm a flat earther.
Yeah. I want you to prove it to yourself, though, too. That's important.
How do I prove it to myself?
Go outside.
Dude, you know what? You sound like a trans Julia Childs.
What's that meant to mean, Mr. Amish?
Look, transgender.
Sorry? Mr. Amish?
What's with the voice changer?
Well, my real voice has a massive accent, so I need to use AI.
Did you upgrade to the Julia Childs
Hear your
voice?
accent, bro.
The AI isn't disguising your London accent, bro.
I'm not from London. I'm from Malaysia. I've told you this many times.
Are you afraid of getting doxxed?
You've told us that you grew up in the UK many times.
I've only grew up in the UK once, but thank you very much.
Oh, you told us several times.
He only grew up in the UK once, dude.
Yo, can you guys actually hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear
Hello?
you, Luffy.
Yeah,
I can hear you a little bit with my left ear. I'm alright here.
Cool. So what's good, you guys? I'm working full time is very exhausting, but it's worth it.
How much are you getting paid, man?
Who do you work for? You work for the government?
No.
Who sent you?
I'm not an agent. I fight Agent Smiths, if anything.
Enough said. I think he protests too
Agent
much.
Smith was the good guy. You guys are all dumb.
If you actually, well, for what I do I make firefighter suits. I shoot lasers for a living.
Dude, is the firefighter suit better than the astronaut suit or what?
Yeah.
It is. It should better be, dude. It better be is all I'm saying. Because if we're putting firefighters in the middle of fires, they better be wearing like better gear than astronauts are.
Well, it depends on like the captain wears material that isn't as strong as the people that go into the buildings. But the astronaut suits, the actornaut suits are made out of fiberglass and spandex, which makes no sense. It's stupid.
So
that's why they didn't go to the moon.
We didn't go to the moon. Yeah, definitely. Definitely didn't. 100% didn't. Like if you look at the moon, you have to be honest with yourself. That's all.
No, I like this guy 100%, or I'm liking it.
Well, I had a dear person say this one time. It's like, if it's not a fuck yes, it's a no. And so, if you have any doubts, you should really ask yourself, what are these doubts and why do you have these doubts? How do you sort that out? People that claim that they hate flat Earth or that they don't believe in the globe and stuff, like, I think they're still on the fence of it deep down because they don't want to accept that it's stupid and a lie. Everything's a lie.
Yeah, and even the Faustino's constant proves that. You don't even need to look at it. It's just self-obvious. You don't even need a brain to know that you didn't go to the moon. Let alone being flat.
That's true. That's a bizarre lie for sure. It's a hard one. It's a hard one for people to deal with. I'm sorry.
But
Dogs
I
are
saw it
barking.
on the TV.
Get the hairspray, fill up the pool like they did back then on those old time TV shows. Cause space is really fake these days.
Yeah, it's all AI generated. That's how they got so many photos in the past decade.
Yo, NASA has like huge contracts with like augmented reality companies.
Yeah. Like, that's why the James Webb telescope only just got, like, good pictures out. Like, they were thinking, oh, we've got really good video generation now, so we can just say we have a really powerful telescope, and then just make AI generate us pictures of stars, which clearly don't exist.
They've been doing that for decades with Sophia, dude. The telescope that's on the plane. Same as Hubble.
Yep, all fake.
Isn't that is a little disturbing that like the US government completely just pulled the rug right beneath everybody. Just dropped the ball, if you will. Get it? Anyway. So yeah, the government lies really terribly so. It's so insane.
One thing I'm confused at is how telescopes still you can see planets. That's what makes me confused sometimes.
Well, when you look through the telescope, and like whatever you see through that telescope, you have to ask yourself, how do you verify what you see through that telescope? So you see what? Like, how do you test it? How do you experience it? Falsify it? How do you know that there's life on these things that you see?
There's not life on the things we see. That's the thing. Even if it was round, there's not going to be life out there. That's why they're always saying that life is far away. It's just an excuse.
Yeah, nothing's far away. You can see everything. You can see the sun. You can see the moon. It's not far away. Rockets don't go into space, and neither does the rainbows. Neither does the double rainbow. It's all a lie.
Do you freestyle?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's freestyle about flat Earth.
Right, you start.
No, I don't. You start. Lo-fi.
Oh, you want me to start?
Yeah. Should I get a beat going or?
Yeah.
Oh,
really?
you actually you want me to drop bars?
Yeah, drop bars.
Okay.
If you call yourself lo-fi guy, I think you should be able to do that.
Well, to be fair, I was given the name and I just ran with it.
All right.
I just ran with it.
Okay.
Yeah, feel free to style it out and produce it somewhere else and then bring it back when it's complete.
Old dude.
It's a good idea.
I think freestyle is more exciting.
Okay.
Well, if the Earth is round, spinning on an axis, when I leave ground, it should move my location around. Coriolis should be taken account.
Ooh. Let's go. Okay. That was good.
That was really good. That was really good.
Yeah, that was actually really good. We should record that and post it on TikTok Live.
Or we could just like keep going and be present.
Yeah, keep going. You got it in you, Luffy, man.
All right.
I believe in
I'm
you.
not gonna do like paragraphs. I'll just try to. Are you gonna play a
Don't
beat?
be stuck on a ball by Satan. You'll be bound.
Everything's a lie. Don't cry. Try to stay strong through it all. We don't live on a ball. It's a circle, not a sphere. The sun and moon are near.
Ooh, you got the bars. Keep going, my man.
That was good.
Was that all right?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Anytime, yeah, better than probably any of us can do in here.
This is me after a full day's work too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been working at Toys R Us today. Toys R Us does not pay a lot.
I wrote a poem a long time ago. You guys want to hear it?
Yeah.
All right. All lives materialize. Open your eyes and realize the government's telling you lies. Surprise, veil lifted, uprise, abomination of desolation. Everything is a resonation. Matter always has vibration. Get off the ball, brought to you by the cabal in order for them to succeed and you to fall. They hate you, they ain't you, painting the sky is just blue. The creator has called you. Refuse the message and you lose. Don't be ignorant following the mass news. Mainstream deceiving your views. Question everything that you do. Don't forget what was made on the second day for you. Wait till the fourth for the sun and the moon. Under the sun, there's nothing new. Perfect. Created specifically for who? Oh yeah, you.
Mm-hmm.
That goes hard. You should post it on TikTok Live.
Like, so I think we're done with that response, right?
Yeah. What's the next assignment?
We need actually. I need a beat.
Yeah.
So I honestly had high expectations of Lo-Fi Guy, but
Real? Wow. I appreciate that.
yeah.
Are you? Maybe we should talk later. I don't know.
No, you disappointed me. Okay, Alexa,
That's fine.
play.
What Lo-Fi Guy?
Can you hear?
Wait, Lo-Fi Guy, you're kind of cute. I can't lie.
You kind of like me? I kind of like me too.
Alexa, next.
Although I kind of hate myself at the same time, but that's all right.
Why? I can't lie. You relax. You need to think about your inner feelings. I can't lie. Think about the people who are dying all around you. They don't want to die.
Think about that.
Don't force death upon you. Force positivity on you. Some people can't force themselves to be happy. Are surrounded by negative.
Keep going.
Me?
Yes.
That wasn't a rap.
Okay. What? Can anyone just go with the flow?
Yeah. All right. So
Just lighten up.
I think you should if you have such high expectations.
So the world's full of misery. It's not a conspiracy. They're hiding the creator. Don't be a hater.
Who's the creator?
We don't have a mod. We have something else that's greater.
I'm marking the signal.
We call him God. And if you don't follow the Bible, you might be ending just like Cain and Abel. And then, before you begin, you have to realize that there's full of lies. Good morning should be grand rise, because morning means death. Death is eternal. Life is temporary.
It's not. Life is forever. You just need to embrace yourself with positivity.
There's only 28 days in February.
To relive relativity.
In reality, we should have 13 months. But nobody wants to talk about that. Every holiday is a deadly sin. Where do I begin? We can never win. Satan runs the world.
Please.
Satan runs the world. The towers are falling. Everything's predetermined. all your favorite celebrities are transgender, EGI, elite gender inversion. If you want to go down the rabbit hole even more.
All right, guys. All right, come on. Let's get back to normal scheduled programming. Yeah, come on. Infamous. I know you're a glober, so come on, be real. Where's your evidence?
No, I'm a flat earther.
Oh,
I changed yesterday. Honestly, I did.
Come on, let's get the party started.
I can tell you some. Like, I am a flat earther now. I used to be a glober yesterday.
Bro, I can tell you now, flat earther.
I don't know how I can prove it to you. You might just have to trust me on that one. But I am.
All right, we got
All right.
in the house.
What's your three best arguments for flat Earth that you could give to somebody?
Well, there's a picture that explains it all with the oil rigs and how the horizon should be closer than it was. Because if you calculate the curvature, it's drop over distance, and that picture clearly shows you that there should be a bigger dip between the two oil rigs, which I can't put in here because I'm not mod. But that's what made me believe it, so...
Yeah, but refraction, so, I mean, you know.
Or I can see you're a flat earther as well. I don't know what you're trying to... I don't know why you still think I'm a globist, which is kind of rude.
Well, mostly
you'll
because
talk about
people will say
refraction. You'll talk about refraction. You're kind of trying to convince me on like my beliefs, and it doesn't matter. I could be as dumb as a rock and still think I'm a flat earther.
What?
I could be stupid and still believe in flat Earth. So like, I don't know why you're like questioning me on refraction.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, isn't that horizon refracted? So it could be it's geometric location is just refracted.
Yeah, you also be stupid in the atmosphere.
Exactly. So I don't know why you're trying to convince me something that you're not.
Well, I'll tell you why. Because most of the time we have a lot of people that spend a couple of days listening to the arguments, and then the third day they go, "Yep, I'm a flat earther." And they could be LARPing, or they could be just jacking around. So.
It's not like it's a test. It's not like this some type of club. But it's trying to ask you what brought you to that worldview. Oh, did I bust your little troll bubble? You don't have nothing to say?
I'm not a troll. Yeah, I don't know why you still think I'm a troll, to be fair, but
you don't have nothing to say. So it's not a test.
There's a lot of other people that don't have enough to say in this.
Oh, so you didn't have nothing to say. So, okay. So he asked you a question. Can you answer it?
Yeah, I can't answer it perfectly, but ask me a question.
You did? It kind of sound like you kind of sound like you rebutted with, I don't know why you basically tested me. I don't know why I could be dumb. That's not an answer.
Okay, so how I see this, if there's no round earthers in the chat, you just go around and just like ask people for their beliefs, even though ask people for things they don't have. Like, I'm clearly not as experienced on being a flat earther as you, so I don't know why you keep asking me questions that you already know.
Are we asking you personally how
You just seem so casual about it. Seems like you might be trolling. That's all. I'm sure that you're going to get a lot of that still.
Well, you guys aren't globers.
Hey, Zodiac, I text you, bro. I message you, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I got it. I honestly, there's no one else to. I mean, he's cool. Like he's having a conversation. The point is we're telling him good information. So even if he was trolling, it doesn't like the fact that we can communicate these ideas. That's like the first step, right? Is like no matter how because imagine if no one had ever told him or even brought up the topic of flat Earth, even if it was like the most insane, like even if he never thought about it again, at least that concept entered the consciousness, right? At least
planting the seed.
Yeah, like, dude, didn't your dad telling you that you're stupid make you feel like you have to figure out all the specifics so you can tell him why you're not stupid?
Well, I don't really talk to him.
Oh, okay. Well, anybody else in your life? I mean, people have to go through like a lot of shit when they figure out they're not on ball. So we all have to figure out all these details so that when we bring up the idea, we can actually defend the idea rather than just being like, oh well, this is what I think because I had a conversation with somebody and it makes sense. You know, you're not going to get very far, and we have to go through a lot of bullshit if you're talking about this with other people. That's the reason that we're surprised you don't know these things already.
Yeah, and being a flat earther, man, nobody wants to be a flat earther, man. But we stand for the truth, and a lot of time, man, we got laughed at online or even in person, all the time. Sometime I walked in and then something came up, and then the flat Earth, and I start defending. Everybody jump on me, look like they want to fight me over just because I said, oh, it's flat and stationary, it's not moving.
Right.
But yeah.
And no flat earther is embarrassed to say what they think once they know all the details about the globe model better than the person trying to say the globe model is real. You can't laugh at you can't offend a flat earther because we already know that we're not moving, right? And it's obvious. But if you don't know the details, it's hard to think that you'd be talking to anybody about it without knowing some of these details to back up your realization.
Yeah, we could well, do you want to respond? You're a clown. Do you want to respond to what he said before I ask another question?
Oh yeah, I mean, like on my day to day, I don't really like have conversations about flat Earth. I'm just now getting back into it. Like I've always been into it, but just like I've never been in debates like every single day.
Okay.
Most have been like
Stop the cap.
yearly.
It's okay. It's okay.
Somebody post the Black Swan for him, and explain the math and explain what's going on with the horizon, with the
Oh, yeah.
curvature in the chat, please. So at least he understand that there's no curve. Okay. With
Yeah,
with
clown.
the
Have you
math
heard
that
of
they
the Black
gave us.
Swan? Have you heard of that one? You're a clown.
The Black Swan.
Yeah. Do you know what that is?
Yo, what's up, Heretic? What's up, dude? Like I'm
It's
not even
it's
doing
a
anything.
soundboard. It's a soundboard. It's just for fun. It's just for fun. What do you know what Swan is?
Nah, I'm not familiar with it now.
Okay, it's okay. Do you have access? Do you see the live stream voice text, the channel above this stream?
One sec. Let me
It's
exit out
like
real quick.
hashtag live stream voice. I'll just ping it. It's okay. I'll just ping it to you. Your clown. Okay. Did you get the ping? I just pinged you. Did you get the ping?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. All right. Do you see Timbo the post?
By Flat GPT.
Yeah. All right. What is you see the text above? Can you just read it? Just read it out loud, like the first part.
The very first thing.
Yeah, modus tollens. Yeah, go ahead.
Read the whole thing out.
Yeah, just the white text. Yeah, I mean, sorry, all the text that's in the white background. Just read it out loud, just so I know that you can.
Okay. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius 3959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225x square root of observers, height in feet Q, geometric horizon curve, calculator, not Q, horizon distance greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P. Earth is not a sphere.
Thank you.
All right. So did you understand that, or do you need it explaining?
Oh, I'll just reading it out. Let me eyeball it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just look at the photo.
Can we go through it bit by bit?
Yeah. So first thing is, do you agree that the radius? You can just Google the radius of the Earth really quick, just to.
Yeah, one sec. I'll do it right now.
Yeah, it'll tell you a number in miles. Just tell us what it is.
3958.8 miles.
Okay. Okay. 59.8. Okay. Cool. And okay, so that's pretty close, right? So
A little bit
3959,
chubbier at the equator.
and then
But we won't go into that.
yeah, yeah. So basically, based on that number,
Blake.
the Earth has the specific dimensions. Do you agree with that? There's like there's implications, in other words.
Yeah, I kind of get it. Yeah.
So for example, if the Earth was a certain like if it was a certain size, you could the horizon or the furthest distance away for a person on the surface of that sphere, there's a limitation based on the size. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, like how far they can see.
Right,
Yeah,
right. How
basic
far they
maths.
can see. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Right. So the argument that we're making here, well, first of all, do you see the in the photo below the photograph with the two oil rigs? Where would you say the horizon is? Like, just if you had to guess where the horizon is in this photograph, where would you say it is?
Behind this Yeah, behind the two oil rigs.
Okay, okay. Behind platform habitat?
Yeah, behind platform habitat, yeah.
Right, right. Okay. Yeah, exactly. We agree. Okay. And so basically the reason we bring this up is because there is a specific dimension, there's a specific limitation which is 1.22, and like based on the height of the observer, which is in this case it's 1 foot, and we can give you like the source if you want, like there's like a video source or whatever, but like basically it's like 1 foot, the camera's at like 1 foot, and the horizon according to the size of the Earth, it has to be 1.22, but it's like way further than that. It's like it's further than 9.41. So basically what I'm saying is this photograph is impossible because of the size. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah.
There should be a water hill blocking what we're seeing at 1.22 miles. That's where the Earth starts curving.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever heard of a curvature calculator?
Nah,
Like
never heard of that.
just Google
Is it like a
curve
website?
calculator. You can just Google curve calculator and or horizon calculator or something, and it'll give you let's say you went outside right now and you were taking a photograph and you were trying to see whether that you should be able to see an object, like, or it should be behind the curve. You could say you could put the numbers in, and based on those numbers you would be able to say, okay, no, actually the Earth is flat because I see too far, or something is hidden, right? So, but this one's kind of different. It's more like a horizon distance measurement, not like a curve calculator. But yeah, just want to let you know. But yeah, any questions about the Black Swan?
No, not really.
Well, welcome to Flat Earth, man. Once you go flat, you never go back.
My man.
Yeah, once you go
Great to
flat.
be here, guys. Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Can you tell us if that's true? Why it's true, Clown?
What, Black Swan?
No. The saying that once you go flat, you never go back. Can you tell us if that's true? Why it's true?
About the quote? Right, Heretic, turn that shit off.
No, it's okay. It's okay. You can turn on.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
so confused right now.
Repeat the question one more time. One more time. I am. Repeat it
What
one more
I
time.
said?
No, he's gonna ask you the same
Oh,
question
yeah,
again.
I am.
Because
What do you say?
Yeah, so if it's true, hypothetically, right? It's true that when you go flat, you never go back to the globe. Why is that true? Do you know why?
Earth's flat.
I have a couple questions for you.
Yeah,
That
what's
hurt?
your question? Go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, what's the question?
All right, so I believe that the Earth is flat, right? So when you look at let's say when you look at the moon or like the sun or other planets, why would they be round and then the Earth be flat?
Well, when you say other planets, you're assuming that Earth's a planet. And when have you seen that they're spherical? We'll call it spherical because round and flat aren't really separate from each other. So we're going to call it spherical. All right. So
Right.
have you ever seen any of these bodies to be spherical?
You talking to me or Kirk?
No, he's talking to me. Yeah, you can see like when you look at the moon, that's what it's not a perfect
Can
like
you?
circle. But that's not what
Looks
they don't say.
spherical.
They don't tell you the Earth is a perfect circle either.
You
It
need
looks
to see
spherical.
depth though. You need to see depth further. Yeah.
It's
You're just seeing a
supposed to be
2D image.
it's supposed to be a sphere.
Supposed to be, but have you ever witnessed it being a sphere? Have you? So let's forget about the moon for the moment. You said the other planets. So we're talking about those lights in the sky like Jupiter, Venus.
Right.
Venus you can only see on dusk and dawn, but you know, Mars, planets like that. You're saying planets, they're spherical. But when have you seen them to be spherical?
Based on what you see, if you ever seen I've seen planets through a telescope. I've seen the moon.
I've seen
It
them
will
through a
make
telescope. They just look like circles to me.
okay, so let's say for the sake of argument that they are circles. How would that make why would we be different than
Well,
flat?
you're
Why would we
assuming
be
that
different than a circle then?
you're assuming that these things that you're looking at are round physical balls, and you're assuming that the Earth is a round physical ball as well. So, how do you know that these things in the sky are round physical balls, spherical physical balls?
Okay, so let's establish something. You're saying that they're not physical. I need to
I'm
understand
saying, how
what
do
do you
you
think they
know?
are?
No, I'm just saying, how do you know that they're physical?
I mean, we will never know 100% if they are physical in terms of me
Exactly.
knowing because I will never touch it myself.
Unless you go there,
Exactly.
right?
So,
That's the key.
so,
We're trying to get you to realize it can't be verified. That's what we're trying to get you to
yeah.
realize.
No,
So what
but
we do
you know,
is we say, okay, we can't prove that. So what we can prove is we're standing on the place that we're trying to work out is either spherical or flat. So why don't we measure the thing that we're standing on? Wouldn't that make more sense?
okay, so by your line,
Would
you
that
say,
make
okay,
more sense though?
yes, but then I can put
Yeah,
it
cool.
one step forward. That makes sense. I can push that makes sense to my sense. So let's say you say, what would be the best way? The best way would be to measure it, and then I will tell
Measure the
you,
surface.
so no, so let me finish. I will tell you, the best way would be to leave it to the people that study it,
Awesome.
that they know
So
the most
how many
about it, and
people?
then that'll be the best.
That's an appeal
How
to
many? Hang on.
authority fallacy. It's a logical
So,
fallacy. It doesn't follow to a logical conclusion.
No.
so
Yes, it does. The
how many people have been to a height, claim to have been to a height where they can see curvature? Do you know how many people have claimed to be at that height?
again, you're changing, you're moving the goalposts.
No, I'm not.
Uh,
I'm trying to
can
make
be
you
can be
realize you're saying leave it to the people that know. But do you know how many people have claimed to have been
no,
to a height where you can see sphere?
I don't know how
24
many
people.
people know.
24
Okay,
people. Yep. So they say it's a globe. So what we do is we go down to the surface of Earth, we try and measure curvature and find out the thing that we're standing on is a globe or not. Yeah? So why would you leave it to someone? So do you think the government ever lies to you?
Yes, but those two things could be. Those two things are not exclusively. They're not exclusive. The government can lie, and the Earth can still be
Where
around.
does all the information from NASA come from? Where does all the information about space come from? Space travel and the globe. Does that come from NASA?
From NASA, which the government doesn't even put that much money into it.
Is NASA a government organization?
Yeah, so you're saying that everything that comes from the government is a lie? Wouldn't you say that's a fallacy as well?
Well, would you?
That's as bad.
He didn't say that. He didn't say that. Hold on. He didn't say that
If you knew
everything.
that someone was a liar, would you trust them ever again?
It depends.
You would at least question them, right? You would at least question them.
Of course, I would question.
You would
Okay.
say,
All right, we're on the same page.
okay. So if you would question them, then you would have some tools to process information that they give you. If you know that they have ever lied, then any kind of information they give you, you should have tools which you're committing logical fallacies, and logic would be a tool to process their information. By the way, the scientific method and the natural laws. So you can use those tools to process the information they give you. Go ahead. Sorry, guys.
No, you're all right. I was just getting to a place where we can agree that so the government lies, all the stuff from NASA, we can say, okay, they're a government organization. All the information about space comes from NASA. NASA have been proven to be liars. So why do you say, okay, the government lies about this, but all the stuff they say about space and the globe is real? They don't lie about that. What brings you to that conclusion?
Because so let's talk about the lies. Let's say a person that lies, if they tell me something else, they have to be willing to sit down with me and tell me and prove to me and give me detail on why what they're saying is not a lie. I'm pretty sure if you ask a scientist, hey, I don't believe that the
This
Earth
has got
is
nothing to do with science. This is a geometric question.
No, this is literally science. The people that told you that the Earth is round, it's not a random down the street.
Not science.
It's people that study it. That's science.
It's not science.
It's a science.
So we're talking about the shape of something. So can you give me a scientific demonstration of shape?
I understand what you're saying by scientific demonstration.
Any kind of scientific proof of it is a category. Never mind. You gave it away. I was about to do that. Never mind.
No, I'm not getting it. So you have to finish me.
So science is a word that gets kind of thrown around a bit too much. Science is just a method of how you come to a conclusion. So it's a method. So it's observed natural phenomena.
Mm-hmm.
And you come up with a hypothesis of why it's doing this. Then you do some experiments. And then you come up with a theory.
Right.
So the Earth shape is not a scientific question.
So what would it take for you to? I would disagree. What would it take for you to say, okay, no, the Earth is not flat? What
Direct measurement.
Direct measurement, exactly. We don't have any. Do you know? Okay, you believe you live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. Do you know anyone who's measured curvature, drop over distance?
No, I don't know anyone personally.
You don't know, so you just believe it?
Yes.
Do you know anyone that's measured axial rotation? The Earth is spinning on its axis, 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. Do you know anyone that's measured that?
Personally, I know, but I don't need to.
No. So that's another belief. So do you know of any experiments of gas pressure without a container? They say we live in an open system, open to the vacuum of space. So have you got any demonstrations of vacuum of gas pressure without a container?
I don't need to know.
Okay, so we can establish that all you have is a belief that you live on a spinning ball in outer space.
So when you go to the doctor and they give you a pill, do you know every single thing about that pill?
I don't go to the doctors.
Buddy, I ain't putting nothing in my body that they give me. Thank you.
But that's a non
Even the
sequitur
doctors.
anyway.
Yeah, it is. It is a non
Yeah.
sequitur. I'm sorry. Even the doctors don't know what's all in
Yes,
there.
yes, it is because you put in
No,
the
you're
burden
getting
of
off
proof.
track, mate. I'm going to pull you back to the globe and flat Earth because we don't talk about medical stuff in here. So we can establish that you just have a belief that you live on a spinning ball with no evidence, correct?
Yes, but if you're telling me you need
Welcome to
evidence,
flat Earth.
no, that doesn't make any sense. The only evidence you could have is to actually go to space and see it by
Great.
yourself.
So let's
They
talk
would.
about.
They would have.
I haven't finished. Let me finish it. I'm gonna let you finish.
Oh, so spiritual that you have to do something that no one's ever done to come to a
Or
conclusion about the world that you live in every
exactly.
single
So I'm
day.
gonna put or you have to tell people that measure that, like scientists, and tell you, hey, what do you think?
Yeah,
That's the
but if
best way.
scientists, didn't he just tell you something? Are you not listening? Because I heard him.
I mean,
Did you not?
you could be passive
No,
aggressive, or you could have a conversation. Either way, it's fine. Because go
no,
ahead.
no. That's a direct question. Did you not hear when he told you it was a category error for you to continue to say the scientists have figured it out? Did you or did you not hear his response to that? Because I did.
It doesn't matter.
Did you think it was unjustified? Because if so, we have to address that then. That's me being direct now, isn't it?
What are you talking about? Justified? Wasn't justified.
Well, he told you that saying scientists figured it out is a category error. Now, for you to repeat it again only 5 minutes later to me, to the room again, means that you didn't accept that response. So if you're not going to accept a response, then you have to have a justification for why you don't accept it. Why is that?
Because that's how we live. That's not how we live in the world. We cannot just go by, well, I don't accept it because of category or whatever. Like, no, we have to let the people
No,
that
no, no,
study
no,
that
no.
tell us what it
No,
is.
well, he said it was a category error. Now you're saying it's because that's not how we live. How is that a proper response? So we go
What
around
do you mean
making
by
category errors, which is a fallacy.
what do you mean by
That's how we
category error?
live.
Explain the category error.
Well, we're talking about geometry, the shape of the earth. That's what's in question, and you keep talking about science, which is a method for establishing cause and effect relationships.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. The people that say that the earth is round, you're telling me that they haven't thought about the measurements of the earth and they just say, oh, it's round because scientists told us or whoever told us it's round. You don't think they thought about this and took that into account when they came up with the fact that the earth was round?
It's irrelevant because what we
No, it's
have
not. It's
before.
literally the answer.
No, no, because when I say it's irrelevant, I'm going to justify why I'm saying that instead of just saying that. And it's irrelevant specifically because, well, we have the dimensions and they can be checked and validated by everybody in this room, including the people that you're asking about. And that's probably where Timbo's trying to bring you to show you that, okay, well, there is geometry and there are ways of establishing what they said is true because there are geometric claims out there. You keep asking about science, but actually they've made geometric claims that are validatable or falsifiable. And you can't get to that because you're too confused about how the scientists have figured out that the earth is a geometric shape.
Okay, so let's say they are lying about the measurements or whatever.
Not let's say, how about you look at the evidence, slow down and listen to what people have to say in here first?
Right. So I'm gonna give it to you. Let's say they are lying.
No,
When you see,
don't give us anything.
okay, I won't give
If
it to you
we're
then. Let me
if we're
finish the sentence.
making if we're making claims or if we're talking like you have to figure out why we're here. What's with all this hypothetical? Let's say this, let's do that. How do you know that these people haven't considered what you guys are like. It doesn't matter. How about looking at the information that we've come across and then determining whether or not it
Bruh,
makes
shut up. Let the
sense?
dude talk.
Are you willing to do that?
Let me know when I can talk.
Are you willing to listen to what we have to say about what we found? Because we're not magicians. We don't think about all of the answers of the universe. And we just know that they've made claims and we went out there to test those claims and we falsified those claims. Do you want to know more information about that?
Go ahead. Tell me what you found.
All right, Timbo, go ahead.
I'm good. Someone else can jump in if they want.
You got it, Elijah. You got it. Unless, yeah.
No, I just woke up because I was super annoyed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I'll do it.
I had to mute you before.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it if you don't want to do it.
Yeah, Zodiac, you
Yeah,
were the
go
one
for
on
it,
the
man.
prowl.
Okay, okay.
You get it, buddy.
Being
Before you
hunted.
start, can I tell you something though?
Yeah. This is Zodiac. Okay, so you can hear me?
Yeah, I just want to say something before you start.
Yeah.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
have. I don't have. If you take the measurement route and all the numbers and the curvature, and I don't have that. So whatever numbers you tell me, I won't be able to refute. So
Why?
Yeah.
the
Why do
Yeah.
you
Most
conversation
think
won't
that?
people.
go
Most
nowhere.
Why do
people
you
will not
think
know.
that you're
Yeah. Most
not?
people will know.
Why do you think you're not intelligent enough to figure it out before you've even received the information? Isn't that weird?
And that's two different. That's two different things. I
That's
never said
cult
I
like
wasn't
behavior.
intelligent.
That's like imagine I was gonna tell you 1 + 1 = 2, but before that you're like, whoa, um, I'm just gonna let you know right now, I don't know anything about anything, so I can't promise you that I'll understand what you're about to tell me.
I
That's
mean, but
kind
you
of
do understand. Okay, but you do understand that there are people that don't, when they talk about Earth being flat or round, they don't necessarily go into the details of it. Whether you
Nobody.
like that or not, it's not a. It's not a.
yeah,
It's
that's the
some of us
reason.
use our eyes.
That's the reason that people really don't know what the fuck they believe in, right? Like for instance, the geometry or the geometric considerations of the world that they think they live on. That has consequences, real life consequences. Okay? Like distances. Like
I mean,
real distance. That's what geometric means. It means earth measured in this context. The cop out can't be, well, I don't really know what I believe. So you do know that most people don't like. I don't give a shit about that. If someone is going to tell me that I live on X, then best believe I'm gonna need to understand what that means. Otherwise, I mean, I live in a cult. I don't have to really know anything. I just have some priest somewhere out there who know.
Yeah, we're not trying to give you a gotcha. We'll walk you through everything and help. If you don't understand, we can give you sources that you can check up on. You don't have to believe us. We would much rather you go and figure it out for yourself. So we're just presenting our side of it, and then you can take that with what you will. You're definitely going to be capable to follow. So there's no
oh yeah, I
intelligence
didn't say I wasn't
barrier.
capable. I was saying, like if you tell me, oh, the curvature, I'm gonna throw some dumb number, 1,000 miles or whatever. If I don't got that information with me, I won't be able to refute what you're saying. You understand what I'm saying?
That's fine. Yeah, I get what you're
You
saying,
can
but
just
we're
come
not.
back later. You can just come back later. It's not a big
Go
deal.
ahead.
Like,
Yeah,
Go
just
ahead.
trust
let.
Tell
me.
me.
It's not advanced. It's not advanced.
Okay, so tell me. Tell me what
Yeah.
you found.
Okay. All right. Do you see the live stream voice text? The channel hashtag live stream voice text. It's like I'll just ping you 1 sec.
Yeah, I see.
Okay. Do you see my message?
You grim?
Zodiac. Do you see my message in the channel? I just pinged you. It's right. It's right above the this channel. That right above the live stream.
Every channel has its own text channel for each channel, so you'll have to go.
It's live stream hyphen voice text. That's what it's called. You see that?
I'm doing it.
You see it? Okay. Do you see my message?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Here. Okay. Good. All right. So I'm gonna post this. There's this photograph. It's called the Black Swan, but essentially it's just two oil rigs, and I'm just gonna post the argument, and we'll just go through it really quick. One sec. Let me just find it. It's really simple. I can just find. One sec. Where is it? Or actually, do you see the message from FlatGPT? If you scroll up, let me see if I can post it again. For some reason, every time I click on it, it's just downloading. Let me see if I can just post it here.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. All right. Okay. Flatsy posted it. Okay. So do you see where it says modus tollens at the top, like the white text or the black text on the white background? You see that?
Yeah.
All right. Can you just read that part, the first where all the text? Can you just read the top half of the image out loud? Can you just read that part out loud so we're on the same page?
Like the holy snakes, whatever. This is gonna be on what?
Yeah. That part. Yeah. Go ahead.
If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P.
Right.
If the Earth is a sphere, with the radius 3,159 miles P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times squared of observed height in feet Q. Geometric horizon curve calculations, not Q. Horizon distance greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P. Earth is not a sphere. Okay.
Right. Okay. So basically, just to give a brief, before we get into like the specifics, do you agree that based on, like, if I have a sphere, based on the size, there are certain limitations. Like, if someone is standing on the surface of a sphere, based on the size of that sphere, there's limitations to what they should and should not be able to see. Right? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, based on on the other side, you mean the other side of the curve.
Right. Like if it was bigger, then we should expect to see something like there would be different expectations. We might be able to see something more or less depending if it was bigger or smaller. You get what I'm saying?
Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah. So basically, this idea is basically the radius is 3959. But so we're just taking. All we're doing is we're taking the number that the mainstream globe people, like if you typed into Google what is the radius of the Earth, you'll get a number, right? Yeah. So based on that number, there is a certain there's a certain limitation to what you should be able to see and what you should not be able to see if you were standing on the surface, right?
Right.
And so basically, what this formula is, it's basically a horizon. It's a horizon distance formula. And if you, like, for example, if you Google curve calculator, have you ever heard of a curve calculator? Like, if you type into Google, it'll give you there's a website that comes up and it tells you, like, if you were to go outside right now and take a photograph, you could type into Google curve calculator, and then you could put your height and the distance to the target, and you can like figure out whether or not you should see it or whether it would be hidden behind the curve or whatever, right? So basically this is the same idea, but instead of a curve calculator, it's like a horizon distance calculator. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so so in the photograph, if you had to guess where the horizon is in that photograph with the two oil rigs, where would you say it is? Like if you had to describe where the horizon is in that photograph. Would you say it's behind the oil rigs or in front?
I'll say behind.
Behind, right? Okay, yeah. Exactly. And behind platform habitat, which is how many miles? How many miles does it say? 9.1, right? Okay. So basically, the reason why we bring this photograph is because based on the formula, like the 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, that formula, based on that, the argument is that we should not be able to see. I'm sorry, the horizon should actually be at 1.22 miles. Basically, that's what we're saying. It should not be behind. In other words, if the Earth were a sphere that, or at least a sphere that the size that they told us it was, then this would be impossible. That's the argument, because the horizon should be at 1.22. But yeah, it's a lot of math. But yeah, you can just take this and you can do whatever you want with it.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. I'll definitely
come back.
and look for the right information too.
Yeah,
because like I said, you could tell me something, and since I'm not educated on that part of it, you could quote unquote fool me, for lack of a better word. Not fool me. I'm not saying you're trying to fool me, but I'm saying you could do that with anything. If you think about it.
Yeah, you'll come back later. Come back later when you don't have to leave. Don't leave yet. But
No, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving.
Just come back. Come back later when you are fully understand. Go ahead, Timbo.
No, that's all right. I was just saying that like what he's trying to say is we see too far. So, like we see further, way further, almost 10 times further, sometimes 20 times further than what we're actually supposed to be able to see without the Earth, without the curvature of the Earth blocking what we're supposed to be seeing. So why are we seeing this far?
Right, but
because we're on a flat surface. Yeah.
So if it's flat, okay. So if you, let's say, let me ask you a question now, because I'm pretty sure you've heard this. Anything that I'm gonna say, you heard it already, but I'm gonna ask you regardless. How come a plane can go north, or like let's say west of New York, and end up in New York again?
Well, when does it do that?
Do you have any examples of that, or is that just a hypothetical?
You could look at the map of like where plane flies. Like you can Google planes where they go
Yeah, I
and where
know
they are.
flight routes, they go from point A to point B, but your question is a hypothetical about going from point A and ending back up at point A. So, do you have an example of that? Because
me personally, I haven't done it.
you can ask hypotheticals all day long, and we're just gonna go, well, do you have an example of that? Because if you're gonna ask a question, it has to be justified.
I mean, if you want, I can Google a plane going from. I can Google a route of a plane and telling you, okay, how come that plane ended up?
Yeah, we all know damn well that a plane hasn't circled the entire Earth. That's just never happened. You might think it has. There might be people out there who've done YouTube videos, but then, we can get down into the details because that's what we're going to do here, regardless of whether or not you have the information, can understand the information and the dense details that we would like to go down into. The bottom line is no one's ever went from point A back to point A all the way around the Earth. That's never happened. For us to even have to answer this question,
Probably not straight. I don't like. go. I'm gonna go from New York all the way west, and then end up in New York eventually. But I'm pretty
But
sure that's
that's your question, though, right?
no, that's straight. I'm saying you could go from a country in the globe, and then say, okay, they'll have to go a certain route if it was flat, and then you can figure it out what certain
You
route
got
they can go
you got to
if it
present
was
us
around.
you got to present us something tangible for us to actually like how he just laid out an argument and gave you, all the variables you need. Like we didn't just, ask you a question and leave it open like that. We walked you through it. Like, so if you're going to ask us a question, like hopefully it comes with an example, something practical where we kind of can't like deny that it happened.
So if I find you where a plane went from this point to another point, and that wouldn't have worked unless it was around Earth or on a flat Earth, you're gonna concede the point. That's what you
Well,
said.
you would have to justify that, like, like for instance, if somebody went from north to north, that would be interesting. But we already know that that's never happened. Going west essentially could be just going around your block, like
But
you're standing
Repeat
in
that
front
again.
of your house, and then you just take a big circle route around your house and then end back up there. All you got to do is just validate that that's not the case.
Okay. So how does the so what do you think the sun and the moon are? And how does that work on your flat Earth?
Unverified lights in the
How
sky.
would how
lights in
would
the sky,
how
yeah.
would that? Well, I don't like to I don't like to answer questions unless there's a justified reason for answering it. So
Yeah.
if we're talking about the geometric nature of the Earth itself, again, when I first started, and you thought I was being passive aggressive, I get that. Um, when I was saying that we don't like to answer all the questions of the universe, like that would be one of them. What is the sun? What is the moon? What are the stars? What's your model? What's this? What's that? All of that is completely non sequitur from the fact that there's no curvature, which is a huge fucking problem, since that's the crux of the entire issue.
Okay, so by your statement, you're not claiming to know. You're just claiming it's not a globe.
Yeah, now what's wrong with that? Like, for instance, if somebody tells you something, right? There's going to be a piece of evidence that lines up with that one particular point, right? And so you ask all of these, like the questions about like other circumstantial evidence. And it's like, what does that have to do with this one direct piece of evidence right here? In any other scenario, I'd be justified in saying, well, I'm not concerned with all of these other things that may or may not have to do with anything. I'm just concerned about this one thing. What would be wrong with that?
No, there's nothing wrong with that. I never said it
No.
was. I mean, I just responding to what you're saying. Are you repeating what you're saying? So
Yeah, when I say I don't know what the sun is, that's completely non sequitur from the fact that I know that the earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, because then there would be geometric limitations everywhere that I could validate and verify by way of measurement and observation. See what I'm saying?
right, but going back to remember when I said I'll give it to you. This is where I was going to when I said I give it to you. Let's just say everything you're saying is right and is correct. When they show us video from space and we see the Earth,
Mm-hmm.
what am I supposed to do with that information if I'm seeing the Earth with my own eyes? That's what I'm
You watch
saying. Like,
Well,
movies.
you're not seeing the earth with your own eyes.
yes, I watch movies. So go ahead. There's no way
There
you're
you
gonna
go.
tell me this is
Well,
CGI.
what I'm saying is you're not seeing the earth with your own eyes, though. That's a true statement. You're seeing a video. and you think it's real, but that's like saying, like, imagine I have a girlfriend, right? This is going to be a graphic, example. Now, I'm looking at her and she's quite dead, right? Somebody gives me a video of her alive. Does that mean that I'm not looking at her dead? No. It means they've given me a video. So I can't
Well,
validate that this video is a part of reality, especially when I have the direct evidence right in front of me. So we're talking about the curvature of the earth and the lack thereof. And you're like, but they showed me curvature in a video. And we're like, okay, but when you actually go out and verify it as an individual who can do so, there's no curvature anywhere. So what would you do with this video that you can't verify is true or not?
well, first of all, that wasn't a one-on-one comparison. You made it sound like it was the same, but it's not the same.
Well, tell me how it's
Your
not. Tell me how it's not the same.
because your video is based on time. This happened. She's not alive, but you showed me a video when she was alive, so that's just based on time.
You might be
Them
right,
showing you,
because at the end of the day, there's a video of her actually have living at some point. I get what you're saying. Okay, so
yeah, the
let
Earth
me.
is that's not the debate on the Earth. It's not whether or not it's there or whatever. It's the shape of.
Fair point. Fair point. So let me try to address it in a different way or another way. So you think that they've shown you video of the curvature of the Earth. Now, if you're talking about the ISS, that's just wrong. Because if we're talking about, again, the geometry that they've given us, then we can go with Paul Larson, the planetarium director, who did a uh, lecture on Eratosthenes. Now, before he went through this lecture on Eratosthenes, he explained, geometrically speaking, even from the height of the ISS, you couldn't see the curvature of the Earth because you can only see 3% of the horizon. And from that distance, it would look flat. So now you have the geometry, you have the dimensions of the Earth, you know what the expectations are, but they're showing you the opposite. So here we again have a scenario where you can take the geometry and the measurements and, well, the geometry and what's expected, and then they're showing you curvature where there should be none. That's like when you Google and Google tells you that you should see curvature from the height of a plane. And we all know that that's not the case, because there was an entire, time where flat earthers were sending up amateur balloons at 120,000 feet, and we're like, oh wow, interesting that you guys show us curvature from these various heights. When we send up balloons, there's no curvature at all. So again, going to the point about the height of the ISS, there should not be any curvature at that height. As a matter of fact, even Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can't see the curvature of the Earth from the conventional heights that we've, well, supposedly been at. So now going back to this idea that we have videos of the curvature of the Earth from space, no, we don't. I'd like for you to post me a video of the Earth from space, because that's not what they have.
I guess I'm glad you brought up Neil deGrasse Tyson to prove your point. So that means I can bring him up to prove my point.
Well, I mean, I can justify what I'm saying. You can go ahead and bring up any point you want. I'll address it.
Because he clearly has said the Earth is not flat at all.
Yeah, of course, but then you'd have to justify it with something. Like everything that I just said right now is justifiable. It's not like I just said it and then that was that because I said it. I didn't use Neil deGrasse Tyson as like some appeal to authority where I didn't back it up or anything. I'm using him as a hostile witness to
So is
back
he
up
just saying it?
all of the other points that I've made.
Then is he when he says, "Oh, the Earth is a globe, or it's not flat"? Is he just saying it, or you think he
Well,
has?
where's the evidence of when he says it's not flat, it's a globe? What is the evidence he's presenting?
I mean, like you show me. Remember when you showed me that diagram, whatever you show me, I can show you a video where he explains why it's not flat.
Okay, but what would remember, we're talking about your point about seeing the Earth from space in a video. All I'm saying is go ahead and post a video of the Earth from space because I already know that that doesn't exist. So
Again, that's a random point. I'm just saying overall.
no, it's not. Look, but I went through all of that because perhaps instead of trying to dismiss it, you thought it was. I mean, to be honest, like everybody thinks, well, obviously I've seen the Earth from space. Everybody thinks that. So I'm challenging that directly because I don't want you to leave here thinking, well, those guys didn't really address anything. They were weaselly. I'm like, nah, actually, what you think there's evidence of, there isn't even evidence of that. Because if there is, go ahead and post it. Let's look at it. And you're like, well, let's move on to what Neil deGrasse Tyson says about something else.
So NASA right now is live, and you can look at Earth.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like that's not the
That's not
curvature.
evidence for you.
Mathematically speaking, geometrically speaking, that's not the curvature of the Earth. Whatever they're showing, you
So
could do the
whatever they're
math on
showing
that.
doesn't count.
No.
What I'm telling you is, if you Google the dimensions of the Earth, we're obviously not lying. And so, if you went to a math professor or some shit like that, and you offered him what we told you, he would have to confirm, yeah, well, this is correct based on, the amount of the Earth that we should see from this height. Yeah, you know what? There should not be any curvature here. Like that's what you would validate if you really wanted to take this argument to a conclusion. So to say, well, are they not showing us a curve? I know what they're showing us, and I know you believe that it's Earth curve, but it can't be. And then there's also, on top of that, no curvature from the surface of the Earth either. No curvature up there, no curvature down here. That's a problem. Like, we're not just running around saying NASA's lying for no reason. Like, they have claims that can't be validated. On top of that, well, let's not go that far because I was about to say one of the even though using a model to prove, your using a model to prove your reality is actually another fallacy. It's called reification. But I could even show you where NASA basically says that a model that they frequently use is a flat Earth model. But I mean, what difference does that really make to someone who believes that the Earth is a globe? I'm trying to get to the most basic tenets of the globe so that you can make a determination for yourself instead of pawning it off to somebody who you feel is more reasonable or someone who's
more
equipped to handle this conversation. And I'm like, no, fam, you're smart enough.
No. But and this is where you might win an argument against certain people, and then convince that certain person that, oh, the Earth is flat now because I beat
Well,
you in the argument.
it's not about convincing. It's about showing you, here are the hard claims that they make, and here's me telling you that you're smart enough to know whether that's true or not.
No, but
It's not
you
rocket
trying to
science.
put I would never put the responsibility of proving that the Earth is a globe on me. That's why I leave it to people that are more equipped. And to you, that's like, oh well, you're smart enough. No, that's not how it
No,
works.
that's fine.
Because
That's fine. I mean, you can appeal to
you
authority,
easily
but you can
no.
appeal to an authority. But the thing is, we talk to professors, we talk to supposed science. A number there's a number of things that we can do to deal with this conversation. Really, isn't about just you or me. It's about the information and whether it's validatable or not at the end of the day, regardless of who's having the conversation. It's about things that are true or not true.
But it
Whether
matters who's having the
whether
conversation.
you or I equipped to figure that out is kind of wholly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, it is. Let me tell you why. If let's say I know a lot about flat Earth and round Earth, and I'm going to debate someone that thinks the Earth is a globe or a flat or whatever. If I know a lot, it comes down to who's better at debating the information rather than because I have the
No, it
information
doesn't.
rather than
It comes
who
down to
is right.
true
Yes,
information.
yes, yes, it is. If you know how to debate, it becomes a you versus me. You can win a debate and still be wrong based if you have
This
the
isn't.
right information.
This isn't a.
That's
Not a
Can I
waste
debate,
of time,
though.
though. That's
But
Yeah.
you
I
understand what I'm saying?
but
can I
that's
All right.
do
implying.
can I go through it my way, guys? Like it'll take like
Yeah,
5
go
minutes.
for it, man.
You guys know what I'm about to do, right?
Yeah.
Because at the end of this,
All
it'll
right.
kind of be impossible for you to take that stance because everything that I'm going to tell you is going to be from a hostile witness, meaning from the authority. Now that you'll understand by the time we get to the end of this, because I've broken it down so remedially that there's no way you can say, well, you were a smarter debater than me, you knew more than me. All of that is wholly irrelevant with what I'm about
How
to
do you
do
say
now.
that, by the way? I'm saying you could. So you cannot just base it like based upon
Yeah,
me and you debates.
I know,
It
but
has to be more than that.
this isn't a situation where that would be the case. Like
Okay.
I'm gonna take that excuse away. Like I understand what you're saying, and that's possible, but we're not here to try to be superior to the point where I knew more about the conversation, therefore I won based off of that. That's not why the fuck we're here. We're here because we were all believers of the globe and something's changed. That's the bottom line. We weren't born flat earthers with like whatever you have in your mind about what you think flat earth is and how we arrive at this conclusion, I guarantee is wrong.
How
But
finish your point.
instead of arguing and reasoning about philosophy and psychology and whether or not, none of that stuff is relevant. Are you ready to go through this next 5 minutes? Yes or no?
Go ahead, do your thing. I'm here.
All right. So go to YouTube.
Okay, I'm on YouTube.
Okay. Type in distance to the horizon.
Okay, which one?
Brain
How
stuff,
far?
how stuff works. He has a green background and like a checkerboard shirt.
Okay, how does the horizon works? Okay.
Yeah, it's like a minute and 37 seconds. Go ahead and watch that video and tell me when you're done. Ooh, I like this physics almanac one. It's 8 minutes and 29 seconds. I wonder what they say. I'm gonna go ahead and watch that later. I really wanted to show you guys these specular reflections off of the salt flats and how flat they say that these salt flats are, like in this video, because it's like really that's all you need is like if you Google specular reflection and you understand what it is, it's obviously proof that there's no curvature anywhere. But that's a conversation for I guess another day.
Wait, let's see if we finished.
You got like 20 seconds left.
Okay.
Okay, I saw it. They
Okay.
explain like the horizon, how far it is based on where you at, and if you're above water and everything, whatever, you're underwater.
You agree with it? It's simple, right?
Yeah, that's how it works.
Exactly. Okay, go to Google, type in distance to horizon formula.
Okay.
All right. Now, can you click University of Washington? How far away is the horizon?
Okay.
Okay. It's a PDF. Did you open it?
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay. Now, it says, how far away is the horizon? When we stand on the shore with our feet just at sea level and look out to sea, we may ask, how far away is the horizon? We start by making the simplifying assumption that the Earth is a sphere with radius r. Then the line from our eye to the horizon is tangent to a circle of radius r, representing the Earth as shown. So basically, what the horizon is, according to them, is you have a line of sight, which is a tangent to the tangent point, the point being the circle or the sphere of the Earth. That would be where the horizon is basically what this is explaining here. So this right here validates what the guy in the video was saying about the horizon. Are we understood so far?
Yeah.
No problem so far?
Yeah, that's pretty straightforward.
You do understand. I'm not trying to trick you. Everything, like you do understand. Yes?
Yeah, I mean, I never said you were trying to trick me. I think you misunderstood what I was trying to say.
No, I'm not saying that. Just
But I'm
answer
gonna
the
keep. Well,
question. I'm
let's keep
not.
going.
I'm not.
Okay.
Okay, so we're all understood. This is, you don't need
Yeah.
to be at an advanced level, right? And
Right.
okay. Now, one more time to Google, and we're almost done. Type in CFI investigators flat Earth. Let me know when you see the guy with sunglasses.
That's on YouTube.
Yeah.
When a skeptic meets deniers.
Yes.
All right. I guess
Okay.
you want me to play this?
So hold on real quick. Let me make sure where we at. Okay. Go to 4 minutes and 36 seconds and watch it all the way up until 5 minutes and 31 seconds.
All right. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So like 5:40. I stop.
Okay. So now uh this is CFI investigators, and National Geographic pretty much gives them the platform to do what they do. Okay. So obviously National Geographic is going to have like a host of of fact checkers, editors, all this kind of stuff. So clearly they're trying to, debunk this notion that the earth is, flat by talking about the stripes disappearing
On the bottom.
from the bottom up due to the horizon obstructing the flag.
Mm-hmm.
So now, based on everything that we just went over about the horizon and the distance to the horizon, the only problem with this entire scenario is that the horizon is behind the boat. Again, validating everything that we've just told you. For some reason, these guys missed that. Yes, the stripes are disappearing, clearly not due to Earth curve, because clearly the horizon is not in front of that boat at any point. Definitely not at 1.22 miles, like the guy said he expected. Now, this may or may not really move the needle all that much for you, but what it does do is point out to you that something is wrong here, because there's a discrepancy based on what the expectation is and what you can clearly see.
Okay.
What you do with that investigation moving forward is on you, but it's something that you understand. It's not outside of your ability to understand this point. This is really much all we care about. This point right here. Is there actually curvature anywhere? Not really concerned with all the other stuff. All of that stuff comes after.
Right. But you understand how that does, like you said yourself, that doesn't move me that much because
Yeah, that's up to you, really. I mean, this is pretty much debunking the Earth being a sphere, because if the horizon is not where they claim it to be, then all the subsequent math about the distance to the stars, well, the distance to the sun, uh, orbital mechanics, gravity, all that stuff is tied into the number that we keep bringing up, 3959. You don't know that yet, but we do. So, I mean, this is more of a journey. It's not something that was going to happen because you came into a Discord to ask a couple of questions. So you don't have to believe that now, but a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, eventually you're going to run into, holy shit. Now I'm understanding what was being discussed that one time when I was in that room. Because
Right,
everything is subsequent and based on whether or not that number is correct or not.
right.
Everything, including the orbit that the ISS supposedly takes around the Earth.
So you don't believe that either?
Well, not based on the Earth not being a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles, because, again, in order for the orbital mechanics to be real, and in order for there to be an ISS falling around the shape of the Earth has to be validated first. So it's not really that I don't believe it. I already know it's not possible, because I already know they lied about the geometry in the first place.
Where does this lie come from? What's the? I'm guessing this is the number
It's
one question you
abstract.
hear.
It comes from math. It's abstract. So
No,
at
I'm
some
talking about
point,
the Earth being flat and or being round. What inspired NASA and all of them to tell you, it's a globe instead of a
you really want to know?
yeah. I'm so intrigued
Catholic,
by it.
Catholic priests. So Catholic priests are the reason that atheists exist today. Because 500 years ago, the question was whether or not the Earth was moving around the sun. This is what
Yes,
heliocentrism is.
yes,
500 years ago, Copernicus claimed that the Earth was moving around the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was, well, there's speculation whether he is or not. That's another question, but a priest or going to become a priest. Perhaps he was a bishop and he was high in the church. And these were the questions that happened around this time. That's where the what do you call that? The Protestant Reformation and all of that happened based on the people of the church rebelling against the church because it went against the cosmology of the Bible. So now you have these people 500 years later lying about specifically this. Well,
because
of religion.
And that changes anything because
What do you mean? Religion doesn't change anything. Religion is, based
no,
on
not the
belief.
religion. About the shape
That-
changes anything
That's what I'm
because
saying. It's a religious endeavor because there's no direct evidence like we just showed you. So you ask why they're lying. I'm like, I don't know. They're just religious about it. I know when it happened, when it started. And that's all I mean, what else can I really say? Like, cause now you have to go on a history quest on top
but,
of everything we told you.
but no one is married to the globe idea. They only respond when you guys say, "Oh, the Earth is flat."
Exactly.
I'm pretty
So
sure there's no discord
it's
about
like
the Earth being a globe.
say again.
Like there's not a discord about Earth. It's a globe. I mean, maybe there is, but people are not
Yeah,
as passionate about the Earth
that's what
being a
people
globe.
do in a cult. They typically don't question things until there's a reason to question them. Most people don't think that there's a reason to question it. We just decided, you know what? There is a reason because there's actually no fucking evidence for it. Holy shit. In 2023, there's no evidence. Well, look at these videos. Oh, wow. Okay, these videos don't actually prove anything. In fact, what videos? Again, there's no videos of the Earth being curved from space.
You keep using shit like, "Oh, it's a cult." As no one worships the
Yeah,
Earth being a globe.
probably Alexandria or Alexandra. That's like a YouTuber who does like an entire segment on what cults are. So that's like it has nothing to do with the Earth at all. It's just like this, psychological discussion where she's like put a lot of data together, and you just come to the determination based on what a cult is that holy shit, like, we live in a cult. That's what it is. It just is
I
what
got
it
a
is.
question for Kirk here, if you don't mind me stepping in for just a moment.
Yeah, I've been talking for a while, so hey, you guys.
No, I've been listening very patiently, just kind of getting the gist of what's going on here. And Kirk seems to be like open-minded and respectful and calm, so that's pretty cool. And I got a question for you, Kirk, because it took me quite a while with a lot of research. So I'm going to make a comment first that I definitely know the Earth is not a sphere. And what happened with me is I found out step by step, just, one deception after the other. So, and that's what led me into this understanding. So my question for you is, do you think people actually went to the moon?
I do think we went to the moon, but I'm not willing to like die on that hill. But I do think we went to. I do think we went to the moon, and this is why I think we went to the moon. If you go back, like let's say 200 years from now, and you explain to them the internet, that might seem like borderline magic. Like the internet seems like magic if you come from like the past, or if you come from like if you go back in time and explain the
It still
internet to
seems
people.
like magic.
Exactly. So that's borderline like magic if you think about it. So going to the moon, it's like it seems crazy to me, but I've seen the internet in my lifetime, and when you lie to me, going back to the lie, not only I need to know why the lie is there because that'll help me understand if you're lying or not. that can actually give you more of an understanding if you're lying or not, if there's a reason to lie. I know to you guys that's like that doesn't make any sense, but to me that makes sense.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, because you can go back in time, hypothetically as far as you want, and create all sorts of examples as to, oh yeah, they wouldn't believe that automobiles would exist, or
Yeah.
Or even like the cart and buggy if you go back far enough. But in
Exactly.
reality, we can go back in time and say, nah, that was a bunch of nonsense, because they've even admitted it that they didn't go there, and it's a false equivalency. You can't bring up.
Who said we wouldn't go there?
Buzz Aldrin,
the guy that supposedly went there, said that we go there.
Allegedly, yeah, he said it on camera.
He said no, we did not go to the moon.
On
Verbatim.
three different accounts. Yes, he said it. 3 different accounts.
So where did we go?
Nobody went anywhere. They launched them into. Sorry, I don't mean to be condescending with my responses.
No, you can be condescending. It is what it is. It is what it is. So go ahead. At the end of the day, you're still going to debate your point.
Nobody went anywhere. It was just a stage show. That's all it was.
What I did hear, and this is where I give like people, and I don't mean to offend you guys, but conspiracy theorists, this is why I give you, I guess, some credit and be like, okay, that makes sense that you guys are questioning this. I did hear that, you know who Kubrick is, like the director?
Yes.
That he was like involved in some shooting and stuff with the, and that apparently that did happen. Like that was legit happen where he was like shooting some stuff. I also did hear that the footage got messed up. Like they don't have no footage of it. Like all the records got messed up, and it is hard to believe that you did this incredible thing, and then you lost the file. That I give you, I guess I can see you guys questioning it, but
Yeah,
I
that's
don't.
all the telemetry data, just so you're aware. And someone actually was doing a documentary where they went to NASA and they were kind of telling them that they were trying to prove that the moon landing actually did happen. So they were asking them for all the evidence, and NASA couldn't provide them any evidence.
Yeah, so I
That's on
that one
camera.
I see how. No, yeah, that I could see how that's shaky. I just feel, and this is where you guys might look down upon me, but I have more faith on scientists and science than I do you guys on Discord. I'm sorry, like that's just what it comes down to.
Okay, well, I have no problem with that either. It's just a learning process, and
I did it again, man.
Yeah,
It's not a science question.
that's an honest response though, because regardless of what we show him, like his honest position is, you guys are showing me some cool stuff, but I'm not there yet. Yeah,
Fair enough.
not like we can put him in a rocket ship and take him to
Yeah.
our location. Mentally, it's like it is what it is,
But also, like,
because I always wanted
it's
to
not
know, like,
just
what's the other side?
like you were saying before about the moon landings. Like, it's not just flat earthers that don't believe in the moon landings. There's more than 50% of the population of the Earth don't believe that we landed on the moon.
No, 100%. That's why I'm not fighting as much because again, I know
Yeah.
people that believe that Earth is a globe that don't believe that
Yeah.
we
Yeah,
went to the
exactly.
moon. Like, that's a
Yeah.
completely different.
So
You're right.
you
A
can
lot of people
also
don't believe.
say if you don't believe like that we landed on the moon, you can kind of throw out everything else that came with that. So after the moon landings, all the
No,
stuff.
that's where
All
I
the
don't.
stuff.
No, this is
Oh,
where
you
I
actually
disagree.
think we went there?
No, yeah, I believe. That's what I say. I believe we went there. I'm taking their word for it.
Okay,
I'm
so
just
do you
not.
believe in the photos that they took? Are those real?
Yeah, I'm guessing it's like a trick
From the
question.
moon.
You're gonna be like, well, it's not real because I have proof that it's not real. I do believe the photos were real. Yeah.
Okay, take a look at the photos and look at those, and then go out into your yard or somewhere else out in like the wilderness or something, and take a photo of someone standing about the same distance away, and then compare them. There's no foreground on the moon. It was in a studio. You would be able to see miles and miles and miles beyond that. It's completely nonsense. And then if you take those same photos, Rob Skiba, unfortunately he passed away, but he took the photos that was off of NASA's website, and then he enhanced them in Photoshop, and you can tell that there was a box around the globe Earth. It was just clearly photoshopped. And that was like back then, whatever technology they were using at the time. It wasn't even real. It's beyond stupid. Sorry to say it, but it's just beyond stupid. Not for anyone that
I'm not offended, bro. It's okay. Sorry.
No, I'm not calling you stupid. I'm just saying what they were doing was beyond stupid. They weren't doing it very well.
So I mean, I was gonna ask, like, what do you think they lied? But it was you're gonna say they lied because it was a race to who was gonna go to space first, and then that's a theory, right?
I don't really care what the reason is, but they did lie about it.
But this goes. Look, there's. Oh man, like, and this is what's so fucking appealing about the whole conspiracy part of all of this, because you have a number of things that led up to when NASA was formed and things that happened after. That's the stuff that people miss. Like all the stuff that led up to NASA being formed in the first place. Like NASA's only formed like in 1958, 1959 or something like that.
Yeah, 58.
Like, and it's for a purpose, for a reason, because the government was already doing tests on the sky. The government was already doing they're making discoveries about land beyond 60 degrees south of the equator.
I was actually just about to bring that up because right after NASA was formed, the Antarctic Treaty was signed. Like, wait, what? Like, right after NASA was formed, all these countries got together that weren't even getting along, and they somehow signed this agreement to say that we can't go beyond the 60th south parallel without, like, independently go beyond it without, like, government assistance and guidance. I mean, it's a little suspicious. Not a little bit. It's very suspicious.
Yeah, so that's my assessment of a lot of you guys. That it's like you don't trust government. That's fine because they do lie. I'm not saying that they don't lie.
But
But my issue, but this is my issue. This is my
everything that
issue with
we
you guys.
spoke about, everything we spoke about had nothing to do about distrust. Like, because you wanted to
Yes,
talk about
it
trust.
is.
No.
No, it's evidence-based.
No, but yeah, it's evidence based because you're like, well, if someone asks, well, why do you believe that the earth is flat? Which you've never asked, by the way. We haven't gotten into any actual evidence, which we have, by the way. If you wanted to look at that stuff, none of that has to do with believing or not believing the government. What
Yes,
we've
it
said
does.
was, justify saying yes, it does.
Okay, so when I tell you, oh, there's a video of literally NASA in space right now telling you this is where we at, and you can see Earth from up
You
top.
haven't given us a video. All I said was that actually what you think exists doesn't exist, and then I said post it, and you were
That's
like,
evidence
okay.
based. I mean, that's YouTube. You told me YouTube something. I did it. I can tell you the same thing. YouTube, NASA live, and you can see it live.
Yeah, but see
Passing through it.
what you're saying is the Earth from space. It's not me disbelieving. It's me taking the geometry and understanding that there should be no curvature where they're showing you curvature. It's like that guy Felix Baumgartner that went up to 130,000 feet, and you can look out of the gondola, I think it's called, and basically they're showing curvature of the Earth, but again, it's showing you like the curvature of like what's that area that they're over.
New Mexico. Launched from
New
Roswell, New Mexico, and there was two cameras. One was with a fisheye lens. The other one did not. So one of them showed flat. The other one showed the obvious nonsense curvature.
So you see the curvature of the planet New Mexico is the joke that we kind of like to make, because clearly either that's the curvature of the Earth, which would make the Earth ridiculously small, or it's just a fisheye lens. Like, I know that you probably heard, oh, flat earthers are always saying there's a fisheye lens here and a fisheye lens there. But again, it's not because we're just pulling that out of our ass. It's because of the claims that are prerequisite to that, which is, okay, here's the earth, here's the size of the earth. So again, we know what to expect. We just keep getting the opposite of what we expect based on the math and the geometry that they claim. That's not us being skeptical. That's just us, going over information. It's like, okay, well, here's what the expectation is, and then here's what we're looking at.
But you are being skeptical because if this is what I think about what you're saying about the math that you were telling me. If you tell me it's certain math, and you say, oh, it doesn't make sense. It cannot be flat. And then I see it from space, and you tell me, oh, it's not. It's CGI. It's fake. They faking it. I'm gonna assume that your math is wrong, and that's why I'm gonna research the
But
math
I
that you
never
gave me.
I
I'm
never
not gonna
said
take it at face value.
but I never said it was CGI.
Well, you said that it's not. They can't be. Someone said they could be lying, and it's
It's
not.
not our
You
Well,
gotta
math
trust your eye.
either.
what I'm saying is what you're looking at, it could very well be a video, but it's not the curvature of the earth for sure. Now, I never once brought up CGI because again, when you said that we have like videos of Earth from space, I'm like, no, you don't. You haven't presented anything for me to say it was CGI. What they're showing us on the ISS, whether that's real or not, I didn't. There should be no curvature there. Like
Yeah,
that's
and
the
this goes
bottom
back
line.
to the old.
They could be at high altitude. Matter of fact, look what I posted in the live. Right, where's your flat Earth model? Says Globy, right? And then you can go to NASA.gov, and in one of the many, I think it was like 500 pages. One of them, a model frequently used, is that of a flat Earth a flat non-rotating Earth. So, I mean,
So let's
again,
use that logic. Listen to what you're saying.
well, it's not
That-
logic. I'm just giving you a
no.
citation. It's not logic. I'm giving you a citation
So
from
let me use my logic.
NASA.gov.
Yes. So you're saying NASA's lying, right, about the Earth being round.
Well, there's
So the
no
same
evidence
people.
that it is round. Like
Okay,
that's
okay.
the
There's no
problem.
evidence that it's round. So the same people that trying to convince you that it's round are actually gonna make the mistake of posting something online
Yep.
with a flat model. Does
Would
that
you,
not?
would you,
Yep.
Does that make sense?
why don't you just go to NASA.gov
No, I
and
believe you.
so what's the
My
problem?
my point is, if I'm in charge of making sure that you don't believe that the Earth is a globe, I'm not gonna use the flat model. You understand what I'm saying?
Are
Like
you
it
are
doesn't
you
make sense for
saying
them to be that dumb.
Well,
one
it
They
can't
cannot
second?
be
be
that dumb.
it can't be avoided because NASA still has it's still a government arm. They still have to do what they do. They still are they're probably out there making some kind of discoveries, but the
No, you're not
bottom line
understanding.
But
Oh, okay, go
what
ahead.
you're actually saying, one sec, what you're actually saying is they are lying and then they're lying again. So which is it? They're talking about a flat non-rotating plane. Yeah? So you think they tell the truth. So are they telling the truth about the flat non-rotating plane? Or are you just saying they're not telling the truth because we're saying they're lying?
No, I'm saying they're telling the truth because they already told you that it's a
So
globe. But I'm saying
there you
if I
go.
take your
So
position, if
they're
I take your
talking about
position,
they're talking about a flat non-rotating plane. So why don't you believe them?
because if you ask them, hey, which one is it? They're gonna tell you which one is it, and they're gonna tell you it's the globe.
So do
But
you
they
think
just
it's
told you they
possible for
work
government to
everything
lie to you
out on
then?
a
Is that
flat.
what's going on?
But they just told you they work everything out on a flat non-rotating plane. So why do they do that? Are they telling the truth, or you're just saying we're lying?
Again, you're using the you don't have the information fallacy. So you're using that argument of, oh,
Okay.
well,
Yep.
I'm
And
pretty sure
one
there is a
thing.
reason. I can look it up.
Okay. One other thing I just need to correct you on as well. It's not our maths. It's not
It's
our
not what?
maths. You said before. You said, I would say that your maths is wrong because NASA showed me a photo of a sphere. And you're saying it's flat, so I would say your maths is wrong. It's not our maths.
Yeah, we didn't come up with a mathematical problem. That was given to us, and we're using it against them. It's real simple.
Yeah, you can't like I already took that excuse away because it's not like I was like, here's some math and then was like, well, I'm gonna be skeptical about that. No. I basically showed you what everyone's who believes the earth is a globe's expectations of what they would see it. I didn't pull math out of my ass. I showed you the formula from Washington State.edu, right? And it's like, okay, yeah, I agree. So maybe you got to, go back and take a look at all of that, and maybe you're like, there's got to be something I missed, like because the Earth is a sphere, so there's something somewhere, some variable that maybe they're not explaining, that they're not talking about, that they're missing. Fine, whatever. You are skeptical, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, all we did was show you what's already out there that we didn't come up with because we're just using our brain.
I think if you want my honest opinion, I think that you found the math and you are using it and twisting it to make your argument. But and I'm gonna do my own research, and I'm pretty sure that scientists have heard about your math and they have a counter argument for it.
Okay. Well,
Not our
But
math.
since I don't have that counter argument now, you are saying, "Whoa, I used the math." Believe me.
No. Timbo told you earlier today you can come. No, wait, or was it Zodiac? He said just come back later if you find
They say
something.
that, yeah.
If you find something, we'll welcome you back with open arms, bro. We've been doing this for years. So,
Yeah. I'll be about 30 seconds. I just need to. So, in maths, there's a formula to work out a circle. So, when you work out that circle, you can see how much drop there is over distance. So, there's actually no wrong math because we're all doing the same math. It's a geometric equation. It's not it's not that hard to mess up. So
No, I'm
it's
not
not
saying you're
that
doing the
easy to
wrong math.
mess up.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I'm saying like I cannot counter argument your point because I don't have like there has to be a counter argument to your argument. If that makes
Well,
sense.
you're
And I don't have that.
saying because you didn't end up with the same like the Earth is a globe. Now you think it's flat. You're saying the math is wrong, but it's not our math. It's just math.
Yeah, because I'm gonna take the side of the science that I already told you. I'm more biased
Yeah,
towards,
they're on the same side. They've got the same equation.
and they say, "Oh no, it's a globe," even though the math is a flat surface.
Well, we don't have curvature math. It's their math. It's
So
just
I'm
math.
asking. So based on, so they just lying about the results. They're just saying, "Oh no, I don't care about what the
Well,
math is
we
saying.
went
It's a globe."
well when we went through it before. There's a mathematical equation for a sphere, and we see too far. Therefore, the mathematical equation for the sphere of the radius that they give us is either incorrect or it's not a sphere. And if it's incorrect, then that means everything else that goes along with the cosmology is also incorrect as well. So they have to stick to a 3959 radius. This is where their downfall is, because it can be disproved.
Yeah, and the thing about flat Earth, ever since I came into this, it's the most welcoming, warming, and loving community that I've ever been a part of. There's no prejudice or anything like that. As soon as you come into it, everyone is just. I mean, once you're here, you'll understand what's going on, but you have to understand step by step what the process is. Like, I mean, don't necessarily just go straight to flat Earth because it's going to be very difficult to do that. You have to break down it's a part of the law of parsimony, and which is Occam's razor. You eliminate the impossible, and then all you're left with is the possible. So my first step was talking to people online and my friends that brought it up to me, and then I said, all right, well, I have to break down NASA first if that's going to be the case. And that was really simple. That didn't take me more than about a week. And then after that, I was like, oh my God, there's something weird going on here. And by the way, I don't trust the government. I was in the military. I've worked for the Department of Corrections and the Department of Veterans Affairs. And yeah, I don't fucking trust the government. I don't vote anymore. And yeah, I have no reason to have any political side or point of view. So, and the other thing too is a lot of people, if you listen to this enough, there are a lot of people here that are very religious, whether they're Christian or Muslim or Jewish or whatever. And all of those religious texts all point back to the same exact thing, that the Earth has never been a sphere. It's only been lately that people, they used to teach it in American textbooks that the Earth was flat. All of a sudden they changed it.
I think that since this is my once again my theory on you guys. I hate to say the word you guys because don't take it that way, but you guys don't trust government so much. Like you have a bad relationship with the government. I'm okay with not trusting government, but you cannot go so far as to say I don't trust anything that comes from the government. Because then people wouldn't take you lose your credibility on anything you know.
Well, first
you
of all,
say.
no one trusts the government. Well, okay, that's also a fallacy. That's not true. Most people don't trust a lot of what the government says.
Agree.
So let's keep it real. When it's not about the shape of the earth, like let's say the shape of the earth never comes up, all of a sudden everyone's a skeptic about the government. So that's not even fuck all that, right? Because let's keep it real. Everyone, not flat earthers, everyone is skeptical about what the government says. They're only not skeptical about the globe, which is really religious to me, but that's okay. Religious being. When I speak of religion, it's anything that is based on what man says that doesn't have direct evidence. That's my definition. Well, that's actually the definition. That's the biblical definition as well. Funny enough, because the Bible says stay away from religion. But that's nor here nor there. The thing is, we're not, just distrusting of the government all of a sudden because of, some quote unquote religious belief in a flat earth. There's just no evidence. There were expectations that we all had, and then someone pointed out, hey, you know that this is supposed to be the case, but it's not the case. And it just went from that little seed to coming across another bit of information and another bit of information until eventually we're like, damn, bruh, you know what? It is what it is. Matter of fact, hold on, I have something here.
I don't believe. That's what I don't believe from you guys. I don't believe that if they gave you the right information and proved to you that it was round,
we wouldn't be
that you would.
be here if we had that information. That's the whole it'd be ridiculous.
No,
It'd be ridiculous to say that because the only reason we came here is because of information. Like if the information was there to begin with, because we were perfectly fine believing it was a globe for me, 28, 29 years. 28, 29 years, I was perfectly fine believing it. So your idea of if they actually had the information that I figured out at some point that they didn't have, if I actually had that, I wouldn't be a globe earther. That's a ridiculous assessment. That's not true.
I think you would ignore I think you would twist the information, and you would do what is called confirmation bias, where you will only look for specific information from specific people.
Yeah, but you can't justify that. You're just saying it.
No, that's just an assumption I have on people that believe in flat Earth. I don't think you guys want to be convinced. You're married to the idea that it's flat.
Well,
Kirk.
That's actually you. Funny
Yeah, I
enough.
was about to say, so do you think that you don't have a confirmation bias and an assumption at any point in your line of reasoning?
When it comes to the Earth being flat, no. That's what I'm hearing. Because
No,
I
no,
actually
no,
want
no,
to
no,
hear.
no, 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 no. I'm saying, do you think that from the stance that you're taking, that you're doing it off of no assumptions whatsoever?
Yeah, your confirmation bias is. I know you
I'm
guys have shown me the math. I'm skeptical about that. All I know is that there's, literally video from space, which no one has gone over the fact that the vacuum of space, which this is more.
no, but
Well, I can't even say it's advanced stuff. We haven't even, mentioned to you that the vacuum of space, so called, is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, meaning that high energy goes to low energy, high pressure goes to low pressure,
Well, you don't believe in space?
things of that nature.
You don't believe in space?
Listen to what I just said.
Go ahead. Say it again.
The vacuum of space, so called, is a second law of thermodynamics violation. So you asking me if I don't believe in space, who cares? What you think is space is only 100 years old, not even 500. Like we were talking about earlier about heliocentrism and all that. Like the idea of what the cosmos is in everyone's mind today, that paradigm is only 100 years old.
I need to chime in on that one just a tiny little bit when it comes to that.
Okay, yeah. Starting with what? Edwin Hubble?
Well, something like Edwin Hubble was not necessarily the inventor of spectroscopy. I think is what you're talking about. The redshift, blue shift of light. Is that what you're?
Who's the
In
father
regards
of
to the
the
second law
father
of
of the Big
thermodynamics,
Bang? Georges Lemaitre. He's the father of the Big Bang, right? The guy that basically came up with all of that. Again, another
yeah, he's a
priest.
Jesuit too.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is, yeah, that this idea of the expansion of the universe, it's only 100 years old.
A little more than that, but yeah. So in regards to
Go ahead.
the second law of thermodynamics, basic like an HVAC technician, like a heating, ventilation, air conditioning technician, they learn about this like in their first like couple months of learning how this thing called entropy works. So I'm not trying to make anyone sound stupid here, but this is a really easy thing to understand once you understand how entropy is. Let's say you're inside of a room and you have the air conditioner turned on and it's like sweltering hot outside. It's nice and cool inside the room, but it's really hot outside. And then you open the door to go outside. So what happens? Does the hot air come in or does the cold air go out?
The cold air goes out.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I mean, that's how it feels when you open a room. It feels like the air comes out. You
Air
don't feel like, oh my god, it's so
circulates,
hot.
but what you're asking is whether heat transfers. Yes, heat transfers. And to answer your question directly, I mean, both hot air and cold air move simultaneously.
I had a question. Andrew said the outer space was a little more than 100 years old. How much little?
I think it's like 150, I think, something like that. But I mean, 100 is good enough. I'm not trying to be exact on it.
Wait, what's the AC? What were you trying to say? Trying to
They're trying to
explain?
say outer space is fake, brother. They're trying to say the pictures from outer space.
Hold on.
They're
Let him like walk him through it. Let him walk him through it.
Well, I just wanted to say it simply. So if men can get in a rocket in a place called outer space, then so would the gas that we're breathing. But we are breathing, so the gas is not doing that. So outer space cannot be a place. The sky is.
Yeah,
No gas was
You know how
using
an
thrust to
atmosphere
propel
works.
itself out of the atmosphere. That's pretty crazy.
Are you comparing a room with the outside with the atmosphere of the Earth?
No, it was just a thought
Oh,
experiment to
brother,
get you to
the brother.
understand.
Well, no, actually, yes,
No, I'm saying
because
you
the
cannot
law.
compare it.
Actually, yes, because the law of entropy applies to everything, not just a room.
Yeah, it's a law of nature. Nothing is exempt of entropy.
Right, and
Everything is subjected to it.
exactly. And
This
a lot of people don't understand how a refrigerator works. So your refrigerator doesn't actually make things cold. It doesn't like push cold air into the refrigerator or your freezer. What it's doing is it's removing the heat. This is basic ways how cars work with a radiator and with the same thing with a basic four-stage process of refrigeration. That's called entropy. So
And
it's
given time, the heat will return.
what I'm getting at is that space has a different level of energy, allegedly, if it was even real, and that the okay, I'll rephrase the statement a little bit. Let's say you're in a room that has nice, awesome pressure inside of it, and the room next to you has no pressure. Like all the oxygen got sucked out. And then all of a sudden you open a door or a window between them, what would happen?
Spontaneously, instantaneously. Was that rhetorical? That was
No,
rhetorical.
it would equalize
Yeah, right away.
instantly. Right. And there are, lots and lots of experiments that have been
I just
shown how to do
I
this.
just gave an example in the live stream.
And this is where I told but my issue with you once again. You gave me information that I'm pretty sure is so wrong that if I was a scientist, I would laugh at the information.
Well,
Whoa, buddy.
there's a difference. Well, the problem is you don't know what science is.
I promise,
That's
Kirk.
problem number
The
one.
information that they're providing is correct, and the basic definition of entropy they provided is also correct in the sense that everything in the universe is trying to reach its lowest energy state. That's why things of high pressure move to areas of low pressure. Things of high concentration shift to where there are things of low concentration. In that sense, they're trying to state that because the
How are
atmosphere is
you?
composed of a gas and there is higher concentration of that gas towards the Earth, but no concentration of it in the vacuum of space, then it should naturally shift toward the vacuum of space. It's just not accounting for gravity, which is the underlying basis of their argument.
So what's the moon for
So
you guys? So the guy I was talking, what's the moon to you?
so obviously this is where because you think we're biased, but again,
No, I just think you guys
no,
are not educated enough.
I'm just pulling from what you said earlier, so there's no reason to contest what I'm saying now. Earlier when you were talking about, you know, us being potentially biased and confirming our bias, it's just funny that regardless of what we've shown you so far, and we do know that it's a process and it's probably going to take like forever, but uh this is what you are. You're being biased. We're talking about, okay, well, what about the geometry that they claim? We can falsify it. You're like, well, there's something I'm missing. We're like, okay, well, the vacuum of space is a second law of thermodynamics violation. You're like, well, there has to be an explanation. So that can't be true. Like you're the one that's being you have an extreme bias at this point because everything that we've shown you up until now is left to an assumption of there's something we're not, either there's something we're missing or something we're leaving out, something we're not telling you. Somebody somewhere has the answer. That's what a
So
extreme bias sounds like.
let's say I'm biased. Let's say I'm biased. You know why I'm biased? And don't blame me for being biased towards people that created the phone, people that created rockets, people
Whoa,
that
whoa,
created the
whoa, whoa,
internet.
whoa, 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 whoa,
Yes,
whoa.
I'm
Well,
gonna have a
science.
bias
Well,
towards
hold on.
people
Whoa,
that
whoa,
have
whoa,
done
whoa,
more than
whoa.
you guys.
Quantum mechanics and actual science, the scientific method created these things. Not going to space. Don't disrespect us like that. Like, because again, we love science and we love the science. That's why I said you don't even know what science is. We haven't even gone over it. We kind of did, because Timbo told you it's cause and effect relationships from the natural world. You have an observation, and then you have a hypothesis. If A, then B. Then you test that hypothesis and you validate whether your hypothesis was true or false. You do this over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And eventually you come up with a phone like Dr. Stone. So we understand
Exactly.
that. We understand that. But for some reason, you think that the earth and violations of natural law have something to do with all of this. And we're like, nah, that's not the case. You just don't know enough. And I'm not trying to be a dick. That's just what it is.
No, you're not being a dick, but you kind of agreeing with me. You basically said the people that follow the scientific method created the phone, right? Correct? Following the scientific method.
Y'all saying
And then
telephone?
Yeah, exactly.
anything,
But when it
a
comes,
car, whatever it takes science to like create these things. It's like
yeah, but
an expert had to create it.
when it comes to space and all this other stuff, guess what's not there? Science. Like,
It's literally science.
well, why
I
don't you?
think I
Okay,
think you
so go
cannot
ahead
grasp
and
it. So
go
you're
ahead.
saying
Look, remember when we're talking about the shape of the Earth, it's not even a scientific question. It's a what is question. What is the Earth? It's not a scientific inquiry.
so
Now,
you think scientists came up with the size of the Earth by looking like by closing their eyes? They
No,
had
that's
to
a
put some
category.
science.
well, it's an abstract concept based on minimum angles to Polaris, which are flat Earth measurements, by the way. Which is another thing. It's, fam, this conversation is vast with information.
Right.
Vast with information. How they built the entire structure that you believe is a globe is off of flat Earth angle elevation measurements in the first place, which is a whole nother conversation.
Right, and Elijah, have you mentioned to him yet the Aristophanes sticks and shadows thing at all?
No, which also has to do with elevation angles.
Oh, the main point of that is you got to have a flat baseline to get an angle.
Basically.
But wait, go back to where's the guy that said the universe is not real or like the space is not real?
Right here, bud. Right here. Good to meet you. I'm talking to
Hey,
you.
what's up? What's up,
Welcome.
bro? What is your concept of where we at? Like where? What is the moon? What is the sun? How does it move around on your flat Earth that has no space? Is it a light? Like they create
Well, we
a
don't
light?
really know. We don't
Oh,
really know.
are you asking me
Oh, okay.
personally what I believe?
Oh, okay, so there's no there's not a universal truth to that. You guys don't know it yet.
No, whatever there is a truth.
Yeah, there.
We just don't
Oh, okay.
we just don't know it.
No,
You know what you don't know? You want me to
we
tell you
know
what
for
you don't know?
sure. No, we know for
Be,
sure.
no,
At
no,
least
you know why? You know why
Let,
even you guys cannot agree
let,
on it?
let him get
Because
this.
it falls apart every time.
you
No,
asked me.
no. That doesn't logically follow. That's not even a logical argument.
Yes, it is.
There's no logical syllogism. Where's the premise? Where's the conclusion?
The
No,
premise
that's
is you
not
cannot
true.
come up with another concept of the sun and the moon and the universe that makes sense. Even if NASA's lying.
Did you just hear what you said? You asked us to
Concept.
come up with a concept. Do you understand what you just said? You want us to replace the cosmology that you've been given your whole life on a dime? Do you really think that that's a good stance to take in this argument?
No. I understand that you guys cannot do it because it's not possible any other way. Because
Nobody
the
has
way it
done it.
is.
No.
What do you
He doesn't
mean?
know what math is. He doesn't know what. This is
Oh no,
this
no,
is
I'm
what.
not trying to be disrespectful. I'm getting a little passionate, but also I want you to have a logical stance on your side. Maybe you can come to a logical conclusion
That is
instead
a
of hand
logical
wave.
truth.
It isn't. It isn't.
Yes, it is.
So the fact that we won't make baseless claims, you think that everything that we've said so far doesn't even matter?
Because it falls apart.
No, I'll make a claim right now. The moon is
Go
a
ahead.
light. It rises in the east and sets in the west.
Where does it go?
To the
West.
west.
But like, okay, so it goes back and forth, like east to west, up and down.
Yeah, every day, every single day, bro. The sun, moon, and stars, they'll rise in the east and they'll set in the west, and with the exception of Polaris.
So how far does the light go of the sun?
How far does the light of the sun go?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like if the sun is on top of like Europe, and how could will you be able to see it from New York if you go high enough?
Will I be able to see New York if I go high enough?
No. That's not what I asked. Listen to it again. If the sun right now
Man,
is
this is
stay
what you
is
subscribers don't
again.
get, man. It is what it is. Like what?
No, can I ask a
like
question?
I need to explain something to you first. Just because you find out the Earth is flat, it doesn't change anything that happens on the Earth.
No, but
when it's daylight in Europe, it's dark in Australia. The same with the US. Nothing changes. It's the same
yes,
thing that happens.
that's
The
that's why I'm
sun's
asking you a
light.
question.
Yeah.
So I
What
asked
are
you
you
how
talking
far.
about? What is this going
I
to prove, though?
You not understand what I'm saying?
Everyone already said that they don't know what the sun and the moon are, and you're going on about it,
No, he
trying to
responded.
get an answer.
He responded. Am I lying? He said that's what he thinks it is. So I'm responding to
Okay.
his theory.
Okay,
He
Matt.
said it goes
All yours, mate.
west and east. So I'm saying if it's daylight,
How
if
far?
it's
You asked me
daylight,
how far. I don't know.
okay, because if it's daylight somewhere right now, if you go high enough, like straight up, you'll be
Straight
able to
up
say,
or out?
okay, no, straight. Like right now, I go up to the sky. I'll be able to eventually see.
Are you
Okay,
going up
it's
or out?
Dude, you know what? It would be great if I could actually go outside of this system and look in. But I don't think anybody's ever done that. And that's not science. That's not science, even if they did.
So,
I think all
you're
of us
having.
have wrestled with this. It's you're just wrestling with this idea that there's someone that's more intelligent that has proven this. But the fact of the matter is, there's no one with any evidence to support the claim that we are all programmed to believe, and it's a hard thing to let go of. But you're not making any sense. And if you listen back to this
no.
later, you're gonna listen back and hear what you're saying. It doesn't make any sense.
No, listen to what you're saying. They created a light that's so bright and so powerful
Who?
that
Who did?
Who created
whoever,
a light?
because you said the sun is not there. A lot of you saying the sun is not there. So let's say somebody
Oh, whoa,
created
whoa,
it.
whoa,
What are
whoa.
you talking about, man?
Dude, did anybody say that? Nobody said that.
Yes, someone literally said the universe is not real. Space is not real.
No,
No,
because
they
someone
said that the
they
vacuum
said
of
space.
space
Yeah,
can't
that's right.
exist.
And another
Yeah.
person said that the sun is a light. He literally
When you
said
look
it's
up to
just a
the
light.
sky, do you think that you're looking into outer space?
Does it
I
look
mean,
like a
I don't,
light? Does it provide
my,
light?
my eyes are not that powerful to see
Does it
space.
provide
Like,
light?
why would I see space?
Does it provide light?
You mean like the sun?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Does it look like a light?
it looks yes.
Well, someone said it's a light. So what's the problem with
No,
that?
no, they
It
they
must be a
they
duck.
no. They imply that it's not an odd like
Not a
the
burning ball of gas in the vacuum of space? Yeah, of course, because it
yeah, they
can't
imply that
exist.
it
Yeah.
was. So what is it made of? What in your theory?
Who knows, man? No one knows.
See, but this is you guys are
What?
saying I don't
Hey,
believe that people are telling me the information. I'm just gonna make
falsification
up my
is
own
independent
information.
of replacement, man. We don't need. This is why we're in this situation in the first place. Because people came up with a story and you guys go along believing them. We're saying we don't know. Is that all right? We're falsifying the claims that they've made. We're falsifying them. We're not coming up with another story. We're not going to give you a replacement. We don't have a replacement. We're
We can only
falsifying
give you
what
what we
they've
know.
given us based on scientific law. You cannot deny these things.
This what? You are basically saying again. I told you already why you think like this. You don't trust the government.
You haven't even asked us yet why we think like this.
I mean, you're not going to agree with me.
But you've been in here for 2 hours and you still haven't said why do you believe the Earth is flat?
You want me to tell you why I think you believe the Earth is flat?
No,
I told you
you
already.
haven't even asked us.
No. What are you talking about?
You have not even asked us why we believe the Earth is flat. Once. You've
Yes,
been
I
here for
did.
2 hours. You haven't asked that question
The
yet.
person already told me why the measurements and religion and why he believes
but
that we
that's
lied
not
to him.
that's proving
How
that the
we
Earth is
know.
not a that's proving that the Earth is not a globe with the dimension they gave us. That we didn't even begin to give you any evidence. You didn't ask. You never asked, and I told you that an hour ago.
Because your evidence,
You're concerned. Nope, you don't. You can't talk about the evidence you haven't asked for that we haven't given yet. So I hope that statement you were about to make was going to critique evidence that we haven't given yet, because all we've talked about is you saying that we have a deep distrust in the government. Yeah, we've
that's a fact.
entertained that. We've entertained that. We've had conversation about that. No, you haven't asked us about what our evidence is, not once.
Because you guys are so rooted into thinking that the Earth is flat.
What's that have to do with you asking for our evidence?
If
It's
he
like
has asked
it's like
that,
you're
he's
afraid even.
avoiding asking that question. He
It's
doesn't
so
want to ask.
weird. It's so weird. We're like, you never asked us for
Be,
any evidence, and you're like,
Begging
oh,
you to
the
ask.
reason you're like the reason I'm not going to ask for evidence is because I already know that you got you. It's like people are afraid to see what's out there.
so you don't think I've never seen any videos on flat Earth? I've never
Well,
seen
don't be a
scientists.
bigot. Don't
I've
be a
seen.
bigot. Don't be a bigot because we're in this conversation right now. My name is Elijah Freeman, and you've never fucking asked me for any evidence whatsoever. Like, you know what a
Exactly.
bigot does? They assume that they know what a person's argument is based on some sort of title. Don't do that to me, right? Like, we have much more respect for the human race than to be bigots here, right?
I've
bring a little
already
bit
told
of
you.
evidence if he wants to hear it. I mean, this is just one of many hundreds that I can provide.
Go ahead. I
Now,
want to
now,
hear. I
now,
hear
now,
what
Yeah,
sec-
man,
now,
make him
now,
ask.
sec- now, second of all, you can't. I don't think you have the capability of getting online and seeing what flat earthers have to say, because all that you can find on the internet is arguments against flat earth that I know for damn sure I never claimed. I never claimed a model. I never claimed certain things that have arguments tied to them, because that would be straw men. Like, you would have to present something and an argument against something that I've actually claimed for it to be legitimate.
Okay, do you want me to respond to that?
All right, so Kirk, I was going to bring up something else, but I'm going to
No,
kind
go
of
ahead.
go back to what we were mentioning a little bit ago in regards to fake space. And have you ever heard of Olber's paradox?
No, can you explain?
Yes, I can. So the paradox, paradox is like
like two things that don't make sense. It goes against. Yeah.
if you go back in time hypothetically
Yeah,
and you
like
kill your
time.
grandfather, that means like you couldn't
Yeah.
exist.
But how will you come back if you already killed
Well, no,
yourself?
therefore it
Yeah.
couldn't exist. And when you start off
Yeah,
with
go
a
ahead.
false premise and then lead into another false premise, it's called a paradox. And that doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah, I understand.
All right, okay.
No, I understand what a paradox is. I just understand the specific one you're
No,
talking about.
paradox, not parallax. Different.
Yeah.
Parallax is mathematical.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Olber's paradox says that, it's easier if you just look it up, and there's real quick videos and explanations to how this is explained. If there's an infinite number, or not infinite, but so many stars in the sky, why is the sky ever dark? That's called Olber's paradox.
I think they give you a reason for it.
It's not called Olber's paradox for no reason. And yeah, I know the reason they give. Oh, it's so far away, right? That's when you try to use parallax and these different types of things and spectroscopy in order to determine what they think the distance to these stars are and how far away they are. But here's what I would recommend for you to do. Do exactly what a lot of people did and go out and get yourself like a telescope or like a P900, a Nikon P900, or if you can afford it, a little bit more expensive, it's the Nikon P1000, and they have extremely strong zoom capabilities for a camera that size. And you can do like video with you can live record from your camera these things now, and that's what I did. And I started looking at all these different lights in the sky and started zooming in on them. I'm like, whoa, that one looks way different. And I mean, they're like, I don't know, I'm not sure what they are, but they're definitely not what we're being told. So I don't have to replace, like if they say, oh yeah, that's a Sirius 1. And then I look at that with my camera and the stuff I've done, and other people have looked at the exact same thing. And then they say, well, yeah, this is what the NASA picture is. And it doesn't match up at all with what I've seen.
Okay, so let me ask a question. Do you think if there was a legit reason why they were lying, or like
Listen, Kirk.
Let me finish. You don't even know what I'm gonna say.
Listen.
You
Yeah,
don't even
you're
know
gonna
what I'm
ask
gonna
why.
say.
Yeah, why would they lie?
No.
You already asked.
Yes, but I'm asking it from a different perspective. I'm
You're
asking.
asking
You gotta
why
let me
would
finish,
someone
bro.
lie about where we live? I mean,
But you gotta let me finish.
that's
So you
where
don't.
else are you gonna go?
No, you're right. But don't you understand that actually goes with the lie, and that will help your reasoning?
What?
That will help your reasoning. Yes,
Kirk.
it'll help. It'll
Kirk.
help people
So here's the
overall.
only question that needs to be asked of you: is why do you believe what you believe?
I already told you. I'm
Because they
more biased.
I wasn't
I'm more
here.
biased.
because they
I'm
have
more
videos
biased.
from space.
No.
Oh, because
I'm
they
more
have
biased.
videos.
How
Yeah.
you gonna listen to him and ask me a question? I'm
Well,
more biased.
let him say it. Let him say
You're
it.
right.
Let him say it. Let him say it. Let him say it.
Okay.
I'm more biased towards the people that have created stuff that I'm more impressed with than people on Discord or online.
Wait. So it's about
No,
being impressed.
he thinks
So
that the
like
people
if the
who he thinks that the people who created technology created space. No, technology comes from
What?
practical use. Space comes from abstract stuff and math.
Yeah, and what do people that are good at technology do? They do math. Scientists do math. They do
Yeah,
physics.
no,
no, they don't.
don't misunderstand me. Yeah, of course, there's a level of math involved in that. What I'm saying is, the difference is when you talk about the earth and space and all of these things, these are just purely mathematical concepts that have nothing to do with anything practical versus putting two different elements together and creating something else, or things like that, putting things together. See if that has nothing to do with what the fuck has NASA invented, bro.
What do you mean what they invented? The rockets? And a lot of the stuff that you use every day.
NASA did
Like
not.
what?
They,
Like what?
What? NASA didn't
Like
invent
what?
rockets. What the fuck are you talking about, man?
they use them. They use. Okay, what do you guys?
Dude, the Chinese have been shooting rockets long before NASA was invented.
Okay, so and I'm pretty sure the Chinese
So
person that
what
created a
has
rocket
NASA
is gonna tell you space is
invented?
real.
What has NASA invented? That was the question, because you said they have
What does that have to
way
do with
better
anything, though?
stuff. Well, you're the one that said, because now you're asking what does it have to do with, but I was addressing your statement,
Oh,
because you
okay.
said,
I don't know what they invented. Like, okay, you're right. They haven't invented anything. That has nothing to do with you saying the claim that
well,
space is not
no,
real.
you're saying that us in Discord, they're offering you something better, as if they've invented something like the phone. No, they didn't invent shit.
So who
You
invented
just
the
showed
phone?
yourself as a liar as well, because
Who
you
Not
just
invented the phone?
not
The
NASA,
Chinese.
not NASA,
Oh,
not people who were in space that then created technology
so
that
you really?
made, excuse me, not
Mhm.
people in space who then, because of these advancements, therefore then gave us better technology. That's not what happened.
So you think the only people that believe that the Earth is a globe is people that work at NASA?
No,
There's no
that's non
scientists that do something else
that's a
that.
non sequitur. Nothing to do with the abstract concept of the Earth being a sphere in space has given us any technology whatsoever.
Well said.
Period.
Again, thinking that space is not real in 2023.
Yeah, but this is a
It's borderline. It's embarrassing.
non sequitur because you said I'd rather go with the guys that have invented stuff. Well, they didn't invent anything
So what?
other
I
than
rather.
other than other than a mathematical concept.
I thought they
Okay,
invented
well, whatever
duct
you want to call that, it's way more than anyone here has done.
Math,
did,
really? That's wow. What are you
did you
talking
hear what
about?
he said as well?
And
He
I'm
said,
more
"Oh my
biased
God,
towards.
it's you don't believe in space. It's 2023. How
Right.
embarrassing!"
Right. Yeah, you caught
Told him
that?
about natural law. Bloody.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't mean to be that
One deck. I
No,
heard
no, it's
one deck.
not. You could be like that, but
that big of a dick.
it's funny because in 2023 there's no evidence of the Earth being a sphere.
We agreed to disagree, sir.
Oh no. I just want to be specific for the slow people in the back and the lay persons like myself, right?
All right, go ahead.
No one here has a problem with space. It's outer space. If just to be specific.
Or the vacuum of space.
Yeah, the vacuum of space. Yeah, the sky is not a vacuum. The sky is not a vacuum.
Thing
We
is,
have
we can use their measurements and that they give us and do the simple math that proves that everything based from that can't be correct because the simple shit is wrong.
Just show me one vacuum in nature.
I have
There
a
is
question.
there won't be any
I have a
vacuum in the
request, real
atmosphere.
quick.
How will you create a vacuum inside Earth?
So you can't show me one vacuum in nature?
Not in not in nature in Earth. No,
Oh, we agree. We agree. There is no vacuum in nature.
not inside Earth. No.
May I suggest asking a slightly different question? Has anyone ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity caused by gravity?
That's a great question. The answer is no. And also, does a
Hold on, dude.
vacuum
Yo,
require a container?
relax. Orion just got here. Let him, let the
The
guy answer
guy,
his
you're
question.
not going to get it, Elijah. At
But
this
let him be a part of the conversation and let the guy answer his question.
y'all been entertaining this guy for 2 hours.
So what?
Hold on,
Who the
I'm
hell
kind
are
of with
you
them.
to ruin the party? Like if you ask a question, you
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted. AI enters the VC.
We're like all the other bears are just like normal people.
Yeah, that's the point.
It's just
That's
the
a good
same,
example of
He stayed the
adaptation.
same. Yep, staying the same.
He
They
didn't.
think staying the same is adaptation.
He's not the same as his parents,
exactly.
though. He's not the same as his
Oh,
parents.
Yeah, he's
did you
about
meet his
600?
Yeah, he's the
400,
same.
600 pounds.
Exactly. It's that easy. Yep.
It's
Okay,
so easy.
so
The reason why he looks so bigger
Sorry,
is that
man.
all the other bears in
In
the area
flames.
are
He's burning in
black
flames.
bears, not grizzly bears.
Yep. He
okay,
thinks
so why
bears
don't I
making
look?
bears staying the same is adaptation, and that's how desperate
Okay,
evolutionists get. Yeah. It's
so
awesome.
how come I don't look
How
much
come?
like either of my biological parents if it's all just the same?
Oh, yeah. So I mean, if I have a child that has Down syndrome and doesn't look like me at all, does that mean it's adapting? No
That would
claim.
be an adaptation, but a negative adaptation.
That's not. There's no such thing as a negative adaptation. You
Yes,
have to
there is.
gain abilities. No, that's an
No.
absolute oxymoronic law of contradiction. You're completely losing your mind, little atheist. Sorry. You're completely schizo now. You've lost your mind.
No,
A
there's
negative
negative.
adaptation? You can't be that stupid, bro. Listen,
Yeah,
you
yes,
just
this is
destroyed
a
your own.
negative.
You just destroyed your own. You just destroyed your entire credibility right now, bro. You're getting so
But
desperate to justify
adaptations
the
can be positive or
evolution
negative in
religion.
certain cases. Well, this is
Nobody is
it's
so
random, right?
nobody is that stupid. Nope, you
Yes,
just went
it's a
full
random.
retard.
It's a
Nope,
random
you're just
genetic
making shit up.
change.
Nope.
Yes, it's a random. Well,
No, you're
you're
just
just
making
insulting
shit
me
up.
because I sort
It's
of
not
like
random.
I'm showing
Genetics are
your
not
lack of
random. You're just
understanding of
literally going
genetics
full
and
retard. You're saying
evolution.
Down syndrome is no, you're a
Okay.
perverted criminal you're calling
I'm a perverted criminal,
Down
huh?
syndrome adaptation. That means you have a screw loose and you're mentally
Yes,
retarded.
it is a
Yes, you're a
genetic
perverted
adaptation.
retard. Claim yes, they
Yes,
have to live in a
it's specifically
very
a
special
mutation.
environment because they lost ability. You're a complete retard. This is a
Yes, it's a
sycophant
mutation.
psychopath that thinks
Okay,
literally
so
losing ability.
Mr. Hebrew
Losing
name.
ability is
If you
adaptation.
want to
You're a
talk to an
complete
actual,
no,
so
you're
if
a
you're so
complete retard. You
confident
can't
that I'm
name one
stupid,
second. I would
so I
absolutely
can.
annihilate your entire world.
So
You little retard.
So
Says
if you're
Down syndrome
so
is
confident that
adaptation.
I'm wrong,
Rest my
I can
case.
refer you to my
Yes,
friend
this is
who
so
is
easy.
a
You can't do
PhD
shit. You're a
geneticist
complete
who
retard. Yes, I
works
would kick him off
alongside
the
David
Empire State
Rice,
Building, head
and
first into a thumbtack.
I could refer you to him.
I'm sorry, you're a complete retard that is claiming.
Thank
Everybody
you for your
take a
silence,
breath.
gentlemen. Now
Yeah.
breathe, the
Sorry,
pair of
okay.
yous. Won't hurt. How's it going, Larry?
Good. How are you doing?
Not too bad, mate.
So it's Speculation Sunday.
Yeah, seems that was a bit of speculation.
Yep, I enjoyed that. Some good old evolution religion.
Where's QE when you want him? He would have loved that shit.
Yeah, QE that's his like his base or whatever is
Oh yeah, that's
evolution
his
debate.
starting blocks, mate.
Yeah.
He goes off about these clowns.
My take, I know no one asked me, but I'll give it anyway. That even if you could prove it with experimental models, you'd still would you would not use evolution. It's caused so much damage to so many people that you would just pretend it doesn't exist. Like eugenics and anti-miscegenation, genocides, all these horrible things that have happened just in like the last 100 years, all because of people using so quote unquote science to advance political and social agendas. They found a way to make racism scientific.
Yeah. And it's right there in the title of his book. They kind of want to hide that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because they have to get you to
they're not
swallow
proud of it.
the pill first. So they give you a spoonful of sugar. Look at he experimented on these birds. They got different beaks. They adapted to eat different types of food. And then you're like, oh, okay, that's interesting. So now we're going to sterilize this group of people over here because they create subhuman mongrels who are criminals. Wait, what? How'd you jump from that to that? Like, slow down, okay?
So it's the origin of species, and they say, we're never talking about evolution is totally different than biogenesis. Okay, you can say that, but it's on the origin of species by means of natural selection or preservation of favored races in the struggle for life. Whoopsie.
That's right, Larry. Larry, but in the next sentence, they'll tell you that evolution means change. So are you saying going from non-living to living isn't change? Like, what is your problem? Every single evolution textbook has abiogenesis in it. These people are just nuts, bro. They don't understand their own religion. You can't make this up. So anyway, thanks for letting me expose that, Crit. That was scary.
Yeah, yeah. It got just try to for the future. I mean, I'm not, you do you. Okay, I'm not gonna like tell you what to do or anything, but try to keep it more on topic. I know there's a lot of perversion and a lot of like sycophantic sort of dehumanization going on.
Yeah, Down
You
syndrome
don't
is
need to call it
adaptation. Yeah.
out. Just shine a light on
Yeah.
it, and everyone will see it.
No, you're right. You're right. I get really pissed off because I actually take care of special needs people for the last 8 years. I've worked in healthcare. We take care of people with Down syndrome. So for some sort of sycophant pervert to say Down syndrome is adaptation, that person should be literally locked up. And there's a reason why evolutionists are dangerous. These people are perverted criminals, and that's a fact. Thanks.
Well, it's a negative adaptation.
Yeah, you're a complete retard and a perverted sycophant. Yep, and that's it.
Well, I think you're saying that because you don't want to address the reality of what I'm saying.
You're a complete perverted criminal.
That's why I got
adaptation.
muted.
Adaptation. You're a perverted sycophant. Down syndrome is not an adaptation. Please get a life, pervert, and stay away from children.
Reset.
You're a complete
Okay.
retard.
So,
I really hope this channel can stop forcing
to the real
Please
world.
force this pervert. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot. I mean, you can look up the history of how people with Down syndrome were treated. It's horrible. This is just not even just a couple decades ago, in the 1970s, and this was all because people believed that this was sort of like it was okay to treat these people inhumanly because they didn't view them as human.
Well,
they're
if we care
evolutionists.
about
Exactly.
human rights, I think we should have more pre-birth screening so mothers can have selective abortions. So
Holy
that
shit,
way,
dude.
these people don't have to go through
Told you,
suffering.
they're mass murderers. Yep, they're murderers. Yep, mass murdering perverts. Yep.
How are
Well,
you
no, it's
different than anything that happened in World War II? Oh, hold on. How is your position any different than World War II eugenics?
See, same thing.
Just, I mean, give me one thing. How is it different?
let's
You're
unmute
the
him
guy
and
in
let him
charge
answer.
now, so it's different?
He wants
or what?
eugenics.
Okay, so
Go ahead,
Hitler
defend
was not a
eugenics.
Darwinian evolutionist. Let's start there. It says in Mein Kampf, in I believe chapter number 11, that a tiger remains a tiger and does not change to any other being. That is not Darwinian evolution. Hitler believed in some evolutionary ideas, however, he was not a Darwinian evolutionist, and I'm not a Nazi. There you go.
No, I'm
You're
saying,
worse
how
than
is your
Nazis.
idea
Worse.
different than eugenics?
How is my idea different than eugenics? The point is that it's freedom of choice, right? The mother can abort because it's her freedom of body, right?
That sounds
Okay,
like an
yeah, I accept
excuse
that.
to make a master race.
No, I accept
Worse
that
than
answer.
Nazis.
He's just basically wanting to get it, get the camel's nose under the rug. Be like, hey, here's some tests that will determine if your kid is not up to snuff, and you can murder them. And then sooner or later, they just write in some sort of DNA, like a genetic lottery or genetic pass that these people can have children and these people can't. It's like the slowly boil. So he's like saying, hey, right now we're doing it by choice, but just wait a couple generations and we'll do it by gun.
I mean, it's already this is already how it is, the way I described it. It's already how it is. Like, Down syndrome is much less common than it used to be because, people get selective abortions and that's their right.
See, they're just mass murderers, and that's what an evolutionist is. It's a death cult. Yeah.
How do you know that that's the causation?
Because there's data on this. I can try to provide it for you if you're interested.
Yeah, so people are aborting.
When the mother of my children was months old of our baby, of our daughter, they said that she might be born with Down syndrome, and they gave us an option to abort her. And we didn't believe in them what they said, and our baby was born without Down syndrome. But they told us, hey, hey, you guys should, abort.
Guaranteed it was an evolutionist doctor, Gemsy, guaranteed.
Well, almost all doctors are evolutionists because that's reality in science.
No, it's not. And that's just a fantasy for mass murderers to justify being mass murderers, like you've demonstrated in front of everybody. Actually, that's the
You're saying
reality and
based on
absolute
that
fact.
doctor's word and tests, we should have aborted our daughter, even though she wasn't.
Yeah,
Didn't have any issues.
Science means knowledge.
60 to 90%.
That's your choice. You know, you don't have to if you don't want to. You're not
60 to
nobody's forcing you.
90%, guys. 60 to 90% of pre-diagnoses of Down syndrome babies get aborted, and some places as high as 92%.
Yeah, but Jimsy just illustrated,
Wow.
and although it's anecdotal evidence, that those babies that are getting aborted don't necessarily always have Downs. And how do they know if they come out in pieces? Like, the mother's not going to check the parts for Down syndrome.
Well, testing is never perfect, but they can do genetic testing on the baby.
Well, you said science and reality, but then Jimsy said, no, it's actually not science and reality. They just wanted the satanic sacrament of abortion.
Well, the tests aren't always correct, you know. Like, no test is perfect. I mean,
That's a good
I guess
question.
I'm glad he didn't abort, right? Because now he is a kid.
So I went to every single one of my wife's doctor's appointments, but I didn't go to her mother's doctor's appointment. And my wife told me that when she went and she told the doctor that she was pregnant, he was like, you should get an abortion. Like, what? Like, that wasn't even her doctor. That was her mom's doctor. Wasn't even her appointment. And he told her that she should get an abortion.
So
Like,
they
why
can
would you say
test
that?
for an extra chromosome between 3 and 5 months of pregnancy, which is typically means Down syndrome.
Awesome. Can they test for curvature while they're out there?
I
No,
mean, you can
that's
just
impossible.
watch the live feed from the ISS.
Oh, that's cute. You think
So
the
from a
ISS
swimming
is a
pool.
live feed?
That's awesome.
I mean, we've already landed on the moon. Doesn't that prove that the Earth's round?
You saw it
You
on
actually
TV.
believe that?
No, we just do no
Yes,
we.
we, as in we Americans,
Did
landed
he
on the
just
moon.
said
No,
we?
thank you.
You
Yeah,
saw
I'm
that
not
on
part of your
TV.
Nixon era. That's probably the worst time frame to say we.
Well,
do you do everything? Are you everything that Nixon did too?
He
Do you take
identifies
responsibility to that?
as a
listen,
moonlander.
there's good things and there's bad things about American history.
So
I
which
think
one
the
do you
moon
take we
landing is
for?
one of the
Which one do you
good
take
ones.
responsibility for?
You saw it on
You,
TV, bro.
yeah, you Americans never did anything. Some Freemasons made a TV show. That's all.
Okay, well, that's cute, but you
I
know,
know it's so
they
cute
did
that
a
you think that
test.
you went to the moon. That's just so adorable.
Well, we know that they went to the moon because all the math adds
We
up on
know
everything.
what
Yes,
math.
They erased
It's
the
a
What math?
telemetry
mathematical
data.
construct.
They erased the data, bro.
Yeah, the telemetry data they don't have. It all adds up. Show it. Post it in the chat.
Yeah, we lost the technology to go back.
Well,
Sorry,
they
guys.
didn't. Well, it's not like the technology was really lost, but yes, they did lose it to some
See
extent.
what happened to you
That's
atheists? Like in the
Dionysianism.
1960s, you were the front runners calling out Nixon era bullshit, and now you can't figure out that how he would have faked how he faked it.
Well, I'm not an atheist, but anyways.
I didn't think so. I thought the other day you said you weren't, but then earlier today I thought you said you did.
No. I've never said I was an atheist. I don't think I've ever been one. At worst, I was an agnostic.
Yeah, but just
Talking
a little
to
bit of
XO.
the.
You're talking to XO earlier. I thought you said your atheism was like your firepower for or evolution is why I became atheist.
No. I might have said I stopped being a Christian. That happened a few months ago.
Okay.
Just a little bit of leaven will leaven up the whole
But
bunch.
I don't know. I mean, the main reason why I stopped being a Christian is I started studying like genetics and other types of science, and I just realized that the stuff in the Bible didn't happen.
And now he thinks Down syndrome is adaptation. Once you go full retard, it's too late.
What part? Like, what do you think in the Bible didn't happen? I'm just not that I'm not going to challenge
No,
you.
no,
The
I'm not. I'm
entire
not
thing.
gonna be antagonistic. I'm not.
No,
The
I'm
thing
just
is,
curious. I'm not
I
going to
don't.
challenge it. Okay, I'm
So
just wondering
I
where you're
don't
coming
hate
from.
Christianity. There's certain interpretations of it which I don't like, but Christianity as a whole, I don't have some like vendetta against. You understand?
Yeah, but what you're doing is basically like the idea where everything in the Bible has to be the factual account, or it's all wrong. It's like one of those things like it's either the inspired by God or it's not.
No,
It's
I
not.
wouldn't say that. Because like I believed in metaphorical interpretations of stuff when I was a Christian. But I would
Okay.
just say like, like for example, the Exodus probably didn't happen the way it was described in the
Dude,
Bible.
we got common law to this day. Read the Seventh Amendment, where it's talking about common law. Like that goes all the way back to Mount Sinai. Our
Oh,
law
I mean, yes, America is
literally comes from
influenced
Mount
by
Sinai.
Christianity, like, but the listen, I mean, the Mount Sinai story, it might be genuinely the case that there was a Moses on Mount Sinai. I'm not going to deny that, but what I will say is just generally the narrative that's like put out in the Bible is like biased in favor of the Israelites. And not just that, like there's certain aspects that just probably didn't happen.
Okay, didn't happen. Okay, so yeah, that's your belief. You can
Can
choose
you
to
can you
state.
measure the stories in the Bible? And if so, your measurements don't matter, just like the curve.
Yeah, you can
Nobody
measure.
here probably believes in the Bible.
You. That's not true.
Huh?
It's a stereotype. Hold on, let me address what he
Why
said.
would you
Yes, you
believe
can.
in the Bible but not science? It's
Can I
it's
just
two
address the
fairy
first thing that
tales.
you said? Can we measure the
Sure.
Bible? Yes, there are 3 criteria in which they measure the authenticity of a manuscript. So, number 1 is the amount of years between the events happening and them being written down. So, with the Greek New Testament, it's less than 100 years or thereabouts. And with the story of Alexander the Great, the other king that conquered the known world, was about 500 years. The second criteria is the number of copies. It's just, a little more than a handful with Alexander the Great. Everybody believes in him. Nobody questions that guy at all. And with the Greek New Testament, it's 5,000 plus copies of the Greek New Testament alone. That doesn't count the 10,000 Latin copies, etc., etc. And the third criteria is, the accuracy. So the accuracy is 99.6% accurate between the Greek New Testament copies, because if you could change the original, like Dan Brown, if he could like go in and break into the Vatican and change that, and everybody like copied from one original, then they could change it. But what you can't do is change 5,000 copies, like the one that just recently got uncovered in the past couple decades. The Book of Mark was wrapped up around a mummy's head in Egypt. Like you can't break into that tomb before they discover it, find it, and change it. So the copies preserve the original. So yeah, you can measure. Now, if you want to argue whether he walked on water and raised people from the dead, I could see you not necessarily believing that, but believing whether or not he existed as a person, I don't really see how you can do that unless you're willing to throw out like pretty much all of history. So if you're gonna, keep that same energy and say you don't believe in Alexander the Great or Gandhi or anybody that you can't verify like
Oh,
before
listen,
that
I
didn't.
don't say that Jesus doesn't exist. I'm
I
not one of
wasn't
those
talking to you.
people.
I
Oh, okay.
wasn't talking to the other guy. So yeah, if Patman, you want to acknowledge that you made a stereotype fallacy saying that nobody in here
No, I
believes the
think he's
Bible.
trying to bait you, like just do these random squawks for attention seeking. But yeah, hell, Alfred, I got a question for you. Like, how do you square the idea that the Apollo program was divinely inspired? Like, you've got the astronauts, Nixon, people said that they could feel the presence of God on the moon. They read from the Bible. Was it the Buzz Aldrin, one of them? I have to look it up again, but basically said that America won the space race because God picked capitalism over communism. God chose a side.
Well, the moon landing, or sorry, the astronauts on the moon, I think at least one of them was a Freemason. And Freemasonry isn't exactly the same as Christianity, but they are similar. But overall, I mean, I would say that, like, I don't have a strong opinion on whether it was divinely inspired, but I do think that the Apollo 11 mission did happen, and we landed on the moon. Yippee! The American flag's still there, but it's probably going to get bleached by the sun.
How'd you verify that?
A lot of ways, to be honest. I'll show you one of the strongest pieces of evidence I can show you that the moon landing was real, but you guys would call it fake.
Well, no, just give me one way that you verified that the flag is still there.
Well, I mean, because there's no air on the moon, so there's no reason for it, unless it got hit by a meteor, there's no reason for it to not be there.
I mean, yeah, that's the story, but how did you verify it? Like, if I told you that I'm 6'3" and 300 pounds, how would you verify that? Would you say, well, if no meteor hit you, you're probably still 350 pounds?
Well, I just wouldn't care that much. Like, if you say you're 6'3", like, whatever, there's plenty of people who are 6'3".
Right, I get it. That's
Give me
not
something that's more,
claim,
like, fantastical.
But an American flag on the moon is a pretty extraordinary claim, so
Yeah,
I'm just curious, can you tell me one of the ways that you can verify that?
Well, I'll just show you, like, I'll show you something which, in my mind, completely proves that the moon landing happened. I'll post the video in the side chat.
Why can't he answer questions directly? For example,
How do you
Larry, if
believe
you would
in the
ask
Bible,
me
but not the
how
moon
I would
landing?
check it, I would get one of those P900 cameras and try to zoom in and see if I could check it's there. If it
it's too far
I'd
away.
take a photo.
It's too far away. It's the moon, I believe, is 400,000
Yeah, that's a cool story, bro.
kilometers
Now,
away.
how did you verify it was there? That's what we're trying to get to.
Well, because they took pictures of it while they were there.
So, because alleged fake photos were done in the 60s, you've accepted that something's still there now.
Well, shouldn't they have known the distance
they're
before they
fake.
even got there?
Huh?
The burden of proof lies on the person making the claim, not the person who's saying that it didn't happen.
Well, it's like the proof is there because we have...
The proof's there.
Where?
But I would say the
How do we
hammer
verify it
feather
today?
experiment is like one of the strongest bits of evidence because, like, not just do the hammer and feather fall at the same speed, showing that there's no atmosphere, but also they fall very slowly, showing that they're in a low gravity environment.
Well, space.com said that the moon is in Earth's atmosphere, so which one is it?
Well, okay. Listen, if you want to
wow.
be pedantic,
One article that
if you want to be
you don't
pedantic
understand.
about it, there's no clear objective limit of the atmosphere.
Well, see,
in fact,
I'm not
there's
really...
no such thing as a real vacuum. But
so I'm not
go
really
on.
into the whole dialetheism thing. Like, to me, you know, it's one way or the other, right? So
Yeah.
it's kind of like you can't be a married bachelor, a girl can't be kind of pregnant, you know. So is the Earth? Is the moon in the Earth's atmosphere?
Depends on how you define the limits of the atmosphere. But it's not. I mean, if you want to say there's like tiny amounts of particles reaching out to the moon, that is true. But there's no significant sphere that's like really detectable without advanced scientific instruments. That's
Such
why.
as?
Well, you need a spectrometer to detect any.
Oh, really? You need to look at light to detect gas. That's cool.
Yeah,
gas on the moon.
You'd need some like high-tech spectrometer. I don't know how they would do that.
How do you know you're not just looking at gas that's in between you and the moon?
Well, because they would send a probe to orbit the moon, and that's probably how they got the data.
Right. How do you verify it's there?
Because it's sending back telemetry data and photos and stuff.
Right. Can you verify those photos or that data?
I mean, listen, if you want to apply this like standard to everything, I would just make the argument that there's like mission reports.
Why don't you just show me a photo that you looked at and went, yeah, that was taken in orbit of the moon?
Sure. Yeah, I'll show you. Like,
Yeah, the standard of empiricism is a pretty good standard, I think. That's why I said, if
Okay.
I were to claim this about my body, how would you verify it? Well, you would have to actually look at my body and measure it. That's how you would verify it, right? So if you're
Alfred, there's people who think the Earth is a globe who also think that they faked that shit. Like, so if you can't even get consensus inside a heliocentric worldview, why would you think you could get consensus outside?
That's like a tiny minority, but like
not even close. Like, you want current stats? They believe that there's people like 25% of Americans, some like 40% of Europeans, like almost like 80% of like Russians. The last Russian boss of the Cosmos, when he left, they did an interview with him. They said, "Hey, what do you want all the little kiddies to know about your time as the boss of the Russian space program?" He said, "Oh, I want everyone to know there is no proof that America ever went to the moon."
So here's the thing.
Head of the Russian space program, he wants everyone to get his biggest takeaway.
I'm going to concede the
So
moon
yeah,
debate.
so the thing is that's on
they
like.
got no proof of
Are
it.
you familiar with like nationalist, like specifically nationalists making false claims to push silly theories?
Yeah, that
This
would
is
be.
like a
Wouldn't that
very
be
common
ironic?
theme.
Yeah,
It
wouldn't
just
that be
generally.
ironic though, right?
But in
'Cause
this
didn't they
case,
say
you're the
space
nationalist
programs
pushing.
are beyond that. The space programs, they seem to connect. Like, they could say, "Hey, all the Russians and Americans just get along fine on the ISS. No problems. They love each other. They're like outside of this geopolitical positioning." Oh, but they are? It seems kind of ironic if they're even weaponizing these sort of like low orbit, like human endeavors.
Well, I mean, I would just say like again, I mean, there's Albanians who claim that Homer was Albanian and Julius Caesar was Albanian. Like I would say like a Soviet or like a Russian claiming that the moon landing never happened is on the same level as that. Because those are theories which are very popular in Albania, by the way. Now, I don't know if anyone here would try to seriously argue that Alexander the Great or Homer were Albanian, or maybe George Washington. They also claimed that Mozart was Albanian. You want to try claiming those guys as
Yeah, look at
Albanian?
opinion
It's on
polls.
the same level.
It doesn't follow, bro.
This is interesting. Look at that. This is not a minority. Look here's like let's a Wikipedia. I know, take it for what it's worth.
No,
look,
but
this
like
is how many people think America. They just straight up faked it. Not that they're unsure. Like, if you start adding in people who are unsure, it's the minority position. The vast minority position are people who
well,
just accept the Apollo program.
it's not that I accept. I
just as
know it
Nixon said it
happened.
did.
But
How did you
anyways, I
verify
mean,
it?
listen, I'll give you a more extreme example. In the country of North Macedonia, almost all of them, like probably over 90% of them, think that they're Macedonians, like related to Alexander the Great in ancient Macedonia, when in reality they're not. They're Slavic. And that was propaganda pushed by the Soviets in I forget exactly which decade, but it was pushed by the Soviets, and they believe it. There's Slavic people who think they're Greeks, or
Well, you
they
claim
claim that
knowledge.
ancient Macedonia wasn't Greek, even though it was. Like that's the level they're on, and that's like over 90% of them believe in false history.
Well, that's history.
Hold
If
on,
you look
hold
at
on,
right
time
now,
out.
say if you
Hold on.
separate everyone in this call and you say, "Hey, what's happening?" You would get like 20 something different takes.
Crit, he
How are you
keeps
going to
making
get
knowledge
people to
claims.
agree things that happened hundreds or thousands of years ago? You can't get people to agree on what's happening right fucking now. Like right now.
Well, like again, if you talk to like serious people, like researchers or historians, you'll get a very clear consensus on most subjects.
Yeah, but who paid for it? Whoever paid for the research, that's the consensus they kick back.
Okay. How come the
Science
Soviets acknowledged the moon landing? Because they would have denied it if they could. They were launching a bunch
Did
of
we ever
rockets.
get any? Yeah, cool. Did we ever get any verification for the moon landing? It seemed like
Yeah,
we
'cause
just
he
kind of
said
breezed
Yes, of
past all
course. They
What was it?
transmitted footage.
The transmitted footage. How do you
so
know where it was transmitted from?
The moon.
Yeah, I know that's
how
the
did you
claim. How did you know
verify?
that?
Because, well, first of all, like the radio signal, it came from the moon. Second of all, the
How do you know that?
footage
You're just
is
How'd you know
saying the
that?
claim
of the
again.
moon. So that's
How
one
do
and two.
you
And
know?
third of all, we
Sorry.
know because just generally, like, look at like just basic things. Like, look at, for example, when
Oh,
they kick the dust, it goes in a parabolic trajectory. There's no air resistance.
Wait,
And look
how do
how
you know it
slow it
came from
falls.
the moon?
hold
How
on.
do you know
Hold on. He
the
said he.
radio waves came from the moon?
Like
Yeah.
Hold on, Jez. Go.
it's very like basic stuff that would have been
Hey,
impossible
Paul,
to
can you
fake.
give us that then? So that bit where it says they obviously the direction came from the moon. Can you give us the bit of paper that shows us that measurement that the signals were most definitely and obviously coming from the moon?
Well, yes, because so the thing is the moon is
Dude, you don't have to start blabbering. He just asked you for a citation. Just post it in the chat.
okay.
You,
So
you're just going to do
do
what
I
you
need
do
a
always,
citation for
Alfred.
every little thing? Like,
Alfred.
because
Well, you
I'll
haven't
post
provided
it
jack
and then you'll call it
shit. Making
fake.
claims,
Alfred.
bro.
Alfred, you've made. I think I lost count at 8 claims over the
No,
last 2 months. Yeah.
because I'll post it and
Hold
you'll call
on.
it fake. That's why
Hello.
there's no point. You can
Talking.
Google
He
it
does
yourself.
this all the time. Just wants to avoid answering a question.
No,
So
you can Google it yourself. You have
start talking again.
google.com.
Here he
I'll
goes.
post it and then you guys will call it fake regardless of what I post because you're delusional.
He's
Okay, you've got
muting
Where
himself.
where did you read it? Where did you
He's
find
muting
out
himself.
about it?
Mute him. He's repeating himself. He's doing a mantra.
I mean, you must have read it somewhere, right? Like you were not
This
born
is
with this
what I'm trying to get at.
information.
This is
Right,
what I'm
hold
trying
on.
to get at. So he's obviously seen this piece of information somewhere. He's saying that obviously these radio signals came from the direction of the moon. So I want to see the bit of paper that he said he's seen, if he's seen it
Okay,
at
you
all.
can Google it. You can Google it. This
No,
is
can you? Because you've seen it.
this is 2024.
This is a
Yeah,
piece
this
of
is your
your
homework.
evidence.
This is like well-known
Alfred,
public
your
information.
evidence.
If you make me post it, I'm
Alfred,
going to be upset, but I'll
Alfred.
post it
No,
if you really
it's
want.
he's saying it's because you yourself didn't do it. So let's just concede there. I have something else to bring to the table that I myself have done, but it's really just leads me to a couple questions. Standing at the
He's going
beach
to
in
concede. You're
California,
conceding on his behalf so we can move on. Is that what's happening?
basically, we'll just concede here.
Well, he didn't
Because
provide any evidence, so he might as well just tap out. And he's not going to. He's at the point where he's just going to make excuses for never providing the evidence for what he claimed. Is that
well,
okay
that's
with you,
okay. We'll
Alfred?
concede there, right, Alfred?
Just got one more thing for Alfred. That Richard Nixon, there's a famous quote from Richard Nixon, says that American people don't believe anything until they see it on TV. He believed that American people are so stupid. He used these some of these experiments done in MK Ultra. You just show them on TV and they'll gobble it up. It was so good of a quote that the CIA enshrined it on the wall when you walk into their headquarters.
True.
That's you he's talking about.
Yeah, so okay, specifically the radio satellites they used to communicate with the Apollo were Goldstone, and then the one in Madrid, and then there's another one in Australia, Canberra. There's those are the three main ones. There's also another Deep Space Network satellite or not satellite, but station in California. Huge discs, like gigantic, like as big as a soccer field, and they're just pointing up towards the sky to
Amazing.
receive.
Yeah, so how do you know where the
data.
signals came from in 1969?
Well, because those were the dishes that picked up the signal.
Okay, they could only pick up a signal from the moon? Is this like some sort of deductive conclusion?
Well, the
that you've
dishes
reached?
can only point up. That's the thing.
Okay, so if something came from up, it has to have been from the moon.
Well, so realistically, right? If there were Okay. Who else in outer space would be transmitting moon landing footage? And also, the dishes were pointed directly at the moon, not just up.
You just saying that?
Yeah, can we see that?
This is like,
I know, but
okay.
you see, you know what you're doing again is just making a claim again. Then when we ask you for evidence, you're going to go, "I'm not going to bother." You're just going to say, "Nuh-uh." But why would you?
Okay,
Why
do you
would you
want me?
continue to
What
make
do
the
you want me to provide
not provide
evidence
the
that the
evidence?
deep space network exists?
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be worth your time to just keep spamming the claim over and over. But when it comes to backing up, that's not worth it. I find that kind of
Okay.
weird.
Okay, here I'll post.
Frame it with speculation, Alfred. Do you think they could fake it if they wanted to? Was it possible to fake?
I don't think they had the technology to fake it at the time. No.
Wait a minute, you're saying it's easier
Really?
to do something for real than it is to counterfeit it?
Yes. Even though it cost NASA billions of dollars, it still would have been easier to actually do the moon landing.
Wow.
That's correct.
So like it's easier for me to build like a fake Porsche than to buy a real Porsche.
It is harder. And the reason why is because you need the specifically machined parts because of how machining works. It actually takes a lot more effort to make a single unit individually than it does to make a production line. Now, if you made like 10,000 fake Porsches, then it would be, easier to fake it. But again, right? It's pretty easy to call out a fake. That's the thing is, if they wanted to really fake the moon landing, they would have just done it once. Probably they wouldn't have sent higher resolution footage back later and like
They only
rovers
would have
and
faked it.
stuff.
Yeah, that's a good argument.
So I have something it's not a claim, it's more so of a question. So I guess my first question is how high do you guys kind of think the stars are above the Earth?
So they're so far away they might as well be infinitely far. Like the distances to the
That
stars.
wasn't a question for you because we all know the conventional fairy tale, and he's not asking about that.
Yeah, I was asking you guys, or just flat earthers.
Go with something that the globe claims, where as soon as they hit the atmosphere, it creates a new incidence of light. And that would be where they would be, somewhere around there. Just take away the part where it's a new instant. That's where they tell you, like, it gets wavy, twinkle, twinkle, little star. Neil deGrasse Tyson did a whole talk on this. He says that because as you view the star through the atmosphere, it's shifting back and forth. It's moving to a new location each time, which causes it to twinkle. So just take that part out and just be like, whatever the last instance of movement, there's about where it's at.
I mean, like, distance-wise, sorry, I should have clarified that. Like, how far do you think they are, distance-wise, above the Earth?
Have you gone? What's the highest you've ever gone?
Well, let's see. I've seen a weather balloon with a camera on it.
No, for
thrown
you.
up
How
into
high
the-
did you go?
35,000 feet.
Okay, it could be 35,001 feet.
No, because when you look into the windows when it's dark out, there's no stars directly above the airplane that are a mile away. They would at least look a little bit closer. You know how you get closer to something and it gets bigger based on perspective. I mean, I'm just going to say it's more than a foot above the airplane
And you know this how?
by looking up into the sky at nighttime on an airplane, seeing the stars.
Yeah, so it could be any height higher than you've been.
Okay.
If you need help visualizing this, just go to a planetarium. They'll put stars on the domed ceiling. And what you could do is just keep increasing your height until you're like 1 foot away from the ceiling. And instead of just saying, oh, I'll stop right here. Like say if the ceiling's like 30 feet high. Don't go to 29 feet and say, you know what? I didn't get there. It must be infinitely far away.
No,
Just
I'm
pull
not
the extra
claiming they're
foot.
infinitely far away. I was asking how far you guys think the stars are above the Earth.
There's no way to measure such things. You can calculate things, but the
Okay.
things that we calculate, they have to be based on measurements. And if they're not based
Okay.
on measurements, then calculations based on assumptions is not really reliable. For example, if we assume that Venus is the same size as the Earth, and we use that, assumption to calculate the distance to the sun, we would probably get, many different variables of the distance based on what that assumption is. So you've heard
Okay,
the phrase, an assumption makes an ass out of you and me. Right?
Okay, so I don't know is the response I'm getting. That's all I
Yeah,
needed.
I said that like 2 minutes ago.
Okay.
But that's the same answer that you will give, right? Because you don't know either. You don't know.
Now there's a difference. I trust people that know what they're talking about and know what they're doing.
No, they don't know either.
You
Well,
guys don't trust anybody. That's
You got
the
freedom of religion, bro. You can believe whatever you like.
So 8 billion people are liars to you people. That's the problem.
How do you know they know what they're talking about? How do you know that they know what they're talking about? If you just
It
believe
doesn't
it.
matter. Everybody has
But
a
you
special
don't,
field
see?
of science, right?
So you when you say you trust them, you trust that they know what they're talking about. It's not that you trust in people that know what they're talking about. You don't know if they know what they're talking about. You just believe they do.
Most of those other 8 billion that you mentioned are just like you, too.
Yeah, correct.
So
I was about
weather
to
balloons go above 25. Was it 120,000 feet? We sent one up.
Right. And Neil deGrasse Tyson said you can't
Still
see the stars
showing
up there either.
Yeah, but still showing stars above our heads.
show me that video where you have stars.
So you're not going to trust other flat earthers either. On
No,
You guys are never
I-
going to show anything. Every
just
time you
want
guys
to
make a
see.
claim, you go, so you're not going to just believe it?
I just want to see it. Show me that video where when that helium balloon or that weather balloon is at its maximum altitude and you can see star. Show me that, please.
What if I showed you that video? Are you going to believe it or not? Like,
Who cares, dude? Just post what you got. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be
just an
dependent on that.
observation. I want to see it. It will be just an observation.
So
I didn't
everybody has to
claim
do
anything.
your homework for
I
you.
didn't
I
claim
don't get it. Like, why is it worth it to you to
homework
make
for
the
me.
claim, but not worth it to you to spend the time to back it up? You'll sit here and say it without any backing for it all day long, but as soon as it's like we were asking for the evidence, no, not worth it. Sorry.
You guys don't believe the evidence, anyways. It's
Well,
a
what the
waste.
fuck